A Beast Tamer. My spirit is a fire-type earth flame dragon, over 100 meters long, with immense physical strength, capable of covering 1,000 miles a day. Each scale is the hardest weapon, and it possesses the innate ability Dragon Flame Wave, which can burn mountains and boil seas. After battles, it requires fire attribute spirit fruits of grade 7 or above. Chapter 1. This unplaceable charm. Crossed over by a lake, Lin Mo looked down at the water beneath his feet, lost in thought. Through the reflection in the lake, he could see a man dressed in a sky-blue robe, tall and slender, who, despite looking somewhat disheveled, still exuded an extraordinary aura. From just his appearance, it felt very relatable. However, none of this mattered to Lin Mo now if his memories over the years were correct. He didn't seem to look like that. So where am I, and how did I get here? Lin Mo raised his head and looked around, seeing nothing but towering trees and jagged rocks. As he pondered what to do next, a sudden sharp pain shot through his brain, and an overwhelming influx of memories surged into his mind, causing him to involuntarily gasp for breath. Lingzhou, Great Yin Dynasty, Tianxiong Mountain, Battle Beasts, Spirit Tamers. Beast Tamer, second generation official. His mother passed away early, and his father was a powerful beast tamer, serving under the general of the northern town. The sudden influx of memories took Lin Mo over 10 minutes to digest. Lin Mo guessed correctly. He had indeed crossed over into a world called Lingzhou. In this world, there are two main systems, the warrior system and the beast tamer system. All things and beasts have the potential to evolve into spirits, whether they are plants, animals, or weapons. As long as they evolve into spirits, they transcend the definition of ordinary items and awaken powerful abilities and wisdom. And the Beast Tamer is a cultivation system that complements these spirits. Those with the potential to be Beast Tamers usually open up a space called a Cave Heaven before the age of 20. Battle beasts that enter the Cave Heaven will not only grow several times faster, but also gain various indescribable benefits. Beast Taming warriors? That's not my specialty. Lin Mo nonchalantly mocked himself. The reason he said that was because he wasn't particularly interested in the cultivation of beast taming. On the contrary, he was a sci-fi mechanical enthusiast. In his previous life, he was a star player of a globally popular mech game called Mecha Wars, consistently ranking within the top 50 across the server and having countless fans. His success in the game was primarily due to two reasons. First, he was handsome. Second, he had good character. Being handsome earned him a large number of female fans. Having good character ensured that whether in lottery draws or crafting, he had an astonishingly high success rate. What? You asked how good Lin Mo's character was? To summarize, in the gaming community, Lin Mo was known as the man who never spent money and played with his lifespan. Before crossing over, Lin Mo always thought this was just a joke. But how did I end up in a primeval forest? After spending half a minute reminiscing about his past, Lin Mo continued to read the memories in his mind and quickly understood his situation. A month ago, a beast tide broke out at the border, and Lin Mo's father made a wrong judgment on the battlefield, openly disobeying orders, which led to heavy losses for the Great Yin army. After the battle, he was executed on the spot by the general. Such a grave offense as battlefield negligence should have implicated 9 clans, along with Lin Mo's head rolling too. But just before that happened, Lin Mo successfully opened his Cave Heaven and became a reserve beast tamer, which spared him from death and assigned him to the beast tamer prison. Although beast tamers are rare talents, even in the vast territory of Great Yin, they aren't exactly scarce. In the beast tamer prison, there are many reserve beast tamers like Lin Mo who bear the weight of their crimes. Most of them were either implicated or committed lesser offenses that didn't warrant death and were imprisoned in the dungeons of the beast tamer prison. If they become real beast tamers, they will be registered and will have to complete tasks assigned by the beast tamer prison to atone for their sins. But if they cannot become beast tamers, they will remain in the beast tamer prison, serving the spirits, grooming and caring for them, and doing the most menial and dark work until their labor is completely exhausted. So, does that mean I'm finished? Lin Mo looked down, and as he digested more memories, his previously relaxed expression suddenly darkened. The mountain he was on was one of the peaks in the Tianxiong mountain range. This Tianxiong mountain range was where the beast tamer prison cultivated spirits. Lin Mo and over a dozen other reserve beast tamers with criminal records were sent to Tianxiong Mountain half a month ago. They had 1 month to find a spirit willing to sign a contract with them on Tianxiong Mountain. Whether they could successfully acquire their first spirit would be a critical turning point in their future fate. In a bid to save himself, his previous self had dragged his exhausted body across several peaks of the Tianxiong mountain range for half a month. Yet, it was all for naught. Perhaps the aesthetics of spirits did not align with humans, and Lin Mo's handsome appearance did not draw them closer. On the contrary, Lin Mo's low-grade, Cave Heaven made the spirits of the Tianxiong mountain range avoid him altogether. In just half a month, he had been rejected hundreds of times. While he was sitting there in despair, he was suddenly struck on the back of his head by something, which allowed Lin Mo to borrow the previous Bodis life. It was a bit tragic that it seems like it's really not that great. Based on the memories in his mind, Lin Mo tried to open his Cave Heaven.as for what knocked him out earlier. There are all kinds of spirits in Tianxiong Mountain, many of which are hostile to humans. Lin Mo felt that being so handsome, it was normal for spirits to be jealous of him. Soon, a grayish space appeared before Lin Mo. This was Lin Mo's Cave Heaven, devoid of any elemental attributes or characteristics. Just a dull, gray expanse. According to his previous self's memories, the Cave Heaven of a Beast Tamer is divided into 4 levels, from low to high: ordinary, spirit, heavenly, and divine, each of which is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades to AS for Lin Mo's Cave Heaven. Based on the countless rejections from spirits, it was likely an ordinary level Cave Heaven, and a lower grade one at that. The lowest of the low. Lowest? Lin Mo suddenly felt that his life was as dark as his Cave Heaven. The breath he had just taken in was instantly released, and he laid down by the lake. Let it be destruction. I'm exhausted. Wait, what is this? Lin Mo looked up at the sky in disbelief, and suddenly noticed something new before him, rubbing his eyes and looking closely. Name: Lin Mo, human occupation. Not chosen secondary profession. Not activated physical. 8 strength, 7 agility. For mental, 9 charm. Max initial. Free attribute points. 5 initial skill points. 5. Skills. None professional skill tree. Activated upon profession selection items. None if you think you are weak. After seeing these attributes, then I can only say that you guessed right. Is this the game panel for Mecha Wars? Sure enough, Lin Mo flipped over and stood up abruptly. Not only did his looks cross over, but also his incredible character. Chapter 2. The Waterloo of Character. Mecha Wars is the most popular sci-fi game on Blue Star, and Lin Mo is one of the most well-known players in this game. After nearly 1,000 days and nights of relentless dedication, his understanding of the game even surpassed that of some non-mainstream female stars from certain island nations. Just a brief moment of distraction, and Lin Mo was engulfed in uncontrollable joy. Just moments ago, he was a pitiful soul with no spirit willing to get close to him. If nothing unexpected happened, once the 1-month deadline arrived, he would be taken away by the Beast monitoring personnel, and his later life would be spent in the Beast monitoring, serving numerous inexplicable spirits as a slave and a servant, enjoying the legendary Zerosivan blessings, until the day he breathed his last. But now, everything seemed to have taken a turn for the better. Trying to calm himself down, Lin Mo opened the career panel, and 4 options appeared before his eyes. A. Mechanic. B. Gene Warrior. C. Esper. D. Martial Artist. This was the first choice every newcomer faced when entering mech battle, setting the main direction for their gaming journey right from the start. Lin Mo had seen this panel in his past life, so his heart was not too stirred. He simply gazed at the 4 professions before him, lost in thought. Mech battle is ultimately a game set against a futuristic sci-fi background, and the options lean towards modernization, with each of the 4 initial professions having its strengths and weaknesses. The Gene Warrior is a fighter enhanced through biotechnology and gene drugs, characterized by rapid leveling in the early game. As long as one is willing to spend money on powerful gene potions, they can even experience the thrill of one-shotting monsters early on. However, the downside is that they become relatively weak in the later stages, leading to a polarization where countless weak professions kneel before Gene Warriors, begging for help, only to be kicked aside in high-difficulty late-game dungeons. Unless a Gene Warrior can obtain genes from interstellar behemoths, they are likely to be overwhelmed in the late game. As for the Esper and Martial Artist, just hearing their names give a rough idea of their characteristics. Espers focus on telekinesis and attributes, blending science with a touch of mysticism. Those with low telekinesis can provide strong buffs to teammates, while those with high telekinesis can go for an all-out damage route, becoming more popular than Gene Warriors in the later stages. The third one, the Martial Artist, this is the most popular profession in mech battle. And as for the reason, do I, a cultivator, need to explain to you 3 tech-based systems? Do I? I don't choose Gene Warrior. Lin Mo thought for a moment and directly abandoned the Gene Warrior option. Setting aside the fact that this profession weakens in the later stages, just the gene potions alone, in a setting like Lingzhou, which is completely different from the game, he wouldn't know where to get them. As for the Martial Artist and Esper, Lin Mo was not very familiar with them either, and both professions are weak in combat power in the early stages, making it difficult to ensure safety in an era dominated by spirits. The situation is clear. After scanning the other three professions, Lin Mo looked back at the first choice, mechanic. This was also the profession Lin Mo chose in his past life. Compared to other professions, the biggest advantage of the mechanic is that its attributes rank high in all stages, and depending on the direction of the skill tree investment. There are multiple development routes in the later stages. These routes are mainly categorized into three types by players. The first type focuses on small mechanical troops, relying on high investment to manufacture mechanical units, directly creating a full fleet. When encountering small monsters in dungeons, other players often don't need to intervene, as the mechanical troops can easily push through with sheer numbers, making them one of the most favored teammates by other professions. Then there's the weapon making and body technique focus gunner style, primarily creating powerful weapons to arm themselves, turning into a humanoid weapon in dungeons, unleashing tremendous firepower. The last type, which is the route Lin Mo chose in his past life, is the war mech style. This style does not have the quantity of mechanical troops, nor the extreme firepower of the gunner, but is based on 2 or 3 robots, continually upgrading and equipping them, turning these robots into extremely formidable war machines. In his past life, Lin Mo dominated the game while piloting mechs. Regardless of which of the 3 styles one chooses, there's a core characteristic. Spend. Inconceivable spending. Blueprints require spending. Raw materials require spending. Assembly success rate potions require spending. And even after finally producing a robot, upgrading it requires spending. Moreover, each of the above has a very low success rate, making you keep spending after spending, unable to stop at all. That if Gene Warrior is about spending money, then Mechanic is about spending life. Lin Mo deeply felt this after his transmigration, that he literally spent his life in another world. Ding! You have chosen the profession Mechanic. The skill tree has been unlocked. Gain free attribute points, 10 points. Reward, Universal Wrench. Clang. Just as Lin Mo was curious about how the reward came to him, a metal wrench fell directly from his space. Nice, this is very scientific. Lin Mo picked up the wrench and took a look. It was a mold for basic parts. Below the 2 jaws, there were also some small tools that could be used during assembly and mechanical maintenance. Having confirmed his main profession, Lin Mo directly opened the skill tree, skipping the attribute panel and secondary profession choices. In mech battle, secondary professions are not unrelated to the main profession like in some unscrupulous games, but rather complement the main profession. Therefore, the choice of secondary profession can be said to be quite important. However, the secondary profession cannot be chosen subjectively, it must be triggered through actions, but the method of triggering is not difficult. For example, if one wants to become an alchemist, they just need to randomly concoct some potions, and as long as the system determines that their potions won't kill people, they become an alchemist. If they can kill people, then they're a poison master. In his past life, Lin Mo was quite skilled in the game, and though he wouldn't say he was an expert, he had a basic understanding of how to unlock secondary professions, so he wasn't in a hurry to activate them. First, he needed to allocate skills, obtain basic blueprints, and confirm his development route, which was the priority. Basic parts, not unlocked. Basic weapons, not unlocked. Basic mechanics, not unlocked. Basic mech, not unlocked. Among these 4 basic skills, basic parts is a must-learn skill for every mechanic, while the other 3 can be chosen based on preference. If one wants to become a gunner-style player, they should invest in basic weapons and gradually allocate points. If one wants to have mechanical troops, they should choose basic mechanics. If one wants to pursue the war mech route, they should select basic mech. Of course, aside from basic parts, the other 3 basic skills have many branching developments in the later stages, allowing players to choose based on their preferences. Lin Mo did not hesitate. He allocated 5 skill points, putting 2 points into basic parts and 3 points into basic mechs, instantly lighting up the 2 gray icons. You have learned basic parts, acquiring knowledge of part production and maintenance. You have learned basic mechs, acquiring knowledge of mech assembly and maintenance, and received an initial robot blueprint gift box. Lin Mo could feel a wealth of knowledge about mechanical parts and armor flooding into his brain. It felt wonderful. He had never studied this, yet that knowledge simply appeared. The phrase golden finger is a cheat is indeed true. Alright, now let's see what quality blueprints I can unlock. After briefly reviewing the knowledge in his mind, Lin Mo shifted his focus to the blueprint gift box. The quality of the blueprints ranges from low to high, broken, ordinary, advanced, rare, legendary, Planetary, there are indeed more levels beyond planetary, but Lin Mo was unaware of them since the game had just announced a new version before his transmigration. The mechanical department has limited ways to obtain blueprints. Apart from purchasing them from NPCs, the only options are to unlock achievements or to take up the engineer's secondary profession, relying on design and synthesis to obtain them. Thus, initial blueprints are crucial for the mechanical department. If one can obtain advanced blueprints from the initial blueprint gift box, they can get ahead of others right from the start. Looking at the gift box, Lin Mo did not feel anxious like a novice. On the contrary, he was remarkably calm. As a man recognized by many players for playing games with his lifespan, he had always been confident in his luck. With just a little nudge of his finger, were an advanced blueprints just within reach. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo directly clicked to open the gift box. Then, ding, you have obtained the blueprint. Ancient medieval robot. Ancient medieval robot damaged. This Lin Mo's body froze in place, unable to move for a long time. I messed up. A damaged quality blueprint. And it's a defective product among the damaged quality ones. My luck has always been off the charts, yet I encountered a Waterloo in this blind box opening. Chapter 3. On how to build robots in a fantasy world. Lin Mo was feeling down. He originally thought that based on his character, even if the blueprints that appeared were not of excellent quality, they should at least be of ordinary quality. But unexpectedly, at this moment, Lin Mo's heart felt as broken as the quality of the blueprints. I need to keep my mindset steady. Since broken blueprints have appeared, it means my luck will only get better from here on out. After all, is there anything more difficult to accept than broken blueprints? Lin Mo swallowed hard, using this as a form of self-comfort. However, reality quickly told him otherwise. Standing outside the cave and waiting for half an hour, nothing else fell out from the cave. This made Lin Mo realize a terrifying fact. The game panel wouldn't provide him with any parts. In other words, he only had one blueprint. And all the basic components, gears, hinges, bearings, had to be made by himself. And his only tool was this universal wrench. Starting with just a wrench, all equipment relies on self-manufacturing, handcrafted robots. What use is this panel to me? Lin Mo looked at the wrench in his hand, wishing he could smash it against his own head. But after hesitating for a long time, he held back. Hitting himself with this wrench might hurt a lot, and it could actually kill him, leaving no chance for resurrection. Of course, I, Lin Mo, am not afraid of death. I just cherish this hard-won opportunity for rebirth. Weighing the wrench in his hand, Lin Mo successfully persuaded himself to abandon the suicidal thought. I've been in these mountains for half a month, which means I only have half a month left to smelt, mold, polish, and assemble. Time is tight. If in my past life, someone asked Lin Mo to build a robot within half a month without any modern tools, he would definitely have slapped them with his flip-flop. However, in Lingzhou, this task doesn't seem impossible to accomplish. Lin Mo stood up, looked around, and then followed the direction in his memory, making his way down. His original self had crossed several dozen miles of mountains to find a spirit to sign a contract, trying countless times and being rejected many times. Those spirits were very useful to Lin Mo. Has it been taken care of? In a dark cave somewhere in Tianxiong Mountain, a figure stood in the darkness, looking down at a young man dressed as a beast monitoring criminal. Don't worry, my lord, it has been taken care of. Well done. The young man's face lit up. So, about the matter of helping me avoid punishment, thank you, my lord, thank you. The young man excitedly bowed several times, then turned to walk out of the cave, his steps much lighter. But after taking just a few steps, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a knife had pierced through his heart. First, only the dead keep secrets, and second, only by killing a few more people will it not seem so abrupt. Right? Let me see. Somewhere in the Tianxiong Mountains, leaves rustled on a large tree, and Lin Mo's face was revealed as two hands parted the leaves. At this moment, Lin Mo had camouflage paint on his face, sneakily observing a corner below the tree. There, a large-headed lizard covered in reddish-brown scales was lying motionless in the grass, quietly waiting for prey. It was Lin Mo's first target, the fire-type spirit, the earth-fire lizard. Lin Mo searched through his memories, and information about the earth-fire lizard quickly appeared in his mind. The earth-fire lizard is a relatively common fire-type spirit, with a low-level spirit lineage. Its talent is to continuously emit high-temperature flames, with average speed, slow reactions, and great strength, capable of seriously injuring an adult with a single lash of its tail. However, that only applies once it reaches adulthood. To prevent disciples and criminals from encountering danger after entering the Tianxiong Mountains, the beast monitoring personnel regularly clean the spirits in the mountains, taking away adult or overly dangerous spirits, leaving only immature seedlings behind, which have combat power even less than ordinary people. The earth-fire lizard that Lin Mo was targeting was an immature one. To forge parts, he first needed a high-temperature furnace. Otherwise, relying solely on gathering firewood to create flames, Lin Mo would probably perish before the metal even turned into molten iron. Therefore, Lin Mo immediately thought of the earth fire lizard that had rejected his original self. No, that is still not safe. Although it's an immature earth fire lizard, I need to ensure success on the first try. Lin Mo crouched on the tree, watching the earth fire lizard swallow a frog, calmly contemplating. His time was limited. If the first attack failed and the earth fire lizard became alert, he might not get another chance, so he had to ensure one successful attempt. Add 10 points to strength. Add 5 points to stamina. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo directly used all 5 initial attribute points and the 10 bonus points from choosing his profession. In an instant, Lin Mo felt a surge of energy flowing through his body, hardening his muscles. He gained a huge boost in strength. He clenched his fists and thought, I'm going to take down 10. Opening the attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo, human. Profession, mechanic. Subprofession, not activated. Stamina, 13. Strength, 17. Agility, 4. Spirit, 9. Charm. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 0. Skills, none. Professional skill tree. Click for details. Items. Ancient medieval robot blueprint. Broken. Lin Mo nodded. Strength has more than doubled, and stamina has significantly increased. It's time to act. Looking at the oblivious little lizard below, Lin Mo smiled slightly, let out a roar, and charged out. The crow flies the plane. The poor little lizard thought it was just an ordinary afternoon, enjoying a normal outing and having some ordinary afternoon tea. But it was startled by a loud roar, looked up, and saw a person descending from the sky, the soles of his shoes rapidly enlarging in front of its eyes. And then there was no more. Lin Mo successfully knocked over the earth fire lizard with one kick and carried it on his shoulder as he walked away. Now that high temperature was secured, making a robot without modern tools was a huge project. Just one labor spirit wasn't enough? He needed more. What? You say I should do it myself? In my past life, I was always exploited by capital. Now that I've finally been reborn, I can't exploit people. But can I exploit beasts a little? At this moment, Lin Mo's identity as a spirit hunter reversed dramatically. He transformed from a humble person rejected by countless spirits into a spirit hunter. In 2 days, Lin Mo ran to 7 or 8 places, capturing 4 or 5 spirits he needed. To prevent these spirits from misbehaving and escaping, he even specially found a unique vine to string them together. Whenever Lin Mo moved, the spirits strung along behind him. In these days, other criminals saw Lin Mo and kept their distance. And a rumor spread among the criminals in Tianqiong Mountain. It is said that Lin Mo's cave was too poor, rejected by countless spirits, had no hope of avoiding punishment, and had completely gone mad. Any spirit that refused to sign a contract with him had been beaten to death by him. If you encounter Lin Mo, be sure to stay away. He is already considering whether to kill people. The speed at which rumors spread is often faster than urgent military reports over 600 miles. Within 2 days, this news had spread throughout the Tianqiong Mountains. But Lin Mo didn't care at all. While others were busy spreading rumors about him killing spirits, he had already captured enough spirits and was ready to start making his own robots. Chapter 4. Outwardly, say that you are my spirit, go with peace of mind, and I will ensure your life continues in another way. In a certain mine on Tianqiong Mountain, Lin Mo held 3 branches with lit ends, solemnly bowing 3 times to a metallic block in front of him, where he could vaguely see facial features. He inserted incense in front of the metallic block and then joyfully ran to the side. In front of him was a fully formed mechanical device. The boiler, piston, cylinder, and flywheel were the core components of the robot. A seemingly simple, yet fully functional steam engine. In this world, everything can give birth to spirits, including but not limited to animals, plants, stones, and metals. However, Lin Mo did not expect to stumble upon a metal spirit. Upon seeing this metal spirit for the first time, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. From what he knew, the evolution of lifeless objects like metals and stones into spirits generally had significant limitations, with severely lacking intelligence and potential, usually never surpassing the mortal level in their lifetime. If nothing unusual happened, this metal spirit would step out of the mine and face disdain from beast tamers and aversion from other spirits. Eventually, this metal spirit would be left alone in a corner of Tianqiong Mountain, waiting to be disposed of by expert beast tamers like garbage. As the first person it encountered at birth, how could Lin Mo bear to watch it head towards such a tragic fate? Thus, with the belief of saving the metal spirit, Lin Mo picked up his universal wrench and swung it fiercely. Metal spirit, done. After knocking the spirit's head off, Lin Mo found that the metal spirit's body was indeed hollow, just as he remembered, and with slight modifications, it could serve as the body of a robot. He was indeed clever. He gathered the excess metal together and created this steam engine. With the power engine of the robot already established, the rest became much simpler. Put in some effort, and after today, you will be free. Lin Mo turned around and looked at the 4 or 5 spirits behind him. In the center of the mine, a massive metal furnace could be seen, with a fire lizard lying underneath, raising its head to exhale fiercely hot flames. While the boiler held bright red molten iron, not far away was a snow-white butterfly over 2 feet long, occasionally flapping its wings, significantly lowering the extreme heat in the mine. Additionally, there was a fire-red monkey, unafraid of high temperatures, standing by the iron furnace, moving back and forth between the furnace and the mold, pouring molten iron into the molds. 2 primate spirits would then take the molds away, cooling and shaping them according to the steps Lin Mo taught. They had all been subdued by Lin Mo and had no choice but to work for him. Chirp. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the many spirits first froze, then showed anthropomorphic joy and worked even harder. Hearing that they would be leaving made them so happy. How terrible must the cave be? Lin Mo shook his head in silence. Actually, besides making robots and parts these days, he had also tried to sign contracts with these spirits. However, the results were still rejected. These spirits, intimidated by Lin Mo's combat power after leveling up, had to work for him, proving they were also afraid of death. But when Lin Mo attempted to violently suppress them and force them to become his spirits, they displayed an attitude of preferring death over submission. Their stance was like, I can date you, live with you, do anything a couple can do. But don't think you can bind me with a contract. You're not worthy of that. I deserve better. Ugh, a bunch of scummy beasts. Lin Mo picked up the universal wrench and walked aside to begin polishing the cast parts. After reflecting on it, he instantly felt no guilt about exploiting these spirits for labor. Alright, now comes the final procedure. At night, all the spirits had been sent away. Lin Mo looked at the metallic spirit's shell and the various parts sorted and placed, taking a deep breath. Assemble. This was the 13th day since he crossed over. The Beast Tamer Supervisory Office had only given these fallen Beast Tamers a month, and this was his only opportunity to assemble. If he failed this time and damaged a batch of parts, he wouldn't have time to make a second batch, so every step had to be cautious. After all, this wasn't a game. It couldn't be like his past life where he just clicked a mouse and waited for a progress bar. This time, he had to do it himself. After a whole afternoon of rest, Lin Mo was now full of energy, picking up the wrench and diving into the pile of parts. Gears, chains, bearings, and thousands of parts were gradually pieced together by Lin Mo. While working, he secretly rejoiced that he only drew a damaged quality blueprint. Firstly, this was just an abandoned mine. The mixed metals could not meet the needs for a finely crafted robot. Lin Mo also had no time to re-refine these metals. Even though he tried his best to pursue perfection, he still couldn't avoid errors. If he had obtained a high-quality blueprint, the precision requirements for the parts would have been excessively high. However, if it was just a damaged blueprint, then there wouldn't be so many demands. Whether it was scrap metal or imprecise parts, assembling them together would still be usable. The unexpected troubles Lin Mo worried about did not occur. In one night, a robot successfully appeared before him, about 1.5 meters tall, with a cylindrical body that was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Its oval head was retracted into the torso, with 2 rows of thumb-sized round holes on top for releasing steam. The pair of mechanical eyes were dull and lifeless as they had not yet been activated. Once the robot knelt, it could advance using wheels, significantly increasing its speed. From Lin Mo's perspective, having piloted super mechs in his past life, this robot could be said to be extremely rudimentary and outdated. However, given the limited conditions, Lin Mo could only produce such a thing. Ding! You have successfully created Ancient Medieval Robot, damaged. Gain 10 skill points. Spirit 3, Ancient Medieval Robot, damaged. Type, Basic Mecha. Quality, damaged. Attributes, Defense 30, Strength 35, Speed 17, Energy 0 500, Height 1.48 meters, Weight 175 kilograms, Power System, Steam Engine, Combat Consumption 5 energy per minute, Weapon Configuration, None, Passive, Hardness allows it to withstand attacks that do not exceed its defense too much. Note, young man, don't think that making such a thing makes you Tony Stark. Lin Mo automatically ignored the malicious note and took out a fist-sized, completely red stone from his storage bag. As soon as he took it out, a sulfur-like smell filled the air. This was the power source for the steam engine he had long thought of, a fire attribute spirit stone. After all, it was only a small steam engine. There wasn't a large boiler to burn coal, and this fire attribute spirit stone was just the right size. Moreover, according to his original memory, such a small spirit stone could provide more kinetic energy than hundreds of kilograms of coal. Indeed, this was another world, filled with wonders. Buzz. After the spirit stone was placed into the steam engine, the robot successfully activated, and its originally dull eyes instantly transformed into 2 red little bulbs. The rows of round holes on top released steam like smoke. The system prompted Lin Mo to name the robot, and he directly inherited the name of his main battle mech from his past life, Titan. After that, Lin Mo spent 7 skill points on the skill tree's basic mech, successfully lighting up the second layer of the skill tree, and allocated all the remaining 3 skill points to the second layer, mech control. With mech control, he could use voice commands to simply control the Titan. Starting today, Lin Mo stepped forward and patted the Titan's semicircular head. "You are my spirit companion." The Titan's eyes flickered, making a sound like a train whistle, unsure if it really understood Lin Mo's words. Chapter 5. The Titan's talent. Half an hour later, Lin Mo walked out of the mine. The intense heat over the past few days had transformed him from a refined gentleman into an African miner. However, he still walked with a confident stride. Behind him, steam was rising from the Titan's head as it followed closely. Now, he also had a spirit companion and could be called a Beastmaster. Although he was a fake, the function was the same, right? As Lin Mo enjoyed the sense of accomplishment from successfully assembling the Titan, he headed toward the outskirts of the Tianqiong mountain range. Along the way, he saw quite a few spirit companions. They probably witnessed Lin Mo capturing spirit companions earlier and harbored some hostility towards him. However, after glancing at the large iron figure behind Lin Mo and assessing their own juvenile forms, they all shamefully ran away. Looking at the Titan's steel body, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming sense of security. Indeed, being big and tough is the way to go. Now, all he had to do was take the Titan down the mountain, register, and he could temporarily regain his freedom. The reason it was said to be temporary was that after becoming a Beastmaster, Lin Mo still had to complete some tasks assigned by the Beast Monitoring Agency on time. These tasks could be obtained by himself at the agency or designated by the agency. Each completed task would earn him a certain contribution value, which varied depending on the crime committed. Only when the contribution value was sufficient to offset his crimes could Lin Mo truly regain his freedom. Lin Mo's crime was neither big nor small. Although his father's negligence in battle led to losses for the Yin army, his father had already been executed by the General of the North, and Lin Mo was merely an accomplice. What? You ask why Lin Mo didn't just run away? The Tianqiong mountain range is dozens of miles long, with a caretaker at almost every mountain base. Although these caretakers are not particularly powerful beastmasters, dealing with Lin Mo and others who have yet to become beastmasters would be easier than squashing an ant. Over the years, the Beast Monitoring Agency has sent countless prisoners, and there has never been a case of someone escaping the agency's control without becoming a beastmaster. Attempting to escape with a spirit companion that possesses numerous extraordinary talents would be akin to smashing his own head with a wrench. It seemed everyone had already descended the mountain. I might be the last one. Perhaps because it was the last day, all the other prospective beastmasters had already come down. Along the way, Lin Mo saw no one except for some spirit companions and wild beasts. This made him instinctively quicken his pace until he reached the foot of the Tianqiong mountain range. From a distance, he spotted a person resembling a caretaker sitting at a table, waiting with an imposing demeanor. On a massive boulder behind the caretaker stood a black eagle, towering over a person, its sharp eyes constantly scanning the surroundings like searchlights. This was also one of the reasons Lin Mo chose not to run away. Eagles are top predators in the air, and according to his memory, evolved eagles that became spirit companions are even more dominant in the sky. Their extremely sharp eyes allow them to spot prey even from high above the jungle, making them one of the most suitable spirit companions for patrol and hunting. This eagle should have already reached the 4th rank. Its mere presence was enough to make one's legs feel weak. As Lin Mo got closer, he could more directly feel the terror of the black eagle. Its feathers gleamed like blades, and its claws punctured the boulder, leaving several holes. On either side of the boulder beneath the black eagle, 2 contrasting groups of people were divided. The group on the left consisted of about a dozen individuals, all smiling and followed by a juvenile spirit companion, eagerly discussing something. On the right, 4 or 5 people had their heads down, looking despondent. They had failed to form a contract with a spirit companion and become beastmasters. This meant they would have to serve various spirit companions at the Beast Monitoring Agency during the day and sleep in dark cells at night until the day they were released. Lin Mo should have shared the same fate as them, but now, "Caretaker, I'm here to register." Lin Mo walked up to the table and called out to the caretaker, who was dozing off. "You actually formed a contract with a spirit companion?" The awakened caretaker was not angry. He merely rubbed his eyes. However, upon realizing it was Lin Mo before him, he was somewhat surprised. If he remembered correctly, Lin Mo's cave was supposed to be the worst among this batch, and yet he managed to contract a spirit companion. The caretaker glanced behind Lin Mo and, upon seeing the large iron figure, revealed a look of relief. If it was a metal spirit, then it was not surprising. Metal spirits and stone spirits, which evolved from inanimate objects, have very clear advantages and disadvantages. Because their bodies are made of stone or metal, They inherently possess a strong physical constitution among low-ranking spirit companions, making them significantly stronger in hand-to-hand combat. However, heaven is fair, while the lower limit is high. The upper limit is relatively low. Besides having a tough body and great strength, stone spirits and metal spirits have lower intelligence. Even with the support of a contract, they may not understand the Beastmaster's commands, and they have low bloodline potential, likely never breaking through to the third rank in their lifetime. This makes them easy for Beastmasters to contract. However, generally, Beastmasters with some ambition for their future would not contract metal spirits or stone spirits. It seems this kid has already given up his future to escape punishment. The caretaker shook his head lightly, unsure whether Lin Mo's choice was right or wrong. However, his spirit companion indeed looked quite peculiar, with a row of smoking holes on its head. The rank, species, name, bloodline level, and talent of the spirit companion. The caretaker picked up a pen and said solemnly, "First rank metal spirit, named Titan, bloodline is ordinary, talent." Lin Mo answered the first few questions fluently, but hesitated at the last one. During the journey here, Lin Mo had already fabricated enough. He could easily muddle through the bloodline and species since metal spirits can look like anything. However, he forgot one key point: talent. Every spirit companion has a talent ability, just like the high-temperature flames of a fire lizard. As long as it is a spirit companion, it must possess some kind of special ability. He forgot to make something up. Hard as iron? That seems to be the case since it is made of iron. Talent. The caretaker looked at Lin Mo, who suddenly fell silent, and frowned slightly, raising his voice. Otherwise, Lin Mo forced out a stiff smile. "Can you guess? Do you think you are funny?" The caretaker immediately shot Lin Mo a look that said he was playing with fire. Lin Mo swallowed hard. He still had to fabricate something. But what kind of talent ability could a primitive robot have? Does being unafraid of death count? Under the caretaker's gaze, Lin Mo felt increasingly pressured. But he had no clue. Wait, isn't that Titan's talent? Chapter 6. Temporarily regaining freedom fog? What kind of talent is that? Looking at Lin Mo's determined face, the Beast Monitoring Agency caretaker furrowed his brows. Hearing that name, it sounded like an illusion-based spirit talent ability. Aren't you supposed to have contracted a metal spirit? I'll demonstrate it for you right now. Lin Mo spoke a sentence and turned directly to Titan, saying, "Release the mist." After finishing, he quietly added, "Discharge steam." The skill, mechanical control, allowed him to give commands to robots, but the commands had to be clear and simple. His loud command of release the mist was merely for show. Upon receiving Lin Mo's instruction, the steam engine inside Titan's steel body began to operate rapidly, emitting a long whistle like a train's horn, and the 2 rows of small holes on its head sprayed out a large amount of steam. Soon, the area within a few meters turned into a white fog, obscuring everything except for the water vapor. Steward, still mist? Isn't this just water vapor? A metal spirit. And its talent is actually to release water vapor? What use is this talent? Snap. The steward lightly snapped his fingers. The black eagle behind him spread its wings, and as it flapped, it stirred up a gust of wind that blew away all the steam released by Titan, revealing Titan inside and Lin Mo covered with a layer of water vapor. "Go to the back." Lin Mo saluted the steward and walked toward the team on the left side with Titan. As they passed by the team on the right, the 4 or 5 people there showed envious and jealous expressions. "Why haven't we encountered a metal spirit? This guy's cave world is so poor. Yet he can form a contract. We definitely can too. How come his luck is so good?" Regarding these looks, Lin Mo could only pretend not to see. He couldn't just go up and tell them that his spirit was something he made himself. "Lin Mo, I think we can cooperate." Just as Lin Mo arrived at the left side team, a plump young man actively approached him, looking excited. Lin Mo recognized this person. His name was Zhao Han. However, they only knew each other in name, as the prisoners in the Beast Master monitoring dungeon were all guilty individuals, and everyone usually remained silent, merely knowing each other's names. Still, Lin Mo was curious about how Zhao Han maintained his figure while eating the unnutritious prison food every day. "Your spirit should lean more towards strength, right? This is my spirit. I named it Golden Monkey." Saying this, Zhao Han squatted down and picked up a monkey at his feet. The monkey had a body covered in yellow fur, a white face, and long arms, looking so well-behaved in Zhao Han's arms that it seemed harmless. In fact, it was indeed not harmful. Lin Mo glanced at it, and various thoughts about this type of monkey immediately surfaced in his mind. Spirit-level bloodline spirit, golden spirit monkey. Its characteristics are speed, great bloodline potential, and the chance to become a heavenly-level bloodline spirit. Its downside is that its physical body is relatively weak, and its combat ability is poor until it grows. If Titan and the golden monkey were to battle, Titan would be completely invincible. Even if Titan stood still and allowed the golden monkey to attack, it would be unable to break through Titan's iron shell. Of course, given Titan's mobility, it would also be unlikely to harm the agile golden spirit monkey. However, Lin Mo believed that with his continuous upgrades and modifications, Titan would certainly develop comprehensively in all aspects, eventually becoming a super mech with full attributes in speed, damage, and strength. Are you saying our spirits complement each other, and we can undertake some high-contribution tasks together? Lin Mo pondered. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Zhao Han, holding the baby-like golden monkey, looked expectantly at Lin Mo for a response. Although the golden spirit monkey had a high bloodline level and great potential, it was too weak in the early stages and lacked the ability to undertake tasks independently. He had previously tried to request collaboration with a few others for task completion, but before he could speak, he was outright rejected. All right, Lin Mo thought for a moment and finally nodded. Titan's strengths and weaknesses were evident. It was sturdy and strong, but too heavy, and would struggle against highly agile enemies. With the golden monkey to distract others, the chances of completing tasks would greatly increase. Moreover, he could split the contribution with Zhao Han because he wouldn't have to worry about Titan's combat injuries or need contributions to exchange for the materials for spirit evolution. While other spirits required their beast masters to suffer significant losses when injured, if Titan got hurt, he could just fix it himself with a wrench. After discussing their residences for easier contact, the two stood under the giant rock and continued to wait. Lin Mo learned from Zhao Han that although today was the last day, he was not the last one to exit the Tianxiong mountain range. For others had not yet appeared. Before Lin Mo descended the mountain, the steward had already sent disciples into the mountain to search. Lin Mo looked at the boundless mountains and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Could it be that some fearless big shot escaped? Dead. It seems that they were killed by some violently temperamental spirit. The steward frowned. The Tianxiong mountain range was a place where the Beast Master Monitoring Agency raised spirits, and they often cleared the mountains of ferocious spirits. Although they couldn't eliminate every single one in previous years, it usually took 4 or 5 batches of disciples to have 1 or 2 fatalities. Unexpectedly, this time, out of a batch of over 30, 4 or 5 had died. Lin Mo couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. I wonder which spirit attacked the original body, leading me to cross over. The corpses of the deceased were directly discarded in the Tianxiong mountain range. They were already guilty individuals. If they died, it was no loss. The Beast Master Monitoring Agency had no leisure to help them collect the bodies, and before long, those corpses would be devoured by the spirits and wild beasts all over the mountains until there was nothing left but bones. After returning to the branch of the Beast Master Monitoring Agency for registration, those who did not become Beast Masters were taken away by the steward to work for the agency for free for the rest of their lives to atone for their sins. Lin Mo and the others were each given a jade talisman, and the personnel from the Beast Master Monitoring Agency strictly ordered them to keep the talisman on their person, even while sleeping. Due to his father's execution for negligence on the battlefield, the house and treasures in Yindu had all been confiscated and transferred to the National Treasury. Lin Mo could only go to Moke Village, which was 100 miles away from the capital, his mother's village, where there was an old house belonging to his mother. Although it didn't have the prestige of a house in Yindu, it was enough for Lin Mo to live in. Moreover, in this remote mountain village, he could create mechas more freely without having to be as cautious as in the bustling markets of Yindu. What is going on? Just as he reached the village entrance, Lin Mo saw the village entrance brightly lit, with many villagers gathered, blocking the way. Chapter 7. The First Battle. Lin Mo frowned. According to Earth time, it should be nearly 11 o'clock at night. Why were so many people gathered at the village entrance at this hour? Filled with confusion, Lin Mo used the squeezing technique he learned from his past life on the bus and managed to push through to the front. Village Chief, hey, who was that young man over there? As he squeezed to the front, Lin Mo caught a glimpse of the situation in the center of the crowd. In the open space in the middle stood 2 people and 2 beasts. One was a dark-skinned middle-aged man, with a black tiger over a meter tall, standing behind him. That was Mo Zhong, the village chief of Moke Village. Lin Mo had a very deep impression of Mo Zhong, perhaps because Lin Mo's father was a beast master. Mo Zhong always believed that Lin Mo would also become a beast master when he grew up, which is why he liked Lin Mo since childhood, often letting his spirit, the black tiger, carry Lin Mo around the mountains, claiming that beast masters should be trained from a young age. Because of this, Lin Mo had gotten lost on the mountains several times. Opposite Mo Zhong stood a young man of similar age to Lin Mo. This young man was much fairer than Mo Zhong, dressed somewhat like a city noble, with a powerful, muscular gorilla covered in white fur standing behind him. Lin Mo remembered this spirit beast, called the White Demon Ape, which was a spirit-level bloodline beast adept at physical combat. As long as it could reach maturity, it was certainly capable of breaking through to the 4th rank. The 2 humans and 2 beasts stood in the open space in the center of the crowd, confronting each other, their expressions not looking good, filled with a sense of hostility. What are they up to? Sparring? Lin Mo stood among the crowd, straining to hear what they were saying. However, due to the distance and the noisy crowd, he couldn't catch any clear words. Huh, do you think this can stump me? A white-collar worker who has squeezed into the early morning subway for many years in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou? No one can hinder my progress. I just need to exert a little bit of strength. Antley, looking at the rather fierce woman in front of him. Lin Mo scratched his head and tentatively called out a name. Lin Mo immediately sighed in relief. Antley, what's going on inside? Is the village chief going to spar with other beast tamers? Sparring? That kid is just here to stir up trouble. He can't even explain himself in a few words. Come with me, and I'll take you to see. As she spoke, Antley grabbed Lin Mo's wrist with one hand and cleared a path with the other, quickly squeezing through the densely packed crowd. While pushing through, she also murmured to Lin Mo about what had happened. Although her explanation was not very clear, Lin Mo still grasped the general idea. About 10 miles outside Mo family village, there was also Lu family village. And the two villages had been at odds since their establishment, with the villagers from both sides not getting along. Generally, whichever village had a stronger village chief could suppress the other for a few years. Mo Zhong, as the village chief of this generation, was a genuine third-rank beast tamer. So Mo family village had been quite strong in recent years, not fearing Lu family village much. A year ago, they even seized a fine iron mine. The villagers of Mo family village had become considerably wealthier because of this mine. I see that the white demon ape is only second rank. It shouldn't be the village chief's opponent, right? Lin Mo pondered as he looked at the white demon ape. Old Black got injured? Lin Mo shifted his gaze to the black tiger. How did it get injured? Old Black is injured, so how could that white demon ape be unscathed? Lin Mo frowned. The old black tiger was a third-rank spirit beast and had been for many years, with great strength. It didn't make sense for the black tiger to be injured while the white demon ape was completely fine. That was illogical. That kid didn't go to resist the beast tide. It was the village chief of Lu family village who went. Lin Mo fell silent. Lin family village only had one beast tamer, the village chief, who was reassigned to resist the beast tide for everyone's safety. Lu family village not only didn't fully assist, but instead took advantage of the village chief's spirit beast being injured to rob them? Are there really such shameless people in this world? No, I absolutely cannot let them take away the fine iron mine. I cannot let them bully our Mo family village. Village Chief Mo, I advise you to voluntarily give up the mine. The black tiger is already injured. Letting it fight again could very likely. On the other side, Lu family village's village chief's son, Lu Chongqing, stood with his hands behind his back, confidently mocking Mo Zhong. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw a weary-looking young man walking up to Mo Zhong. Who is this? Mo family village has such a person? I seem to have never seen him before. Lu, I want to fight you. Lin Mo's expression was furious, and his voice was resolute, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Mo, you became a beast tamer? The mountain village had poor communication, and only Mo Zhong knew that Lin Mo had been assigned to the Beast Taming Institute. Now, he appeared fully intact before his eyes. And if he wasn't running away, the only possibility was that he had become a beast tamer. That's right, village chief. I just contracted a spirit beast today. Let me take the lead in this battle. Lin Mo gave Mo Zhong a reassuring look and added after a pause. If I can't win, you and Old Black can come in. Mo Zhong initially wanted to advise Lin Mo, but after hearing Lin Mo's supplementary words, he thought Lin Mo just wanted to help the black tiger exhaust the white demon ape stamina. After some contemplation, he nodded. Do you two think I don't exist? Lu Chongqing frowned. Why should I fight one against two? That's unfair, because our Mo family village has two beast tamers. And your Lu family village also has two beast tamers. You can call your father to make it a 2 against 2. My father's spirit beast is injured. Our village chief's spirit beast is also injured. Didn't you come here shamelessly to challenge us? Lu Chongqing. I didn't expect this kid to be quite eloquent, managing to wrap himself into a corner with just a few words. Let's fight. After the White Demon King defeats you, it will still be able to overcome the Black Tiger. Unable to argue further, Lu Chongqing decided to let his strength speak for itself. He had just heard Lin Mo's words. Lin Mo had only just contracted a spirit beast today, and the contracted spirit beast would be at most first rank. Lu Chongqing had already become a beast tamer half a year ago and had carefully trained the white demon ape for 6 months. Defeating a first-rank spirit beast should be an easy task, right? A first-rank spirit beast has a weak body and slow speed. One strike is enough. Because Lin Mo and Lu Chongqing were about to fight, Mo Zhong called on the villagers to step back, leaving a large open space for the two, giving them plenty of stage. Send out your spirit beast. Lu Chongqing's expression was arrogant. Behind him, the nearly 2-meter-tall white demon ape stood upright, its powerful fists pounding on its chest, exuding an overwhelming energy. All right. Lin Mo nodded and began to activate his cave heaven. Soon, the space in front of Lin Mo rippled out like the surface of a calm lake being disturbed, revealing Lin Mo's grayish cave heaven. The Titan, with steam rising from its head, stepped out with heavy strides. Its fists, formed from solid iron balls, hung down at its sides. Metal spirit? A small metal spirit? Lu Chongqing looked at the Titan, which was only about as tall as the white demon ape's chest, and his smirk widened. Metal spirits are usually heavy and can sometimes even fail to distinguish the commands of their beast tamers. If the white demon ape were first rank, it might have some trouble, but now that the white demon ape was already second rank, someone come tell me, how can this battle be lost? Chapter 8, Excited Battle Roar? White Demon King go? Lu Chongqing was here to seize territory and naturally wouldn't hold back, directly commanding his spirit beast to attack. The white demon ape let out a howl, dropped to all fours, and aggressively charged toward the Titan. As it got closer to the Titan, it leaped high, raising its fists to strike down from above. Titan, smash him! Lin Mo's command was straightforward. Under the influence of the mechanical control skill, the Titan could interpret his orders. Its half-spherical head lifted slightly, staring at the descending white demon ape, not dodging or avoiding, as the steam engine operated. Raising its round iron fist, and also striking out fiercely. Still daring to take it head-on? Ignorant. Seeing this scene, Lu Chongqing was filled with disdain. As a beast tamer, he had a certain understanding of the characteristics of various spirit beasts. Although metal spirits had strong bodies, they were generally hollow and could be quite brittle despite being hard. With the White Demon King's strength, this punch could very likely deform that metal spirit's fist. Mo Zhong clearly thought of this as well and was about to speak to stop it, but unfortunately, the White Demon Ape acted too quickly, and he couldn't remind them in time. Bang! Ultimately, the fists of the Titan and the White Demon Ape collided fiercely in front of everyone. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence, with everyone confused, not understanding what had happened. They didn't comprehend why both spirit beasts were not moving. After a few breaths, the Titan remained motionless, but the White Demon Ape revealed a look of horror. Ouch! It hurts so much. This is not what I imagined. With a miserable howl, the White Demon Ape retreated far away, clutching the fist that had collided with the Titan, hopping around crazily. Instantly, Lu Chongqing felt his head go blank. The surrounding villagers were left dumbfounded. This little Iron Man actually knocked that big gorilla away with one punch. White Demon King. Attack from behind. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Chongqing quickly reacted. Looking at the somewhat clumsy body of the Titan, he gave a second combat order to the White Demon Ape. Although he didn't understand how this metal spirit could be so tough. The Titan looked heavy and was likely very slow to turn around, so attacking from behind was definitely the right choice. A first-tier metal spirit. Could it really turn the tables? Roar. Under Lu Chongqing's command, the White Demon Ape endured the pain, shifting from 4 paws to 3, and swiftly rushed to the back of the Titan, throwing a punch at its head. However, crack, crack, crack. The sound of metal misalignment echoed as the Titan's head, which had been retracted into its torso, made a complete 180-degree turn. Its 2 glowing red eyes fixed directly on the White Demon Ape, causing the ape to freeze in place. White Demon Ape, oh no. This guy turned its head 180 degrees. Crack, crack, crack. The White Demon Ape was stunned, but the Titan didn't stop moving. Lin Mo's command was very clear. Hammer it. With its arms rotating, the Titan swung its iron fist in a wide arc, aiming for the White Demon Ape's head. Bang. Ultimately, the White Demon Ape managed to react just in time, but the Titan's iron fist smashed into the ground, causing everyone present to feel the ground shake violently beneath their feet. Looking back at the arena, the Titan's iron fist had sunk halfway into the dirt, and spiderweb-like cracks spread across the surrounding earth. What kind of monster is this? The calm expression on Lu Chongqing's face had completely vanished. The White Demon Ape had retreated far away, not daring to approach the Titan even a step closer. Titan, keep hammering after it. Lin Mo ordered again. Take advantage of its weakness. As long as Lu Chongqing didn't admit defeat, the battle was not over. The White Demon Ape seemed to understand that it couldn't confront the Titan head-on and started running in circles around the arena. This immediately created distance between it and the Titan. The clumsy Titan, with its short little legs, couldn't keep up with the White Demon Ape, which relieved Lu Chongqing. As long as they had a speed advantage, everything would be manageable. However, his expression soon froze on his face. Titan, change form. Crack, crack, crack. At Lin Mo's command, the Titan, which had seemed so clumsy while chasing the White Demon Ape, suddenly knelt down, retracting its thighs into its torso, and the wheels at its calves and ankles made contact with the ground, transforming into a steam locomotive, instantly increasing its speed by a notch. Everyone. What kind of ability is this? It can also accelerate? Run. Lu Chongqing shouted, almost yelling. In fact, even without his shout, the White Demon Ape had already started to run. Seeing the Titan suddenly accelerate with its iron fists raised, the White Demon Ape exploded with a strong desire to survive. running in circles around the designated area. It couldn't run outside the arena, or it would automatically lose. In an instant, the arena became a chase, with the Titan swinging its iron fists down again and again, but the agile white demon ape managed to dodge each one. Lin stood aside, analyzing the Titan's current weaknesses. From his perspective, as someone who had piloted interstellar mechs in a past life, the Titan was full of flaws. But since the starting point was different, he could only focus on the most pressing areas for improvement. This would require him to create blueprints, manufacture and assemble the necessary parts, and then install them onto the Titan. As for the blueprints, White Demon King roared with excitement. After receiving the command, the white demon ape ran vigorously a couple of times, creating distance from the Titan, then stood upright, striking its chest with its fists. At the same time, it began to emit loud roars. What kind of move is this? Watching the white demon ape thumping its chest, Lin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. There's no need to self-harm just because it can't win, right? But soon, Lin noticed something was off. While the white demon ape was pounding its chest and roaring, it seemed to exude a mysterious power that spread outward, and with each thump, Lin felt a sense of pressure. That pressure told Lin that this white demon ape was strong and that he was not its match. If he could, he should run. Is this its innate ability? Quite interesting. Feeling the pressure, Lin was not afraid. Instead, he felt a bit excited. It seemed that the white demon ape's innate ability was some sort of illusion, applying psychological pressure on its opponent to instill fear. How interesting. If it were an ordinary spirit, it might indeed be suppressed to the point of not daring to advance. Steam billowed from the Titan's head as its speed gradually slowed, eventually stopping in front of the white demon ape, ceasing all movement. It was afraid. Lu Changqing's face lit up with joy. This little Iron Man actually dared to chase after the White Demon King. Now it was suppressed and unable to move. It must know how powerful they were. Come on, fear us. Tremble under the White Demon King's innate ability. Wait. Suddenly, Lu Changqing's expression changed. He saw the Titan raise its iron fist, and at a rapid speed, it was attacking the White Demon King, who was still activating its innate ability and unable to evade. Bang! A solid punch. The White Demon ape's movements instantly stopped, and it fell straight down. Your basic mech Titan has won the battle, gaining 10 free attribute points. Congratulations on unlocking the achievement First Battle Success. Reward, 10 free skill points. Blueprint for a worn-out retractable mechanical arm, damaged. Chapter 9, Secondary Profession. Lu Changqing left Mo Zhong as the village chief of Mo Family Village. Fully demonstrated the spirit of humanitarianism and didn't hold a grudge against Lu Changqing for his provocations. Instead, he readily lent Lu Changqing a unicycle and generously told him to use it without needing to return it. Lin couldn't forget the expression on Lu Changqing's face, which looked as if he had eaten something unpleasant. He seemed very angry but not completely consumed by it. He left with as much desolation as he had come in with arrogance. With his thin frame pushing the robust white demon ape, Lu Changqing had to stop to catch his breath every few dozen meters. Seeing that desolate figure, the villagers of Mo Family Village displayed their simple and honest character, taking turns to comfort, mock him until Lu Changqing's figure completely disappeared. As the main force who won the battle, Lin was treated like a hero, and the villagers sent him home in a star-like manner. Not only that, but the women of the village also took the initiative to tidy up Lin Mo's house, which had been left untouched for 2 years, and brought over plenty of food and meat from their own abundance, filling the entire cellar. Although the Black Tiger was also a spirit in the village, it was very proud and only showed impatience towards other villagers, except for Mo Zhong. Coupled with its imposing appearance, the villagers usually only dared to watch from a distance. The simple-minded Titan piqued their curiosity. If it weren't for the village chief, Mo Zhong, telling everyone that Lin Mo needed rest, they might have engaged him in a long conversation throughout the night. Your father's matters. Uncle Mo hasn't told anyone, so try to let it go. You are now a beast master, and I believe your father would be proud of you when he finds out. After everyone left, Mo Zhong patted Lin Mo on the shoulder and said, I understand. Uncle Lin Mo nodded. As a traveler, he didn't have any emotional fluctuations regarding the death of his original father's death. Lu Changqing's father had died. What did that have to do with Lin Mo? However, to appear normal, he still put on a somewhat sad expression. Good kid, from now on, Mo Family Village is your home, and the villagers are your family. If you have any difficulties, just look for Uncle Mo. Don't feel discouraged just because you contracted a metal spirit. There are many powerful beast masters in Lingzhou whose spirits are metal spirits that have broken through their bloodline constraints. I believe you can do it too. You've been smart since you were little. If you need anything, just ask Uncle Mo. Our village may not have much, but we can definitely afford a few battle technique spirit stones for you, Ling. For the first time, Lin Mo felt that being cared for could be quite annoying. Unfortunately, Uncle Mo was just being kind, and he couldn't get angry. He could only patiently listen to Uncle Mo's advice until midnight before sending him off. Finally, the world was quiet. After closing the door, Lin Mo let out a sigh and began to assess his house. In his memory, after his father became successful, he often looked after the village, and his mother's house had also been expanded. The yard was not small, besides the main house. There were 2 wing rooms to the east and west, which provided a place for Lin Mo to set up his modification room. After going back inside and taking a sip of water, Lin Mo opened the Titan's panel and took a look. The energy section had changed to 465,500. Compared to before it was activated, there was an additional status bar indicating that everything was normal. Lu Chongqing was just a beast master from a small village. Even if he had the spirit-level bloodline of the white demon ape, defeating him didn't prove much. Lin Mo was not blinded by his recent victory. On the contrary, he was very clear-headed. There were distinctions among beast masters, and even if the same species was involved, the spirits cultivated by different beast masters under different conditions would have significant differences. For instance, Lu Chongqing's white demon ape, under his command, could only engage in melee combat and excited battle cries, and since neither of those abilities could suppress Titan, it lost so decisively. However, if the same white demon ape were under the care of a beast master from a noble family in Yindu, the outcome could be completely different. First of all, there were the battle techniques that Uncle Mo mentioned earlier. Lin Mo remembered that there were many places in Yindu selling battle techniques for spirits, mostly in the form of scrolls and jade talismans. These battle techniques were generally imprinted by other beast masters through their contracting abilities, capturing the innate abilities or acquired awakened skills of their spirits. Typically, as long as there were no attribute conflicts or significant grade differences, spirits could learn those battle techniques through the beast master's guidance. Of course, there were certain requirements for the guidance of techniques of different grades. A first-grade spirit could never learn god-level battle techniques through guidance. If forced, the spirit would surely suffer a collapse of both body and soul. However, the higher the bloodline level, the earlier one could acquire powerful skills. This was one of the advantages of spirits with strong bloodlines. For instance, if Lu Chongqing's white demon ape were raised by a beast master from Yindu's noble lineage, it could have already learned 3 or 4 battle techniques. Certainly not just melee combat and fleeing like Lu Chongqing's version. So the pressure is immense. In such a highly competitive world, if this fake beast master doesn't strive to forge ahead, he will eventually be ground to dust by others. Titan is a robot, not a true spirit. So I can't guide him. But I have my own way. Lin Mo looked at the blueprint he had just obtained. Old retractable mechanical arm, damaged. Note: what kind of vehicle carries what kind of goods? What kind of lame donkey matches what kind of broken grindstone? Lin Mo was very suspicious that this note was meant to mess with his mindset, because before seeing this note, he had been in a good mood all day. Just having a blueprint for a mechanical arm wouldn't suffice. If he encountered an enemy with tough skin and flesh, this strike might not only fail to inflict damage, but could also help the opponent escape. Lin Mo shook his head, ignoring the ridiculous note, and thought about how to increase Titan's combat effectiveness. Clearly, he needed blueprints. In his past life, in the game Mecha Warfare, there were 4 ways to obtain blueprints. One was to buy them directly, another was to unlock achievements or complete tasks for rewards. The third method was to open the designer's secondary profession to design them himself, and the fourth was to fuse 2 different skills from the secondary profession designer, with a chance to create a brand new blueprint. In Lingzhou, it was certain that there were no blueprints for sale, and achievements were completely reliant on triggers, not a stable method. To obtain blueprints, Lin Mo could only rely on the latter 2 methods. Let's get to work. Lin Mo dug out paper and pen from his room, found a piece of wood to use as a ruler, and directly started his creative journey. As long as the blueprint he drew was recognized by the system as a mechanical design, he could trigger the designer's secondary profession. After all, he had piloted mechas in his past life. Drawing a blueprint should be a piece of cake, right? Lin Mo's mouth curled up slightly, full of confidence. Chapter 10. Adding points makes people happy in reality. Starting the designer's secondary profession is somewhat different from doing so in the game. Mecha Warfare wouldn't really make players draw blueprints from scratch, as that would be too unfriendly to players who didn't understand mechanics at all. Generally, they provided a few part patterns, which players could drag onto the blueprint, significantly increasing the probability of success. However, Lin Mo didn't have that privilege now. He could only start by drawing the tiniest gears. Before he began, Lin Mo was still quite calm, but as he drew more and more, he began to feel a bit excited. The feeling of designing something bit by bit was far more fulfilling than simply buying or synthesizing it. And it was easier to get pumped up. He grew more and more into it, and the blueprint became increasingly complex. Half an hour later, he put down his pen. Looking at his masterpiece, Lin Mo confidently nodded. This blueprint was incredibly intricate and complex, with gears, hinges, bearings, and circuits. And it could be said that he had emptied his mind of all mechanical knowledge and spent a lot of energy as a mecha master. Given these 2 points, it was likely that the quality would be at least advanced. Come on, let's see the result. Ding, unrecognizable. Lin Mo? Was it my posture that was wrong? It must be my posture. Lin Mo rotated the blueprint 180 degrees and rechecked it. Ding, unrecognizable. My heart hurts a little. Lin Mo looked at the blueprint in his hand, crumpled it up, and tossed it aside. Even a mecha master is human. Failing twice is normal. Let us try again. Lin Mo picked up the paper and pen and started drawing furiously. Ding, unrecognizable. The veins on Lin Mo's forehead began to twitch restlessly. One more time. Ding, mechanical portrait detected, triggering the secondary profession painter conditions. Would you like to become a painter? Paint your head. I'm drawing blueprints. Blueprints. Not mechanical portraits. Don't challenge my bottom line. Ding, blueprint detected. Matching in progress. Is it done? Lin Mo, with veins bulging on his forehead, brightened his eyes. Matching successful. You have successfully designed the blueprint. Primitive mechanical pincer, damaged. Triggering the secondary profession designer conditions. Would you like to become a designer? Lin Mo clicked confirm. Ding, congratulations on successfully unlocking the secondary profession designer. Gaining 10 free skill points. Current status. Design novice. Upgrade requirement. At least 3 designer secondary profession skills must be leveled up to 10. Lin Mo looked at his attribute panel. He had 10 free attribute points and 20 free skill points. Each skill point could increase a skill level by 1. But he still had the main profession skill tree to invest in, so he couldn't allocate all of them to the secondary profession designer. Doing so could lead to a top-heavy situation, and even if he designed advanced blueprints, he wouldn't be able to assemble them due to his main profession skills, leaving the blueprints to gather dust in the system. Speaking of blueprints, what did I just design? Lin Mo looked at the panel. Primitive mechanical pincer, damaged. Note, the blueprint I drew in a high-tech pig farm is more useful than this. The veins that had just calmed on Lin Mo's forehead began to twitch restlessly again. Why don't you give me a function to block notes? Writing this note, along with the multiple previous notes, you better hope I never run into you again. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo tried to shift his focus. To make himself happier, he decided to add some points. Anytime, allocating skill points is a tedious yet joyful process. First, there are these 10 free attribute points. Lin Mo glanced at his attributes: stamina, strength, spirit, agility, and charm. His charm is maxed out by nature, leaving him with only the first 4 to choose from. Back at Tianxiong Mountain, in order to capture the spirit beast, he allocated his initial 10 skill points to strength and stamina, and now with these 10 points, he decided to add them to other attributes. Stamina, strength, agility, all would improve him after allocation, but what about spirit? What does it enhance? Should I try adding 2 points to see? Do you want to consume 2 attribute points to enhance spirit? Confirm. Ding, enhancement successful. Current spirit attribute value is 14. Is that it? Lin Mo looked down at his hands and then closed his eyes to feel it. It seemed like he hadn't changed at all. Could it be that the allocation was too small? Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo decided to allocate all the remaining 8 points to spirit. Ding, enhancement successful. Current spirit attribute value is 22. Ding. Detected that your current spirit attribute is the highest attribute. Congratulations, you've unlocked the achievement Spiritual Young Man and received 10 free attribute points. Lin Mo? Spiritual Young Man? What kind of ridiculous achievement is this? But it truly smells good. Investing 10 attribute points allowed Lin Missouri to tangibly feel the benefits brought by the enhancement of spirit. To put it simply, his energy was noticeably more abundant. After a tiring day, he felt no fatigue at all following the enhancement of his spirit attribute, and his mental firewall had increased. This way, if he encounters a spirit beast with illusion abilities in the future, he can rely on his strong spirit attribute to resist it. Alright, I'm full of spirit. Next time I have attribute points, I'll add to agility first. Now that the other attributes have all exceeded 10 points, as a well-rounded student excelling in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, and aesthetics, Lin Mo certainly wouldn't neglect any of them. He had already planned that since his current level was low and his combat power weak, he would prioritize adding points to agility in the future, allowing himself to run faster and increase his chances of escape. Set a small goal. First, let his speed surpass that of the Titan. This way, when running away, he can leave the Titan behind and escape. I am indeed clever. Next is skill allocation. This one is relatively easy to choose. Lin Mo directly used 8 skill points to max out basic components, lighting up the second tier of the skill tree, and then used 10 points to max out basic metal affinity, leaving him with only 2 skill points remaining. Lin Mo felt his brain swell as knowledge about various models of parts filled his mind, and additionally, basic metal affinity greatly improved his precision in crafting parts. giving him the capital to create ordinary quality equipment. Now Lin Mo's attributes looked much better. Name: Lin Mo, human. Occupation: mechanic. Suboccupation: designer. Stamina: 13, strength, 17, agility, 14, spirit, 22. Charm. Free attribute points, 0, skill points, 2, skills, none. Occupation skill tree. Click for details. Items: Titan, damaged. Old draft for extendable mechanical arm, damaged. Primitive mechanical pliers, damaged, with 2 skill points left. Lin Mo looked at the remaining points, and then glanced at the sub-occupation skill bar, and suddenly an idea popped into his head. Since there are only 2 points left, why not gamble for a blueprint? Chapter 11. The Titan's new skill. The so-called gambling for a blueprint is the last way to obtain blueprints. By learning 2 skills from the designer occupation and then fusing them, giving a chance to acquire a blueprint. The higher the skill level of the fused skills, the higher the probability of obtaining a high-quality blueprint. Of course, there is also the chance that you could fuse 2 level 10 skills and end up with a blueprint for a living machine, which wouldn't enhance combat power at all. In rare cases, players might have a stroke of luck and fuse 2 level 1 skills to produce a high-level blueprint. This feeling of being on the edge of heaven and earth is somewhat similar to gambling stones. Hence it is referred to as gambling for blueprints by players. In his past life, Lin Mo's luck was often on the explosive side, frequently synthesizing high-quality blueprints with extremely minimal costs, earning him the title of a man playing games with his lifespan. Although the fact that he opened a Titan from the basic mech blueprint gift box somewhat indicated that his luck seemed to be lacking, Lin Mo felt he should give it another shot. Even lions and tigers nap sometimes. Perhaps his luck was just a momentary lapse. If he fused the 2 skill points, even if he ended up with an ordinary quality blueprint, he would still have gained something. As for the reasoning behind failing repeatedly, why should I always fail? You have mastered the skill basic surveying 1. You have mastered the skill basic mechanical engineering 1. Do you want to proceed with skill fusion? Lin Mo rubbed his hands, no longer hesitating, and clicked confirm directly. After a moment of dizziness in his brain, congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint. Precision balance, living. Precision balance, living, a high-precision measuring instrument, present in scientific experiments and industrial production. Note: useless. But not completely useless. Lin Mo's expression was blank. He rolled over, got into bed, and covered himself with a quilt in one go. What a ridiculous mechanism. I will never fuse again. The next day, Lin Mo woke up very early. With a spirit attribute of 22, his tired energy was abundant, and he didn't need much sleep to recover. Now that he had confirmed his stay in Mo family village, Lin Mo needed to prepare enough supplies. Starting with various tools needed for manufacturing machinery, melting furnaces, casting molds, and whatever else the blacksmith shop required. He needed it all. He opened his storage bag to take a look. There were still 10 ordinary spirit stones and 2 fire attribute spirit stones left. These were hidden by Lin Mo before the cheap old man's estate was confiscated, keeping him in a tight spot. In Lingzhou, ordinary people used gold and silver as currency, while beast tamers used spirit stones. The energy contained in spirit stones, along with their special attributes, greatly benefits spirit beasts, making spirit stones the hard currency in the beast tamer world. Typically, 10 taels of gold can be exchanged for 1 non-attribute spirit stone. 10 non-attribute spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 attribute spirit stone, and 10 attribute spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 spirit crystal. The fire attribute spirit stones are to be saved for powering the Titan, leaving Lin Mo with only 10 spirit stones to spend. 10 spirit stones converted into ordinary gold and silver might cover a typical family's expenses for a year, but for a beast tamer, buying random items would quickly deplete them. Naturally, Lin Mo wasn't looking to buy an ordinary furnace. After all, the iron ore in the village was all fine iron, and ordinary furnaces wouldn't reach the high temperatures needed for melting. After waking up, Lin Mo took a look at the Titan that had been left in the yard all night. It still stood there motionless with its rusty body. Since its body was made using metal spirit, it was relatively clean and smooth, but the arms and some exposed parts were all rusted, making the Titan look like a battle-hardened warrior. However, the steam occasionally escaping from its head did alter the image a bit. Don't worry, this mechanic will give you a complete upgrade in the next few days. Lin Mo opened the cave and let Titan walk inside. He made a list and ran to ask Mo Zhong where he could buy the items. Mo Zhong curiously asked Lin Mo what he needed these things for, and Lin Mo could only say that they were needed for Titan's advancement, along with a large amount of refined iron. Mo Zhong, who was very caring towards Lin Mo after recently losing his father and living a life of luxury, said he would take care of these items without needing Lin Mo to pay, but in the end, Lin Mo still left a few spirit stones. He understood very well that if he wanted to coexist with most people in one place, he should never think about taking advantage, even if it seemed reasonable to outsiders. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Mo plunged into the workshop. Crack! In the workshop, after tightening the last screw, Lin Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead. In front of him, Titan was still Titan, but the original right mechanical arm had been replaced with a sturdy, shiny, refined iron mechanical arm. The end of the arm was no longer a bare, heavy metal ball, but a mechanical hand similar to pliers. Moreover, beneath the refined iron shell, there was a folded mechanical skeleton, which could be activated by the kinetic energy of a steam engine to trigger the device at the shoulder, causing the folded mechanical bones to move and the mechanical hand to be ejected directly. The principle was similar to the toy fist guns Lin Mo played with as a child, but the power was far beyond that of a toy pistol. This was the new equipment Lin Mo had created for Titan by combining the primitive mechanical claw and the worn telescopic mechanical arm over the course of 5 days. Primitive telescopic mechanical arm. Type: mechanical arm. Quality: ordinary. Length: 98 centimeters. Weight: 45 kilograms. Equipment requirement: Mecha attribute bonus. Mecha strength 5. Durability: 100/100. Remarks: tribute to League of Legends. Tribute to Blitzcrank. It was a piece of ordinary quality equipment, with one more durability attribute than the damaged quality. It was a good start. In an instant, Titan's dim eyes were lit up again. Steam burst from its head, making a whistle-like sound. Ding! Detected Titan accessory update. Reassessing. Assessment complete. Titan's current overall attributes are low. Upgrade failed. Current quality is damaged. Still need to work harder. Lin Mo moved his stiff neck from fatigue. The upgrade failure was expected, as Titan only had the primitive telescopic mechanical arm as an ordinary quality piece of equipment, and the attribute increase was limited. According to Lin Mo's estimation, he needed to replace all of Titan's metal parts with refined iron and match it with 3 or 4 ordinary quality mecha equipment to allow Titan to become a basic mecha of ordinary quality. The reason he hadn't done so was simply that he didn't have enough money. Refining refined iron required high temperatures that could only be provided by fire attribute spirit stones. He only had 2 fire attribute spirit stones left. After 5 days of refining, one stone's energy had been exhausted, and he needed to keep the other for Titan as a backup energy source, so he couldn't use it anymore. Although he wasn't a true beastmaster, his consumption was no less than that of one. Sigh, life is not easy, Lin Mo sighed. He needed to find a way to get spirit stones, or else Titan wouldn't be able to complete a full upgrade. But in this mountain valley, where could he find spirit stones? Suddenly, Lin Mo felt something and lowered his head to pull open the front of his clothes, revealing the jade talisman given by the Beastmaster Monitoring Agency, which was slowly flashing with light. Lin Mo couldn't help but be surprised. Was there a task? Chapter 12. Bailey Town. This jade talisman was specially prepared by the Beastmaster Monitoring Agency for Lin Mo, who bore a guilty conscience. It came in a pair. He had the child talisman, while the mother talisman was with the agency. The mother talisman could not only sense the position of the child talisman, but also activate it to create a response, notifying Lin Mo and others that it was time to do tasks and redeem themselves at the agency. It had been about 7 or 8 days since he last went. Lin Mo casually found a needle, pricked the tip of his finger, and dripped a drop of blood onto the child talisman. The talisman absorbed the blood and immediately quieted down. Looking at the darkening sky, Lin Mo grabbed a bit of food to replenish his energy and then went to bed. Even a spirited young man needed a good night's sleep to recharge after several days of intense work. The next day, Lin Mo woke up early. To prevent the villagers from worrying about his sudden disappearance, he informed Imo Zhong and left Imo family village with a map. After crossing several mountains, he stopped on a relatively high peak. The reason it was considered relatively high was that the mountaintop was flat and unnaturally bare, showing obvious signs of human alteration. Next to a large flat area, there was a very conspicuous small tower. This must be the right place. Looking at the red circle marked on the map and the prominent small tower not far away, Lin Mo put away the map. He was registered with a branch located in Yinmen City, which was outside of Bailey, and as the name suggested, it was the gate to Yin City. Although it wasn't as bustling as the capital, it was still a top-notch stronghold with countless powerful beastmasters stationed there. So there was no need for someone like Lin Mo. Lin Mo was heading to a small town called Bailey Town, the only town among the vast mountains, while the others were small villages and hamlets. The reason it was called Bailey Town was that its geographical location was unique, with no village being more than 100 miles away. However, even a few dozen miles was already quite far for Lin Mo. It was impossible for him to walk there, and relying on Titan was even less realistic. Not to mention Titan's current size didn't even have a place for Lin Mo to sit. Just thinking about the spirit stone consumption made Lin Mo's heart ache. In another world, there are ways to solve problems. Taking out a fire starter, Lin Mo climbed the small tower and lit a fire basin on top of the tower. He didn't know what fuel was in the fire basin, but once lit, there was no flame. Only a thick black smoke that didn't disperse but shot straight up into the sky. Lin Mo stood on the tower and began to wait. He had woken up at the right time, so he didn't have to wait long. Soon, a black appeared on the horizon, rapidly enlarging in Lin Mo's view. As it got closer, Lin Mo could see that it was a fierce bird, its body measuring 2 or 3 zhang long. With sharp eyes and feathers that shone like steel, with a flap of its wings, it could cover dozens of zhang. Lin Mo, although he was mentally prepared, seeing this scene in person still left him speechless. Once considered a noble in Yin City, he was familiar with common beast spirits. The bird in the air was called Iron Feather Rock, a high-level spirit beast with a bloodline that could reach 6th rank upon maturity and had a high chance of breaking the bloodline limit to reach 7th rank, overwhelming most beast spirits. The bird, which was clearly already mature based on its size, looked down with sharp eyes, already exhibiting the aura of a ruler of the sky. However, 2 spirit stones. The Iron Feather Rock landed, and a middle-aged man on its back looked expressionlessly at Lin Mo. If it's a round trip, you only need to pay 3 spirit stones. A 6th rank beast spirit, actually running passenger service. Lin Mo's lips twitched as he painfully paid 2 spirit stones and sat on the wide back of the Iron Feather Rock. The rock let out a long cry, flapping its wings and stirring up a gust of wind as it soared into the sky. I feel like I underestimated the spirit stone consumption of beast masters. On the back of the bird, between the clouds, Lin Mo looked at the beast master driver standing in front, raising his eyebrows. Even a 6th rank beast master has to rely on this kind of work to make money. Ling Zhou is even more competitive than imagined. I must quickly atone for my sins and regain my freedom, then find a way to create stronger mechas to have the capital to stand in Ling Zhou. Lin Mo looked down at his storage bag, which still contained 4 ordinary spirit stones and 1 fire attribute spirit stone. If those 2 spirit stones were exchanged for gold and silver, they would be enough to cover the expenses of a village for half a year. After about half an hour, after seeing the signal smoke, the Iron Feather Pung landed several times to pick up a few passengers, and Lin Mo finally arrived at Bailey Town. This is an ancient city situated in a valley. The city walls are not particularly majestic, but they are over 10 meters high, and the scale is hundreds of times larger than small villages like Moke Village and Lu Family Village. Lin Mo, over here. As soon as the Iron Feather Pung landed outside the city gate, Lin Mo saw Zhao Han not far away. There was no way to miss him. Not only was the fat man's figure prominent, but he also had a monkey on his head, making it impossible not to attract attention. Behind this fat man stood a girl in a red dress, whom Lin Mo recognized as a prisoner from the Beastmaster Monitoring Institute's female prison, although he couldn't recall her name. Following the girl was a pitch-black cat with 3 tails. Lin Mo searched his memories, but found no recollection of such a cat. It was likely either rare or a mutated spirit beast. Lin Mo, this is Huang Ying. Her spirit has illusion abilities and wants to join us for some tasks. I can't decide this on my own, Zhao Han said. I have no problem, Lin Mo replied without hesitation after hearing about Huang Ying's spirit's illusion capabilities. Low-level spirits have low soul power, making them easy targets for illusions. With a beastmaster who has an illusion spirit, they could attempt more challenging tasks. Thank you. Huang Ying seemed not very talkative, gave Lin Mo a deep look, and nodded. The trio successfully gathered and headed towards the branch of the Beastmaster Monitoring Institute in Bailey Town. Along the way, Lin Mo noticed that Huang Ying kept stealing glances at him, and whenever he looked back, she would hurriedly look away. Could it be love at first sight? Lin Mo touched his face and sighed helplessly. Who said being handsome has no troubles? Look, those in blue robes are disciples of the Beastmaster Monitoring Institute. Don't conflict with them, Zhao Han, acting like a landlord, introduced Bailey Town to Lin Mo and Huang Ying. After temporarily regaining his freedom, this fat man had nowhere to go and directly stayed at the most expensive inn in Bailey Town, having been living there for days. According to Lin Mo's memory, it cost 1 spirit stone per night, and expenses for food and clothing were separate, which was outrageously expensive. However, Zhao Han didn't seem to care at all. On the way, Lin Mo observed Zhao Han's golden spirit monkey. It had become much stronger in just 7 or 8 days, with denser golden fur, clearly having eaten well. Zhao Han is a super rich fat man. Lin Mo glanced at his storage bag and resolutely raised his head. This friend of yours, I'm definitely keeping. Chapter 13. Task. After wandering around Bailey Town for a while, the 3 finally arrived at the branch of the Beastmaster Monitoring Institute. It was a magnificent hall, even more lavish than the city lord's mansion, making it impossible not to notice. Zhao Han had clearly scouted the place beforehand. After reporting to the designated person with Lin Mo and Huang Ying, he led them directly to a small room beside the task hall. The tasks in the task hall were all decent, with considerable contribution points. Those tasks were reserved for the Institute's disciples and free beastmasters, while Lin Mo and the others, still bearing the mark of criminals, had only 2 choices, either lowly and laborious tasks that other beastmasters looked down upon, with low contribution points, or high-risk tasks where a careless mistake could lead to injuries for both the spirit and the beastmaster. However, Lin Mo and the others had no choice. Strictly speaking, they were still criminals, and criminals had no rights to choose. Let us all look for a suitable task, Lin Mo suggested, and the three dispersed to search the walls. The tasks were engraved on wooden plaques hanging on the walls. To select a suitable one, they just needed to take down the plaque and register it in the hall. As Lin Mo scanned the tasks, several black lines appeared on his forehead. Eliminate a group of skunks. Contribution points 100. Eliminate mutated blood dung beetles. Contribution points 100. Eliminate a swarm of horseflies. Contribution points 200. Why are they all so disgusting? Lin Mo gritted his teeth. One skunk is already revolting. Now they want to eliminate a group? And only give 100 contribution points? What else with the fancy name for mutated blood dung beetles? Aren't they just dung beetles? And a swarm of horseflies that are as big as horse heads? Lin Mo felt nauseous. It's disgusting. No wonder no one wants to take them. I need a moment. Lin Mo leaned against the wall, took a deep breath, and looked at Huang Ying and Zhao Han. Do you have any suitable tasks? I have one, Zhao Han, holding the golden spirit monkey in one arm and pointing at a wooden plaque on the wall with the other, said, this is an escort task. Let us skip the escort tasks. They take too long, and the contribution points are low. Plus, if we fail, we can't afford the consequences. Lin Mo shook his head slightly. He had seen a few escort tasks, usually covering a distance of 20 to 30 miles. But they required passing through areas with wild beasts and wild spirits. In such cases, the safest method is to do what Lin Mo suggested. Light a signal fire and let the public transport birds carry the goods. The reason tasks are posted here is that transporting goods with public transport birds is much more expensive than transporting people. Those who post the tasks are unwilling to spend money. It's ridiculous. I'm already this poor, and I still have to work to help others save money? Rounding it up, saving money for others is equivalent to losing money for myself. I found one. It's to eliminate 2 injured second-rank spirit beasts. Huang Ying's voice drew the attention of both Zhao Han and Lin Mo. Eliminate 2 severely injured demon bears. Contribution points 600. This one seems possible. Lin Mo's eyes flickered slightly. He had just asked, and he needed 5,000 contribution points for true freedom. Gathering 100 points at a time would require 50 tasks. And even if he took on 2 tasks a month, he would have to work until next year. By taking on some high contribution tasks, he could speed up the process while also reducing the number of tasks. Demon bears are relatively heavy and powerful, but if they are injured, their strength should decrease. And without wild spirits to assist, their combat skills are limited. With the help of illusions, we should be able to take them down. What do you think? Lin Mo looked at Huang Ying and Zhao Han. Your metal spirit will be the main force this time. If you think it's feasible, then it's feasible. I trust your judgment, Zhao Han nodded. He knew well that his golden spirit monkey was weak and needed to cling tightly to Lin Mo's leg. Since he was going to cling, he should support all of Lin Mo's decisions. That is the correct way to cling. This task was discovered by Huang Ying, and with the agreement of the other two, she naturally had no objections. The three took the task plaque to register and then left the Beast Master Monitoring Institute. The iron feather pung only flies twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening, and it's not suitable for combat at night. So according to Lin Mo's suggestion, it was best to find a place to rest for the night and then take the iron feather pung to the task at Tashi village the next day. However, he did not expect Zhao Han to step forward. This fat man shouted that they should take on tasks as soon as possible to clear their sins and directly took Lin Mo and Huang Ying to the birdhouse of the Beast Master Monitoring Institute, hiring a raptor specifically to take them to Tashi village. That raptor was only a third-rank spirit beast, not as large as the iron feather pung, but it was much more expensive, costing a full 10 spirit stones. As for the reason, Tai Yuping follows a fixed route, flying twice a day, morning and evening, which is comparable to a bus. Although the ticket price is cheap, it operates at high volume. Zhao Han's specially hired raptor is like a taxi. Although it doesn't carry as many passengers and has less horsepower, it can depart at any time and goes directly, starting off at a higher price. Zhao Han generously stated that he would cover the costs. Lin Mo, while protesting that it wasn't appropriate, climbed onto the bird's back, his gaze at Zhao Han becoming more resolute. A fool with money is naturally meant to be my brother. Zhao Han, do you really live in the most expensive inn in Bailey Town? While riding on the bird's back, Lin Mo couldn't suppress his curiosity and looked at Zhao Han. That must be quite an expense, right? Huang Ying also looked over. It's nothing much. Zhao Han waved his hand nonchalantly. That inn is owned by my family. Lin Mo and Huang Ying exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat strange. Why does he seem so casual about it? Yet I sense something else. Damn, he's playing me. The two kept their heads down and didn't say another word along the way. Second in command. Look, they're coming. At Tashi village, the second in command, Chen Feng, who was cautiously watching for danger at the gate, was startled by a shout from his subordinate. However, before he could scold them, he saw the raptor flying down from the sky, along with several vague figures on it. Reinforcements have arrived? Chen Feng's heart stirred. Just a few days ago, two fierce demon bears had appeared outside their village, strong and aggressive, to ensure the village's safety. The village chief went to battle with his third-grade stone spirit and the two demon bears. The chief is still unconscious, and it's uncertain when he will wake up. As the newly contracted second-in-command with a first-grade metal spirit, Chen Feng naturally didn't dare to recklessly go out and fight the demon bears. He had to spend some spirit stones to seek help from the Beast Control Bureau. He didn't expect the reinforcements to arrive so quickly. Chen Feng's eye sparkled. He recognized this kind of raptor. It starts at 10 spirit stones. To be able to bring 10 spirit stones specifically to Tashi Village, they must at least be third-grade beast tamers, right? Chapter 14, This is a Metal Spirit, Part 1. So, you three are here to deal with the two demon bears? Standing at the gate of Tashi Village, Chen Feng watched the raptor's silhouette completely disappear into the sky, then turned to the three people in front of him. Feeling a bit frustrated, judging by their age, features, and other aspects, these three did not seem like powerful beast tamers. Looking at their 16 or 17 years, they probably just contracted their beast spirits, right? Why aren't you at home behaving yourselves at your age? What are you doing out here? Didn't your elders tell you the outside world is perilous? Is there a problem? Lin Emo looked around. His calm demeanor caused a change in Chen Feng's expression. Could it be that you are a second-grade beast tamer? Chen Feng made a bold guess. He could see that the chubby boy holding the golden spirit monkey and the girl whose spirit was a black cat seemed to be following the boy in the middle. So, this boy likely has strength surpassing the other two, being a second-grade beast tamer. This would explain why they dared to take on this task. A second-grade beast tamer. With two first-grade beast tamers assisting, defeating two demon bears isn't impossible. However, Lin Mo's next words left Chen Feng dumbfounded. No. Lin Mo stood with his hands behind his back, speaking confidently. I am a first-grade beast tamer. I just contracted my spirit a few days ago. And my friend is too. Chen Feng. 3 first-grade beast tamers, and they just recently contracted their spirits? Where do you get the courage to take on this task? Are all young people nowadays so reckless? Is your spirit's bloodline so strong that you can fight above your level? Chen Feng looked at Lin Mo again, probing. Lin Mo glanced at Chen Feng. My spirit is a metal spirit. Humph. Chen Feng felt as if he had been punched in the gut. Unable to speak due to the pain, he thought reinforcements had arrived, but instead, it was 3 reckless young fools. What is the Beast Control Bureau thinking? As a beast tamer of a metal spirit himself, he naturally understood some characteristics of metal spirits. However, it also depends on the opponent. Facing spirits with just awakened talents, which don't excel in physical strength, metal spirits can completely ignore their talents and directly overpower them. But if facing spirits that excel in close combat, the metal spirit's low intelligence and lack of agility would be magnified, leaving it only to take a beating. Chen Feng really wanted to ask this boy in front of him, how can you be so calm? Follow me. After giving the 3 of them a glance, Chen Feng turned and walked into the village. Lin Mo and the 2 beside him exchanged puzzled looks and followed behind. Why does it feel like this second-in-command is acting strangely? Tashi Village is built on a hillside, with a relatively perilous terrain and a considerable population. After Chen Feng introduced himself to Lin Mo and the others, he fell silent, leading the way through several twists and turns, finally stopping outside a stone house. Look over there. Finally, Chen Feng stopped and pointed ahead. Lin Mo and the others followed Chen Feng's finger. Glancing over the stone-paved path and spotting a stone spirit lying on the ground, resembling a snowman but without limbs, just a torso and a head. What does this mean? The 3 of them turned their gaze back to Chen Feng. That is our village chief's spirit. He is a third-grade beast tamer, and this stone spirit is also third-grade. However, after battling the 2 demon bears, this spirit's limbs have been shattered, and our village chief is currently unconscious. Lin Mo and the others. After all this, it turns out you just think we are incapable. That was quite subtle. He naturally wouldn't change his plan just because of Chen Feng's few words, and besides, the round trip costs too much. I knew it. You young people looking as if he hadn't heard what he said, Chen Feng muttered. How about this? Let's spar a bit. If you win against me, I'll go with you to deal with the demon bears, since they don't have a clear understanding of their own strength. As a 2-month veteran beast tamer, he would let them clearly see the gap between beast spirits. The one named Lin Mo's spirit is also a metal spirit, and he himself has had his spirit for over a month. Beating him should be easy. Sigh. Chen Feng sighed. For a group of young kids, he was really worried. Can we start? In a small arena in Tashi Village, Lin Mo looked at Chen Feng in front of him, feeling somewhat speechless. Behind him were Zhao Han and Huang Ying. There were only 2 fire spirit stones, and now Titan could only move a little bit. Yet Chen Feng still had the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, standing there with a concerned expression, leaving Lin Mo at a loss for how to refuse. Let's begin. Chen Feng nodded helplessly. Young people are full of vigor, which is good, but they must also know their limits. Even the village chief was injured, and I, as a seasoned first-grade beast tamer, can only seek help. What are you three new kids trying to do? Forget it, as long as you win. I hope it doesn't discourage him, Qinfeng thought. In the next moment, both opened their celestial realms. Clang! Qinfeng's metal spirit sprang out from the celestial realm, not in a human form, but more like a wild boar, appearing to be made of brass, standing over 10 feet tall, fierce and intimidating, with rusty tusks protruding from its mouth. On the other side, Linmo's celestial realm also opened, and Titan stepped out with its short legs. Standing in front of the brass pig, steam rising from his head, he looked up at the tall wild boar and scratched his head with a mechanical claw. The other three, although it hadn't started yet, for some reason, just seeing the two summoned spirits appear, they seemed to foresee the outcome of the battle. The Titan, only 5 meters tall, stood before the brass pig like a child looking up at an adult. Zhao Han and Huanging couldn't help but exchange glances. How can this be one? Chapter 15. This is a metal spirit. Part 2. Is this your metal spirit? Qinfeng looked at the dazed Titan, his brows furrowing. Exactly. Lin Mo maintained a calm expression. Qinfeng felt a sharp pain in his chest again. He couldn't breathe. He needed to correct himself. This young man wasn't passionate, but rather brainless. The only advantage metal spirits have over other summoned spirits is their hard body and great strength, which is often proportional to their size. Your metal spirit hasn't even developed yet. Why did you bring it out? Metal spirits mainly have a stronger body than other summoned spirits, but in almost every other aspect, they are at a disadvantage. This metal spirit is so small, it needs strength training, otherwise, it has no advantage at all. Qinfeng felt that as a seasoned beast master, he should give some education. Thank you for the information. Lin Mo nodded on the surface, but rolled his eyes internally. Strength training? Unless their S an upgrade in configuration, the Titan S stats are set. There is no way to change them. Training? ISNT that just burning spirit stones for nothing? Let us start. Qinfeng was at a loss for words. He thought he had done his part by giving some guidance. Now, he would let this young man learn about the dangers outside. Ding ding ding. The brass pig, which had been standing across the way, was scratching the ground with its hooves. After receiving the command, it froze for a moment, fully displaying the low intelligence of metal spirits and stone spirits. Then it let out a grunt and charged at Lin Mo. Its massive body shook the ground as it ran. Zhao Han's face sagged with concern. The brass pig was huge, fast, strong, and clearly capable of taking hits and dealing damage. In contrast, the Titan stood there blankly, with wisps of white smoke occasionally rising from its head. Can this win? Zhao Han's round face grew serious. He felt he might have chosen the wrong leg to lean on. Just then, in a flash, the brass pig had already reached the Titan, letting out a metallic roar as its tusks came crashing down toward it. It's over. How much strength could such a small body have to choose to clash head-on with the brass pig? Behind the brass pig, Qinfeng watched as the Titan stood still, even raising its iron fist to meet the attack, a smile creeping onto his face. However, his smile quickly froze. Boom. The seemingly dazed Titan swung its left arm, the iron ball smashing directly into the brass pig's head. The collision of copper and iron sounded like thunder, ringing in everyone's ears. The Titan remained unmoved, but the brass pig seemed to be struck in place, motionless. After a few seconds of silence, a gust of wind blew past, and the brass pig's limbs stiffened before it toppled over. Bang! It fell to the ground. Its head caved in significantly. The victor was clear. Qinfeng's face gradually changed color. To avoid wasting the Titan's energy and not knowing how strong a metal spirit could be in battle, Lin Mo had instructed the Titan to go all out with a punch. He never expected that just one punch would knock the brass pig over. How could such a large body be so weak? Oh right, while metal spirits appear large, their insides are hollow. The Titan, powered by the steam engine of the fire spirit stone, was using a solid iron ball for its fist. Thinking of it this way, winning seemed reasonable. Lin Mo, so? This is a metal spirit? Qinfeng. This is a metal spirit? He was almost screaming internally. The size of the body isn't a measure of a summoned spirit strength at low tiers? A small creature like this knocked over such a big pig with one punch. How is that appropriate? Qinfeng stood there, frozen in place. Hiss. That same pain in his chest returned, making him not want to breathe. Huanging turned to the dumbfounded Zhao Han. Did you know he was that strong? So you teamed up with him? Zhao Han turned to her, dumbfounded, wanting to say something but hesitating. Do you believe me if I say I just found out? Lin Mo, the Titan seems different from when I saw it last time. Outside the Tower Stone village, Zhao Han and Huanging followed Lin Mo closely, one on each side. Behind them, the Black Cat and the Golden Spirit Monkey followed like little brothers behind their big brother, occasionally glancing up at the Titan before quickly looking down, seemingly afraid of being discovered. Summoned spirits naturally admire the strong. After seeing the Titan knock over such a big pig with one punch, The two summoned spirits had already acknowledged the Titan's status as their big brother. Unfortunately, no matter how much they tried to communicate with their big brother, he gave no feedback, just following the Beast Master with an indifferent expression, silent and unresponsive. With steam rising from his head, he looked aloof. I taught the Titan a new battle technique, so he is a bit different. Lin Imo casually explained as he continued deeper into the forest. The term taught a battle technique was something Lin Imo had thought of in advance. It wasn't anything special. Lin Imo paused. The intelligence is still very low. Don't you see how dazed the Titan is? I thought the Titan would have higher intelligence since he is so strong. Zhao Han was slightly surprised. After all, it was a metal spirit. How could its intelligence be high? As Lin Imo spoke, he suddenly stopped. He sensed a faint smell of blood. Golden monkey, go take a look. Since Lin Imo could smell it, Zhao Han could too. The fat guy immediately sent out the golden monkey. This had also been discussed among the three on the way. The golden monkey said that the two injured demon bears were just ahead, with the help of the contract. Zhao Han could understand the golden monkey and briefly explained it to Lin Imo and Huang Ying. Let us go take a look. The three sneaked over and peeked from behind the bushes, their eyes narrowing. Not far from them, two large, stout black demon bears were gnawing on the body of a mountain deer, both bears having several injuries exposing bone, with one even having a broken leg. It seemed that the third-tier stone spirit hadn't been one-sidedly beaten. This demon bear was also seriously injured. Chapter 16. Sudden change. The Titan's speed wasn't fast enough to directly engage the two demon bears. I have a plan. Huang Ying suggested that the black cat use illusions to distract the more heavily injured one, while my Titan and Zhao Han's golden monkey work together to take out the other one. The Titan will be the main attacker, and the golden monkey will look for opportunities to strike at the demon bear's wounds. Lin Imo crouched down behind the bushes. As a seasoned player from his past life, devising a simple and effective monster fighting strategy was a small matter. The only issue with this plan was whether Huang Ying's black cat could hold off the heavily injured demon bear, giving the Titan and golden monkey time to deal with the other one. The three settled on their strategy, and Lin Imo no longer held back, directly calling the Titan from a distance. The Titan, steaming, waddled out of the forest on its short legs, stopping not far from the two demon bears. Scratching its steaming head with its mechanical claw, staring directly at the two bears with its mechanical eyes. An intelligent gaze. Roar. The two demon bears, caught in their meal, became alert upon seeing the suddenly appeared iron creature. The injured one stood up, roaring loudly at the Titan. This was a show of intimidation, warning the Titan not to trouble them. Unfortunately, Titan really doesn't fall for this. Lin Mo's command was still so straightforward. Hit him. Titan, with steam rising from his head, marched confidently in front of the roaring demon bear and swung its iron fist. The demon bear hesitated for a moment. Why was this guy breaking the rules and attacking right away? However, its battle instincts quickly dispelled the doubt. Seeing the descending iron ball, the demon bear swiftly leaped over a yard away. Bang! The iron fist struck the ground with a muffled sound, creating a large pit. Zhao Han and Huang Ying both felt a shock in their hearts. Although metal spirits are known for their hard bodies and strong powers, this metal spirit of Lin Imo seemed excessively strong. This power might already be able to match a third-tier spirit master head-on. How? Another demon bear, although heavily injured, stood up unsteadily upon seeing its companion fight, but before it could make a move, a nimble black cat suddenly landed on its large head, staring directly into the demon bear's eyes with its eerie pupils. The originally eager demon bear immediately stiffened in place. You guys need to hurry. The demon bear is at least second tier, and literally can't hold on much longer. Huang Ying seemed to receive feedback from the black cat, and urged with a serious expression. In fact, there was no need for her to urge, as Titan had already begun close combat. The demon bear, tall and strong, clearly felt displeased that such a small creature dared to challenge it, and its massive claws swung fiercely towards Titan. In a daze, Lin Imo seemed to see a flash of tiny electric arcs appear on the bear's paw. A battle technique? Lin Imo was surprised and became curious about spirit masters, commanding Titan to confront head-on. The iron fist and bear paw collided directly. Boom. The terrifying force of the impact caused the ground beneath Titan and the demon bear to collapse several inches, dust spreading everywhere. This blow was evenly matched. How? The demon bear was clearly furious that such a small creature could stand its ground, roaring loudly before charging again, directly colliding with Titan's body. Hold firm. Lin Mo's eyes flickered. Titan received the command, steam billowing from its head, and withstood the demon bear's charge, pushing back with force. For a moment, Titan and the demon bear were locked in a stalemate. Titan had Lin Mo's command, while the demon bear stubbornly believed its strength surpassed that of this little iron man, exerting all its might to try to overturn Titan. Squeak. However, just as they were stalemated, Zhao Han took action. The golden spirit monkey dashed swiftly between Titan and the demon bear, extending its claws to strike at the wound on the demon bear's thigh. The previously dried and scabbed wound burst open. The demon bear let out a pained howl. Its strength instantly diminished, allowing Titan to gain the upper hand and directly topple the demon bear to the ground. Although its follow-up punch was dodged, the demon bear's movements were clearly much slower. It seemed like there was no major issue. Watching the battle unfold, Lin Mo nodded. Titan had already gained complete dominance. As long as the golden spirit monkey landed a couple more hits, Titan could deliver the final blow to the enemy. He had already written the script for the follow-up. In fact, things were indeed developing according to his script. Following Lin Mo's command to chase and attack, Titan fully embodied the fighting spirit of seizing the opportunity to strike when the enemy was down, relentlessly pursuing the demon bear. The demon bear was already injured and bleeding, and its movements became increasingly sluggish. Once Titan managed to pin it down, the golden spirit monkey would rush up to tear open its wounds. Your basic mech Titan has won the battle. You gain 5 free attribute points. The wild spirit didn't have a spirit master to guide it, and its battle techniques were extremely lacking, so it was a close call. Lin Mo stroked his chin, planning to quickly deal with the next one. However, before he could make a move, a tremendous sense of crisis suddenly enveloped him. It will kill. It will really kill. This instinct told him, be careful. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Han and Huang Ying both let out a startled cry. Their pupils trembled violently as they saw another heavily injured demon bear had somehow broken free from the illusion and was now behind Lin Mo, standing upright. Its massive paw swung down towards Lin Mo's head. Just as the bear's paw was about to make contact with Lin Mo's head, Zhao Han and Huang Ying both shut their eyes tightly. Thud! A dull sound made Zhao Han's plump body shiver violently. It's over. My leg is gone. It seems that in future tasks, I need to find someone else to join me. Zhao Han frowned slightly and then slowly opened his eyes, only to be stunned by the scene before him. The huge demon bear stood beside Lin Mo, its paw only inches away from Lin Mo's head. Yet it couldn't strike down. A massive iron claw tightly clamped the demon bear's body. Following the iron claw's path, his gaze traveled 7 or 8 meters to finally see Titan's steel body, steam rising from its head. That scared me. Looking at the demon bear firmly restrained by Titan, Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had installed the mechanical claw before coming. Otherwise, he would have been turned into mincemeat by the bear's paw. Chapter 17. Who sent you here? Zhao Han and Huang Ying looked at Titan's mechanical arm, and a thought suddenly popped into their minds. Very long. How? Next came a one-sided beating. The already injured demon bear had no strength to resist, unable even to counter Titan, let alone with a golden spirit monkey as support nearby. Under the dual assault of iron fists and sharp claws, it didn't take long for the demon bear to fall with a cry of despair. Your basic mech Titan has defeated a demon bear, gaining 5 free attribute points. It was a close call. Lin Mo, receiving the feedback, let out a sigh of relief and glanced at the attribute panel. As for Titan, the battle with the 2 demon bears had consumed quite a bit of energy, leaving only 200 points, and the status bar had changed from normal to lightly damaged. Opening the cave, Lin Mo stored Titan away, with energy below half. It was time to save wherever possible. I'll go retrieve the inner cores of the 2 spirit beasts. The inner core is the essence of a spirit beast, and it is also the biggest difference between spirit beasts and wild animals. Regardless of the type of spirit beast, they generally possess an inner core, including the metal spirit of Titan's original form. Its inner core was a very pure piece of metal, which Lin Mo had directly melted into Titan's parts at that time to enhance its hardness. The inner cores of these 2 demon bears were proof of their completed tasks and their spoils of war, which could be exchanged for spirit stones or other items at the spirit beast monitor. Sorry. Huang Ying, holding her black cat, approached Lin Mo with a guilty expression. That demon bear was indeed second tier, and Little Li couldn't hold on. Little Li apologized to young Master Lin. It's fine, Aunt. Lin Mo smiled, gently turning his head to look at Huang Ying and her Little Li. Just as his gaze met the black cat's eyes, a strange feeling descended, and Lin Mo's remaining words were stuck in his throat. I didn't expect that in the end, I would still have to take action. Little Li, keep an eye on him. Seeing Lin Mo's eyes turn vacant, Huang Ying knew he had fallen under the illusion. Placing Little Li in front of Lin Mo while she walked over to Zhao Han, who was squatting on the ground digging for the inner core. Zhao Han, the task is complete, and we've obtained the inner core of the demon beast. How should we divide it? Huang Ying smiled as she leaned closer to Zhao Han. I just need the contribution points. Let's discuss the contribution points together later. Zhao Han, ignoring the bloodiness, was reaching his little chubby hand into the demon bear's corpse, feeling for the inner core while saying, You and Lin Mo can decide on the inner core. I don't need it. You are really generous, aren't you? Well, it's okay. I have it. Zhao Han fumbled around and finally seemed to find something, his eyes brightening as he pulled his hand out from the body of the demon bear. holding something in his hand. Bang! However, before Zhao Han could take a good look at what the inner core was like, Huang Ying struck him on the back of the neck with a swift chop. With a silly grin, Zhao Han didn't make a sound and collapsed next to the corpse of the demon bear, the inner core rolling away from his hand. Two fools. Huang Ying stood up straight, her smile turning cold. Lin Mo remained stiff, staring blankly at the black cat in front of him. Sorry, holding the knife. Huang Ying stepped closer to Lin Mo. A big shot had promised her too many benefits. As a beast master with a stained past, those benefits could not only restore her freedom, but also allow her to rise to prominence. All she had to do was one thing: kill Lin Mo. Someone wants your life? I'm just following orders. Following whose orders? A big shot? A big shot? What big shot? The confusion on Lin Mo's face disappeared, his gaze returning to calm as he turned to look at Huang Ying. You weren't affected by the illusion? Huang Ying's face turned pale, looking at Lin Mo in disbelief. I almost fell for it. Lin Mo shrugged noncommittally. The moment he was targeted by the black cat without any defense, Lin Mo felt a wave of dizziness wash over his brain, and everything in front of him seemed to blur. However, with a mental attribute of 22 points, he quickly regained his clarity. But Lin Mo chose not to retaliate immediately. He wanted to see what Huang Ying was up to, whether she had colluded with Zhao Han to ambush him or if she wanted to take the spoils for herself. The result was neither. Since Huang Ying had knocked out Zhao Han, it proved that Zhao Han was not her accomplice. Moreover, Huang Ying had just mentioned that a big shot wanted his life. Who sent you to kill me? Lin Mo stood across from Huang Ying, looking coldly at the girl. This betrayal from Huang Ying reminded him of what had happened on the Tianxiong mountain range. At that time, he thought he had been harmed by a beast master who was hostile to humans, causing him to cross over. Now it seemed likely that his original self was also ambushed by someone. The other convicts who died on Tianxiong mountain might have just been a smokescreen set by the killer. So, who wanted his life was a question he must know. He didn't want to cross over and end up dead again so soon. Little raccoon. The black cat fixed its gaze on Lin Mo, letting out a hoarse meow before suddenly charging at him. Although this black cat was of the illusion type, it didn't mean it couldn't engage in melee combat. An ordinary cat could leave someone scarred, let alone a beast spirit. At that moment, the black cat's speed was incredibly fast, turning into a shadow. It seemed that the only way to get you to tell the truth was to take you down first, Lin Mo thought as he watched the black cat charge, showing no sign of panic on his face. In fact, he didn't even consider summoning the Titan from his cave. The 10 points of freedom attribute he had just gained were all put into agility. Ding! Enhancement successful. Current agility attribute value is 24. In an instant, the black cat's speed slowed down in Lin Mo's eyes. Chapter 18. On Zhao Han's will to survive. The boost in agility not only gave Lin Mo faster speed, but also sharper insight and perception. The moment the attribute points were allocated, the world seemed to be in slow motion, and the previously blurry figure of the black cat was now fully exposed in Lin Mo's sight. He could see that this seemingly harmless little creature had revealed its claws and was rushing towards Lin Mo's throat. If it were someone else, you might have really succeeded, Lin Mo thought to himself, slightly shifting his body and extending his hand. Although the black cat was fast, it was still an illusion-type beast spirit, not relying on physical prowess, and being in midair made it impossible to dodge. As Lin Mo's hand reached out, the black cat's pupils showed a hint of human-like terror before it charged straight into Lin Mo's hand. Meow. Lin Mo's movements were quick. Drawing from the memories of some cat-raising bloggers from his past life, he directly grabbed the flesh on the back of the black cat's neck, causing the cat, which had initially intended to struggle, to quiet down immediately. The flesh on the back of the neck truly lives up to its reputation. Can I say it now? Holding the black cat with one hand, Lin Mo turned his eyes back to Huang Ying, his expression calm, leaving Huang Ying dumbfounded. How did you do that? Huang Ying's hand holding the knife trembled slightly as she instinctively took 2 steps back. It's no secret that beast masters have stronger bodies than ordinary people. After contracting with a beast spirit, along with the growth of the cave and the beast spirit, when the beast spirit breaks through, a portion of its power is fed back to the beast master. Therefore, the higher the grade of the beast master, the stronger their physical body becomes. However, this only applies to high-grade beast masters, and for someone like her and Zhao Han, who had just contracted their beast spirits not long ago, their bodies should be no different from ordinary people. A first-grade beast master, barehanded, grabbing a beast spirit, moreover, a raccoon spirit that excels in illusion and speed. No martial artist could match that speed, right? Now it's me asking you. Lin Mo's tone was indifferent. After being reborn and creating the Titan, Lin Mo's plan was to complete the tasks of the Beast Master Bureau steadily, gradually strengthening the Titan's power, and advancing step by step. This was the developmental route commonly used by mechanical players: stabilize, develop, and shock everyone. However, Huang Ying's actions today undoubtedly disrupted his plans. He needed to know who was eyeing his life, so he could prepare early and avoid a mishap. I said, "Will you let me go?" Huang Ying stepped back 2 more steps, pressing herself against a large tree. "I'm just following orders. As long as you let me go. I swear I will never trouble you again. Will you tell me or not?" Lin Mo raised his hand. One hand still holding the flesh on the back of the black cat's neck, while the other directly grasped the black cat's throat. Even with the strength of an ordinary person, it would be easy to strangle a cat, let alone Lin Mo, who had already increased his strength. "I will tell you." Seeing Lin Mo's actions, Huang Ying instantly panicked. Because of the contract between beast masters and their beast spirits, the beast spirits can enter and exit the beast master's cave. And as long as a contract is signed, there is a mysterious connection between the beast spirit and the cave. If the beast spirit dies, the beast master might not suffer any immediate consequences, but the cave will be severely damaged, potentially preventing them from ever becoming a beast master again. Losing the identity of a beast master meant Huang Ying would lose her value to the Beast Master Bureau, and what awaited her could be a fate worse than death. "Yes, it's Deputy Li from the Military Command." Military Command, Deputy Li, Lin Mo frowned slightly. As a second-generation beast master, he was somewhat familiar with the various aspects of Yindu. The so-called Military Command was similar to the Ministry of War in ancient dynasties on Earth. The institution responsible for the unified deployment of the Dine military and all beast masters in the military had to register with the Military Command. Lin Mo's deceased father was once a beast master listed in the Military Command's roster. As for that Deputy Li, Lin Mo vaguely remembered that during the raid on the Lin residence, there was a Deputy Li Changfeng. Because the raid on the Lin residence should have been the Ministry of Revenue's responsibility, and Li Changfeng, being from the Military Command, stood out, leaving a deep impression on Lin Mo. But why would someone from the Military Command want to kill him? Lin Mo looked at Huang Ying. "I don't know. He only said that killing you would directly absolve me of my crimes, and even give me a chance to enter the Beast Master Bureau and become a disciple of the Bureau." Just by meeting Lin Mo's gaze, Huang Ying already knew what he wanted to ask and answered directly. With her life in Lin Mo's hands, she could only say whatever she could. "If you don't know, then you have no value." Lin Mo exerted a slight force with his palm, and with a crisp snap, the black cat's body suddenly stiffened for a moment before it slumped down weakly. Whoosh! Seeing the black cat killed by Lin Mo, Huang Ying didn't even have time to feel heartbroken and immediately turned to run outside. Lin Mo had no intention of letting her go. She would only have a chance to survive if she escaped to the Towerstone village. However, even the fast black cat couldn't escape from Lin Mo's grasp. So how could Huang Ying, a first-tier beast master, possibly get away? After running just a few steps, she was caught up by Lin Mo, who swiftly knocked her to the ground with a knife hand strike. "I know you will definitely go report to that Li Duwei if you stay alive," Lin Mo said, looking at the fainted Huang Ying with cold eyes. "Hiss, it hurts. Why does the back of my head hurt so much?" After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Han gradually regained consciousness, feeling a chill all over his body. "Am I lying on the ground? How did I end up lying on the ground?" Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Zhao Han, and he recalled everything that happened before he was knocked out. "I was digging for the inner core, and Huang Ying ambushed me." Did Huang Ying ambush 2 people? Or did Lin Mo and Huang Ying ambush me together? What was their purpose? Am I going to be silenced? The more Zhao Han thought, the more afraid he became, lying on the ground without daring to move. "Wake up! Stop pretending to be asleep. Get up!" A sudden voice startled Zhao Han awake. It was Lin Mo's voice. Could he be talking to me? Zhao Han had this thought, but it was quickly negated. He had been lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious, not moving at all. How could Lin Mo know he had woken up? He's trying to trick me. He must be trying to trick me. Zhao Han encouraged himself to continue lying still. "Get up. I have something to tell you." Lin Mo's voice rang out again. Zhao Han's heart raced, but he ultimately decided not to get up. Huang Ying and Lin Mo had knocked him out. If he got up and saw them, they might really silence him. By pretending to be unconscious, they might overlook him and give him a chance to escape. "I can't get up, absolutely can't get up. I must continue pretending to be unconscious." Zhao Han shouted madly in his heart, cheering himself on. Lin Mo, looking at Zhao Han, who was clearly lying on the ground but whose body was trembling with fat, Lin Mo was momentarily speechless. Chapter 19. Collusion. Lin Mo forgot which master had said that you can never wake someone who is pretending to be asleep. He used to not understand what this saying meant, but now he just wanted to say it really makes sense. Zhao Han's face was pale, his forehead covered in beads of sweat, his entire body shaking with fat, creating ripples, yet he still stubbornly lay there. To be able to deceive oneself to such an extent is quite exemplary. It seems he really was knocked out. After a moment of silence, Lin Mo walked over to Zhao Han, squatted down, and pinched Zhao Han's chubby face. "Perfect. Killing you now wouldn't meet any resistance." "Wait." In an instant, Zhao Han sprang up like a carp, then knelt down with a thud. "Lin Mo, brother Lin, spare my life. I'm just a worthless life. You don't need to take action for me. Take my contribution. Take my inner core. If you think that's not enough, I have a few hundred spirit stones here. You can take those too. Just spare my life. Zhao Han opened his eyes, and his pleas came to an abrupt halt. In front of him, Lin Mo was looking at him with great interest. Behind Lin Mo, Huang Ying was tied up, and the corpse of the black cat lay in front of her. What is going on? Zhao Han's forehead suddenly filled with question marks. Weren't these two the ones who knocked me out together? Why is Huang Ying tied up? Did the spirit beast kill in such a fierce battle? Hiss! Zhao Han's mind flashed as he seemed to grasp the truth of the events. This is black eating black. Slap! Zhao Han covered his eyes with his hand. Lin Mo was immediately dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? After pretending to be unconscious. Now he is using the you can't see me technique? Lin Yi, don't worry, I didn't see anything, I don't know anything, and I won't say anything outside. Zhao Han shouted with his hands over his eyes. I understand the rules. Huang Ying was killed by the demon bear. It was an accident during the mission. Don't worry, if you don't kill me, not only will I not betray you, but I will also testify for you at the Beast Control Supervisory Bureau. Lin Mo? It seems I didn't say anything at all. What does your loyalty mean? Lin Yi, look. Zhao Han didn't know how long he had been talking. Anyway, Lin Mo's ears were sore from listening. Only then did Zhao Han stop, opening two slits with his plump hands to reveal his eyes. Now Lin Mo should let him go, right? Have you finished speaking? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, somewhat speechless. Now let me tell you. You don't need to say. Before Lin Mo could finish, he was interrupted by Zhao Han, who moved his hands away from his eyes and covered his ears. You don't need to tell me anything. Huang Ying was killed by the demon bear. She clearly provoked it despite being weak, so she deserved to die. It has nothing to do with you. Zhao Han's expression was resolute, not giving Lin Mo a chance to speak. He understood the rules of the trade. He could not know the true course of events. If he did, he would become a threat and would definitely not survive. If he pretended not to know, there was still a glimmer of hope. It was Huang Ying who wanted to kill us. A calm statement directly interrupted all of Zhao Han's thoughts, causing his incessant chatter to stop. And his plump face looked puzzled at Lin Mo. How is this not what I expected? Finally quiet, Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. Earlier, Huang Ying had the black cat use an illusion to control me while she knocked you out. Lin Mo then recounted everything that had happened, even telling Zhao Han that a big shot wanted his life. I wondered why she suddenly targeted me. So it was like this. After listening to Lin Mo, Zhao Han wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up from the ground. What a cunning woman. What do you plan to do? As he spoke, he adjusted his robe with righteous indignation, showing no embarrassment from kneeling and begging for mercy. His speed of changing faces so fast that Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Is this really the same little fatty who was just begging for mercy? If I let her go, she will definitely report to that big shot. And I might be in even more danger. Lin Mo weighed the knife used to slice open the belly and extract the inner core. His gaze indifferent. So I have no choice. She must die. But now you're also here. Lin Mo didn't finish his sentence, but he believed Zhao Han could understand his meaning. In fact, for Lin Mo to avoid greater trouble, the best solution would be to kill both Zhao Han and Huang Ying. Having lived again, Lin Mo naturally wouldn't dither or act with any kind of womanly kindness. Huang Ying had come to kill him, and he felt no psychological burden in killing her. However, Zhao Han was different. From start to finish, Zhao Han was unaware of the situation and could even be considered a half-victim. If he killed Zhao Han like that, Lin Mo would feel somewhat reluctant. As a well-rounded and morally upright transmigrator, Lin Mo didn't want to play the saint, but he also didn't want to be a senseless killer. However, if he left Zhao Han alive, it would pose a risk of exposure. The potential dangers here had not been resolved. And if Zhao Han ran to the Beast Control Supervisory Bureau to report that he killed Huang Ying, it would be a backstab, and he would definitely be finished. The best way to handle this was to pull this fatty down with him. The only question now was whether this timid fatty had the guts to do it. Lin Mo was taken aback. Zhao Han had already taken the knife from his hand and turned to walk toward Huang Ying, facing her with his back to Lin Mo. With a swift motion, the knife fell, blood splattering everywhere. At that moment, Zhao Han's chubby face was still stained with blood, but he showed no signs of discomfort, as if killing someone was no big deal to him. You really are surprising. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Han, momentarily at a loss for words. Based on Zhao Han's previous actions, he had always thought Zhao Han was a cowardly fat man, who would probably shake and swing the knife blindly with his eyes covered if he ever acted. He never expected Zhao Han to be so decisive, without any hesitation, as he took down Huang Ying with a single strike. Now we are like grasshoppers on the same string. Zhao Han wiped the blood from the knife with Huang Ying's clothes and walked over to Lin Mo, saying, I think we can be friends. You protect me until the golden spirit monkey grows up, and after I break through, I'll protect you. You can't let anyone know about my begging for mercy, okay? I have no problem with that. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Han in front of him, suddenly feeling that he couldn't see through this fat man. Chapter 20. Basic insight. In the depths of the forest, Lin Mo and Zhao Han stood facing each other, one fat and one thin, their gazes locked. Both engaged in complex inner thoughts. Lin Mo. This fat guy seems cowardly and afraid of death, but when it comes to action, he is decisive and ruthless. Not as simple as he appears. Zhao Han. This person is perceptive and calm in a crisis, yet he doesn't kill innocents. Perhaps he is a friend worth having. Why is he looking at me like that? After a prolonged gaze, Zhao Han noticed a change in Lin Mo's expression. The previous contemplation suddenly revealed a hint of delight. As if there was a bit of joy. Could it be that he has a preference for me? Is it because of my charm that he didn't kill me? Damn. I'm so fat, and you still find me appealing. Zhao Han inexplicably felt his body tighten, instinctively taking 2 steps back. But just then, Lin Mo's gaze returned to normal. The inexplicable meaning in his eyes vanished so quickly that Zhao Han thought he had imagined it. A gentleman's word. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Han. A promise is hard to break. After confirming that Lin Mo showed no other reaction, Zhao Han stepped forward and patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, saying, Lin Mo, don't worry, we are now grasshoppers on the same string. From today on, we are brothers bound by loyalty. Even if I die, I will never betray my brother. I almost believed it, looking at Zhao Han's determined expression, but his body was trembling with fat. Lin Mo was momentarily unsure of what to say. This guy is clearly afraid I might backtrack, so he is so eager to swear an oath in front of me. I won't betray you either. Lin Mo also expressed his stance. Lin Mo followed behind silently, his eyes fixed intently on Zhao Han's back. Don't get me wrong. Lin Mo's orientation is very normal in every aspect. It seemed like he was staring at Zhao Han, but in reality, he was looking at the game panel. You have resolved a life and death crisis. Reward: 5 free attribute points. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the achievement Extreme Counter Kill. Reward: 10 free skill points. Skill: Basic Insight 1. You have used Basic Insight 1 on the target. Based on your attributes, you have obtained the following information. Name: Zhao Han. Race: Human. Occupation: Beastmaster. Physical: 6. Strength: 8. Agility: 8. Mental: 7. Charm: 7. Note: an ordinary fat man. Lin Mo slowly followed behind Zhao Han, gently stroking his chin. Looking at the 25 skill points that had just become available, Lin Mo still didn't make a move. Only when Titan's configuration was upgraded and transformed into a true mech would he have the strength to protect himself. If it's good for me, it's good for him. Lin Mo inexplicably recalled a slogan from his past life, which perfectly matched his current relationship with Titan. However, upon learning that Huang Ying had been killed by the demon bear, his mood noticeably darkened, and he offered some words of comfort to Zhao Han. In response, Lin Mo and Zhao Han exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words. Why did Li Changfeng want to kill me, and why didn't he do it himself? At night, Lin Mo lay in the room arranged for him by the Tower Stone village, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. According to Lin Mo's original plan, after acquiring Titan, he would focus on developing himself peacefully, making money and gaining points without neglecting either, and only go out when Titan became a super mech. However, Huang Ying's sudden appearance undoubtedly disrupted his plan. Huang Ying was also someone with a past. Taking on this mission was already quite risky, so no one would likely investigate the cause of her death. As for the body, there were plenty of wild beasts in the deep mountains and forests, which probably had already been picked clean. Li Changfeng likely thought of this when he decided to kill me after finding Huang Ying. But why did he want to kill me? Did the original Lin Mo offend this Li Duwei at some point? Lin Mo flipped over, searching through his memories. And after a while, he came to a conclusion. No. In his memory, the only time he encountered Li Changfeng was during the raid on the Lin family in Yindu, when Li Changfeng had suddenly appeared with the soldiers from the military department. With the soldiers in armor among the civil servants, it was impossible not to notice them. As for offending him in the military camp, that seemed unlikely. Lin Mo's father was a beast master, while Li Changfeng was a martial artist. Their systems were different, and they were governed by different people in the military department, one stationed in the capital and the other guarding the border, completely unrelated. Where could the problem lie? Lin Mo sat up, trying to calm himself. This was about his life. He had to figure it out. At the very least, he needed to know why the other party wanted to kill him. In his past life, besides controlling mechs in battles, he had also played his fair share of puzzle games, and now that experience was coming in handy. Lin Mo meticulously reviewed the interactions between Li Changfeng and Huang Ying in his mind, and ultimately discovered 2 points of suspicion. First, raiding a home was originally the responsibility of the Ministry of Revenue. Why did Li Changfeng from the military department come to get involved? Second, as a captain in the military department, Li Changfeng might not be considered much in the eyes of the big shots, but as a 5th-grade martial artist, it would be easy for him to kill me. So why go through so many twists and turns to find Huang Ying to kill me? Was he afraid of being discovered? Lin Mo couldn't think of an answer to the first question for now, but the second question was relatively simple. Clearly, He had the power to act, yet he refrained from doing so. The only explanation was that he was afraid of drawing fire to himself. So, he wanted me dead, but didn't want to attract too much attention to avoid being traced back to him. This son of a gun is feeling guilty. But why would he feel guilty? My own father was executed, and as a second-generation beast master with no money and no power. What right do I have to make him feel guilty? Lin Mo furrowed his brows, sensing he was onto something. That's it. Suddenly, Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he found the key to the problem. Chapter 21. The big shot Li Changfeng originally belonged to the military department, but during the raid, he competed with the civil servants for the job. There could only be one reason. He was looking for something. Moreover, it was something he couldn't trust anyone else to see and had to take into his own hands. A handle? Lin Mo had a bold hypothesis. If it was something that could make a fifth-grade martial artist, a captain in the military department, personally intervene to obtain, it could only be a handle that threatened him. Once this conclusion emerged, everything made sense. Lin Mo's cheap father had a handle that could threaten Li Changfeng, which was why Li Changfeng brought people to raid the Lin family, but the raid did not yield the desired result. This son of a gun suspects that Lin Mo's father might have handed the item over to Lin Mo. After all, there were only these two people in the Lin family. Thinking from this perspective, as long as Lin Mo is killed, the so-called leverage will never be known to anyone. However, feeling guilty, Li Changfeng was afraid that Lin Mo's death would be too suspicious and attract others' attention, leading to investigations into him. Thus, he went to great lengths to arrange for Lin Mo to have an accidental death. Lin Mo secretly nodded. A complete logical loop was born just like that. The reality might differ somewhat from his expectations, but Lin Mo estimated it wouldn't be too far off. The current problem was that, in his memory, his adoptive father didn't seem to have entrusted him with anything special, let alone anything related to Li Changfeng. Lin Mo suddenly felt very wronged. The original Lin Mo was already dead, and he had crossed over only to continue bearing the blame, and it was a heavy burden that he couldn't shake off. He couldn't possibly run up to Li Changfeng and loudly declare that he wasn't the original Lin Mo, just a reincarnated traveler, asking him to let him go, right? If he really did that, the result would likely be Li Changfeng sizing him up and then directly slapping him to death, disdainfully sneering. Transmigration? Rebirth? Do you take this general for a fool? What way could he survive? Lin Mo lay on the bed, looking dejected, no matter how one looked at it. He seemed to be facing a fifth-grade martial artist, and it looked like he could only stretch his neck and wait to die. The only good news was that Li Changfeng probably didn't know whether the so-called leverage was in his hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't be trying to arrange for an accidental death, but would have acted out of frustration directly. Right now, he was too weak and needed to find a backer. To find a backer, he had to go to the capital, but Li Changfeng was also in the capital. Wouldn't that be like walking into a trap? Who could he rely on in the capital? That deadbeat father didn't have any connections in the officialdom. After tossing and turning until late at night, Lin Mo finally fell asleep. The next day, Lin Mo and Zhao Han left Tashi village and lit a signal fire near the village. The figure of the iron feather pung quickly appeared from the horizon and landed on the mountaintop. 2 spirit stones, 3 for a round trip. It was still that middle-aged man, still that price. While paying, Lin Mo also used a past insight. You activated the skill Basic Insight 1 on the target. Based on your attributes, you obtained the following information. Name, race, human, occupation, beast master, physical strength, agility, spirit, charm. Remarks, what are you looking at? What can you see? Lin Mo, fortunately, he had already gotten used to the system's blows. Sitting on the back of the bird, Lin Mo, still not giving up, used Basic Insight on the iron feather pung again, and as expected, he received a series of question marks. He guessed correctly, this Basic Insight indeed had a limit. Using this skill to probe someone whose strength exceeded his by too much was impossible. To see the specific attributes of such a big shot, he had only 2 choices: upgrade his Basic Insight skill or increase his own attributes. Given his current skill points and attribute points, even if he allocated everything to insight, he probably still wouldn't be able to discern the middle-aged man's specific attributes. Having just started cultivating, Lin Mo felt that the road ahead was still very long. The iron feather pung, as a 6th-grade spirit beast, was both fast and stable. In a short time, it landed outside Bailey Town. Lin Mo and Zhao Han anxiously went to hand over their mission. Both believed that Huang Ying's death was serious. Even if the Beast Master Monitoring Office didn't plan to investigate thoroughly, they needed to be cautious, and at least an interrogation was unavoidable. For this, they had already coordinated their statements on the way to the Beast Master Monitoring Office. Lin Mo and Zhao Han were not worried about each other turning against them, because Huang Ying could be said to have been killed by the 2 of them together. If one told the truth, neither would fare well. As Zhao Han said, the 2 were like grasshoppers on the same string now. However, upon arriving at the Beast Master Monitoring Office, the 2 were dumbfounded. After hearing about Huang Ying's accidental death, The registrar of the Beast Master Monitoring Office didn't even frown, let alone ask for detailed inquiries. He simply asked Zhao Han and Lin Mo to briefly recount the events and directly declared their mission complete, adding their contributions to a special ledger. 600 contributions, which should originally have been 200 each. However, due to Huang Ying's death, Lin Mo and Zhao Han each received 300. That's it. Standing at the counter, Lin Mo felt somewhat unreal. What else did you expect? The registrar flipped through the ledger without looking up and said, "This is a mountainous area. Ferocious beasts and spirit beasts often appear, and people die every day. More die at the border than this. Do you expect someone to investigate every death?" As he spoke, the registrar waved his hand impatiently, indicating that Zhao Han and Lin Mo should leave quickly and not waste time. In fact, he had another reason he didn't mention: Huang Ying's identity. Huang Ying was already a convict. She only had the opportunity to atone for her crimes by becoming a beast master. In other words, no one really cared about Huang Ying's life, and since she had no family, no one would pursue her death, which was why the people at the Beast Master Monitoring Office were too lazy to spend effort on such matters. Just like that, Lin Mo and Zhao Han's meticulous preparations went to waste. They thought there would be an interrogation or detention, but that situation never occurred. Huang Ying's death was like a stone thrown into the sea, causing a splash that no one cared about. Can contributions be exchanged for spirit stones? Lin Mo spoke up again at the counter. He knew that ordinary beast masters could exchange their contributions for corresponding items at the Beast Master Monitoring Office, but he wasn't sure if he and Zhao Han, as convicts, had that right. Yes, exchanging for spirit stones requires a high amount of contributions. Ordinary spirit stones cost 10 points, and attribute spirit stones 100 points. Spirit stones cannot be exchanged for contribution points. The registrar looked up at Lin Mo and continued, "Because you are still a convict, the Beast Master Monitoring Office will routinely check your contributions every month. If your contributions fall below 300 for 2 consecutive months, you will be punished. Are you sure you want to exchange?" In the end, Lin Mo used 200 contributions to exchange for 10 non-attribute spirit stones and 1 fire attribute spirit stone before leaving the Beast Master Monitoring Office. "Is Uncle Mo waiting for me?" Just as Lin Mo reached the village entrance, he saw Mo Zhong waiting there, with his spirit beast, a black tiger, behind him. Lin Mo was taken aback and threw out a basic insight again. You activated the skill Basic Insight 1 on the target. Based on your attributes, you obtain the following information: name, Mo Zhong, race, human, occupation, beastmaster, physical strength, 11, strength, 14, agility, 11, spirit, 50, charm, 3, remarks, a standard lower-level beastmaster. All attributes except spirit are lower than mine. It seems that the weakness of beastmasters is in close combat. If a martial artist gets too close, they can only kneel and sing conquered. Lin Mo silently complained as he walked towards Mo Zhong. "Xiao Mo, are you hurt?" Mo Zhong stepped forward to observe Lin Mo and, after confirming that he wasn't injured, let out a sigh of relief. He then said, "It's good that you're not hurt. 2 nobles came to the village this morning specifically looking for you. They've been waiting for a day. Come with me to meet them." "Nobles? Specifically looking for me?" Lin Mo immediately became alert. Chapter 22. Do you know your crimes? This sensitive timing made it impossible for Lin Mo not to overthink. Being called a noble by Mo Zhong certainly meant they weren't the common folk found in this remote valley. They were at least from Yinmen City, or even from Yindu. What kind of nobles from Yindu would be looking for him? And why specifically at this time? Lin Mo pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Although the original self often resides in Yindu and can be considered a second-generation royal, in that place where nobles gather, dropping a brick could easily hit a royal relative. And Lin Mo's status is simply not enough. The original self has a relatively indifferent personality. Nobles of high status look down on him, and he also looks down on those nobles. Apart from studying some books on spirit beasts, he basically remains in a state of not stepping out of the door. It seems that it really is a noble's village. Makjia village is not large, and Mak Zhong's residence is also close to the village entrance. Before long, Lin Mo followed Mak Zhong into the courtyard. Looking through the open door, he could see a man and a woman inside. The man appeared to be around 30 years old, tall and sturdy, dressed in a black short robe, standing beside the woman with his hands behind his back, resembling a guard, his gaze exuding a sense of oppression. The woman was seated, lowering her head to savor her tea. She looked to be in her teens, dressed in a blue luxurious outfit embroidered with beautiful cloud patterns, with her hair styled in a beautiful bun and adorned with a gold hairpin. Strands of hair cascading down to her waist. Her appearance was striking, but what drew more attention was her demeanor, like a plum blossom standing proudly against the wind and snow, exuding a noble chill. In this impoverished and harsh place, there was nothing good. The tea was merely leftover sediment tea from Mak Zhong's earlier years, yet held by the woman, it somehow felt much more refined. Lin Mo understood why Mok Zhong said a noble was looking for him. The girl's aura practically screamed nobility. "Two lords, I am Lin Mo." Although Mok Zhong was the village chief and usually commanded authority in the village, he inexplicably felt dwarfed in front of the two, his voice becoming considerably more refined. "Thank you, Chief Mok." The girl's voice was cool as she set down her teacup, but did not continue. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo cast a basic insight at the two. Ever since unlocking this skill, using it on people had almost become a habit. You have used basic insight 1 on the target. Based on your attributes, you obtain the following information: name, unknown, race, human, occupation, warrior, physical. A series of question marks made Lin Mo glance at the tall man again. Mok Zhong was a third-tier beastmaster, and he could detect attributes. But nothing could be discerned about this man, indicating he was at least a fourth-tier expert, and moreover, a warrior. This was Lin Mo's first encounter with a warrior of grade 4 or above since his rebirth. This was not because warriors were particularly rare, on the contrary. Compared to beastmasters, the base number of warriors was much larger. Typically, 1 in every 2 people has the talent to become a warrior. And entering the ranks is simpler than being a beastmaster, as long as one continuously refines their physical body until their strength exceeds 1,000 pounds. They can be considered to have entered the ranks and become a first-tier warrior, after which a systematic training method is required. This method can only be obtained by entering the military camps of Dian. Therefore, among the male population within 100 miles, most go to Bailey Town or Yinmin City to enlist, leaving only 1 or 2 beastmasters to defend each village. Lin Mo had seen many warriors in Bailey Town, but the tall man in front of him was the first he couldn't detect the attributes of. With a slight flicker in his gaze, Lin Mo turned his attention back to the girl. Name, race, human, occupation, beastmaster, physical, 17, strength, 15, agility, 9, mental, 88, charm, 98. Note: what does it mean to be a genius beastmaster? Tactical retreat. It seems she really is an important figure, Lin Mo muttered while looking at the attribute panel. This girl should be a third-tier beastmaster like Mok Zhong. But her panel was overwhelmingly superior, especially her mental attribute, which exceeded by more than 20 points. According to memories, it was impossible to achieve such accomplishments at this age without a significant amount of resources. Lin Mo was now even more curious about their identities. Two lords. The sudden silence caught Mok Zhong slightly off guard. He wasn't sure if he had done something wrong to displease the nobles. Cough. The tall man standing behind the girl cleared his throat and said to Mok Zhong, "Chief Mok, my young lady has something to discuss with Lin Mo. I've brought him here, so what is there to say? Do these 2 nobles have a problem with their eyesight? Uncle Mok, you may leave first," Lin Mo said somewhat helplessly from behind. "Then, I'll go check at the village entrance." After Lin Mo reminded him, Mok Zhong reacted and turned to leave his courtyard. Nobles have so many twists and turns. If they want to talk privately, couldn't they just say so directly instead of playing riddles? "Gentlemen, I am Lin Mo. May I ask what brings you here?" Watching Mok Zhong leave, Lin Mo turned to the two, mainly bowing slightly to the girl. Just this demeanor likely indicated that she was not just any noble, but the daughter of an important minister, even if she wasn't a royal relative. Lin Mo. The girl picked up the teacup again, continuing to savor her tea, while the tall man looked at Lin Mo with a sharp gaze. "Do you know your crime?" His voice was soft but powerful, accompanied by the fierce aura of a warrior, casting immense pressure directly over Lin Mo. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Lin Mo's forehead. Had the matter of killing Huang Ying been exposed? If it wasn't about Huang Ying, then what was it? "I don't know what crime I have committed." Lin Mo stood upright, shaking his head. "My father indeed had a battlefield oversight, but I have already faced punishment and am currently at the Beast Monitoring Office atoning for my sins. I am a registered Beastmaster under the Beast Monitoring Office. If you are referring to this matter, I feel the crime lies not with me, but with my father." "Stop playing dumb." The man stepped forward 2 paces. Looking down at Lin Mo with a commanding gaze, Lin Tang's battlefield oversight should lead to the confiscation of his assets after execution. Yet you have privately kept items belonging to Lin Tang before his death and have not handed them over to the court. You still refuse to acknowledge your guilt. As the last 4 words left his mouth, Lin Mo felt the pressure increase even more, almost like a small mountain pressing down on him. Chapter 23. Inquiry. "I don't understand what you mean, my lord." Lin Mo stood firm against the pressure, his expression unchanging. Lin Tang was the name of Lin Mo's father, and he could now basically confirm that Lin Tang must have held something that mattered to the important figures in Yindu. However, he truly did not have that thing in his possession, nor did he even have a faint impression of it. On the day of the house search, the Lin residence was turned upside down, and even the letters exchanged between father and son were taken by the Ministry of Revenue, without a single one left. The few spirit stones were secretly hidden in his pants and brought out. let alone any items from Lin Tang's life. You are lying. The man narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. The pressure on Lin Mo suddenly intensified, but after swaying a few times, he still managed to stand firm, which surprised the man slightly. Under such pressure, even some new warriors with insufficient willpower might not be able to withstand it. Yet this young man managed to hold his ground. Not to mention, in terms of physical and mental strength, this young man was already quite rare among first-tier beastmasters. However, the man did not know that Lin Mo was not actually holding on with willpower. In fact, when he stepped forward, Lin Mo was already on the verge of collapse. And in the end, he allocated all his remaining 5 attribute points to strength to steady himself. Even so, the pressure on him had not lessened much. He was already at the end of his rope, and if this stalemate continued for a while longer, he would probably end up sitting on the ground. Kneeling was out of the question. According to the rules for transmigrators, kneeling meant losing the protagonist's prestige. Lin Mo had watched so many web novels in his past life, and had always wondered why so many people couldn't withstand pressure and would kneel, appearing submissive. Lin Mo had already made up his mind that even if he couldn't hold on any longer, he would never kneel down. Even if he had to sit down on the ground in front of the two of them and then lie flat, he would never kneel. You can use intimidation to make me lie down, but you won't make me kneel with your aura. Every word I say is true. Lin Mo clenched his fist, holding on with all his might. The man stared at Lin Mo, his eyes flickering, not knowing what he was thinking. But he did not stop his pressure on Lin Mo. Time passed second by second, and Lin Mo could feel himself about to collapse. His gaze swept to the ground, looking for a clean spot to lie down without dirtying his clothes. Just then, the girl who had been silent spoke up. A gentle word made the man retract his aura and step back, but his gaze was still locked on Lin Mo. Young Master Lin. My servant was reckless and offended you. I hope you won't take it to heart. The girl lifted a teacup and took a gentle sip, making a gesture to the chair beside her. Please, have a seat. This was clearly Mo Zhong's home, yet the girl acted like the host. However, to Lin Mo, there was no sense of incongruity. This was clearly a show of strength first, followed by a soft approach. Lin Mo bowed slightly in thanks and, with flickering eyes, sat down on the chair. Young Master Lin, our identities are inconvenient to disclose, but please believe that we mean no harm. The girl looked at Lin Mo, her gaze filled with goodwill. We are looking for something very important. According to our information, that item is very likely in your father's possession. Now that your father has passed, we found you, young Master Lin, just to ask if your father had entrusted you with anything that you must keep safe. I knew you would play this card. Lin Mo rolled his eyes inwardly, but maintained a calm expression on the surface. My father did not entrust me with anything special in his lifetime. This can be proven by the correspondence between my father and me. Oh, those letters were taken away by the officials when the Ministry of Revenue confiscated our property. No matter how I think about it, there is nothing. Lin Mo thought to himself. After figuring out the key to why Li Changfeng wanted to kill him last night, he had thoroughly sorted through the memories in his mind. And the result was that the dead old man had never entrusted him with anything, and even rarely mentioned matters in the officialdom or military. Lin Mo was now speaking the truth. Shaking his head, Lin Mo reiterated the same answer. No. You refuse to drink the wine offered and instead take the penalty wine. The tall man glared suddenly, taking 2 steps forward, glaring at Lin Mo, his powerful aura pressing Lin Mo down onto the chair, looking ready to strike. Young Master Lin, please do not take offense. Tang Xiao, being a mere martial artist, is bound to be a bit impulsive. He scolded the man lightly, then turned to comfort Lin Mo. Thank you for your concern. Mississippi looking at the girl's caring gaze. Lin Mo appeared shocked on the surface but cursed inwardly. This was clearly a change in tactics, with one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, just like the police interrogation scenes in TV dramas. However, even if they were playing good cop and bad cop, he felt that this man and woman were more like a clown act. And he still didn't know what his father had specifically entrusted him with. You little brat are looking for death. The man immediately glared again, looking ready to fight. But the girl quickly stopped him, turning around to persuade Lin Mo kindly, telling him what benefits he would gain by handing it over. As a beastmaster, she opened a cave, and a spirit crane over 2 zhang tall walked out from within. Although the spirit crane was large, it did not appear bulky. Its body looked very well proportioned, giving off a hazy, ethereal vibe. Lin Mo took in the scene, understanding the suppression of bloodlines. There are differences between spirit beasts and spirit beasts. Even if they are of the same rank, different bloodline levels can yield different combat powers. Higher bloodline level spirit beasts can not only reach higher ranks as adults, but also exhibit stronger combat power at the same rank compared to those with lower bloodline levels. If the bloodline level difference is significant, there will be a natural suppression, which often plays a decisive role in battles. Just like the spirit crane and the black tiger. Both are third-rank spirit beasts, but the black tiger wilted under just a glance from the spirit crane, losing momentum before the fight even began. These spirit stones are for young Master Lin. If you remember anything, you can come to my residence in Yindu to find me. These spirit stones should serve as travel expenses. The address is in the storage bag. The girl sat cross-legged on the back of the spirit crane, thought for a moment, and then threw a storage bag to Lin Mo. Looking at the storage bag, Lin Mo decided not to act tough and honestly accepted it, saying thank you. The girl nodded slightly and gently patted the back of the spirit crane. The spirit crane let out a long cry, spread its wings, stirred up a whirlwind, and soared into the sky with the girl and the man named Tang Xiao, disappearing into the horizon in no time. They should not be in cahoots with Li Changfeng, Lin Mo thought, watching the direction in which the spirit crane vanished. Although these two had acted all friendly and hostile, they hadn't truly harmed him, which was clearly different from Li Changfeng, who was intent on killing him. Lin Mo could now definitively conclude that his cheap old man must have possessed something during his lifetime. This item was very important to certain people, which was why he had been targeted. Now there were two factions, Li Changfeng and this girl. Would there be a third or fourth one? Would they be as easy to talk to as this girl? I'm really wronged, Lin Mo thought, feeling a headache coming on. If he truly had that item in his possession, he might be able to negotiate and find a backer. But the reality was that he didn't even know what that item was. Xiao Mo, what did they say to you? Seeing that the people had left and Mo Zhong was no longer lingering at the village entrance, he ran up to Lin Mo and asked. Nothing. They asked if my father left me anything. All the letters from my father were taken away by the Ministry of Revenue, so there's nothing left. Don't worry, Uncle Mo. It's fine. Looking at Mo Zhong's concerned expression, Lin Mo didn't hide anything and simply brushed it off before heading towards his residence. Your father left you something? Mo Zhong looked at Lin Mo's back, frowning slightly, and after a moment, as if recalling something, he suddenly slapped his forehead. I have something. Chapter 24, Lin Tang's Relics Night. The full moon hung high above the clouds. The spirit crane flapped its wings, weaving through the clouds, steady and swift. Moonlight fell on the girl's cool face, adding a touch of sanctity to her appearance. Tang Xiao, what do you think? She sat cross-legged on the back of the spirit crane and spoke softly. Princess, I feel that the boy didn't tell the truth. Tang Xiao stood behind the girl, as if rooted to the spot on the back of the spirit crane, his tone respectful. What makes you say that? Intuition. Tang Xiao's eyes flickered. I have a knack for reading people. Although that boy didn't show panic when facing us, there was an extremely strong wariness in his eyes, clearly indicating he is either wary or knows something. Knows what? The girl glanced at the moon and paused for a moment, then suddenly revealed a smile. I already knew that we wouldn't get anything from this trip. Do you know why I came? Please enlighten me, princess. Tang Xiao clasped his fist slightly, a look of inquiry on his face. He was a 7th-rank martial artist. Even though he was rare in the cultivation system and somewhat disadvantaged compared to beast masters in certain aspects, he could easily become a regional governor outside. Yet he chose not to seek fame and fortune but to guard the girl princess, acting as a protector. This was not merely a cliché love story where one would forever guard someone just because they glanced at them. On the contrary, Tang Xiao was willing to stay by the side of this young princess because he believed that being her guard would lead to far greater achievements in the future than being a local official. The young girl was named Yin Baiyu, the granddaughter of the current emperor of the Dian dynasty and the daughter of the 9th prince, Prince Jing, with the title of Princess Baiyu. Although she was not well known among the 3rd generation of the Dian royal family, Tang Xiao, who had been by Yin Baiyu's side for 2 years, was well aware of the intelligence and cunning of this seemingly inexperienced girl. The death of Lin Tang was a source of shame for the royal family regarding someone named Lin Mo. My first purpose for coming here is to see how he has been doing and to offer him some compensation. Yin Baiyu paused for a moment, then shook her head, still not revealing her thoughts. Additionally, Lin Tang was once a powerful beast master with great talent and strength. As his son, Lin Mo might have the chance to become a strong figure in the future, and she could help him as a small favor. However, she had learned that Lin Mo's cave was of the lowest ordinary grade, and his spirit beast was also the least promising metal spirit. Although Lin Tang's looks could outshine many noble young men in the capital, in a world where strength was paramount, being good-looking was not an advantage. Besides being handsome, he had nothing else. If such a beast master could rise, she might as well marry him. Shaking her head, Yin Baiyu dismissed those chaotic thoughts and returned to her usual cold demeanor. But doing good deeds, without questioning the future, right? What a pit, really a pit. In Moke Village, in Lin Mo's room, Lin Mo sat at the table with a frown. On the table in front of him were 4 items, a storage bag, a note, and 2 ancient-looking jade talismans. No wonder everyone was confused about where the items were. One jade talisman was black, and the other was red. Both ancient in style and exuding a strong aura of spiritual power, clearly not ordinary items, and even more advanced than the talismans issued by the Beastmaster Bureau. Lin Mo held one in his hand, feeling a headache coming on. Among these 4 items, the storage bag was left for him by that girl, while the other 2 jade talismans and the note were just handed to him by Mo Zhong after rummaging through his home. However, the village chief seemed to have forgotten about this matter, perhaps due to being busy or for some other reason. Only after Lin Mo mentioned it today did he suddenly remember that there was such a thing. Compared to Lin Mo, the village chief of such a small village like Mo Zhong would definitely not attract attention from those people. And then there was this note. Lin Mo placed the 2 jade talismans on the table and picked up the note. The writing on the note was extremely simple. Black Talisman, Yindu, Bailing Street, number 16. So, is this telling me to take the black talisman to the address on the paper? Is my dad trying to set me up? Lin Mo burned the note to ashes with the candle on the table, his eyes flickering. Someone was keeping an eye on his life. So he couldn't afford to be careless. Lin Mo's fingers tapped the table as his brain worked furiously. He was no longer the previous Lin Mo. Although he had never held an official position, he had watched a lot of historical dramas in his previous life and knew a bit about the twists and turns of the officialdom. Li Changfeng not personally dealing with him was largely because he was afraid of attracting the attention of others in Yindu. Now that he knew someone was watching him, at least in the short term, they should not dare to act against him. To upgrade the Titan, more blueprints were needed. There was no time to unlock achievements, so he could only gamble on the blueprints. Lin Mo looked at the 25 skill points that had appeared on the panel, biting his lip, feeling restless. Gambling for blueprints was like opening blind boxes. Before opening them, everyone thought they would profit, but after opening them, they realized they had lost and told themselves they would never play again, only to see blind boxes being sold again and think they would profit. It was fine if he didn't think about it, but once he did, he couldn't shake off the itch. The extra skill points on the panel were like the red dot notifications on WeChat in his previous life, making Lin Mo a compulsive gambler. Feel uncomfortable just looking at them. I can't possibly be this unlucky all the time, can I? Staring intensely at the panel, Lin Mo voiced the thoughts of all professional gamblers. 25 skill points. I bet 10 skill points and use the rest to upgrade. This is to quickly strengthen the Titan. Regardless of whether this time is a success or failure, I will never gamble on blueprints again. Lin Mo muttered to himself as he extended his finger. Chapter 25, Small Focused Flamethrower. You have mastered the skill Basic Surveying 1. You have mastered the skill Basic Electromagnetism 1. Would you like to merge the skills? Merging successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the blueprint for the 56 pistol. 56 pistol damaged a primitive firearm from the early 21st century. One of the cheapest weapons on the black market. Note, ordinary people will still be injured if shot. Lin Mo, I didn't expect the first fusion to be so unlucky. Clearly, I am from a mecha background, yet I ended up with a basic weapon from the firearm category. Moreover, it's the worst among the basic firearms. This blueprint is probably useless. Lin Mo mourned for his 2 skill points. The 3 major factions of mechanics, firearms, troop formation, and mecha, all have strong output points once formed. But their methods and focuses differ. Players in the previous life had summarized these 3 factions, and Lin Mo found it quite accurate. Troop formation. There may be things that can't be killed, but there are definitely no things that can't be stacked. Firearms, human-shaped weapons, overwhelming firepower. Mecha, one person is a whole army. Compared to the mecha and troop formation factions, firearms are an easier profession to start with, largely because basic firearms are easier to manufacture than some basic machinery, and the success rate is higher. However, that is limited to the game. For Lin Mo's current situation, this pistol was of no use at all. Of course, that does not mean that the firearms faction has average damage. If they can develop into the later stages and form, possessing numerous high-tech heavy weapons from the universe, firearms masters can still provide the most stable firepower output. However, to create such firearms, Lin Mo would have to change factions and major in firearms. Lin Mo was not as familiar with firearms as with mecha, and he would not easily change his faction. Moreover, even if he made a pistol, he still faced an unavoidable problem. Bullets. Having a pistol without bullets is less lethal than a rock. Lin Mo currently had no lathe, machine tools, or any series of equipment. Everything was done by hand. Even though the basic components had been upgraded to level 10 and could produce high-precision parts, making bullets by hand would take too much time. Continue. A single failure did not discourage Lin Mo. You have mastered the skill. Merging successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the blueprint for a multifunctional wrench. Life. Let's go again. Lin Mo's eyes turned a bit red. You have mastered the skill. Merging successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the blueprint. Bang. Lin Mo slammed his fist on the table, breathing heavily. 3 consecutive attempts, and no results. I'll give you one last chance. Lin Mo glanced at the panel, gritted his teeth, used 4 skill points to learn 2 level 2 skills, and clicked to merge. Although it was said in the past that the higher the skill level, the higher the probability of merging high-quality blueprints, Lin Mo never believed that statement. However, he was no longer just playing a game. If he died, he wouldn't respawn. He could only grit his teeth and gamble on the probability. Merging successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the blueprint for a small focused flamethrower, advanced. It's here. Seeing the new blueprint, Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I've waited for you. I'm glad I didn't give up. Advanced armor weapon. The first high-quality equipment after rebirth. Small focused flamethrower, advanced, a product of industrial progress. It consumes energy to spray flames. Besides being used for industrial production, it also deals considerable damage. Note, damn it, you got it. Lin Mo. The malicious note once again showed him a face full of disdain. However, this time he wouldn't mind it. According to the original estimate, even if all of Titan's parts were upgraded to fine iron components, it would still require at least 2 or 3 pieces of ordinary quality equipment to ascend to the prototype of an ordinary mech. But now with this advanced quality equipment, it might directly upgrade to an ordinary robot. 15 skill points. It's time to learn again. After the excitement, Lin Mo quickly calmed down. It was time for the enjoyable point distribution. In order to quickly evolve Titan into a mech, strengthening himself was also essential, aside from enhancing Titan. After all, if his professional skills were not up to par, he might not even be able to produce high-quality equipment. With 15 skill points, Lin Mo first maxed out his mech control to ensure that Titan could clearly understand his commands, then learned the second tier of high-precision polishing for basic parts, directly spending all of the remaining 15 skill points. Now, this amount of skill points was far from enough to help Titan level up quickly. He needed to continuously manufacture machinery to gain more skill points. Filled with enthusiasm, Lin Mo lost all sense of sleepiness and took out his universal wrench from the cave. His current situation was very dangerous. The plan of staying low and being invincible was scrapped. He had to go for a rapid upgrade route, aiming to quickly gain the ability to protect himself. Please, it must succeed. 5 days later, Lin Mo held the last part in his hand, staring at the small focused flamethrower, which was just missing one final component, his eyes reddening. 5 days. After the point distribution, Lin Mo moved quickly. Even though he was alone, his speed in manufacturing and assembling parts was terrifying. To increase his chances of success, he even made 2 more primitive telescopic mechanical arms. One as a backup in case Titan got damaged, and the other to gain skill points and strengthen his profession. However, even after leveling up his skills twice and spending all the skill points rewarded by the primitive telescopic mechanical arms, he still failed 3 times in creating the small focused flamethrower. Today was the 4th attempt, and if he failed again, it would prove that his professional skill level was too low to meet the requirements for creating advanced quality mechanical equipment. Come on. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and installed the last part onto the flamethrower in front of him. Ding. You have successfully produced small focused flamethrower, advanced. Reward, 70 free skill points. 30 free attribute points. Small focused flamethrower. Type, mechanical weapon. Quality, advanced. Length, 30 centimeters. Weight, 5 kilograms. Durability, 100. Equipment requirement, mech. Attribute bonus, mech strength 50. Additional skill, focused flame spray. Skill consumption, 25 energy per minute. Note, fire is always one of the most reliable weapons. It worked. Lin Mo let out a breath, feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Chapter 26. Beastmaster Realm to create the small focused flamethrower. Lin Mo had not slept soundly for several days and had relied on sheer willpower to keep going. Now that he finally let his guard down, he felt an immense wave of exhaustion sweep over him. However, although Lin Mo's body was tired, his spirit was exceptionally high. Besides the joy of crafting high-quality equipment for the first time, the generous rewards from the successful creation also surprised Lin Mo. Of course, the most significant aspect was the huge attribute bonus from this equipment. 50 points of strength. An advanced quality piece of equipment directly increased strength by 50 points. What a qualitative leap. In that moment, Lin Mo felt that the 5 days of sleeplessness were all worth it. Feeling rejuvenated, Lin Mo clenched his fist, his eyes shining, and started assembling the flamethrower next to Titan. During these 5 days, Lin Mo hadn't spent all his time on the flamethrower in the first 2 days. Besides making the primitive telescopic mechanical claws, he had also comprehensively upgraded Titan's parts. Before taking on the Beastmaster mission, he had already produced many fine iron parts. In those 2 days, while grinding experience, he refurbished all of Titan's parts. The originally rusty scrap iron was all discarded by Lin Mo. After reassessing, Titan still hadn't met the advancement criteria, but Lin Mo believed that once the small focused flamethrower was installed, Titan would surely be able to upgrade to an ordinary quality mech. Now, Titan was covered in shiny silver fine iron, already showing a glimpse of futuristic technology. Clang. As a professional mechanic, Lin Mo might fail in production, but installation was absolutely certain. With a simple operation, he successfully transplanted the small flamethrower onto Titan. Detected Titan configuration update, re-evaluating. Evaluation complete. Titan's current attributes have met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? Lin Mo unhesitatingly clicked yes. Ding. Upgrade successful. Mech strength 10, speed 10, defense 20, energy cap 1500, consumption increased to 25 minutes. Titan's current quality. Ordinary for a moment. It seemed like something had changed in Titan, but upon closer inspection, it was hard to pinpoint exactly what was different. In any case, this small frame of less than 1.5 meters now felt much sturdier and appeared more elongated. Lin Mo opened Titan's attribute panel. Medieval robot, Titan, type, basic mech, quality, ordinary, attributes, defense 50, strength 90, speed 27, energy 220, height 148 centimeters, weight 190 kilograms, power system, steam engine, combat energy consumption, 25 energy per minute, weapon configuration, primitive telescopic mechanical claw, ordinary, small focused flamethrower, advanced, status, normal, passive, unyielding. The fine iron enhances the mech's quality. Even in a scrapped state, Titan can still continue fighting for a short period. Note, in unyielding status, Titan's attributes are reduced by 50%. Note, now, it counts as a decent weapon. A visible improvement. Now, even facing a second-tier Beastmaster from Yindu, Titan should not be at a disadvantage and might even have the upper hand. Lin Mo had roughly estimated during his work in recent days, excluding weapon beast spirits and special plant spirits, when considering only those beast spirits capable of independent combat. Around 50 attribute points represented a critical threshold, whether it was speed, strength, spirit, or any other attribute, as long as one exceeded 50 points. It could be considered a legitimate second-tier beast spirit. If any attribute approached 100, it was already at the threshold of the third tier. Titan's current strength attribute reached a staggering 90 points, making it a standout among other second-tier beast spirits. Of course, Lin Mo's comparison targets were all from the second generation of Yindu's Beastmasters. In contrast, someone like Lu Changqing, a Beastmaster from a rural area, lacking resources and training methods, would definitely fall far behind those second-generation individuals. Otherwise, the breakthrough of the second-tier white magic ape wouldn't have fallen to Titan's single punch. The two wild demon bears defeated by Titan were also already severely injured before the fight and couldn't be compared. I'm going out now, so I can say I'm a second-tier Beastmaster, right? The only thing I'm missing seems to be the cave heaven. Lin Mo tilted his head, contemplating various aspects of being a Beastmaster. Originally, Lin Mo aspired to become a Beastmaster, learning and practicing everything related to beast mastery since childhood. Now, those memories have turned into experience stored in his mind. According to the memories, due to the relationship between cave heaven and contracts, once a beast spirit breaks through, a portion of its power will be fed back to the Beastmaster, allowing the Beastmaster to break through simultaneously. The breakthrough of a Beastmaster is not just an enhancement of attributes. In fact, the attributes fed back do not significantly strengthen a Beastmaster. In the first 3 tiers, the mark of a Beastmaster's breakthrough is the number of cave heavens. As long as the contracted spirit does not die or the contract is not terminated, a Beastmaster can contract up to 3 beast spirits. In the first 3 tiers, each time a tier is broken through, 1 additional cave heaven will appear, with each cave heaven able to contract 1 beast spirit. After the 3rd tier, no new cave heavens will appear. Upon breaking through to the 4th tier, a Beastmaster will gain another innate ability, fusion. As Lin Mo recalled this, he instinctively paused. Figures like Su Xian and Ning Kaichen, pioneers of humans and other species, flashed through his mind. However, as he continued reading, he realized he had misunderstood. After breaking through to the 4th tier, a Beastmaster can fuse with the contracted spirit for a short time. During the fusion, the Beastmaster's appearance will change to exhibit certain characteristics of the beast spirit, but they will also gain the spirit's innate abilities and combat power. So, fusing with animal-type beast spirits makes one a beast man, fusing with stone-type spirits makes one a stone man, and fusing with plant-type spirits makes one a plant person? And what about weapons that gain intelligence? Fusing with guns makes one a gunman, with knives makes one a knife man, and with swords makes one a sword man. Lin Mo wanted to complain, but didn't know where to start. This is fine. Once he upgrades the Titan into a mecha, he can claim to have broken through to the 4th tier, comprehending the supreme realm of unity between man and spirit. However, the Titan already has the composite attributes of a second-tier beast spirit, and I still only have 1 cave heaven. It seems hard to explain. What about my second cave heaven? Lin Mo looked at his attribute panel, his gaze intense. He had a bold guess, but he wasn't sure if it was accurate. Chapter 27 Second-tier Beastmaster breakthroughs occur when the beast spirit breaks through and feeds back, thereby unlocking another cave heaven. Analyzing this metaphysics from a scientific perspective, It seems that a certain attribute of the Beast Master has broken through a threshold value, allowing the second cave heaven to be unlocked. If I increase a certain attribute to a certain value, can I also unlock the second cave heaven? Lin Mo sat amid a pile of steel, boldly hypothesizing. After all, having crossed into a fantasy world and disguised himself as a Beast Master, Lin Mo felt he should be more dedicated, at least act the part. Since there might be someone watching him from the shadows. Uncle Mo's highest attribute is spirit, and that woman's highest attribute is also spirit. So the key to the Beast Spirit breakthrough should be the spirit attribute, referred to as soul power in Lingzhou. Warriors cultivate origin power, while Beast Masters cultivate soul power, which is the consensus of the two major cultivation systems in Lingzhou. Lin Mo boldly speculated that the so-called soul power is likely the spirit attribute. Only with a high enough spirit attribute can one break through to be a second-tier Beast Master. Looking at the recently awarded 30 free attribute points, Lin Mo tentatively increased his spirit attribute. Are you sure you want to consume 30 attribute points to increase your spirit attribute? Lin Mo clicked confirm. Ding. Spirit attribute enhancement successful. Current spirit attribute value is 52 points. The familiar sensation reappeared, and after a slight dizziness, Lin Mo could clearly feel that he was very energetic. His hearing and vision sharpened. Although the physical fatigue still existed, his eyes were bright. He even felt that he could let his body rest while his mind drafted blueprints, as if his mind could independently complete such tasks. At the same time, a very mysterious feeling spread through his body. It was as if, in that moment, he had broken some shackles, allowing his long-suppressed body to be released, making Lin Mo feel so good that he almost cried out. So has it worked? Lin Mo tried to open the cave heaven, and a ripple spread before him. Sure enough, next to the originally dull cave heaven was another dull cave heaven. Common grade, low quality. Lin Mo shook his head in exasperation. Both cave heavens were of the kind that even the worst beast spirits would look down upon. Indeed, while he had the qualifications of a beast master, he wasn't cut out to be one. It seems that controlling a divine dragon is out of the question. Driving a mecha to beat up a divine dragon seems more reliable. A beast master must contract a beast spirit for their soul power to increase again. But I don't need that. I can just increase my points, so the system has indeed given me a significant cultivation advantage. Lin Mo comforted himself. Unable to control a beast spirit, he had to find some superiority in other aspects. The breakthroughs in the third tier of beast mastery are not that simple. Each breakthrough opens a second cave heaven. If there are no new contracted spirits, the beast master's soul power cannot be enhanced. This was the case with Mo Zhong. Although he was also called a third-tier beast master, he only had one black tiger beast spirit, so his soul power was similar to Lin Mo's. The reason he could be called a third-tier beast master was solely because the black tiger had broken through to the third-tier beast spirit level. Beast masters with only one beast spirit who break through to the second or third tier are usually referred to as pseudo-second tier or pseudo-third tier. And such beast masters do not meet the conditions to break through to the fourth tier. According to Lin Mo's memories, to break through to the fourth tier, a hard requirement is that all three cave heavens must have contracted spirits. However, Lin Mo did not have this worry. As long as his attribute points were sufficient, he could stack them up even without contracted spirits. So, the golden finger is still a golden finger. There's no way around it. All the attribute points have gone into spirit, and no matter how full the spirit is, the physical fatigue still needs to be alleviated. Have you found it? Yindu. Outer Imperial City. In a dark small courtyard, a tall man stood upright in the courtyard, facing the back of a figure dressed in a brocade robe, drenched in sweat and not daring to breathe. If Lin Mo were here, he would immediately recognize that this trembling man was Li Changfeng, who once raided the Lin residence. However, this fifth-tier warrior, a deputy in the military, now stood behind the brocade-clad figure like a child caught making a mistake, utterly silent. Not found. The voice of the figure sitting on the stone bench paused slightly. Where is that person? Did you kill him? Although he is a fifth-tier warrior, a direct deputy of the military, before this person, he is merely an ant that can be crushed at will, leaving him no choice but to be nervous. Especially since the task assigned by this lord was not a big deal. It was merely to deal with a child who had just become a beast master. Besides ensuring no accidents, there were almost no other requirements. Yet, such a trivial task, he managed to screw it up. The girl he commissioned to help him kill Lin Mo not only failed to kill Lin Mo, but also had an accident herself. Li Changfeng, can't you even handle this? Thud. The tone of the brocade figure revealed a hint of impatience, and Li Changfeng immediately knelt on the ground, his face pale. Please forgive me, my lord, it was an accident. Please give me another chance, and I will definitely provide you with a satisfactory result. Li Changfeng's lips trembled as he knocked his head against the ground. He was all too aware of the energy of the person in front of him. If he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just a slight hint of intent would lead to his brutal demise the next day in his own home. No need. The man in the brocade robe lifted his teacup and took a sip, his voice cold. I'm not here to urge you to do your job, but to tell you that the people of Prince Jing have also noticed that kid. Since you have failed, don't act again. Prince Jing? Li Chongfeng's body trembled, and his expression became much more serious. This lord had initially only mentioned that he wanted him to find something, and if he couldn't, he would kill Lin Mo. However, he had never mentioned that even the princes would pay attention to this matter. Although the Great Yin Kingdom was still relatively strong, to the north, the Wumon tribe was recuperating and constantly watching the central plains, and to the south, there were the 10,000 Great Mountains, from which a massive beast tide could erupt at any moment. To the west, the chaotic domain was filled with powerful and eccentric individuals. Although the Great Yin Kingdom dominated the central plains, it was also treading on thin ice, and the situation was always tense, especially now. This was a very sensitive period. The reason for the sensitivity was simple. The current emperor was on the verge of death. Perhaps it was disrespectful to say so as a subject, but this was an open secret in the entire officialdom and even among the aristocracy of the Great Yin. The old emperor had suffered injuries during his early campaigns against the Wumon tribe, and now that he was older, his injuries had recurred, and it was just a matter of time before he kicked the bucket. During such a time, almost all princes with hopes of becoming the heir were busy, and matters that generally had nothing to do with the imperial throne were unlikely to attract their attention. That kid was only around 20 years old. How could he have anything to do with the imperial throne? No, wait. A glimmer of insight flashed in Li Chongfeng's eyes. What those big shots were concerned about was not Lin Mo, but the relics of Lin Tang that might be in Lin Mo's hands. What exactly had Lin Tang left behind that could draw the attention of this lord and the prince? Li Chongfeng glanced at the figure in front of him from the corner of his eye, his mind racing with thoughts. There was no way to ask. After years in the officialdom, he deeply understood one principle. Sometimes it was better not to know certain things. Even if he did know, he had to pretend not to know. Chapter 28. Loyalty for 1,000 years outside Bailey Town. Zhao Han, who was waiting for someone, felt as if his neck was gone. To be precise, he had become so fat that he had no neck at all. The area where his neck connected to his shoulders felt a chill, as a knife was already pressed against it, the blade glinting ominously. Zhao Han immediately straightened his back, his entire body trembling with tension. Hero, please don't kill me. I have a lot of money. Zhao Han had initially wanted to address the person as Big Brother, sir, or heroine, but the hoarse voice he had just heard betrayed no indication of age or gender. After thinking it over, he could only call him Hero. What do you need, spirit stones? I can give them to you. However many you want, I can provide. Do you know the Dragon Transformation Inn in Bailey Town? That's my family's establishment. If you take me hostage to demand spirit stones, there's no worry about being discovered by the officials or the army of Bailey Town. I will cooperate with you completely. Afterwards, you can take me out of Bailey Town and leave, and you will face no danger. Zhao Han babbled on. Although his whole body was trembling, his logic was exceptionally clear, and as he spoke, his huge head slowly turned back. I said don't move. The hoarse voice rang out again. The blade pressed tightly against Zhao Han's flesh, causing him to stiffen in fear. I know you are a beastmaster. Don't try to open the cave. If anything goes wrong, I will kill you. The hoarse voice echoed again, making Zhao Han abandon the thought of opening the cave to release the golden spirit monkey. Staring at the knife resting on his flesh, he swallowed hard. Whatever you want. Just don't kill me, and I can give it to you. If you think the spirit stones from the Dragon Transformation Inn are not enough, you can also take me captive. If you capture me, you just need to wait for about 10 days until my father comes out. And you can exchange me for 1,000,000 spirit stones, or even more. Zhao Han keenly sensed that when he mentioned 1,000,000 spirit stones, the knife pressed against his neck trembled slightly. Thinking that he had swayed the other party, he hurriedly added. However, after he finished, the person behind him fell silent, not speaking for a long time. Hero, please speak. Do you know someone named Lin Mo? The hoarse voice suddenly asked, and Zhao Han's heart sank. The prepared response was stuck in his throat. This person actually came to ask about Lin Mo? What the hell? Isn't Lin Mo's information easy to find? Why are you taking me hostage? This is Bailey Town, where martial artists and beastmasters gather. Wouldn't it be easier to find Lin Mo in the remote mountains? You better think carefully before you speak. The owner of the hoarse voice shook the knife, clearly ready to kill if he heard a lie. Zhao Han bit his lip, a look of determination appearing on his chubby face. Who am I, Zhao Han? The promises I make are as heavy as my weight. Since I've already spoken to Lin Mo about being friends for 1,000 years, would I betray him just because my life is threatened? Of course I would. Friends are not as important as life. I know Lin Mo. We did a Beastmaster task together a while ago, and he even killed another Beastmaster. Are you looking for him? He seems to be in Majia Village. It takes 3 spirit stones to take the iron feather pong from here to Majia Village. but it only comes at the hour of shun. You can go to the Beast Master's Bureau. The fierce birds there can take you directly to Maja Village. And I can pay the spirit stones for you. Zhao Han rambled on, spilling all the details about Lin Mo. The hoarse voice suddenly became smooth. Then I should thank you, shouldn't I? Not at all. Zhao Han felt a wave of relief, just as he was about to say something more, but suddenly realized that something felt off. After standing in place, stunned for a few moments, he suddenly turned around. This time, the small knife was not pressed against his double chin, allowing him to successfully turn around and see Lin Mo standing behind him. Their eyes met, and they were speechless. You need to hear my explanation. No, you need to listen to me explain. After a long time, or perhaps just a moment. It was Zhao Han who reacted first, looking serious. Lin Mo, you have to believe me. Our friendship is for 1,000 years, and I will not betray you. I was just stalling for time, looking for an opportunity to call for help. Then I really have to thank you. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, but said nothing more. Last night, the jade talisman of the Beastmaster Bureau flickered again, and Lin Mo knew it was time to work to atone for his sins. So this morning, he took the Iron Feather Pung to Bailey Town. When he arrived here, Zhao Han hadn't shown up yet. So Lin Mo felt a bit mischievous and wanted to see how this so-called loyal fat guy would perform. The result was quite eye-opening. To be honest, Lin Mo could have guessed that this cowardly fat guy would betray him. After all, they had only executed one task together. It couldn't be said that they had a deep friendship, and one couldn't really expect this fat guy to keep his mouth shut. However, Lin Mo didn't expect that this guy not only betrayed him, but also wanted to give the person who was trying to assassinate him a way out. How very loyal. What merit do I, Lin Mo, have to be friends with you? I have no intention of harming you. There's no need to explain. Go find your task. Throwing down a sentence, Lin Mo took the lead and walked towards Bailey Town. Although Zhao Han had betrayed him just now, Lin Mo had no real intention of doing anything to this fat guy. First, the information he had was clearly something that could be easily found. Others could know it just as well if he didn't speak. Second, this fat guy was also thinking from his own perspective. If their roles were reversed, he would betray him too. The fat guy just said that in a few days, his father would be released, and at that time, he could exchange the fat guy for 1,000,000 spirit stones. From Lin Mo's observation, this fat guy didn't seem to be lying. This means that the fat guy likely has an unusual background, and killing him could cause unnecessary trouble. Lin Mo, calm down. How about this, after we complete the task? I'll treat you to a drink at the Transformation Dragon Inn. Zhao Han paused for a moment before chasing after Lin Mo, casually putting his arm around Lin Mo's shoulder. I can't dare to drink the wine you treat me to. Let's talk about the task instead. Zhao Han's chubby face stiffened for a moment. Then he said, this time we're down to just the two of us. So let's choose a simpler task, okay? No need. A more difficult one is fine. Can we complete it with just the two of us? I've broken through to the second rank. Zhao Han stopped in his tracks, his chubby face twitching. You've reached the second rank? You just became a Beast Master half a month ago, and you've broken through to the second rank in just half a month? Are you kidding me? Chapter 29. Skill points route. How did you do it? Do what? Break through to the second rank. You've only been a Beast Master for a little over 20 days. I just maintain my resolve and tell myself every day not to betray my friends. In the task selection room of the Beast Master Monitoring Center, Lin Mo watched as Zhao Han turned around with a dejected expression, and he felt like laughing. But he ultimately controlled himself. Looking at the wall covered with wooden plaques, Lin Mo decided to sit down and rest, directly leaving the task selection to Zhao Han. Regardless of the background, in any nurturing type game, allocating skill points is a process filled with both pain and joy. The tedious introductions to skills and attributes often make people dizzy, but the personalized independence and enhancement of strength after allocation bring a sense of achievement. In his previous life while playing games, there were certainly some unconventional players who specialized in allocating points in bizarre ways, causing their skill trees to grow into crooked trees. Indeed, there were a few tough players who stood out with their unique allocations, becoming some of the top combat powers. But most people who allocated points haphazardly just ended up with a character that was ineffective in all aspects, ultimately having to delete their account and start over. Now that he had lived again, Lin Mo naturally wouldn't make that mistake. In fact, he didn't need to pursue any personalization. In the entire Spirit State, he should be the only one playing with mechas, barring any surprises. In Spirit State, there are many geniuses who dual cultivate Beast Master and martial arts. But as for someone who dual cultivates metaphysics and science, Lin Mo figures he should be one of a kind. Opening the professional skill tree. Basic parts has already been fully allocated. The 4 skills on the second layer of the skill tree flickered continuously, like 4 hungry little birds waiting for Lin Mo to feed them. Beginner Metal Affinity 5. Increases manufacturing speed for metal materials. Increases success rate of part production. Beginner Precision Grinding 0. Significantly reduces time required for grinding parts. Beginner Parts Control 0. slightly increases the success rate of assembling parts. Secondary processing 0. There is a certain chance to repair slightly damaged parts when this skill is activated. Consumes 1 point of current spirit. No cooldown. It was time to make a choice again. Looking at the panel, Lin Mo's eyes flickered. Each layer of the skill tree branches offers 4 options. But among those 4 options, only 2 can be selected. So making a choice must be done carefully. This is not only for future development, but also due to a game system in mecha warfare regarding skill allocation. Old players usually refer to this system as the stacking system. The stacking system is easy to explain. Skills on the first layer of the skill tree require 1 skill point for each upgrade. The second layer requires 2 skill points. The third layer 3 points. The fourth layer 4 points, and so on. Naturally, the total skill points required to max out will be more. Furthermore, if you regret your allocation and want to redo it, the skill points will not be refunded. Considering this, Lin Mo's accumulated 90+ skill points over the past few days are far from abundant. It could even be described as being in dire straits. After all, besides the second layer of the basic parts skill tree, he still needs to learn the second layer of basic mechas and many skills from the secondary profession designer. After all, only by allocating points can he gain knowledge, and knowledge will allow him to successfully create mechas in spirit state. Continuing to flaunt his title as a beast master. Initially, he allocated 10 points to beginner metal affinity for faster part production, but now it seems unnecessary. Looking at the 4 skills before him, Lin Mo contemplated his path. Basic parts is a universal skill for mechanics, something every mechanic must learn. So there aren't many paths in this skill tree, probably only 2, the wealthy route and the laborer route. The laborer route refers to ordinary mechanical players who lack financial resources and can only rely on themselves to produce the parts needed for blueprints. They usually allocate points to beginner metal affinity and beginner precision grinding to enhance the success rate of part production. Because they don't have money to buy parts, they can only hope that the parts they manufacture are both fast and good. In fact, going this route is quite a loss because mechanics only gain skill points by successfully producing equipment. There are no rewards for producing parts. Therefore, players who typically play as mechanics have some financial backing, relying on purchasing parts to make equipment. They usually allocate points to beginner parts control and secondary processing. In summary, laborers allocate the first 2 skills, while the wealthy allocate the latter 2. Lin Mo is now guarding the fine iron mine in Mo family village, and he has no shortage of raw materials. After much contemplation, he decided to take the wealthy route for skill allocation. You spent 20 skill points to learn beginner parts control, current skill level 10. You spent 20 skill points to learn secondary processing. Current skill level 10. Skill tree third layer illuminated. That girl, whatever noble she was very generous, leaving behind a storage bag with over 300 spirit stones. Enough for him to splurge for a while. Speaking of that girl, Lin Mo glanced at Zhao Han, who was still looking for tasks. Took out a folded white paper from his pocket and opened it. Inside was a sketch of that girl. Hair, cheeks, shadows, light, overall. Lin Mo felt it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call himself a human-shaped camera. As someone who had opened the designer's secondary profession, Lin Mo could create high-precision measurements for various parts, so drawing a portrait was naturally not a problem. After that girl left, he relied on his memory to sketch her image. Zhao Han, I have something to ask you. Do you recognize this person? Who? Zhao Han turned his head curiously, but as soon as his gaze made contact with the sketch in Lin Mo's hand, his eyes widened. Is this girl a remarkable figure? Lin Mo frowned slightly, feeling that his situation was not very good. However, Zhao Han's next words left him speechless. Who did this drawing? I've never seen such a realistic drawing. Zhao Han stared blankly for a moment, then rushed to Lin Mo's side, sitting down with a thud. Looking at the sketch in Lin Mo's hand with sparkling eyes, sell it to me. I'll give you 50 spirit stones. If you can introduce me to the artist who drew this, I can give you another 500 spirit stones. Zhao Han's eyes were glued to the drawing in Lin Mo's hand, almost falling off in amazement. Chapter 30. The value of the sketch. Can you really pay? No. I've been led astray. I'm asking you who the person in the drawing is. Watching Zhao Han's intense reaction, Lin Mo was confused. It was just a sketch. In his previous life, anyone could draw a rough sketch after taking a class for a month or 2. What was there to be so excited about? Oh right. In spirit state, everyone uses brushes, focusing on traditional Chinese ink and wash. Indeed, there's no sketching style. But even if they haven't seen it, there's no need to be this excited, right? This sketch, he can now draw 7 or 8 in one night. Lin Mo, you don't understand. This is a big money-making opportunity. An entire vein of spirit stones is beckoning. Zhao Han's eyes widened as he stared at the drawing in Lin Mo's hands, his breathing becoming heavier. Business opportunity. An absolute business opportunity. Every noble or strong person hopes to leave something behind for future generations. In Dian, one can see statues and portraits of past strong figures everywhere, all crafted and painted by their descendants. However, even portraits carved by masters will differ from the actual person. Paintings are no exception to this. Of course, this doesn't mean that those painters are not skilled. It's just that their works emphasize spirit over form. The subject of the painting may exude grandeur, but will inevitably have a common face. But this painting is different. Zhao Han could imagine the uproar that such a painting would cause if it circulated among the noble circles of Yindu. The value of the painter behind this piece would reach a terrifying level. Is it real? Lin Mo glanced at the sketch, feeling skeptical. Of course it's real. Zhao Han grabbed Lin Mo's hand. Brother Lin, we are brothers with a bond of loyalty. Just admit who this masterpiece is by. Lin Mo? Why does that sound off? What do you mean just admit it? The corner of his mouth twitched. But Lin Mo didn't dwell on that issue and asked Zhao Han. First tell me, who is the person in the portrait? Who is the person in the portrait? Zhao Han was taken aback, only then remembering Lin Mo's question. He glanced at the portrait and confidently replied, it's Princess Baiyu. With the painting so clearly done. If he couldn't recognize it, he wouldn't deserve this masterpiece. Princess Baiyu. Lin Mo squinted slightly. Although his previous self had rarely left the house in Yindu and had few noble acquaintances, he was not completely out of touch with news. Even though Princess Baiyu was not particularly prominent among the Imperial Third Generation, Lin Mo was aware of her. If she was part of the Imperial Third Generation, then her extravagant spending could be understood. However, since Princess Baiyu is the daughter of the King of Jing, is she personally interested in this matter? Or is it the King of Jing behind her? If it is the King of Jing, then my deadbeat old man has really put his son in a huge pit. With Lin Mo's current level of strength, he didn't dare to think about the subtle power struggles among the royal family. In the eyes of people at that level, he was just an ant that could be crushed at any moment. At this moment, he only felt that the 2 jade talismans in his storage bag were becoming increasingly hot to the touch. Seeing Lin Mo remain silent for a long time, Zhao Han leaned closer, his belly fat pressing against Lin Mo. Brother Lin, don't worry, I understand the rules. As long as you help me introduce this painter, I'll give you 500 spirit stones. Lin Mo glanced sideways. Really? I can give you the spirit stones first, then bring them out. Zhao Han didn't hesitate to pull out a storage bag from his bosom and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took a quick look and was slightly shocked. The attribute-less spirit stones shimmered with white light, piled up like a small mountain in the storage bag. This fat guy is definitely not simple. Even the dragon transformation and wouldn't be able to produce this many spirit stones. Lin Mo thought as he put the spirit stones into his bosom. Brother Lin, can you tell me who the painter is now? Zhao Han's expression was excited, clearly looking forward to it. Of course. Lin Mo dusted off his clothes, nonchalantly crossed his legs, and casually uttered one word. Me. The air fell into an inexplicable silence. Lin Mo and Zhao Han stared at each other, neither saying a word. As if an invisible crow flew between them, leaving behind a black ellipsis. Zhao Han's chubby face darkened, his squinted eyes turning into dead fish eyes. He felt cheated. In the field of painting and calligraphy, the older one is, the better the foundation. Just look at the famous painters in the capital. Which one isn't long-bearded, and at least in their 60s or 70s? The painting in Lin Mo's hand, drawn so realistically, must have taken at least 20 or 30 years of skill to achieve. At Lin Mo's age, unless he started learning to paint in the womb. You should just return the spirit stones to me. Zhao Han's chubby face twisted. Although he was wealthy, he didn't want to just give up hundreds of spirit stones. He even hesitated, wondering if he should run out and call the steward of the Beast Control Bureau or the guards of Bailey Town, claiming that Lin Mo was forcibly robbing him in the city. However, if that happened, he and Lin Mo would completely fall out, and the chance to hold on to this big leg to redeem himself would be lost. But what if he just admitted to losing the spirit stones? Zhao Han stood in front of Lin Mo, his mind in turmoil. Just kidding, he said, patting Zhao Han on the shoulder. To be honest, after hearing Zhao Han talk about the value of this sketch, Lin Mo did have a moment where he wanted to draw a piece for this fat guy right then and there to prove himself. But after weighing the risks, he realized that would likely be suicidal. He was already being watched. If he kept a low profile and proceeded step by step, he might be able to gain some strength. However, if this sketch really was as impressive as Zhao Han said and caught the attention of the nobles in Yindu, that would be a huge problem. Just imagine, if this painting emerged and ignited the enthusiasm of Yindu's aristocrats, what would happen to him? He would undoubtedly transform into one of Dian's famous painters, rising with the tide and gaining both fame and fortune. But the original self was just a homebody who liked to study beast taming in the Lin residence. Having had no contact with painting for the first 20 years of his life, those big figures could easily find out that information. If he suddenly became famous, what would they think? Lin Mo didn't know what treasures the deadbeat old man had left behind, but being coveted by so many would likely mean it was something extraordinary. How could an unknown person suddenly become a great painter without raising suspicions? So while Zhao Han was in turmoil, Lin Mo was also secretly contemplating, ultimately deciding to push the responsibility away and wait until he had some strength before dealing with it. If you're willing to introduce me to the painter, I'll still give you these spirit stones. Zhao Han sighed in relief and took the spirit stones. Actually, I really am. Lin Mo's perfunctory smile. That painter doesn't like fame. You should go check the task. Then, I hope Brother Lin can help me relay this. Definitely. Zhao Han was clearly unwilling to give up such a big deal. Lin Mo made a few more excuses before Zhao Han temporarily gave up. Just as they were interrupted earlier, they continued to add more content. Chapter 31. Mecha Engineer Development Path. The profession settings may slightly conflict with previous ones. That's a mistake by Tongqian. However, over the past couple of days, Tongqian has refined the settings, and there shouldn't be any inconsistencies moving forward. Everyone should refer to these recent profession settings. Opening his own profession skill tree, Lin Mo rubbed his palms together, deciding to complete the unfinished journey from earlier. First was the basic parts, the third layer extending from both skill trees, where 8 shiny icons stood like beautiful women leaning against a door frame, disheveled and wildly waving handkerchiefs at Lin Mo, calling out enticing phrases like "Come play, my lord." Meanwhile, Lin Mo was like a virtuous gentleman, not even glancing at them. Moke Village only guarded a fine iron mine, and with Lin Mo's current capabilities in parts manufacturing, it was already sufficient. There was no need to spend skill points on this. Moreover, skills at the third layer required 3 skill points for each level up, and Lin Mo's skill points were not abundant. He still needed to learn other skills. Glancing over the other 2 unlit skill trees, Lin Mo opened the second layer of Basic Mecha. Mecha Control 4 increases affinity with the mecha, speeds up command response time. Hasty Repair 0 performs a momentary repair on a mecha in a scrapped state, bringing it to a heavily damaged state. Overload Operation 0 allows your mecha to gain a slight attribute boost for a short time, lasting 5 minutes, with energy consumption doubled, and entering a moderately damaged state afterward. Basic Mecha Engineering 0 grants your mecha infinite possibilities. The skill tree derived from Basic Mecha does not have a universal style like basic parts. In mecha battle, every profession has a high degree of individual freedom. Although the profession skill tree upgrade is always a choice between 4 options with 2 selections, players can mix and match according to their tactical style, allowing them to explore the route that suits them best. This approach has its pros and cons. The benefit is that one can truly feel the sense of growth and strengthening their mecha, while the downside is the possibility of taking a wrong path, as points in the profession skill tree are non-refundable. To change the route, one must produce a large number of machines to replenish their skill points. However, Lin Mo does not have such worries. As a veteran player, his understanding of mecha builds is absolutely expert level. Among the 4 skills in the second layer of the basic mecha skill tree, the one with the highest yield, Mecha Control, is a must-have skill. Not only does it enhance the fluidity of controlling the mecha, but as points are added in the later stages, it will unlock a powerful skill called Neural Connection, allowing the mecha to be controlled as if it were an extension of one's body. Of course, that is still far from Lin Mo's current stage. At his current point allocation, he can only achieve voice control of the Titan. The main effect of Hasty Repair is reflected in actual combat. The effect can be roughly estimated from the skill description, and the ultimate skill unlocked in the later stages is called Mechanical Resurrection. At that point, even if the mecha is reduced to a pile of parts, it can be reassembled on the spot using this skill. Imagine when the enemy has scrapped your spirit, mecha, and is approaching with a sinister smile. Suddenly, the scrapped mecha comes back to life and delivers a vengeful counterattack. The only drawback is that this skill is passive and can only be activated when the mecha is in a scrapped state. Even if one has fully upgraded to the ultimate skill, Mechanical Resurrection, it can only be activated in a scrapped state. In most cases, fragile mecha masters cannot withstand the enemy's close-range attacks after their mecha explodes and will die before the mecha can resurrect. While it has significant practical effects, its limitations are also great, so Lin Mo decided to move on without hesitation. This skill is akin to a self-destructive strategy that harms both the enemy and oneself. If the point allocation route is not skewed, the ultimate skill of Overload Operation should be self-destruct, which is a gamble on the mecha master's life, allowing the mecha to drag the enemy down with it. For Lin Mo, learning this skill is not out of the question, but it would be best to give up on mecha control and focus on upgrading Hasty Repair all the way to the ultimate skill, Mechanical Resurrection. Otherwise, in a place like Lingzhou, where building mechas relies entirely on manual labor, the time and cost of remaking a mecha after a self-destruct would undoubtedly increase significantly. After some thought, Lin Mo put Overload Operation as a pending option and looked at the last skill in the second layer of the skill tree. Basic Mecha Engineering. This skill's description is that it grants your mecha infinite possibilities, which is undoubtedly a rather vague introduction. It fails to clearly explain the specific advantages, leading many players in the past to abandon this option. However, Lin Mo understands that this is definitely a skill with immense potential. Although it does not provide an intuitive combat boost in the early stages, as the skill tree is upgraded, it can gradually enhance the mecha's overall attributes in the later stages and even allow the mecha to adapt to multiple forms, transforming it into a transformer. The two forms are not just a difference in appearance. The combat methods and weapon configurations are vastly different, effectively giving the mecha an additional combat mode. In his previous life, Lin Mo learned about this skill tree branch from players who were eager to explore, realizing its characteristics. At that time, he was following a different path, and since he had already committed to it, he could not abandon it to start over. So he created a secondary account to experience this route as a mecha master. However, he did not get to fully experience it before he crossed over. It was a choice between two options. Lin Mo supported his chin with his hand, his eyes flickering. If overload operation is a gamble for the present, then basic mecha engineering looks to the future. One offers an immediate combat power boost, while the other accumulates over time, making the ultimate mecha stronger in the later stages. After much contemplation, considering the costs and the skill points already spent, Lin Mo ultimately chose basic mecha engineering. Choosing overload operation would be fine for ordinary mechas now. As long as there are blueprints, they can be built in 10 days to half a month. However, as the mechas become increasingly advanced in the later stages, he cannot afford to spend that much time and energy on continuous repairs and maintenance. With a notification chime, Lin Mo spent 32 skill points to fully upgrade mecha control and basic mecha engineering, lighting up the third layer of the basic mecha skill tree as well. After 2 layers of skill trees, the skill points Lin Mo had accumulated over the past 2 days were nearly exhausted, leaving only a handful remaining. Considering that his luck had turned negative after his crossing, Lin Mo decided not to gamble on blueprints anymore and instead opened the skill panel for the secondary profession of designer. Finding the skill, basic energy knowledge, and allocating 10 points to it. Instantly, a whirlwind of knowledge about energy flooded into Lin Mo's mind. To manufacture mechas, an energy reactor is a core device that must be produced, and to create an energy reactor, one must have an understanding of various energy types. If Lin Mo were to truly learn that knowledge, he would probably be exhausted to the point of vomiting blood. I can already see the mecha waving at me. Overcoming the dizziness, Lin Mo felt invigorated after the point allocation. Chapter 32, 3 months bang. In the jungle, the Titan's iron fist struck, smashing an unsuspecting wild boar into a mushy pulp. Then the Titan's movements were not the least bit sluggish as it charged toward the fleeing herd of wild boars. After its advancement, the Titan's speed had significantly increased. Although it still looked a bit heavy overall, it was more than enough to deal with a group of wild boars. The wild boars, desperate to escape, let out hoarse cries, each one seemingly like a little girl confronted by a creepy uncle, shouting, "Don't come near." However, the Titan paid no heed, catching up and smashing each one to death with a punch. Lin Mo walked behind, leisurely. Beside him was Zhao Xiaobang, who was staring wide-eyed, with a golden spirit monkey atop his head, mirroring his expression. "Brother Lin, can you leave too for me?" Zhao Han opened his mouth and finally managed to say this. After witnessing the Titan's strength, his tone towards Lin Mo was noticeably more respectful. According to Lin Mo's plan, he had chosen a relatively difficult task, which was to exterminate a group of wild boars. Among the wild boars, there were even a few that had already reached the spirit level, achieving first-tier status, while the others were close to spirit level, totaling over 30. On the way there, Zhao Han had seriously thought up a battle plan, which involved having the golden spirit monkey provoke a lone wild boar, and then the Titan would appear to defeat it. However, upon arrival, Zhao Han realized that the plan was completely unnecessary. The Titan, having broken through to the second tier, was like a god of war against this group of wild boars with just budding intelligence, easily slaughtering them as if they were nothing. With steam rising from its head, it resembled a celestial being descending to earth, turning him and the golden spirit monkey into mere spectators. "Don't worry, my friend, we are friends for life, and your contributions will not be lessened," Lin Mo said while watching the Titan kill the boars, emphasizing the words "friends for life." Zhao Han's chubby face tightened. The golden spirit monkey sat on its master's head, glanced at Lin Mo, then at its master, scratching its head in confusion, not understanding why its master suddenly changed to such a complexion. "Your mech Titan has eliminated a wild boar. You gained only 2 attribute points. Your mech has been destroyed." Listening to the prompt sound in his mind, Lin Mo glanced at Zhao Han, the corner of his mouth slightly curling up. He could complete this task by himself, and the contribution could be entirely his. However, Lin Mo still decided to split it 50-50 with Zhao Han. Zhao Han's various performances while pretending to be a bad guy made Lin Mo feel that this fat man should not be simple. According to the rule that there are always characters among the fat people around travelers, Lin Mo thought he could invest in Zhao Han and see if he could become part of his network. Lin Tang was isolated in the officialdom and military, having no connections at all, which was why the original body ended up being sent to the Beast Control Bureau with no one to help. Lin Mo did not want to repeat that mistake. Although this seemingly unreliable fat man appeared to be a bit untrustworthy, he was still willing to try to foster a good relationship. After all, with the spirit stones left by Princess Baiyu, he wasn't short on money, and splitting the contributions wasn't a big deal. After all, Titan's current strength was already sufficient to do the dirty work at the Beast Control Bureau. He could also take advantage of the tasks to accumulate more attribute points. This wave wasn't a loss. It might even be a small profit. The wild boars had low intelligence and didn't know to bypass Titan to attack Lin Mo, ultimately being smashed into mush by Titan. Lin Mo's contributions increased by another 400. After that, Lin Mo started a 3-point life in Lingzhou. He usually kept a low profile in Mo family village, simply giving the village chief a few spirit stones and letting Mo Zhong provide him with more refined iron. Aside from going to the Beast Control Bureau to work off his sins, he devoted himself to making machinery. As a villager, Mo Zhong naturally wouldn't refuse this request. However, seeing Lin Mo focused solely on smelting iron and not training his spirit beasts, Mo Zhong felt that he couldn't let Lin Mo continue like this. Although Lin Mo told him that smelting iron was to enhance the metal spirit's strength, the improvement of the metal spirit's strength couldn't rely solely on the beast masters. Regular training was also essential. Mo Zhong felt that Lin Mo was taking a wrong turn and, as an elder, should advise him. So he approached Lin Mo for some sparring. The sparring took place 5 times, and Mo Zhong's thoughts changed as follows. First time, Xiao Mo is good. Titan is good. The future is promising. Second time, good, very good. Your father can rest in peace. Third time, what kind of monster is this kid's metal spirit? Fourth time, what? Spar? Xiao Mo, how about we skip it? Fifth time, you don't come over here. Mo Zhong even began to doubt if he had been wrong all along. Otherwise, why was Lin Mo's spirit beast never trained, yet growing stronger so quickly? In less than 3 months, he could already overpower Mo Zhong's Black Tiger. Congratulations, young master. By Li Town, Beast Control Bureau. A female attendant put away Lin Mo's jade token and made a checkmark on the booklet in front of her. Congratulations, just a small token of appreciation. I hope the attendant won't mind. Lin Mo said, taking out 2 spirit stones and handing them to the female attendant. Having gone through the trials of the 21st century, he knew how to navigate social situations. He was generous with flattery and spirit stones, having already built good relationships with many attendants at the Bai Li Town Beast Control Bureau. Many attendants secretly adjusted Lin Mo's task contributions upward by 1 or 200. If it weren't for this, Lin Mo estimated he would have to wait another month to be completely freed. The female attendant looked around with her big eyes, and seeing no one paying attention, she reached out to take the spirit stones. Thank you very much, young master. Attendants like her had no cultivation or poor talent, which was why they were assigned to handle these trivial matters, and there wasn't much profit in it. 2 spirit stones were considered an unexpected gain. You're too polite. Lin Mo nodded slightly to the attendant and turned to walk out of the Beast Control Bureau hall. The warm sunlight of dusk shone on him, giving Lin Mo a feeling of being reborn. Although he had gained something from the tasks at the Beast Control Bureau, he always felt weighed down until he cleared his sins. Now it was all good. From this moment on, his penance was over, and he was completely free. Lin Mo was unclear about the crime Zhao Han committed, but Zhao Han needed much less contribution to atone. Having already regained his freedom a month ago and left Bai Li Town, Lin Mo had also tried to subtly inquire about this fat man's background. However, this fat man was tight-lipped and avoided the topic, so Lin Mo eventually gave up. While lost in thought, Lin Mo paused. His high spiritual attribute allowed him to keenly sense someone watching him from the shadows with ill intent. Chapter 33. Assassin, someone is following me. Lin Mo walked to the side, casually picking up a small gadget to feign playing with it, while his eyes discreetly scanned the surroundings. However, he couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Bai Li Town was the only city within 100 miles. Although it couldn't compare to the capital, it was still quite prosperous. At this time, during dusk, it was akin to the post-meal time in his previous life, when people would come out for a stroll. The streets were bustling with people, and Lin Mo could only sense someone watching him from the shadows, but he couldn't pinpoint where that person was. It seems my development period has come to an end. That feeling of being watched continued, making Lin Mo ponder. Who would be watching him with malicious intent? It was easy to guess it was likely Li Chongfeng's group. Being held by someone's secret could be uncomfortable, even if it was just a suspicion. It was enough to make them restless. Lin Mo had survived for 3 months largely due to Princess Baiyu's appearance, which made the other party wary. Now, 3 months had passed, and Princess Baiyu had not appeared again. Li Changfeng must think that she no longer cares about him and that his death wouldn't cause too much of a stir. So he wanted to kill him to eliminate future troubles. Lin Mo became alert. The opponent was a deputy at the military command, a 5th-rank warrior. If they truly wanted to kill him, they wouldn't need to scheme. Since someone was already watching him, it was likely they would make a move today. I wonder how this assassin is, and whether I can handle it. Lin Mo lowered his head in thought and opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo, human. Occupation, mechanic. Secondary occupation, design apprentice. Physical, 40. Strength, 37. Agility, 107. Spirit, 94. Charm. Free attribute points, 107. Free skill points, 103. Skills, basic insight 9. Combat enthusiasm 9. Occupation skill tree. Click for details. Items, Titan, normal. Tattered retractable mechanical arm blueprint, damaged. Primitive mechanical pliers blueprint, damaged. Small focusing flamethrower blueprint, normal. Precise balance, lifestyle. Multifunctional wrench, lifestyle. This was the result of Lin Mo's hard work over the past 3 months, grinding and battling. If it were in his previous life, other players would surely jump up and curse upon seeing the attribute points he had accumulated. Because in the game mechanics of mecha warfare, attribute points were only awarded when leveling up, with a maximum level of just over 170, and at most 170 attribute points, each one being extremely precious and usually allocated to the attributes that most enhance one's occupation. However, Lin Mo didn't know if it was due to traveling incorrectly. But he didn't have a leveling system. His attribute points were gained by killing monsters. Over the past 3 months, he had taken on tasks at the Beast Control Bureau 3 to 4 times a month, killing countless wild beasts and spirit beasts, which allowed his attribute points to accumulate to this amount. Lin Mo did not forget that surviving was the essence of everything. He saved part of the attribute points for emergencies and stacked the rest entirely on agility. Don't be fooled by how he seems just like a normal person now. If he were to run, even an average second-tier martial artist wouldn't be able to catch up to him. His mental attribute had naturally accumulated to over 90 points due to his constant creation of machinery. Li Changfeng definitely wouldn't act personally, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Looking at the more than 200 attribute points he had saved up, Lin Mo felt a sense of security. Although he currently appeared to be a beastmaster, with Titan being his strongest combat power, as long as he was willing, he could squander all his accumulated attribute points in a short time, shedding his weak exterior and transforming into a berserker. Outside Bailey Town, Lin Mo saw the middle-aged man riding the iron feather pung again. The middle-aged man also noticed Lin Mo and nodded slightly to him. In the past 3 months, Lin Mo had made several trips back and forth between the Beastmaster Bureau and Mo Family Village, and they had become somewhat familiar with each other. After paying 2 spirit stones for the return trip, Lin Mo boarded the bird's back, pretending to rest with his eyes closed while actually squinting to observe the people boarding one by one. Bailey Town was the only city nearby, and if someone lost their life, it would definitely cause a stir, so those who wanted to kill him would not act in Bailey Town. The best approach was to follow him until they reached a secluded place to strike, then discard the body in the deep mountains, leaving no trace. It's him. Lin Mo squinted as he watched one person after another board the bird, finally locking his gaze on a tall middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man did not seem to be staring at him, Lin Mo could sense the aura emanating from him, subtly locking onto him. Name, unknown. Race, human. Occupation, martial artist. Physical, 78. Strength, 117. Agility, 119. Mental, 27. Charm, 15. Remarks. There is danger, but it is not completely dangerous. Fortunately, I can handle it. Looking at the middle-aged man's attribute panel, Lin Mo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he had guessed, Li Changfeng had indeed sent someone to deal with him. The 2 major systems of martial artists and beastmasters meant that beastmasters had an advantage in the later stages, and typically, they were not opponents for martial artists of the same rank in the early stages. To outsiders, Lin Mo was just a pseudo-second-tier beastmaster, and a third-tier martial artist dealing with him was more than enough. Lin Mo closed his eyes and began to rest. Even if someone was following him in the dark, they wouldn't dare to act against someone from a village. It seemed that this middle-aged man was not beyond his limits. The iron feather pung was as fast and steady as ever and soon landed on a mountain not far from Mo Family Village. Lin Mo calmly got off the bird's back, and after a moment's pause, the middle-aged man followed suit. The Beastmaster's puzzled glance at Lin Mo revealed nothing unusual in his demeanor, so he didn't ask further. He gently stomped his foot on the bird's back, and the iron feather pung let out a loud cry before soaring into the sky. Lin Mo stood at the mountain's peak, watching the iron feather pung disappear from view before turning to look at the tall middle-aged man. The air in front of him rippled like the surface of water, and the Titan, with its steel body, emerged from within. The Titan now was completely different from 3 months ago. Its two short legs had been replaced with long legs, and the somewhat crude iron ball had been replaced with a real mechanical arm. Lin Mo had also rebuilt the Titan's body, connecting multiple fine iron components to create a structure similar to that of a human torso. The Titan stood there, its entire body shimmering with a dark silver sheen, its proportions resembling a bodybuilder from Lin Mo's past life. Aside from steam occasionally venting from its head, the Titan had initially taken on the form of a mecha. Are we going to fight? Lin Mo smiled with interest. The middle-aged man's movement stiffened. Chapter 34, Titan Returns, Medieval Robot, Titan. Type, Basic Mecha, Quality, Ordinary, Attributes, Defense 77. Strength 109, Speed 64. Energy 1752,000, Height, 198 centimeters. Weight, 345 kilograms. Power System, Steam Engine, Standby Energy Consumption, 5 energy per minute. Combat Energy Consumption, 40 energy per minute. Weapon Configuration, Primitive Retractable Mechanical Arms, Ordinary. Small Focused Flamethrower, Advanced. Simple Mechanical Lower Limbs, Ordinary. Powerful Mechanical Iron Fist, Ordinary. Skills, Claw, Flame Jet, Iron Fist Heavy Strike. Powerful Throw, Status, Normal. Passive, Unyielding. The quality of the mecha has been enhanced by fine iron, even in a scrapped state. The Titan can continue to fight for a short time. Note, in unyielding state, all attributes are reduced by 30%. Remarks, don't be fooled by its still dumb appearance. Anyone who dares to underestimate it will surely pay the price. Lin Mo crossed his arms, exuding confidence. He hadn't been idle these past 3 months. After all, constantly making the same machinery would yield diminishing skill points. So Lin Mo had been trying to get new blueprints. Although his good fortune had vanished after crossing over, he still made some gains over the 3 months through unlocking and gambling blueprints. Simple mechanical lower limbs and powerful mechanical iron fist were created based on new blueprints, both of which were strong among ordinary quality items, especially the latter. Simple mechanical lower limbs significantly enhanced the mecha's attributes, while powerful mechanical iron fist not only strengthens strength, but also comes with 2 skills. Iron Fist Heavy Strike. The mecha channels energy from its entire body to deliver a punch equivalent to 15 times its own strength. Energy cost 100, cooldown time 2 minutes. Powerful Throw. Grabs an enemy and throws them forcefully, with a chance to cause a stun effect. Energy cost 120, cooldown time 40 seconds. Both skills are based on powerful mechanical iron fist. It can be said that the Titan has undergone a dramatic upgrade compared to 3 months ago. Did you guess it? The middle-aged man, with a scar on his face, had a restrained yet fierce aura, clearly a martial artist who had been on the battlefield. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly calmed down. Since you guessed it, why not run? You surprise me a bit. You'll be even more surprised later. Lin Mo silently observed the middle-aged man without speaking. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. My superior said to hand over the goods, and you'll be spared. If you leave now, I will also spare you. Lin Mo remained expressionless. Are you looking for death? The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. Lin Mo still maintained his expressionless face and turned around, patting his backside at the middle-aged man. Boom. The middle-aged man moved. As a third-tier martial artist, he surged forward like a cannonball, directly charging at Lin Mo. However, before he could reach Lin Mo, he was intercepted by a figure forged from bronze and iron. Facing the martial artist in front of him, the Titan revealed its iron fist. Second-tier metal spirit? The old man's gaze sharpened slightly. Instead of retreating, he swung his fist and chose to confront the Titan head-on. Bang! The collision of flesh and iron produced a sound like clashing metal. The middle-aged man staggered for a moment, while the Titan was pushed back 2 steps. Before the middle-aged man could show any surprise, the Titan, with steam billowing from its head, charged forward again, looking for death. The middle-aged man's astonishment quickly turned into rage. A third-tier martial artist, with the first-tier body refinement, second-tier chi training, and third-tier integration of both, had achieved the realm of copper skin and iron bones. A martial artist's pride lay in their physical body. Yet that kid actually let this second-tier metal spirit engage him in close combat. This was blatant disrespect. I'll first dismantle your metal spirit, then kill you. The middle-aged man revealed a fierce expression and charged towards Titan. He wasn't worried that Lin Mo would sneak away while he was fighting Titan, because from their earlier exchange, he had already noticed that Titan's speed was inferior to his own. If Lin Mo wanted to escape, he could completely abandon this metal spirit and directly attack Lin Mo. A physically weak beast master would never be able to escape the pursuit of a martial artist. Bang, bang, bang. The middle-aged man unleashed his true fire, looking as if he wanted to take Titan apart. Titan's fighting style was also bold and aggressive. Under Lin Mo's command, it was a straightforward clash. The two unleashed their full power, exchanging punches and kicks, and in an instant, They had already clashed over a dozen times. Lin Mo estimated that there were probably 7 to 8 punches per second. If there were sound effects, it would probably be aura, aura, aura. Titan severely depleted, status changed. Current status, lightly damaged. Lin Mo was astonished. Titan had followed him for 3 months and had experienced dozens of battles, with its iron body never facing defeat. However, he didn't expect that after just a short fight with the middle-aged man, it had already sustained light damage. Lin Mo had always heard that martial artists were fierce in close combat, and today he had witnessed it firsthand. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, while he was shocked by the martial artist's close combat ability, the middle-aged man was equally astonished by Titan's toughness. The longer they fought, the more intense the middle-aged man's shock became. This metal spirit is only 2nd tier, yet its strength is not much less than mine. If it truly breaks through to 3rd tier, today's affairs will be quite troublesome. Moreover, this metal spirit is only 2nd tier and can still entangle with me for so long. Does it have unlimited strength? Where does it get such power? Just as they were engaged in battle, the middle-aged man's fist and Titan's iron fist collided once again. The tremendous force made the middle-aged man's expression change dramatically. Iron fist strike. With a loud bang, the middle-aged man was directly sent flying, landing on his feet but uncontrollably sliding back several yards, leaving 2 long scratches on the ground. What a pity, I couldn't injure him, Lin Mo thought, staring at the middle-aged man's arm. The muscle movement in the middle-aged man's arm clearly indicated that he was a martial artist who had comprehended the transformation of strength. As long as the damage wasn't excessively beyond his capabilities, he could resolve it through that transformation. I underestimated you. The middle-aged man shook his numb arm, his expression becoming more serious. He originally thought he could easily deal with a mere 2nd-tier Beastmaster, that one encounter would be enough to kill him. But he didn't expect it to be so troublesome. This metal spirit's combat power greatly exceeded his expectations. I can't waste any more time. The middle-aged man silently contemplated as he looked towards Lin Mo. Chapter 35. Dual cultivation of Beastmaster and martial artist. This kid is afraid. He doesn't dare let me get close. Boom. The middle-aged man exerted force once more, causing the ground beneath him to suddenly collapse several inches. On the other side, Titan also charged fearlessly. The martial artist and the Iron Man once again faced off, exchanging attacks, with the sound of striking metal echoing across the mountaintop. However, just as the fierce battle was in full swing, the middle-aged man's figure suddenly moved. He abandoned Titan, and his body almost turned into an afterimage as he rushed towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock. I admit your metal spirit is strong, but this is where it ends. Watching Lin Mo, who stood frozen in place, panicked, and even forgot to escape, the middle-aged man's mouth curled into a sinister smile. When a Beastmaster is approached by a martial artist, it is almost a death sentence. This kid just provoked me. Now he will experience the consequences of being close to a martial artist. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I will break your limbs, kill your beast spirit, and finally torment you. The middle-aged man's voice abruptly stopped. His fist was halted just 2 inches from Lin Mo's crown, his wrist firmly gripped by Lin Mo. What are you going to do to me? Lin Mo held the middle-aged man's arm and lightly lifted his head. The fear in his eyes completely vanished, replaced by a chilling glare. Did you not expect this? How is that possible? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he frantically exerted force to pull back, but the young man's palm was like an iron clamp, no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't break free. You, how could you be so strong? Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, Lin Mo suddenly twisted the middle-aged man's wrist and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. The terrifying force rendered the transformation of strength useless. The middle-aged man's chest caved in violently. Before he could recover, Lin Mo stepped forward and stomped down forcefully onto the middle-aged man. Boom. The immense force created a human-shaped pit in the ground, with half of the middle-aged man's body pressed into the earth. You wanted to break my limbs? Boom. You wanted to kill me? Boom. Stand up. Lin Mo fully embraced the spirit of taking advantage of the situation, stomping down with each statement. The terrifying power almost buried the middle-aged man entirely into the ground. Blood gushed from the middle-aged man, and he was filled with dread. What the hell is this Beastmaster? Which Beastmaster can press a 3rd-tier martial artist down and beat him up like this? A single word suddenly emerged in the middle-aged martial artist's mind. Dual cultivation of Beastmaster and martial artist. This kid's strength is much greater than my own, even approaching a 3rd-tier martial artist. He is not just a 2nd-tier Beastmaster who has recently broken through, as Li Duwei said, but a genius who has mastered both beast taming and martial arts. Stronger than myself. The previous fear was all an act. Li Duwei set me up. The middle-aged man was terrified, struggling to raise his almost unconscious arm to block Lin Mo's relentless stomping. However, he soon realized he could not withstand it at all. Lin Mo's stomps not only didn't stop, but grew heavier with each one. He felt his internal organs churning and his vision darkening. Martial artists have strong vitality. Even a small amount of blood can turn the tide. I have the advantage in attributes, but I lack combat experience, and I can't give him a chance to breathe. Lin Mo continued to exert force, each stomp heavier than the last. This was not because he had invested more attribute points, but thanks to his new skill. Combat Enthusiasm 9, passive in close combat. For every second the battle continues, gain a 1-point strength attribute bonus, up to a maximum of 30 points. This skill was unlocked when he was forced to engage in close combat with a highly intelligent spirit during a hunt. Until now, he hadn't used it, and the middle-aged man became his first test subject. With each stomp, his strength increased, making each hit feel like a human-shaped hammer. Determined to smash the middle-aged man into a meat patty. At first, the middle-aged man could barely hold on, but eventually, he nearly gave up resisting. Just then, whether due to Lin Mo's miscalculation or something else, he kicked out and unexpectedly sent the middle-aged man flying. Despair filled the middle-aged man's eyes once again with a glimmer of hope. After all, he was just a young child with insufficient combat experience. He didn't exhaust him directly when he had the upper hand, but instead kicked him away. Using this momentum, he could try to escape. A martial artist's body is tough. Even if injured, it wouldn't affect their speed too much. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, trying to adjust his body as he flew backward. However, before he could make any adjustments, his flying body suddenly came to a halt. Looking down, he saw a massive steel hand gripping his body. Then, in an instant, he was thrown towards Lin Mo like a toy. Powerful throw. Titan uses skill powerful throw. Dizzy effect triggered no. The middle-aged man watched helplessly as Lin Mo took out a dagger. He wanted to resist, but only felt the world spinning, his yuan power completely unresponsive. In the end, with a thud, he crashed directly into Lin Mo's dagger. You are following orders. I am just protecting myself. Lin Mo pulled out the dagger. Watching the middle-aged man's corpse fall before him, life ebbing away bit by bit, his expression indifferent. You have killed a third-grade martial artist. Reward, 50 free attribute points. You have completed the repair of the Titan. Current status, normal. Lin Mo installed the new parts onto the Titan, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The flickering candlelight illuminated the serious face of the young man. During the earlier battle, he had guessed the middle-aged man's intentions the moment he looked at him and directly allocated all his accumulated 107 attribute points to strength. With a strength attribute of 144, he was already a notch above the middle-aged man, catching the middle-aged martial artist off guard and successfully turning the tables. This was the combat strategy Lin Mo had long thought out. Unless the middle-aged martial artist went berserk and transformed into a Super Saiyan, there was no way he could lose. After successfully turning the tables, Lin Mo even had a bold idea. If he focused on strength and agility in the future, making his close combat skills on par with those of martial artists, wouldn't that create a new combat system for mech engineers? When the time came to fight, the opponent would have a hard time dealing with his spirit beast, thinking he had become a helpless girl under the streetlight, walking towards him with a lewd smile, only for him to pull out something even bigger than theirs, resulting in explosive practical effects. Chapter 36, Mech No. 16 The Mo family village cannot stay any longer. The third-grade martial artist was turned against. The next one sent out would only be stronger. Perhaps even a fourth-grade martial artist, or even Li Changfeng himself. If he continued to stay in Mo family village, not only would he be unable to protect himself, but he might also drag the villagers of Mo family village into danger. Now, Lin Mo faced two choices. One, to flee. He was already a free man, no longer needing to work in the Beast Control Bureau to atone for his sins. The Great Yin Court would not treat him as a wanted criminal. However, if he did that, it would be equivalent to telling Li Changfeng that the item was in his hands. At that time, Li Changfeng would certainly mobilize all his forces to search for him. Given the status and connections of a court official, the pressure he would face would not be much less than being wanted by the court. Although Lin Mo still didn't understand what these two jade symbols were for, the note left by Lin Tang had already given the address, which should be where he needed to go. This unreliable old man wouldn't he really be trying to set up his own son, would he? Reflecting on his experiences since crossing over to Lingzhou, Lin Mo felt a bit anxious. However, after much hesitation, Lin Mo decided to take the risk and venture to the capital. Besides his curiosity about the jade symbols, there was also a blueprint he had recently obtained. Beginner Universal Energy Reactor Advanced. Beginner Universal Energy Reactor. Energy is always the core and fundamental device of a mech. Note, with it, the mech is already beckoning to you. This was the result of Lin Mo desperately investing points into the sub-profession of energy knowledge. And just a few days ago, he successfully crafted this blueprint. At that time, Lin Mo thought about directly creating the energy reactor. However, after multiple failures, He concluded that the strength of ordinary iron was insufficient to create a beginner energy reactor as an advanced machine. To manufacture it, he needed to find a metal with higher strength. Lin Mo did not possess advanced metallurgical skills and did not know how to create a sufficiently strong alloy. However, the memories of his original self mentioned that there were many extraordinary metals in Lingzhou, not only with incredible strength, but also possessing some inexplicable power, often used by high-grade martial artists to forge weapons. Although Lin Mo had never seen high-grade martial artists, judging by the combat power of the middle-aged martial artist, their prowess was evident. It was reasonable to assume that the raw materials used for their formidable weapons should be strong enough to manufacture a reactor. However, such metals were exceedingly rare, likely only obtainable in large cities like Yin Capital. Yin Capital, the capital of the Great Yin dynasty. The Great Yin prided itself on being the true central plains, and the capital, as a symbol, was naturally very extravagant. The outer city, inner city, and imperial city formed three concentric rings, covering a vast area, with thousands of government offices and countless officials and commoners. The streets were bustling with people. A scene of prosperity. Did Lin Tang really not set up his son? Somewhere in Yin Capital, Lin Mo was sitting in a tea shed, secretly observing a blacksmith shop across the street. Although the original self had always lived in Yin Capital, he was not familiar with every place. For instance, he had never been to the Bailing Street, number 16, mentioned in the note, based on his assumptions before coming. Since this location was in the capital and it was a shop, even if the street was remote, the shop should be somewhat impressive. A two-story building would not be too much to expect, right? But why set up such a straw shed here? Looking at the straw shed not far away, Lin Mo twitched his lips a couple of times. The iron furnace, the bellows, also poorly constructed that it was almost like working outdoors. Watching the thin man under the straw shed, whose ribs were clearly visible, still hammering away at the red-hot sword, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. Bailing Street was located in the outer city, definitely less prosperous than the inner city. However, this row of shops was at least 2 stories high, adorned with golden plaques and red paint, looking magnificent. This straw shed standing amidst these shops was like a wild chicken among a flock of swans, impossible not to notice. Clang, clang, clang. The man, dark and thin, resembled a monkey come to life, his slender arms swinging the hammer, weakly striking the red-hot sword silhouette, producing a few sparks. Honestly, Lin Mo was worried that the man might drop the hammer on his own hand. Activating basic insight, the man's attributes appeared before Lin Mo. Name, unknown. Race, human. Physical, 1. Strength, 2. Agility, 2. Spirit, 75. Charm, 1 note. For some people, just staying alive is a luxury. With such attributes and still trying to make a living, what right do I have not to work hard? Looking at the man's attributes, Lin Mo was deeply moved. Leaving a few copper coins on the table and walking directly toward him. Initially, he had some concerns about his safety, but now he completely disregarded it. That man, apart from his spirit attribute, was as fragile as a piece of paper and posed no threat to him at all. Is there something you need? The man, still hammering away at the sword, looked up at the person who had approached and set down his hammer. I have something to show you, Lin Mo said with a slight smirk. Now that he was closer, he could even see the heavy dark circles under the man's eyes. Resembling a youth who had been gaming in an internet CAF for a month, teetering on the brink of collapse. This, you should recognize, right? Looking around to ensure no one was paying attention, Lin Mo took the black symbol from his pocket. To be honest, Lin Mo felt a bit nervous. Due to the assassination by Li Changfeng and the attention of the princess, he had made many assumptions before coming. For instance, the 2 jade symbols seemed ordinary but might involve court struggles, potentially implicating some significant figure, or perhaps it involved some royal gossip. Like which concubine was involved with which prince, or some noble had a child with a eunuch. In short, no matter what, Lin Mo believed these jade symbols were significant, and bringing them out to find someone to make contact would surely cause the other party to change their expression dramatically, looking at him with suspicion, and exchanging phrases like the king covers the earth, your father is 1 meter 50. However, I don't recognize it. The young man, sporting dark circles, glanced at the jade symbol with indifference before lowering his head to continue forging. Don't recognize it? Did I come to the wrong place? Lin Mo frowned, taking a few steps back to look around. On the left was armor 15, on the right was armor 17. That's right. Could it be that the old ghost dad is playing with me? Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you that I don't take disciples? Lin Mo was still puzzled when suddenly a strong voice came from nearby. Lin Mo turned to the side and saw a dark-skinned man walking towards the grass shed, snatching the hammer from the man's hand. Name, unknown. Race, human. Physical strength. Strength, agility, spirit, charm. Note, even if you upgrade your basic insight, all you can see are question marks. Lin Mo squinted slightly. It seems that this man is the real deal. Chapter 37. Brood-eye, I just hope you can teach me. With dark circles under his eyes. He looked even more like a baby in front of the big man, lowering his head like a child who had done something wrong. Useless. The big man held the hammerhead, his skin as bronze as Lin Mo's, clearly someone who had spent years by the furnace, full of masculinity. Or at least that's what Lin Mo thought. Why? The man with dark circles clenched his fists, his body slightly trembling, making one worry that he might fall apart at any moment. You know it yourself. If you don't take me in, I won't survive 3 years. Do you really want to watch me die? The man with dark circles raised his head, his eyes filled with resentment. Lin Mo sensed the smell of gossip and perked up his ears. As a qualified bystander, one must learn to infer the situation from the words of the parties involved. And Lin Mo was very experienced in this regard. The big man looked at the man with dark circles, still shaking his head. That's your own business. You can save me. The man with dark circles' chest heaved, his voice rising a few notches. I don't want to save you. Creak. Lin Mo then noticed a brocade robe hanging behind the grass shed. As someone who had lived in Yindu for a long time, Lin Mo had some knowledge and could tell at a glance that the brocade robe worn by the man with dark circles was made of ice silkworm silk, which avoided dust and heat and nourished the body. Each piece was a sky-high price for ordinary people, and even most noble families couldn't afford it. This man with dark circles has an unusual identity. Are you here to make weapons? Seeing the man with dark circles about to leave, the big man turned to Lin Mo and said, is it custom-made or standard weapons, for warriors or spirit users? There are my sketches over there. You can take a look first. As he spoke, the big man pointed to the side, and Lin Mo could see a thick stack of animal skins, looking to have dozens of sheets, casually piled on the wooden table. Lin Mo held the black talisman, glanced at the man with dark circles who was changing clothes, and said nothing. After all, the black talisman was something left by the old ghost dad. It might have some secrets. Given the current situation, it was better for fewer people to know. He planned to ask the big man after the man with dark circles left. However, plans always change quickly. Before the man with dark circles could finish changing, the big man spotted the black talisman in Lin Mo's hand. His gaze paused, and then he lightly grasped his palm towards the talisman. Lin Mo felt a pulling force, and before he could catch it, the talisman flew into the big man's hand. Lin Mo's heart stirred. External release of elemental power. This big man is at least a 5th-grade warrior. The big man looked at the talisman, his expression changing slightly as he turned to Lin Mo and asked, since this black talisman is in your hands, what is your connection to the hidden dragon? I know the talisman is your possession, but who is hidden dragon? Can we not speak in riddles, uncle? Meanwhile, the man with dark circles had already changed into his brocade robe. They say a person relies on clothing and a horse relies on its saddle. This is absolutely true. The sickly-looking man with dark circles, after putting on the brocade robe made of ice silkworm silk, exuded an air of nobility. If it weren't for his pale face, he would indeed be considered a dashing young man. He had already finished dressing and was ready to leave, but upon hearing the big man's words, he paused and perked up his ears. Judging by your age, you should be the son of the hidden dragon, right? The big man spoke again, causing Lin Mo to frown slightly. According to the big man, the hidden dragon should be Lin Tang, but in his memory, he had never heard of such a nickname. How many things is this old ghost dad hiding from me? No choice, I'll just agree for now. This is the first time I've heard such a response. Being a son is still acceptable. Regardless of whether it's true, since the black talisman is in your hands, I'll take it as you are. I owe the hidden dragon a favor. I can help you with 5 things. The big man pondered for a moment, put away the black talisman, and was about to say something else when he suddenly noticed the man with dark circles standing aside. Why are you still here? Lin Mo was speechless. This guy had been eavesdropping for a long time, and the big man only just remembered. I take my leave. The man with dark circles stood straight, bowed, and then turned to walk away. Watching the back of the man with dark circles, Lin Mo frowned slightly. At the moment the man with dark circles turned to leave, he clearly sensed that the man shot him a glare filled with hostility. What did I do to offend this guy? All right, let's continue. After watching the figure of the man with dark circles disappear at the street corner, the big man turned to Lin Mo. The black talisman is a token. Leon can agree to 5 things for you. What do you want me to do? As he spoke, the big man's expression was calm, as if no problem could stump him. Looking at the big man's confident demeanor, Lin Mo felt a bit uncertain, pondering for a moment before tentatively suggesting, kill a lieutenant from the military command? Yindu is the capital of the Great Yin, with a strong military presence and powerful individuals. Lin Mo thought that mentioning the assassination of a court official might make the big man show some hesitation. However, he was disappointed. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the big man didn't even furrow his brows, calmly asking, what is his name? What is his level? Li Changfeng, a 5th-grade warrior. The big man nodded, turned around, picked up an unfinished long sword, and walked decisively towards the outside. Lin Mo felt a sense of dread. The law of the Great Yin states that assassinating court officials is a capital offense, and Yindu, as the capital, has ninth-grade warriors stationed. If someone were to kill a court official in the capital, it would definitely lead to citywide martial law and investigations for the murderer. It would escalate quickly. Who knows if this big man would get caught? And if he did, would he expose me? Even if we assumed the big man isn't caught, would someone notice Li Changfeng's death and trace it back to me? After meeting Princess Baiyu, Lin Mo realized that Li Changfeng was merely a pawn. And there must be someone behind him with at least as much power and influence as Princess Baiyu, if not comparable to that of a prince. If he were to kill Li Changfeng and attract the attention of such a significant figure, it would be a loss far greater than the gain. Akin to not catching fish, but ending up with a stench. Hero, forget it. I misspoke. Please do not act impulsively. Liang pledges his word. And I will follow through. You just wait for me in the grass shed. Lin Mo tried to stop him. But the strength and realm of the strong man were clearly above his own. Each time Lin Mo thought he had blocked him, the strong man would effortlessly sidestep him and continue walking towards the street corner. By this time, the sun had already set and curfew was approaching. There were hardly any people on the street. Otherwise, Lin Mo and the strong man would have surely attracted countless curious glances. Hero, don't be impulsive. As he saw the strong man quickening his pace, about to leave by Ling Street, Lin Mo hurriedly called out, Hero, I was wrong. Please do not go kill Li Changfeng. Clap. The strong man stopped in his tracks. Lin Mo, panting and out of breath, caught up and just saw the strong man turn around with a serious expression, speaking in a deep voice. That's the second matter. There are 3 more. Lin Mo? In that moment, several thoughts of confusion rushed through his mind. Looking at the strong man's stern face, he couldn't tell if the strong man genuinely thought this way or was intentionally playing tricks on him. Speak. What else do you need Liang to do? His face was resolute, his voice like thunder. Meanwhile, Lin Mo fell into a brief state of self-doubt. 5 matters. And walking from the grass shed to the street corner had already consumed 2. He felt as if he had been tricked. But for a moment couldn't he figure out where the problem lay. The strong man was striding back towards his grass shed. Not hearing Lin Mo's response, he glanced back at Lin Mo, who appeared lost in thought, and lightly hummed. It seemed that using 2 out of the 5 matters was acceptable. The most important thing was not to waste the remaining 3 opportunities. I need a place to stay. He had already stayed for 3 months in a remote little mountain village like Mo family village. Could there be a harsher place in the capital than a small mountain village? All right, follow me. There are still 2 matters. The strong man wrapped up all his tools and unfinished weapons in a large beast hide and threw it over his shoulder, leading the way towards the street corner. While Lin Mo hurriedly followed behind. They twisted and turned for nearly a quarter of an hour, and the strong man hadn't said a word. But Lin Mo could hardly contain his curiosity and spoke first. This hero, I still don't know your name. Liang Hong, the strong man replied. Who was that young master in the grass shed just now? Why did he want to apprentice to you? And why did he say if he didn't apprentice to you, he would surely die within 3 years? Liang Hong paused, slightly tilting his head. Is knowing this matter your 4th? No, I'm not interested at all. Lin Mo immediately shut his mouth and obediently followed Liang Hong. At the other end of Bailing Street, a horse-drawn carriage was stopped at the street corner. The carriage was adorned with cloud patterns, the frame was gilded, and the redwood was carved with various auspicious symbols, radiating an air of nobility, clearly not a carriage of an ordinary family. Beside the carriage stood a slightly stooped old man, seemingly waiting for something. If Lin Mo were there, he would throw an insight at the old man. He would find that the old man was also a powerful figure with questions written all over him. At this moment, a man with dark circles under his eyes walked out from Bailing Street. He looked gloomy, keeping his head down and silent, as a gust of wind blew, tightly wrapping his icy silk robe around him, revealing his tall and thin figure. The old man quickly approached him. Has the young master been rejected by Liang Hong again? After seeing the man with dark circles get onto the carriage, the old man also sat down and then slightly tilted his head to ask a question. Inside the carriage, the cold voice of the man with dark circles came out. Rejected. The old man fell silent, not answering. After a moment, 2 extremely simple words came from inside the carriage. Yes, young master. The old man pursed his dry lips, lightly cracked the whip on the horse's rear, and the horse immediately began to run steadily with the carriage. The sound of the hooves was crisp, echoing as they traveled from the outer city into the inner city. Young Master Lu Bo. The middle-aged man wore a hesitant expression, clearly wanting to show concern for the man with dark circles, but unsure how to comfort him. Just as they entered the inner city and he wanted to say something, he was interrupted by the man with dark circles from the carriage, prompting Lu Bo to quickly lower his head slightly. Does the young master have any orders? You are an elder who has seen much in the home mansion. Have you ever heard of a figure named Hidden Dragon and the Black Talisman? Inside the spacious carriage, The man with dark circles had an extremely grim expression. Have you heard that Liang Hong has a token similar to the Black Talisman? With the token, he can agree to anything? Outside the carriage, the old man frowned. This old servant has not heard of Liang Hong having any Black Talisman or token. Why does the young master ask this? Investigate. As he spoke, the man with dark circles' gaze grew darker. A year. Today, this inexplicably appearing brat, holding a mysterious Black Talisman, made Liang Hong promise to help him with 5 matters. How can this not make him furious? Is this something that can be achieved through kneeling and begging? You just got it with a piece of Black Talisman? Is there still any law? Is there still any justice? Liang Hong was powerful, and he couldn't afford to offend him, nor could he send someone to monitor him, as being discovered would be tantamount to offending this only lifeline. He wanted to see what this hidden dragon and Black Talisman were all about that could make a figure like Liang Hong make such a promise. Chapter 39. You Make Me Sick. Liang Hong's residence was roughly as Lin Mo had guessed. It was located in a relatively remote area of the outer city, comprised entirely of small doors and courtyards, with walls forming numerous small alleys. After following Liang Hong around for half a day, they finally stopped in front of a relatively simple courtyard. From the outside, the courtyard looked decent, with 2 tile-roofed houses vaguely visible inside. Although it could be considered somewhat spacious, in the bustling capital, this was already equivalent to a slum-level residence. Lin Mo didn't feel surprised at all. Given that Liang Hong's blacksmith shop was so refined, it was entirely within his expectations that his living conditions would be a bit poorer. However, Liang Hong still surprised him. After entering the courtyard with Liang Hong, Lin Mo saw a beast spirit resembling a lizard, about 2 zhang long, lying lazily in the yard. This lizard was covered in purple scales, had a single horn on its forehead, short and sturdy limbs, and an exceptionally large and bloated belly, appearing lethargic. Upon seeing Liang Hong and the protagonist enter the yard, it merely glanced over before continuing to lie down, as if nothing could attract its attention. Golden Devouring Beast. The thought sprang to Lin Mo's mind immediately, and he couldn't help but show a hint of joy. The Golden Devouring Beast only had a spiritual level bloodline. Without a high-quality beast spirit bloodline or rare heavenly materials, it would only reach the 6th tier at most. However, what Lin Mo was interested in was not the bloodline potential of the Golden Devouring Beast, but its innate abilities. The Golden Devouring Beast feeds on various metals. Besides being able to eat, it can also spit. Of course, this spitting doesn't mean it eats and then vomits out a pile of disgusting vomit. Rather, the Golden Devouring Beast can transform various metals, even some divine gold, into the desired form in its belly, and then spit it out. Its naturally large belly acts like the most marvelous furnace, capable of directly forging countless difficult-to-make divine gold into the embryo of weapons. Therefore, this beast spirit is highly sought after by weapon masters, who have even given the Golden Devouring Beast another name, the Golden Devouring and Spitting Beast. When Lin Mo found this type of spirit beast in his memory, he felt it was simply perfect for him. The innate talent of this race was highly compatible with his own, making it a walking parts-making machine. He had even thought about raising one himself. Unfortunately, this kind of spirit beast was in high demand due to its unique abilities, and it was something he couldn't get close to. He never expected to see one today at Liang Hong's place. Moreover, judging by its size, it was already an adult Golden Devouring Beast. How's it going today? Liang Hong tossed his backpack into the corner of the yard and walked over to take a look at the Golden Devouring Beast. The beast raised its head with an incredibly lazy expression and impatiently opened its big mouth. Then, its large belly began to contract repeatedly. After a few moments, with a loud wow, all sorts of weapons and armor were vomited out from the beast's belly, clattering onto the ground. Although some of them were covered in what looked like somewhat disgusting slime, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. A walking parts-making machine. If he raised one of these, he wouldn't have to start from scratch every day. He could assemble directly. A few items were missing. Liang Hong looked down at the weapons that the Golden Devouring Beast had vomited out, and then glanced at the beast. We agree that you can only eat what I give you. You can't take any for yourself. The Golden Devouring Beast, which had been lazy all along, suddenly became alert, but only for a moment. It then shook its large head, making a face as if the wind today was too noisy. I've already given you the Xian copper this month. Liang Hong's face became serious. Isn't the scrap of Qi Shao gold enough for you to eat? Spit out the short knife. The Golden Devouring Beast turned around, admiring the newly risen moon. Unconcerned, it seemed as if everything was irrelevant to it. However, the next second, its lazy demeanor changed. Liang Hong grabbed its tail with one hand, muscles bulging, and forcefully turned it around. Then, he used one hand to grip the upper jaw of the Golden Devouring Beast and the other hand to hold its lower jaw, applying sudden force. With a terrified look, the Golden Devouring Beast was forced to open its big mouth. Liang Hong pressed his head into the beast's mouth, glancing around before his eyes brightened noticeably. He used his knee to hold the beast's lower jaw and, with one hand, poked into its belly with a squelching sound. The golden devouring beast's eyes widened in shock, its body thrashing around. But Liang Hong didn't care. He was just rummaging around inside the beast's belly. After a moment, Liang Hong found something and pulled out a bright red short knife from the beast's belly, which still had strands of slime connecting it to the beast's mouth. Next time, don't make me do it myself. It's really disgusting. Liang Hong let go, and the golden devouring beast closed its mouth, looking at him with a resentful expression. Meanwhile, Lin Mo felt his stomach churning. Aren't you hungry? That night, in Liang Hong's room, the golden devouring beast was facing the wall in the yard, contemplating its beastly life. Liang Hong looked at Lin Mo, who was sitting motionless across the table, and expressed his doubts. I'm fine. Lin Mo looked at the table full of dry rations and swallowed hard. It wasn't that he wasn't hungry or that he was too delicate to eat these rations. On the contrary, he hadn't eaten since entering the imperial city, and he was starving. However, recalling the scene from earlier in the yard made his stomach churn, and he couldn't muster any appetite. He couldn't help but look at Liang Hong with a hint of admiration. I can kill without feeling sick, but today you made me nauseous. You're impressive. Let's talk about something else first. Several times, he shakily picked up the dry rations, wanting to eat, but in the end, he put them down and looked at Liang Hong and said, Liang warrior. You can call me Uncle Liang. Liang Hong wolfed down a dry ration. Uncle Liang. Lin Mo smartly called out. After all, Liang Hong looked to be in his 40s, so calling him uncle wasn't a loss. Moreover, Liang Hong was full of mysteries and clearly a formidable figure, so building a rapport wouldn't hurt. Suppressing his churning stomach, Lin Mo finally addressed Liang Hong. Can you explain the favor you owe my father in more detail? Chapter 40. No idle people sure. After saying this, he picked up the dry rations and continued to eat heartily. Lin Mo? Is that it? Is this the difference between saying it and not saying it? Lin Mo looked at Liang Hong, filled with frustration but not knowing how to express it. Knowing too much is useless. The appetite of a martial artist is enormous. And without meat, Liang Hong kept eating dry rations until he finally stopped, burping contentedly. You can't even be sure if Yin Long is your father. To be honest, I never saw Yin Long's face either. When he saved me, he was still wearing a mask. We just established this black symbol as a token. If you dig too deep and find out that Yin Long isn't actually your father, you would have wasted your efforts, and I would have lost credibility. So, there's no need for you to know all the details right now. You consider Yin Long your father, and I consider him my father too. This way, you can have me do 3 things for you, and I can also fulfill the promise I made back then. While speaking, Liang Hong took out the black symbol from his pocket, waved it in front of Lin Mo, and then crushed it into powder. Lin Mo opened his mouth, but still didn't say anything. He suddenly felt that Liang Hong's reasoning made sense. If he found out that his cheap father wasn't the so-called Yin Long after asking for clarification, he might lose the protection of this powerful figure. He needed to focus on his own development for now, so there was no reason to be overly serious. However, the feeling of being in the dark and not understanding anything was really frustrating. This deadbeat father is still causing trouble for his son, even after he is dead. I really want to go to his grave and argue with him properly. Have you thought about what else you want me to do? Liang Hong finished tidying up the dishes. I need to think. What are your plans? I can help you. I'm also a blacksmith. Mech engineers and blacksmiths both work with metal. With skill trees, Lin Mo's current skills were better than those of a blacksmith with decades of experience. He thought he could stay in the blacksmith shop for a few days and then figure out what to do next. Moreover, Liang Hong had mentioned Xian iron and Xian copper, which suggested he might have some stock. Lin Mo could see if he could sneak some while working, checking if he could produce an energy reactor with the right strength. Then come with me to the shop tomorrow. I'll check your skills. Liang Hong pondered for a moment and nodded. Lin Mo agreed, secretly mocking. With your shabby shed, you dare to call it a shop? Late at night, Lin Mo lay on his wooden bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The golden devouring beast was sound asleep under the tree in the yard, while Liang Hong was staying in the adjacent thatched house. This mysterious martial artist, with no semblance of a strong figure, snored loudly enough for Lin Mo to hear clearly through 2 walls. Lin Mo was very curious about how the golden devouring beast fell asleep. He needed to get some Xian iron or Xian copper to check the strength. If that didn't work, he might need some divine gold. Unable to sleep, Lin Mo began to plan his future development. Now that he was in the capital and didn't have many monsters to grind for experience, he naturally didn't have many attribute points. If he wanted to increase his strength, he would have to train like a martial artist, which was too slow for him. He didn't have the time. Lin Mo still needed to create the beginner general energy reactor first. Only then would he have the conditions to build a mecha. With a real wearable mecha, he could finally have the ability to protect himself. However, the spirit stones left by Princess Bayu were almost depleted. Lin Mo's eyes flickered. After nearly half a year's consumption, The 300 spirit stones left by Princess Bayu had dwindled to just 3 fire attribute spirit stones and a dozen ordinary spirit stones. While searching for stronger materials, he also had to think of ways to make a living. Whether in the game or in Lingzhou, being a mechanic was a money-burning profession. Fortunately, the capital had good security, and generally, there was no need for combat. Titan could remain in a shut-down state in the cave, avoiding continuous energy consumption. So he still had time to make money. As for Liang Hong, whether it was that black-eyed young master or the mysterious aura surrounding him, it was clear he was a man with a story. Based on Lin Mo's previous life experience of reading countless web novels, Liang Hong fit the mold of a hidden strongman. With him around, Lin Mo wouldn't have to worry about safety for at least a short period. Moreover, from the pile of weapon embryos spat out by the Golden Devourer earlier, it was evident that Liang Hong likely had quite a few high-strength materials on hand. If he could follow him and get a chance to access some, he could gradually accumulate materials for the energy reactor. It was impossible to ask directly. It was never going to happen in this lifetime. Liang Hong had promised to help with 5 tasks, and he had already wasted 2 trying to test the waters. Getting Liang Hong to take him in was the 3rd task, leaving only 2 tasks remaining. He had to use these 2 tasks wisely. At the very least, it had to be something on the level of killing Li Changfeng for Liang Hong to consider helping him. Otherwise, it would be better to let Liang Hong's debt of gratitude linger a little longer. He also needed to find a way to investigate what his father had actually done. Lin Mo sat up and took out the red talisman from his storage bag. He initially thought that with the black talisman, he could figure out why he was being targeted when he arrived at the designated location. However, now he was even more confused. The powerful figures behind Li Changfeng were eyeing him, and it seemed that Princess Bayu and her father, King Jing, were also quite interested in his father's relics. Ironically, the most dangerous one was himself, who was still in the dark. The black talisman had already been crushed by Liang Hong, and it was just an ordinary jade talisman, which meant that what Princess Bayu and Li Changfeng wanted was likely this red talisman. What was so special about this red talisman? Since obtaining the 2 jade talismans, Lin Mo had mostly spent his time researching them, aside from making machines. He had also tried probing with his soul power, mental power. But it seemed there was some restriction on the outside of the jade talisman, and he couldn't find out anything. Now, this red jade talisman felt like a hot potato in his hands. He didn't know what to do with it or to whom it should be given. Most importantly, Lin Mo had no idea what was inside, whether it would attract others' greed, or if someone would have ill intentions upon seeing it, potentially putting his life in danger. This was also the reason he hadn't shown the red talisman to Liang Hong. No matter how simple and honest Liang Hong appeared, Lin Mo couldn't bring himself to trust this man he had just met on the first day. After tossing and turning for an unknown amount of time, Lin Mo finally fell asleep to Liang Hong's snoring. The next morning, he forced down the churn in his stomach and had breakfast. Then followed Liang Hong to the grass shed. Whether you are the son of the hidden dragon or not, let me be clear, Liang Hong said as he tossed his things aside and looked at Lin Mo. Providing you with a place to stay is one thing. Keeping you alive is another. If your skills don't satisfy me, unless you use up another chance or find a way to make a living elsewhere, I 1T support idle people. Chapter 41. Old Liang should also have won. Lin Mo nodded, somewhat speechless. He felt that Liang Hong's strongman persona was somewhat off, being so calculating over such trivial matters, completely lacking the heroic demeanor often portrayed in novels. But upon reflection, it seemed Liang Hong really had no obligation to support him. Despite being full of mysteries, he was living in such a shabby grass shed, so he probably didn't have much of a fortune. Thinking this way, it was understandable for him to be frugal. Just tell me what you want me to do, Lin Mo said, taking off his outer robe. Underneath, apart from a sleeveless shirt similar to Liang Hong's, he revealed his wheat-colored skin and a well-proportioned physique. In fact, Lin Mo had originally been a relatively fair-skinned young master, but dealing with molten steel had gradually transformed him from a pretty boy into a tough guy. This will do. Liang Hong took out a piece of parchment from his animal skin paper and handed it to Lin Mo. The buyer only provided enough dark copper for 2 knives. Since there isn't enough dark copper, you only have 1 chance. If you fail, I will forge this knife myself. Such a miser, Lin Mo muttered, managing a smile as he accepted the animal skin paper. It felt light and delicate in his hand, and he had no idea what kind of beast skin it was made of. The sketch on the animal skin paper depicted a short knife. According to the labeled proportions, the entire blade was about 2 feet long, without any ornate carvings or unnecessary embellishments. But there were several grooves on the blade. Using the forging knowledge in his mind, Lin Mo analyzed it from a scientific perspective and determined that these grooves were not just for decoration. They could help the blade achieve a streamlined shape, reducing wind resistance when swinging the knife, allowing the wielder to use less effort. Below the animal skin sketch, there were also annotations about other materials to be mixed during the smelting process. He recognized the names of these materials. but he had no idea what their specific functions were, only guessing that they should be some substances with mystical properties. After all, since he started making mechas, he had only worked with refined iron, mostly just refining it to remove impurities, and he had yet to truly experience the wonders of a fantastical world. However, since he was following the blueprint, Liang Hong had already indicated how much of each material to add, so Lin Mo just needed to follow the instructions. He had long noticed this, but since the two had just met, he hadn't asked. Lin Mo naturally wouldn't expose the existence of the system panel and casually fabricated an excuse about having innate divine strength to brush it off. That's it. He wasn't sure what fuel Liang Hong was using, but the furnace temperature rose rapidly, showcasing the gap between science and mysticism once again. Why not let old Jean eat it and spit out the embryo directly? Lin Mo looked at Liang Hong in confusion. Old Jean was the name of Liang Hong's golden devourer. Lin Mo was puzzled, since there was old Jean as a natural furnace and mold. Why was Liang Hong still making him start from the first step of smelting? Old Jean doesn't like to eat common metals like dark copper and dark iron, and it can only spit out rough embryos. It can't smelt other materials. Just picky, Lin Mo murmured softly. Liang Hong did not comment, pulling up a chair to sit nearby, revealing a scrutinizing expression as he said, "You can use any tools you want. Get to work. I still prefer using my own." As he spoke, he took out a universal wrench and a precision scale. After all, this was also a job interview in another world, and Lin Mo was determined to take it seriously. In a scenario where 2 and money were the units of measurement, Lin Mo didn't think Liang Hong's broken scale was very accurate. Mechanics often had obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Imprecision could drive them mad. Back then, to ensure the scale achieved the highest accuracy, Lin Mo had spent several sleepless nights grinding it down with a multifunctional wrench. 3 taels and 6 chien of purple gold powder, based on the blueprint. He found several weights to place on the scale and grabbed a handful of powder for the other side. What is this? Liang Hong, clearly very curious about the precision scale, leaned in closer to Lin Mo. The blacksmith has reached this level, and he can be considered a master in his own right. However, he has never seen such a peculiar scale, although he cannot understand the weight marked on the weights. Nor does he comprehend the purpose of the scale in the middle. He inexplicably feels that this scale is very accurate. It just looks accurate. What kind of scale is this? I've never seen it before. It's a scale I made myself. I'm a blacksmith too, and I use it when melting metal. Lin Mo casually explained. In fact, he only created the precision balance to gain skill points, and so far, he has never used it, as it has been gathering dust in his storage bag. Today marks the first appearance of this life-related tool. What is this? After examining the scale, Liang Hong's attention shifted to Lin Mo's universal wrench, which he picked up and scrutinized. What are the 2 openings at the top and bottom for? What is this thing? A mechanism? Such a novel tool. I've never seen anything like it. This could also be used as a hammer. What are these things? They can actually be pried apart, and each is different and uneven. What is this side for? Polishing. What about this small knife? For carving. And this thick steel needle? For self-defense. Considering that Liang Hong might not know what a screw is, Lin Mo casually made up an answer. TSK. A single tool has so many uses. Liang Hong's eyes lit up, and the more he examined the wrench, the more interesting he found it, to the point that he was a bit reluctant to put it down. This was not to say he had a limited understanding. On the contrary, as a high-ranking martial artist and master blacksmith, he understood a lot about mechanisms used in weapons and formations. However, he had never seen a tool with so many small gadgets, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty, as if he were opening the door to a new world. This tool is great. I, old Liang, should have one too. Chapter 42. This kid is a genius in Lingzhou. Blacksmiths forge weapons in 3 main steps: melting, forging, and inscribing. Melting and forging are just literal meanings. Blacksmiths on Blue Star follow the same procedure, with the only difference being inscribing. Inscribing refers not to decorative patterns and reliefs, but to engraving various runes. Different runes inscribed on weapons will produce different effects when activated. The most common is the size rune, which can change the size of the weapon. If inscribed on the short knife Lin Mo is about to forge, it could expand dramatically in the wind, evolving into a 40-meter-long saber. However, Lin Mo does not know how to inscribe runes. Not to mention that his previous self was not a true blacksmith and knew nothing about runes. The requirement to channel elemental power when inscribing runes already kept Lin Mo at bay. This is also the difference between a master blacksmith and an ordinary blacksmith. A master blacksmith is at least a 5th-tier martial artist. Fortunately, Lin Mo is only forging an ordinary short knife, which does not require the final inscribing step. This kid's tools are good. I wonder how his skills are. After watching for a while, Liang Hong reluctantly put down the universal wrench and looked at Lin Mo. Blacksmiths typically appear strong and burly, as if they are all rugged men. But those familiar with the trade know that forging weapons and blacksmithing are both skilled work and require techniques that ordinary people cannot perform. Just like martial arts, weapons are also categorized into different grades. Excluding the low-tier ordinary weapons, first to third-tier weapons are called treasured weapons, fourth to sixth tier are called spiritual weapons, seventh to ninth tier are called heavenly weapons, and anything above that is the legendary divine weapons. The higher the grade of the weapon, the more complex and difficult it is to forge. Whether it is familiarity with the metal, the timing of adding auxiliary materials, the temperature of the furnace during melting, or the number of hammering times and techniques, all of these affect the grade of the weapon. Although Lin Mo is well prepared, Liang Hong can see that Lin Mo is unfamiliar with various auxiliary materials, even treating Xian copper as if he is seeing it for the first time. Therefore, Liang Hong does not believe Lin Mo can forge any good weapons. However, he soon realizes he is wrong. After weighing all the auxiliary materials, Lin Mo dove into the forging process. When Xian copper was placed in the furnace to begin melting, his control over the temperature was nearly perfect, completely unlike a blacksmith who had never seen Xian copper before. The timing of when to add the auxiliary materials is also crucial. This kid has perfect timing. Next comes the second and third types. Lin Mo stood by the furnace in an orderly manner, resembling a battle-hardened master, always adding the auxiliary materials to the Xian copper at the most appropriate times. Liang Hong's gaze gradually became incredulous. The next step was to extract the molten copper, to be reforged and quenched. Although this step doesn't require much elaboration, Lin Mo still moved with fluidity, completing the mold, cooling, and quenching in one go. Soon, he arrived at the most critical step, hammering and forging. I don't believe this kid won't encounter any problems. Watching Lin Mo take the short knife to the furnace, Liang Hong crossed his arms. Although Lin Mo had not made any mistakes in previous processes, those were all rigid procedures that any ordinary person could manage with careful guidance from an old blacksmith. However, hammering is different. For both master blacksmiths and ordinary blacksmiths, hammering is the most critical process. Depending on the metals and auxiliary materials, as well as each person's strength, the force, angle, and number of strikes vary. This cannot be taught through words and requires years, even decades of experience to master. I don't believe he is really only 20 years old. While he was still pondering, the scene before him caused Liang Hong to lose his composure. Lin Mo held the rough short knife in one hand and the universal wrench in the other, his defined muscles straining as he hammered down on the glowing short knife again and again. The rough short knife was being shaped perfectly under Lin Mo's hammering. Each strike was so precise. Each strike seemed to have undergone years of training. Moreover, Lin Mo did not pause to observe. As if he had an intimate understanding of the rough blade in his hands, he swung the universal wrench in a circular motion, hammering down like a torrential storm on the short knife blank. The movements were fluid. The strikes with the wrench came in a dense flurry, almost resembling a martial arts master. How could he have developed such skills without decades of practice? Liang Hong's expression became increasingly incredulous, and a thought rose from the depths of his heart. This kid is truly a treasure. I must be seeing ghosts. Lin Mo, of course, was unaware of Liang Hong's inner turmoil. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the act of blacksmithing. However, even if he knew, he would only nod at Liang Hong and tell him, "You're right." After all, he could not explain the game system to Liang Hong. The reason he could forge the short knife like an experienced blacksmith, despite never having seen Xian copper or various auxiliary materials, was entirely due to his skill tree points. After 3 months of accumulation, Lin Mo had already leveled his skill tree to the 3rd tier. Above, basic component control, Lin Mo learned intermediate component control and material affinity. Intermediate component control is straightforward. It further enhances the success rate of assembly based on basic component control. Lin Mo's ability to forge so effortlessly is entirely thanks to material affinity. This skill allows Lin Mo to understand most materials' characteristics upon contact. At first glance, this skill seems useless, and indeed it is. However, that is only the case for the games of his previous life. In his previous life, various alloy metals had official documentation in games, so there was no need to rely on this skill for analysis. But considering that Lingzhou involves metaphysics, Lin Mo specifically learned this skill when allocating points, and he unexpectedly found it useful today. After coming into contact with the mysterious copper, he had a rough idea of its characteristics in his mind, and based on these characteristics, he was able to deduce the best forging method. Thus, Lin Mo's entire process had nothing to do with experience. He was completely following his instincts. Once the forging was completed and the temperature was lowered, Lin Mo used a universal wrench to polish and carve. A short knife identical to the sketch was completely finished in the incredulous gaze of Liang Hong. Ding! You have successfully created Mysterious Copper Short Knife. Normal. Gained 10 free skill points. Physical ability 3. Chapter 43 Untitled, Can Forging Weapons Also Earn Skill Points? Lin Mo paused his action of wiping sweat, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. An unexpected gain, absolutely an unexpected gain. Lin Mo originally thought that once he arrived in the capital, he would not be able to manufacture machinery as flamboyantly as in Moke Village, which would slow down the growth of his skill points significantly. However, he did not expect that forging weapons of sufficient quality could also help him earn skill points. Initially, Lin Mo had decided to help out in Liang Hong's blacksmith shop out of necessity, hoping to see if he could pocket some mysterious copper and mysterious iron. But now he was considering the idea of staying in this blacksmith shop permanently. This was definitely a treasure trove for grinding skill points. And he didn't have to invest any capital. All the materials were provided by Liang Hong or the buyers. How come he hadn't realized this before? Once completed, Lin Mo suppressed his joy and handed the copper knife to Liang Hong. Liang Hong took the copper knife and examined it up and down. The copper knife was only 2 feet long, and while it felt substantial in hand, it wasn't heavy. The 4 grooves at the end of the blade were evenly distributed, and a blood groove extended from the tip of the blade all the way to the handle. Although it was not yet sharpened, a sharp aura already emanated from it. Compared to the sketch, it was practically identical. Just from this knife alone, he had achieved the best results. Even if he had done it himself, it would have been no better. Liang Hong looked at Lin Mo again, and the earlier question resurfaced in his mind. Is this kid really only 20 years old? At 20, he can forge precious weapons? Speaking of which, I also learned my craft from a young age. What was I doing at 20? Oh right, I remember now. I was almost caught spying on my crush while she was bathing. Liang Hong's mouth twitched as he set the knife aside. You can stay and help out. There should be a salary, right? 2 spirit stones a month for every 3 precious weapons forged, plus 1 spirit stone. Isn't that too little? Lin Mo looked at Liang Hong and felt like he had encountered Yang Bai Lao. He roughly calculated the time. Forging the short knife had taken about 2 hours, and he had been working almost until noon. So, at most, he could forge 3 knives before the curfew in the capital. That would only amount to about 30 spirit stones in a month at most. And that was in the best case scenario. Liang Hong's blacksmith shop seemed so casual. It didn't look like a thriving business at all. Perhaps he wouldn't even have that many precious weapons to sell in a month. Moreover, Liang Hong might not even need to work himself, which meant Lin Mo could be looking at only 2 spirit stones in income at the end of the month. Compared to the 300 spirit stones thrown down by Princess Bai Yu upon their first meeting, this salary was truly pitiful. What is there to compare? The other day, I just took down a Lin Mo in secret, Lin Mo thought to himself. But of course, he couldn't say this out loud. He could only nod awkwardly, while also gaining a clear understanding of the value of spirit stones. The original body had been a second-generation official since birth, and his chief father held a high position in the military. He didn't know how much the monthly salary was, but it was certainly more than enough to support him. The young master of the Lin family, along with 7 or 8 servants. This led to the original body not knowing how hard it was to earn money. Even though he knew spirit stones were precious, he only had a vague concept of it. After crossing over, Lin Mo had also become a frequent passenger on public transport. A ride on the Iron Feather Pung cost 2 spirit stones, which gradually made him feel that spirit stones seemed just like ordinary currency. It wasn't until now that he recalled that riding the Iron Feather Pung for public transport was a 6th grade Beast Master. Even a 6th grade Beast Master ran public transport to earn spirit stones, and it was reasonable for him, a pseudo 2nd grade, to earn less than them. With this thought, Lin Mo felt much more balanced in his heart and glanced at Liang Hong, saying, "Can I make a small request? Speak. Can I have the leftover scraps of mysterious copper or mysterious steel from forging weapons?" Liang Hong stroked his big beard, hesitating for a moment before nodding. All right. Lin Mo's guess was correct. Liang Hong's blacksmith shop, which had gaps all around, did not have good business. On his first day helping, aside from forging a precious weapon, he spent almost all his time slacking off. At noon, Liang Hong called over 2 bowls of the cheapest noodles from the restaurant next door. No, you are not mistaken. It was indeed 2 bowls. The appetite of a martial artist cannot be measured with a bowl. Lin Mo watched helplessly as Liang Hong served himself a bowl from the 2 bowls of noodles and then devoured the rest. The surrounding people seemed to have seen this many times and were not surprised at all. Fortunately, Lin Mo's attributes were high, but his appetite was not large. Otherwise, even that bowl wouldn't be enough to fill his teeth. He was initially worried that Liang Hong, a person of this realm, might notice the anomaly of Titan, but Liang Hong only glanced at Titan and then ignored it. However, old Jean, who was basking in the sunset in the yard, showed great interest in Titan. The gold-devouring beast not only liked to devour all kinds of metal, but also found gold spirit to be a preferred food. When old Jean looked at Titan with shining eyes, it truly scared Lin Mo quite a bit, but after old Jean approached and licked Titan, discovering it was made of fine iron, His expression immediately became dull, and he continued to lie in the yard basking in the sunset, just a lazy fish. Lin Mo indirectly asked Liang Hong whether he was a dual cultivation of martial arts and beast mastery, to which Liang Hong replied that he was just a martial artist. And old Jean was not his beast, but, like Lin Mo, was there to help him. At that time, Lin Mo's feelings were somewhat complicated. After all, in 2 lifetimes. This was the first time he was working alongside such a creature, and he didn't know how to communicate with this colleague. Would it have a good temper? Or would it come over to take a couple of smokes now and then? In any case, Lin Mo left Moke Village and settled down at Liang Hong's place, slacking off at the blacksmith shop every day. Although Liang Hong's blacksmith shop was simple, he had a lot of integrity as the shop owner. He refused to take any ordinary ironware business and insisted that any work done in his shop must start at precious weapons. This only made the already struggling blacksmith shop even worse off. Lin Mo took advantage of Liang Hong's absence to accept a few jobs for forging ordinary weapons, hoping to make some extra money. But after discovering that forging ordinary weapons did not grant skill points, he stopped. Anyway, Liang Hong provided food and shelter, so without precious weapon forging, he could just continue to slack off. More than 10 days passed before a job for forging precious weapons came in. Since Liang Hong's blacksmith shop did not have any gold or iron, each customer had to bring their own mysterious copper and mysterious steel, according to Liang Hong's old rules. To prevent failure on the first attempt, they had to provide 2 portions of mysterious copper. However, Lin Mo found a loophole and requested 3 portions of mysterious copper. Liang Hong turned a blind eye and said nothing, which allowed Lin Mo to gather enough materials for making the reaction furnace. That day, Lin Mo took the mysterious copper to bribe old Jean, hoping to have old Jean swallow it and spit it out according to the parts he had drawn. It was unclear whether it was due to Liang Hong's intimidation, but old Jean, a 6th-grade beast master, did not have much resistance to Lin Mo. A 2nd-grade beast master with innate divine strength, but he also showed no enthusiasm. Seeing Lin Mo trying to get him to work with just a little mysterious copper, old Jean didn't even open his mouth, leaving Lin Mo with an arrogant backside. After being rejected, Lin Mo had no shortcuts left and could only make the parts himself during the daytime at the blacksmith shop. He didn't deliberately avoid Liang Hong, because Lin Mo was well aware of the gap between him and Liang Hong. Trying to hide it would only raise suspicion, so he decided to be straightforward and forge openly. If Liang Hong asked, Lin Mo would just say he knew a bit of mechanism techniques and wanted to make some small gadgets. Whether Liang Hong suspected him or not, Lin Mo was clear that he would just go ahead with it. Liang Hong's furnace was top-notch, melting mysterious copper faster than melting ice. Within a few days, he had gathered enough parts. After successfully assembling everything, he tested it with fire spirit stones, but ultimately it exploded. Not only did it waste the fire spirit stones, but it also blew the roof off Liang Hong's shop, attracting the patrolling camp. Liang Hong clearly didn't want trouble. He only explained to the leader of the guards that there was a mishap in weapon forging, and after giving him 2 spirit stones to send him away, he deducted a month's wages from Lin Mo and instructed him to repair the shop. Lin Mo could only accept this begrudgingly. Fortunately, Liang Hong's shop was just a wooden shed, easy to blow up and easy to fix. That same day, Lin Mo built a new one to replace it. The failure led Lin Mo to conclude that the strength of the mysterious copper was insufficient to create a reaction furnace. So he could only continue to think of ways to obtain new materials to try. And so, a month passed quietly. Chapter 44, The Affairs of Dian. During this month, Lin Mo didn't focus solely on making the reaction furnace. The original body was oblivious to the outside world, intent on becoming a beast master, ultimately dying without knowing how. Lin Mo wasn't planning to follow that old path. To understand the situation in Dian and for his own safety, he spent this month brushing up on various aspects of Lingzhou, especially the modern history and national conditions of Dian. However, after his crash course, Lin Mo found it to be of little use because the books available for purchase about Dian were all released by the Dian court. Naturally, the Dian court wouldn't publish books that slandered it. The literature available on Dian was all about peace and prosperity, praising the emperor as wise and mighty, almost elevating Dian to a Marxist ideal state. Thus, Lin Mo changed his approach, no longer focusing on books, but instead targeting the mixed environments of taverns and tea houses. Every day, he would take some time to visit these places, listening to the common folks bicker and to storytellers boast. In short, Lin Mo abandoned books and focused on rumors. Of course, those who spread these rumors weren't just saying anything freely, as they were in the capital, under the emperor's nose. Any misstep could result in dire consequences. Therefore, even the storytellers, who could bring the dead back to life with their words, were very careful with their phrasing. For example, if the old emperor was gravely ill and on the verge of death, it would be transformed into His Majesty has been severely injured for over a decade, but is gradually recovering. Similarly, If many princes were vying for the crown prince and engaged in various open and covert struggles in different offices, the storytellers would say, His Majesty's health is compromised, and the princes are selflessly taking on the affairs of the various departments for their father. If it weren't for Lin Mo's exposure to historical dramas and palace intrigue in his past life, he might have truly believed the storyteller's tales. After a month of listening to stories and drinking tea, Lin Mo gained a general understanding of the situation in the capital. To summarize, ever since the old emperor led an expedition against the Wumon tribe over a decade ago and returned severely injured, he had been hanging on to life, seemingly refusing to die while not appointing a crown prince. Years passed, and the officials had lost hope for the emperor's recovery. They realized that the old emperor's death was just a matter of time and began preparing for their futures. Except for the army department, which the old emperor still tightly held on to, the officials of the other 5 ministries all sided with the princes who had a chance to inherit the throne, starting to intrigue and engage in power struggles in the court. In simpler terms, it was party strife. From the larger perspective, after the old emperor's death, 4 princes were most likely to ascend the throne: the eldest son, the Prince of Qin, the second son, the Prince of Mu, the 7th son, the Prince of Jing, and the 11th son, the Prince of Wu. Aside from these 4, the other sons of the old emperor were either debauched playboys or only seeking self-preservation, having no intention of competing for the throne. Among the 4 princes, the Prince of Qin currently held the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice. The Prince of Mu held the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights, while the Prince of Wu had no influence in the capital but was a prince of the battlefield, having fought for years and gained considerable respect in the military, able to rally many followers with a call. The Prince of Jing, although not as powerful as the Prince of Qin and the Prince of Mu, nor did he have the military prestige of the Prince of Wu, still had his reasons for being among the 4 major princes. He managed the wealthiest ministry among the 6, the Ministry of Revenue. Upon learning this information, Lin Mo understood why Princess Baiyu was so generous. It turned out her father held the national treasury. Money was everything. So even if the Prince of Jing's influence was relatively weak, he was still one of the favorites for the throne. Additionally, Lin Mo discovered another thing. He had considered whether to tell Liang Hong. But thinking about how Liang Hong was a man full of questions and that he could pick up on things that Lin Mo noticed, he decided not to bring it up. I'm going out to eat, Lin Mo said as he watched Liang Hong devour food from a basin with a blank expression. Liang Hong waved his hand dismissively. As long as there was no work in the shop, he never stopped Lin Mo. Lin Mo changed out of his short shirt into a more presentable outfit and headed towards a tavern at the entrance of Bailing Street. Although he was poor in spirit stones, when converted to silver, Lin Mo could be considered a small wealthy man. So he didn't mind spending money to eat at a tavern. As he left Liang Hong's shop and hadn't walked far, Lin Mo felt a stir in his heart, the prickling sensation on his back returning. It was the same group that was tailing him. Lin Mo maintained a calm expression and continued walking, secretly calculating in his mind. This group wasn't watching Liang Hong, they were watching him. Who would be following him? Dark Circles, Princess Baiyu, Li Changfeng. Currently, the only people in the capital who had any connection to him were these 3. If it were Princess Baiyu, that would be fine. She was not bad and quite good looking. Damn, Lin Mo secretly pinched himself. Even after being targeted, he was still thinking about beautiful women. His bad habits were indeed a source of trouble. Unfortunately, his spiritual attribute wasn't high enough to discern who among so many was following him. But even if he could see it, there was nothing he could do under the emperor's nose. Lin Mo kept his head down, silent, calculating, until an old man blocked his path. The old man stood not far from the tavern, thin and wearing a short robe, his back hunched. When he saw Lin Mo looking over, he revealed a smile. Young Master Lin, my young master requests your presence. Lin Mo looked at the middle-aged man and blinked. Name, unknown, race, human, occupation, martial artist, physical, strength, agility, mental, charm. Remarks. Think carefully about why you see everyone as a question mark. May I ask who your young master is? Lin Mo inquired, realizing he would know once he saw him. Where to meet? Upstairs, in a private room. Thank you for leading the way. With just a few simple words, Lin Mo sincerely followed the old man, watching his hunched back, and secretly sighed in relief. Whether martial artists or beast masters, both systems were fairly standard in the first 3 ranks, where one could visually analyze the differences in attributes. But once they broke through the 4th rank, attributes could no longer be used as a standard to measure combat power. Because he broke through to the 4th rank, the realm became completely different. Beast masters can achieve unity with their spirits, while martial artists can integrate their elemental energy, becoming immune to all poisons. From a scientific perspective, the breakthrough from the 3rd to the 4th rank represents a complete abandonment of resistance, as practitioners of the 2 major systems transition from physics to metaphysics. At that level, attributes may influence combat, but they are no longer the absolute factors. If basic insight is not upgraded, Lin Mo can see the attributes of those with a similar realm. But once someone's realm completely surpasses Lin Mo's, he can only see a bunch of question marks. Realizing this, Lin Mo decided not to upgrade basic insight. This is not just a detection skill, it is also a protective talisman. Being able to see attributes indicates a strength to contend with the opponent. If he cannot see the attributes, it means the opponent is definitely someone to be feared. Therefore, upon seeing the old man, Lin Mo chose to act with caution. To be alive is not shameful. The young master is inside. Please, young Master Lin. The two walked up to the second floor, and after passing through a long corridor, the old man opened the door to a private room, where Lin Mo immediately saw the person sitting inside. It's you? Chapter 45. In a dilemma, the private room was small but exquisite, and a young nobleman in a purple brocade robe sat inside, sporting dark circles under his eyes as he forced a smile at Lin Mo's sit. On the table between them were plates and bowls with more than a dozen dishes, all hard-to-find delicacies Lin Mo had heard of but never seen since he crossed over. The aroma was tantalizing, but Lin Mo remained seated upright, showing no intention of picking up the chopsticks. One should not bite the hand that feeds. Not understanding why this fellow called him over, Lin Mo felt it was better to be honest. Brother Lin, you must not have had these delicacies for quite some time, right? The dark-eyed man looked at Lin Mo, slightly disdainful, pointing at the dishes on the table with his chopsticks. Today, I'm treating, so Brother Lin can feast to his heart's content. We can discuss anything after the meal. It's better to speak before the meal. Lin Mo looked at the dark-eyed man, his expression unchanged. Lin Mo was not surprised that the dark-eyed man knew his identity. Although the original body did not like socializing, he had lived in the capital for many years. Anyone with a bit of power could find out his identity. The current question was why this sickly young master had called him over. It seems Brother Lin is still wary of me. Very well, let me introduce myself. The dark-eyed man put down his chopsticks and straightened his back. I am Mei Tianchong. Mei Tianchong. That is not surprising. Lin Mo looked him up and down and shook his head. I haven't heard of you. Mei Tianchong's imposing aura immediately diminished by half, and he shot Lin Mo a slightly annoyed glance, but quickly hid that fragment of emotion. It's normal for you not to have heard of me, as I live a secluded life in the capital. However, my father, young Master Lin, would definitely know. He straightened his back even more than before. Lin Mo appropriately displayed an expression of anticipation. Your father is? Seeing Lin Mo's support, Mei Tianchong's expression became even more arrogant. My father is Mei Taishu. I thought your father was Li Gang. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows, secretly mocking him. However, he started to take Mei Tianchong seriously. In his memories, this Duke Dingyuan was also quite famous in the capital. Although his name contained the character for void, he was anything but insubstantial. On the contrary, he was quite formidable. According to memory, more than a decade ago, when the old emperor personally led an expedition against the Wumon tribe, Mei Taishu was also in the army, but at that time he was just a 100-man commander, not much different from the other commanders. However, this gentleman seemed born for battle, rising in rank with each fight, gaining not only remarkable military achievements, but also unfathomable strength. The Wumon tribe was known for their fierce combat style, relying on their physical prowess in hunting and herding on the grasslands. Yet, this duke's physicality was even more extraordinary. Every battle involved fierce hand-to-hand combat with Wumon warriors. The most famous incident was during a surprise attack on the Wumon camp, where this Duke Dingyuan single-handedly held off 5 martial artists of the same rank, gaining fame and being granted this hereditary title by the emperor. However, it was said that this duke had only one son. Lin Mo glanced at Mei Tianchong again, feeling that this hereditary title might not be passed down. He wondered if Duke Dingyuan had trained a successor. Brother Lin, I must be frank. I invited you here because I have a request. Seeing Lin Mo's expression, Mei Tianchong thought that his father's reputation had intimidated Lin Mo. He said he had a request, but his face showed no signs of needing help. The Duke Dingyuan held a high position. What could he possibly want from Lin Mo? Mei Gongzi, you overestimate me. This fellow had indeed investigated Lin Mo and was waiting for Mei Tianchong's next words. Brother Lin, do not blame me for investigating you. I had no other choice. Mei Tianchong stood up and poured Lin Mo a glass of wine, his hands trembling slightly, spilling some. Lin Mo wanted to offer comfort, but didn't know how to begin, so he could only watch silently. That day, you were present. So I believe you heard that I had a request of Liang Hong, but Liang Hong was unwilling to help me. Lin Mo nodded. Mei Tianchong sat down, looking directly at Lin Mo. My subordinates are incompetent and couldn't find out the background of the Black Talisman and Hidden Dragon. However, I know that young Master Lin's Black Talisman can make Liang Hong agree to 3 requests, right? Yes. Lin Mo didn't deny it. As Mei Tianchong had heard it directly that day, denying it would be pointless. Good. Young Master Lin is straightforward. Mei Tianchong continued. I hope young Master Lin can use the Black Talisman to make Liang Hong accept me as a disciple. That might not be possible. Why? Mei Tianchong's tone grew cold, carrying a hint of murderous intent. If Brother Lin helps me, they will certainly not skimp on your benefits. Riches and honor will be yours. If young Master Lin doesn't help, he didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Not helping would make him an enemy. And he would absolutely deal with Lin Mo Mei Gongzi. It's not that I'm unwilling to assist. Lin Mo looked at Mei Tianchong, shaking his head helplessly. That Black Talisman was a coincidence for me. Liang Hong only agreed to do 5 things for me with the Black Talisman. If I force him to accept you as a disciple, he might refuse. Then let him take you as a disciple, teach you his techniques. And then you can teach me. Mei Tianchong's face turned icy, and even the way he addressed Lin Mo changed. That probably won't work either. Why? Mei Tianchong's body trembled, nearing the edge of a breakdown. Young Master Lin should be careful not to bite the hand that feeds. At some point, the door to the private room opened, and the old man who had invited Lin Mo upstairs also walked in and stood next to Mei Tianchong. The powerful aura of the warrior pressed directly onto Lin Mo, causing the chair beneath him to creak under the strain. This is forcing me to help. Lin Mo braced against the pressure, his mind racing. This was the second time he faced the pressure of a powerful warrior's aura. The first was against Princess Baiyu. The old man's aura was not as strong as Princess Baiyu's guard, but the pressure was greater because he felt the old man's unmasked killing intent. Would this old man dare to kill him under the emperor's nose? It was hard to say. Given Duke Dingyuan's status, even if the dark-eyed man truly killed him, it could certainly be suppressed. So, should he agree to Mei Tianchong? Would that provoke Liang Hong's displeasure? Although he had the Black Talisman left by his benefactor, and Liang Hong verbally agreed to help him with 2 things, Lin Mo never believed in the reliability of promises. For this reason, he had been on his best behavior around Liang Hong for the past month, fearing that angering him would lead to abandonment. If he forced Liang Hong to do something he didn't want to do with the Black Talisman, would Liang Hong directly violate his so-called promise and throw him away to fend for himself? Agreeing might offend Liang Hong, while refusing could provoke Mei Tianchong. Looking at the dark-eyed man and the old man in front of him, Lin Mo found himself in a dilemma. Chapter 46, Redefining the Ordinary Person, Young Master Lin. Think carefully before you speak. In the small, elegant room, the old man's energy surged, pressing Lin Mo firmly into the chair, unable to move. Young Master Mei, if I refuse, will you really kill me? Lin Mo gritted his teeth. At this moment, Mei Tianchong also calmed down, looking coldly at Lin Mo, and said, Brother Lin, don't make a toast to avoid a fine drink. Don't say that Lin Tang is already dead, even if he were alive. If my Ho residence wants to deal with you, he would only be able to kneel down and plead for mercy. Damn, it's clear they're just bullying me. Lin Mo's eyes flickered. He had been hesitating just now, but Mei Tianchong's tough attitude made him come to a decision. The more this guy tried to push him, the more it indicated that this matter might displease Liang Hong. Liang Hong was currently the only powerful ally he could rely on, and it was obvious that the Mei family didn't dare to clash with Liang Hong. If he agreed and Liang Hong disapproved, Mei Tianchong would vent his anger on him. So now he could only gamble, betting that Mei Tianchong wouldn't dare to kill him in the capital. Because killing him wouldn't just cost him his life, it might make Liang Hong dislike Mei Tianchong even more. I refuse. You're seeking death. The old man stepped forward, his energy wildly surging, as if he were about to strike at any moment. Lin Mo looked at the old man, unafraid. The violent energy even made the doors and windows of the elegant room rattle. The old man glared at Lin Mo with eyes full of killing intent. However, he only glared. Leave. Mei Tianchong looked at Lin Mo with a venomous gaze. But I hope Brother Lin will think carefully about my words and not bring harm upon yourself. Gambling right. Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. These two were just trying to scare him. His worthless life wasn't worth them offending Liang Hong. Standing up, Lin Mo turned and left directly. Lu Bo watching Lin Mo leave. Mei Tianchong turned to the old man. Lu Bo? This kid is resistant to both soft and hard tactics. Why not just kill him directly? He instructed Lu Bo to hold back. And he didn't understand why Lu Bo had restrained his energy in the end. Young master, you underestimate the power of a respected one. Lu Bo shook his head and said, Liang Hong's strength is even above the marquis. He is unfathomable. Do you really think Liang Hong doesn't know everything that happens in the restaurant? So it's like that. Mei Tianchong's expression changed. And just as he was about to say something, he saw a head poking in from outside the door. Looking at Lin Mo, who had come back. The old man frowned slightly. That is not it. I just want to ask you both something. Lin Mo stepped out from behind the door, wearing a somewhat annoying smile. Mei Tianchong felt a knot in his heart upon seeing Lin Mo, but thinking that Liang Hong might be watching here. He could only coldly squeeze out 2 words. What is it? Young Master Mei, have you recently placed spies on Bailing Street to monitor me? Place spies? Mei Tianchong and Lu Bo exchanged glances, both with strange expressions. Placing spies next to Liang Hong? Not to mention whether it would anger him. Would it even be useful? Who could keep an eye on him? Even if the court had martial saints stationed in the capital, their attitude towards Liang Hong was simply to avoid trouble. They were out of their minds to place spies next to Liang Hong? Well, I understand now. Farewell. Just by looking at their expressions, Lin Mo already knew the answer. After cupping his hands in farewell, he directly turned and left the restaurant. At the same time, after finishing his meal at the blacksmith shop, Liang Hong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them and put away the iron basin on the table. How is it? In the outer city, in a small courtyard, Li Changfeng looked at several disguised subordinates in front of him, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Although he was submissive in front of big shots, he still held a lot of authority among his subordinates. Sir, that kid has been working at the blacksmith shop on Bailing Street for the past month. I know. I'm asking if there is anything unusual. Li Changfeng's expression was stern. Twice. He has already arranged 2 assassination attempts on that kid. But both times they came to nothing. The first time, he had Huang Ying kill Lin Mo and make it look like an accident. But Huang Ying ended up dying in an accident. Then, to avoid drawing attention, he paused the action for half a year before arranging a second attempt. Having heard that the kid had some talent and had broken through to become a second-tier beast master. So he sent a trusted third-tier warrior. The result was that this trusted warrior seemed to vanish into thin air, and he had to expend a lot of effort to find Lin Mo's whereabouts again. Once could be an accident, but twice is not necessarily so. He now suspects that there might be some powerful protector around Lin Mo. The task assigned to him by Li Changfeng was to carry a pole stuffed with straw and adorned with children's toys. Pretending to be a vendor selling them on Bailing Street. He had been exposed to the wind and sun for days, looking dirty and disheveled. While Lin Mo was enjoying tea and listening to stories, living a carefree life, which made him extremely frustrated. What about the owner of that blacksmith shop? Li Changfeng turned his head. What kind of person is that? An ordinary person. The vendor-like person spoke again. It seems his name is Liang Hong. He has been in the capital for over 10 years, and I couldn't find out anything about his past, but he has always lived in Biting Alley. You also know that it was originally a place to settle refugees in the capital. As he spoke, the vendor did not hide the disdain in his eyes. He always felt that Biting Alley was a place for lowly people, and entering it would dirty his own feet. So even if he was tracking, he only followed to Biting Alley before stopping. Living in Biting Alley for over 10 years was indeed not impressive. It was time to find an opportunity to kill that kid. Li Changfeng pondered, thinking about quickly carrying out the matters entrusted by the sir. Just then, the courtyard door opened, and another subordinate he had placed near the blacksmith shop rushed in. Greetings, Captain. What is the matter? So flustered. Reporting to the captain. The people from the Digimon Marquis residence just saw that kid. Digimon Marquis residence? Li Changfeng frowned. What do they want with Lin Mo? When did this kid have anything to do with the Digimon Marquis residence? Could it also be because he has something the sir is interested in? Speaking of which, what exactly is that thing that cannot be delayed? This kid is attracting attention from others again. If it's not resolved quickly, if the sir blames me, I want to be able to escape the charge of incompetence. He must disappear as soon as possible. You 4. Li Changfeng scanned and said, tonight. Go to Biting Alley and kill that kid. The 4 looked at each other, and one stepped forward to say, Captain, what about the blacksmith? Kill him too. He is just a blacksmith. Li Changfeng waved his hand impatiently. That kid is a second-tier beast master. The blacksmith is a third-tier warrior. And he has 4 fourth-tier warriors under him. He didn't believe they would fail. Chapter 47 Playing Games with Life. Old Jean. Do you have any other hobbies besides eating gold and iron? I see you're quite plump and handsome. Do you want me to find you a female swallowing gold beast so you can have some fun? Don't always turn your butt towards me. Do you not like females? Otherwise, I can find you a male. Lin Mo's voice suddenly stopped. Old Jean's massive head looked at him coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes could not be hidden. This wasn't the first time he had tried to communicate with Old Jean. However, every time it ended without success. Despite looking chubby and silly like a lizard, Old Jean was actually an extremely pragmatic beast. If he didn't have some impressive gold and iron in his hands, he wouldn't even glance at Lin Mo. Lin Mo was left speechless. It seemed that making Old Jean his component-making beast would be a long-term endeavor. Fortunately, the reaction furnace couldn't be produced anytime soon, with Xian copper being eliminated. Lin Mo estimated that Xian steel, which was similar to Xian copper, would also be difficult to successfully manufacture a reaction furnace, and the mech project was once again shelved. Pointing to the meager wages from the blacksmith shop, it would be hard to afford better gold and iron. Liang Hong seemed to have mentioned something about Qishao gold that day, but he didn't know what kind of gold and iron it was. It sounded unaffordable. It's still about making money. Don't mention matches. I can't even afford the materials for a reactor with the little wages I get from Liang Hong. However, saving up some mysterious copper to enhance the Titan shouldn't be a problem. Speaking of enhancement, Lin Mo has his eyes on the more than 100 skill points he has accumulated over 3 months. Once a person can't sleep, they tend to think about all sorts of things. In the middle of the night, if a thought crosses their mind and they don't act on it, they just feel uncomfortable all over. Lin Mo is currently suffering from this problem, even though he has repeatedly gambled on blueprints. Proving that his character has drifted away like in his past life, he suddenly notices those skill points. If he doesn't spend a few, he feels an itch in his heart. In his previous life, Lin Mo was always in a phase of good luck, able to get any blueprint he wanted just by gambling, and he didn't think much of it. But ever since he crossed over to Lingzhou and failed to gamble on blueprints several times, he has increasingly understood the mentality of gamblers from his past life. After so many failures, this time it must be good, right? You can't keep letting me fail, can you? It doesn't make sense for me to keep losing, does it? If it were the Lin Mo of his past life, seeing someone say those words, he would have definitely rushed over to deliver a beating, and after subduing them, he would preach about the harsh truths of gambling, like how 9 out of 10 gambles are scams, that games just want to trick you into spending money, and that only by not gambling can one avoid losing, and so on. However, anyone can preach. When it really happens to you, it's a different story. Lin Mo's fingers seemed to have a mind of their own, trembling as he felt he couldn't sleep without spending a couple of points. Gamble a bit. Just gamble a bit. I shouldn't be that unlucky all the time. Do you want to invest 10 skill points to learn basic combat mech theory? Do you want to invest 10 skill points to learn basic mechanical engineering? Confirm. After learning the 2 skills, a lot of knowledge flooded into Lin Mo's mind. But he didn't care and directly clicked the fusion button. Congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint. Excellent Master Wrench. Life. Excellent Master Wrench. A wrench that only truly seasoned mechanics have a chance to obtain. It is a tool and a symbol of ability. Note. For any mechanic, having tools means having everything. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. This wasn't the first time. He could withstand it. Do you want to invest 10 skill points to learn basic combat mech theory? Do you want to invest 10 skill points to learn basic mechanical engineering? It's still those 2 skills, and Lin Mo threw in another 20 points. Since the outcome of skill gambling is completely random, with no specific skill combinations to increase success rates, Lin Mo didn't bother changing and stubbornly continued to fuse these 2 skills. Congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint. Solar-powered flashlight. Life. Solar-powered flashlight. It lights up as long as there is light. Without light, it will not light up at all. Note. An era-defining invention by a great inventor. Lin Mo's forehead began to throb with impatience. Gritting his teeth, he continued. Congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint. 1,000 ways to kill you. Damaged. 1,000 ways to kill you. Another invention by a great inventor. An ultimate killing weapon composed of 13 types of weapons including a watermelon knife, pesticides, chains, etc. Note. Don't be fooled by its damaged quality. Each of its weapons has lethality. Damn. What is this? Lin Mo felt an urge to rip his brain open and beat the system senseless. 1,000 ways to kill you, and the solar-powered flashlight is a freaking era-defining invention? Does the system think I haven't seen Stephen Chow's movies? Isn't this just Da Vinci's great invention? This is no longer a life tool. In his past life, only players with extreme bad luck would draw these 2 pieces of equipment, meaning his skill points were completely wasted. Because life machinery can still be sold for money. But these 2 pieces of equipment wouldn't even be worth scrap. One last time. I'm willing to trade 10 years of my life for a high-quality or rare blueprint. Lin Mo, in a fit of anger, doubled his skill point investment, learned the 2 skills again, and furiously fused. Congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint. Extreme Warrior. Rare. Extreme Warrior. A 3rd-generation individual mech with high overall attributes and balanced configuration. Capable of perfectly adapting to combat in various harsh environments. Note. Push beyond the limits, soldier. Lin Mo? What is going on? Did I just place a bet and get this? I just wanted to save 10 years of my life, and I didn't even ask for a high-quality one. Just a rare one, and the system gave it to me? This system must have been wanting to change hosts for a while. I'm just joking, it doesn't count. Lin Mo muttered to himself, thick-skinned. For some reason, even though this was his first rare blueprint since crossing over, he didn't feel happy at all. Forget it. No matter how you look at it, having a real mech blueprint is a good thing. In that case, I need to change my plans. Is anyone there? Lin Mo frowned. With high spiritual attributes, he felt a sense of danger once again. Without the hustle and bustle of the day, Lin Mo's senses were incredibly sharp. He could feel 4 malicious auras already outside the courtyard wall. So, are assassins coming again? Are they here to kill me, or to cause trouble for Liang Hong? After facing assassins twice in a row, especially with Liang Hong as a strong ally, Lin Mo no longer felt any fear towards them. Instead, he was curious about what these assassins planned to do. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo ran to the door and opened a small gap. Chapter 48. Are there such brave warriors in the world? I'll say it one last time. This is an order from the captain. You three need to pay attention and not make any mistakes in your part. Su Ben, you've only been to Baiding Alley to scout. It was Li Duyi who let us listen to you tonight. We are all 4th rank. Don't act like you're in charge with your little authority. You also said that Li Duyi told you to listen to me. Do you have any objections? You. On a moonless and windy night. Outside a courtyard wall in Baiding Alley, 4 shadows stood together. The person who had a spat with Su Ben glared at him hatefully, but didn't he say much. This was a task ordered by Li Duyi, and he didn't want to cause trouble and get punished. I doubt you have the guts. Su Ben clasped his hands behind his back. Being 4th rank himself, he enjoyed the feeling of putting on airs in front of his 3 colleagues. Glancing around, Su Ben said, quickly and decisively, don't disturb anyone, not even a bird, got it? The other 3 responded somewhat displeased. Using a feather as a sword. With 4 4th ranks on our side, killing a 3rd rank martial artist and a 2nd rank beast master. Haha, no one should notice. The 4 exchanged glances, nodded in unison. And then with a surge of power in their waists and abdomens, they leaped into the air like 4 agile swallows, landing directly in the courtyard. Then, they met the gaze of old Jean, the salted fish. In the moonlight, the more than 2-meter-long old Jean lay on the ground, a horn atop his head. Tilting it to look at the 4 figures that had jumped into the courtyard, his large head seemingly sprouting a few question marks. Su Ben, what have you done? Didn't you say there was only that brat and the blacksmith? The 4 were startled upon seeing old Jean. But after realizing he was merely staring at them without making any noise, they breathed a sigh of relief. The other 3 immediately looked at Su Ben and questioned him in low voices. This might be the spirit beast that the blacksmith and that kid brought in while I was away these past few days. Su Ben certainly couldn't admit that he had been watching from outside Baiding Alley and had never come in. Seeing the other 3 looking at him, he put on a brave face. What are you panicking about? Look at how clumsy that spirit beast is. It can't be high in rank. It should be the 2nd spirit beast that kid prepared after breaking through to the 2nd rank, at most a 2nd rank. Old Jean cast a hostile glance at Su Ben, his face seemingly written with the words I understand. However, Su Ben, focused on the other 3's gazes, didn't notice old Jin's look. A 2nd rank spirit beast? Just kill it together. Su Ben said unnaturally. He couldn't feel how strong old Jean was. He could only speculate based on the intelligence. It seemed that the boy they were told to keep an eye on had just broken through to the 2nd rank and needed a spirit beast. This fat lizard should be it. A 2nd rank beast master can at most contract a 2nd rank spirit beast. This fat lizard definitely wouldn't be that strong. I will report the situation to the captain. The person who just had a quarrel with Su Ben had an unfriendly expression. Do as you wish. Su Ben's expression also darkened. Let's handle the matter first, then we can talk. Then let's work together to kill this spirit beast. This spirit beast looks stupid. Why do we need to work together? Su Ben scoffed coldly. No wonder the captain wants you 3 to listen to me. You handle the spirit beast and that boy. And the strongest blacksmith is mine. Saying that, Su Ben didn't wait for the other 3 to respond, drew his long knife, and charged toward Liang Hong's room. The intelligence had been wrong. That boy was going to report to the captain. Su Ben felt that he could only redeem himself by killing the strongest. With that thought, his movements quickened, and he plunged into Liang Hong's room. Old Jean and Lin Mo, who were secretly observing, were both stunned. In this world, there actually exist such warriors? Watching Su Ben enter Liang Hong's room, the 3 outside did not act, but instead tensed their muscles, ready to spring into action. If Su Ben made a noise, they would rush in immediately. However, 1 breath passed, then 2 breaths, then 10 breaths, and Liang Hong's thunderous snoring continued, while Su Ben had seemingly vanished into the dark room. What is that kid doing? The 3 sensed something was off, exchanged glances, and stepped around old Jean toward Liang Hong's room. Whoosh. This time it was old Jean who moved. He opened his large mouth, and his thick tongue, like lightning, directly wrapped around one person's ankle. Gulp. Old Jean closed his mouth, stuck out his tongue, and licked the corner of his mouth, seemingly finding the taste pleasant. Old son. The other 2 were horrified, and without thinking, they drew their swords and charged at old Jean from both sides. Old Jean stood still, not moving an inch. Clang. The long knives struck old Jean, producing a sound like metal clashing, sending sparks flying. The 2 were shocked. They were wielding high-grade treasure weapons. And striking this beast spirit didn't even break its defense? Damn Su Ben, you told me this was a 2nd-rank spirit beast? Is there really such a tough 2nd-rank spirit beast? Save me. Before the cry for help could even fully escape, 1 person was swallowed by old Jean. In an instant, only 1 person remained. Lin Mo crouched by the door crack, watching as the last brother's face turned pale, and he turned to flee in panic. The martial artist's physique allowed him to move quickly, and in just a few steps, he jumped onto the high wall. about to escape when suddenly a large shoe flew out of Liang Hong's room. Under the pale moonlight, it illuminated a face bleeding from all 7 orifices. This weapon. Lin Mo tilted his head. Can't even sleep peacefully. Inside the room, Liang Hong emerged, carrying Su Bin and wearing only one shoe. He walked to the corner, put on his shoe, then unceremoniously threw Su Bin to the ground and glanced at Old Jean, as if to say, "You might as well clean up these 2 corpses." Old Jean ignored Liang Hong, giving him a proud backside. Liang Hong stroked his beard. 2 pounds of dragon blood silver? Old Jean turned around and directly devoured the 2 corpses in one bite. Glutton, Liang Hong muttered discontentedly, turning to Lin Mo's room. Have you seen enough? Chapter 49. Hidden Dragon. Uncle Liang is indeed a hidden master. Impressive, impressive. Lin Mo knew he couldn't hide any longer, opened the door, and walked into the courtyard. Revealing a smitten smile, Old Jean glanced at Lin Mo with some displeasure. I killed 3, yet you come out and flatter him first? Lin Mo immediately directed an admiring gaze at Old Jean. Brother Old Jean is unmatched, effortlessly killing 3 4th-rank martial artists. I am in awe. Only then did Old Jean extend his tongue to lick the blood at the corner of his mouth, satisfied as he crawled aside to enjoy the moon. His stomach making gurgling sounds, seemingly digesting the corpses. A lazy, vain, and gluttonous fish. If it were a normal 6th-rank spirit, those 3 would have been killed instantly. Lin Mo secretly complained while wearing a look of admiration. Is it shameful to cling to a big leg? Let's sit down and chat. Liang Hong, wearing a tank top, sat on a stone bench in the courtyard and pointed to another stone bench for Lin Mo. Only after Lin Mo sat down did he speak. I didn't ask you anything before because nothing happened, but now it's different. 4 4th-rank martial artists have vanished without a trace. Even if nothing happens on the surface, there will definitely be ripples behind the scenes. Uncle Liang, what do you want to know? I will tell you everything. Lin Mo nodded, fully agreeing with Liang Hong's words. After all, his father is in the officialdom, and Lin Mo knows a bit about the matters in the capital. 4th-rank martial artists are already military elites, at least holding the rank of a 1,000-man commander, and are registered in the military records. If 4 of them suddenly went missing without explanation, it would definitely cause a stir. Who exactly is your father? Tell me about his background. Lin Mo hesitated and glanced at Liang Hong. Liang Hong slightly shook his head. At this point, regardless of whether your father is Hidden Dragon or not, I will keep my promise. That's good. Lin Mo breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had been reluctant to communicate with Liang Hong, partly not wanting to make a fool of himself, and partly fearing that if Liang Hong learned about Lin Tang's matters, he would conclude that Lin Tang was not Hidden Dragon and would kick him aside. In that case, he might really have only the option of fleeing. Liang Hong's promise undoubtedly eased Lin Mo's mind, and he squeezed out a flattering smile. Uncle Liang, I don't know much about my father. After all, he doesn't often stay in the capital. I will tell you whatever I know. First, there's a very coincidental thing. My father shares the same surname as me. Actually, Lin Mo didn't know much about Lin Tang. However, being his son, he could still speak somewhat about Lin Tang's achievements, even if not in great detail. Speaking of which, Lin Tang's life trajectory was quite similar to that of Marquis Dingyuan, Mei Taishu. Both rose to prominence about 10 years ago when the old emperor personally led the expedition against the Wumon tribe. However, compared to Marquis Dingyuan, who gained great fame by fighting multiple Wumon warriors in close combat, Lin Tang was considerably less renowned, although he also had some military achievements. Most were gained by following the main forces in campaigns, and Lin Tang didn't receive many rewards. Thus, while Marquis Dingyuan was promoted to nobility in the capital, Lin Tang could only continue serving in the military, spending many years before finally becoming a general, stationed in Dianmuzhou, guarding the southern gate of Dian alongside General Zhun Nan against the torrent of beasts from the 10,000 Great Mountains. And then, Liang Hong had just caught on to something when Lin Mo suddenly stopped, causing him to glance at Lin Mo. Then he was executed by the general of Zhun Nan due to a battlefield misjudgment. Lin Mo shrugged. I was implicated and spent nearly half a year in the Beast Monitoring Bureau exterminating ferocious beasts to redeem myself and regain my freedom. This made it seem like him, and yet not like him. Liang Hong frowned, stroking his beard in thought. Did Uncle Liang think of something? In terms of timing, it matches up. I owe Hidden Dragon a favor from the battlefield over a decade ago, but some things don't add up. What doesn't he add up? Lin Mo continued to ask. Since Liang Hong had already promised to protect him, he was also curious about his father and didn't mind helping Liang Hong analyze the situation. The strength doesn't match. Liang Hong glanced at Lin Mo. Even though my realm back then wasn't high, Hidden Dragon's age and realm were similar to mine. It doesn't make sense that after so many years of fighting, he only ended up as a general. Implicitly, this meant my father was weak. Lin Mo added silently. My father is a beast master. What is a spirit beast? It's hard to explain. He has fought in many battles and has changed his spirit beast several times. Liang Hong and Lin Mo stared at each other, and for a moment, the conversation fell into a deadlock. After a long time, it was Liang Hong who broke the silence. Then why do these people want to kill you? It's said that my father left something behind that they seem to value greatly. Princess Baiyu came to ask me about it. And Li Changfeng also came to the Lin residence during the house raid, but he didn't find it. Maybe that thing poses a threat to him, which is why he has been sending people to kill me. Let me see the item. Lin Mo showed no resistance. Not even trying to argue that the item wasn't in his possession. He obediently handed over the red talisman. In the face of absolute power, any little tricks are unnecessary. If he dared to resist, Liang Hong could easily take him down with just one shoe. Giving it up was just giving it up, after all. It was a hot potato in his hands. Lin Mo didn't feel sorry at all. It was a good opportunity to see if Liang Hong, this big shot, could discern anything from the talisman. However, Lin Mo ultimately felt disappointed. Liang Hong took the red talisman and examined it for a long time, even closing his eyes to sense it, but in the end, he casually tossed it back to Lin Mo. Lin Mo thought, if even Liang Hong can't sense anything, then this talisman is likely just an ordinary one. But why did my cheap father leave behind such a useless talisman? What is its significance? Is it a cover-up or a diversion? Isn't that just a trap for his own son? Lin Mo was truly at a loss regarding his deceased father, regretting that he had left so many convoluted issues that now endangered his life. Just then, Liang Hong suddenly changed the topic. Let me see your spirit beast. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback. Although he didn't know what Liang Hong meant, he obediently opened the cave of heaven, and the copper-cast titan walked out. Under the moonlight, its dark silver body exuded a sense of coldness and an inexplicable technological vibe. Chapter 50. The bathhouse. Your golden spirit seems a bit off. Liang Hong frowned slightly as he looked at the titan. A month ago, Lin Mo had shown him the titan, but at that time, he had only glanced at it without paying much attention. A second-tier metal spirit didn't warrant a closer look. However, now that he looked again, he noticed something strange. He couldn't feel the life force or spiritual energy fluctuations from the titan. That's odd, Liang Hong murmured. Spiritual energy is a unique power of spirit beasts, similar to the soul power of beast tamers and the elemental power of martial artists. Normally, whether it's a beast, weapon, or plant, once it becomes a spirit beast, it would gain intelligence and naturally possess spiritual energy. At his level, it didn't make sense not to be able to sense a second-tier spirit's energy. Yet, the titan stood before him, and he felt nothing, as if it were just a pile of iron lumps. Where's the oddity? Lin Mo appeared calm on the surface, but the hair on his back was standing on end. Ultimately, a fake is still a fake. The system gave him a chance to survive in this other world, allowing him to create a mech to impersonate a golden spirit, but it also brought risks. Although he had previously encountered a bunch of weaklings that he could easily fool, Lin Mo knew that the mech had no life. He didn't even have the equipment in Lingzhou to program the Titan to be sentient. Even if he could program it, the Titan couldn't use it at the moment. In the game, only legendary mechs could match sentience, and the Titan was still far from that level. Now, the Titan was merely a mech. Lin Mo knew someone would eventually realize the difference between the Titan and other spirit beasts. But he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. What would Liang Hong do? Would the difference between the Titan and other spirit beasts pique his curiosity? Would he dismantle the Titan and expose me as a fake beast tamer? For a moment, Lin Mo's heart raced like an overloaded engine. However, to his surprise, Liang Hong didn't linger on the issue at all. That's it. Lin Mo's mind momentarily couldn't keep up, feeling that he had wasted his emotions. Just a moment ago, Liang Hong's words had nearly made his heart jump out of his throat, and he had thought it would take some effort to get through. But it just passed by so lightly. What else do you want? Liang Hong, seeing Lin Mo's complex expression, thought Lin Mo believed his golden spirit had some extraordinary quality. He shook his head and said, in Lingzhou, there are countless bizarre spirit beasts. Your golden spirit just lacks spiritual energy and intelligence. Plants, stones, metals, and even antiques with enough age can become spirit beasts. All kinds of monsters exist. I've even seen people dig up the corpses of long-dead powerful beings to use as their spirit beasts. Those also lack spiritual energy and intelligence. And there are many more examples. Young man, don't always think of yourself as special. Actually, I really am special, Lin Mo thought to himself, while outwardly he nodded earnestly, appearing to be taught a lesson. At the same time, he became curious about Liang Hong's words. Uncle Liang, you just mentioned digging up the corpses of powerful beings to use as spirit beasts? Is there such a method for beast tamers? How does it work? I'm not too clear on the specifics, Liang Hong said, showing a thoughtful expression. However, I've heard that to do this, a beast tamer must have a certain bond with the powerful being, either through friendship or blood relation. Otherwise, not only is it difficult to successfully control the undead, but it can also lead to backlash. Can you really do that? Hearing Liang Hong's words, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. His cave of heaven was in terrible shape, and no spirit beast was willing to contract with him. Should he look for an opportunity to learn this method and, when he has time, dig up my cheap father to try it out? The bond between a father and son should be safe from backlash, right? Then I could also experience what spirit beasts are really like. While others tame beasts, I tame my dad. In ancient times, there was the Avengers battling Thanos. Now, there's me, Lin Mo, angrily taming my dad. This thought in Lin Mo's mind didn't last long before he quickly squashed it. Leaving aside whether taming my dad would violate ethics, even if I did, Lin Tang, a beast tamer, would likely be taken down in an instant due to his lack of combat power. If I were to tame someone, it would have to be Liang Hong, whose physical level could make a fourth-tier martial artist cough up blood with just a kick. Even if he turned into a corpse, he could at least beat a group of fourth-tier fighters. Lin Mo looked at Liang Hong, his eyes flickering. Kid, I advise you not to think too much. Liang Hong was unaware that Lin Mo had turned his thoughts toward him due to a few words. Seeing Lin Mo's flickering gaze, he assumed he had some ulterior motives and said coldly, that kind of beast tamer goes against the heavens and is condemned by all. Moreover, their combat power is tied to the strength of the deceased when they were alive. You might as well honestly think of ways to awaken your spirit beast and achieve a breakthrough in bloodline rank. Is there such a thing as bloodline awakening for golden spirits? Lin Mo was taken aback. He knew about bloodline awakening, which, to put it scientifically, is when a spirit beast develops its potential through continuous training, awakening ancient bloodlines or evolving their own bloodlines, thus raising their bloodline rank and increasing their upper limits. However, he always thought that only beast-type spirit beasts had bloodlines. Could golden spirits and stone spirits have them too? By the way, do they even have blood? Bloodline is just a general term. In fact, it's more about awakening potential. As long as it's a spirit, there's a possibility of awakening. But the method of awakening needs to be explored. After all, I'm a martial artist and don't know much about beast taming. Truly powerful beast tamers rarely share their methods with others. I understand. Lin Mo nodded. The awakening method is akin to cutting-edge technology in Blue Star. If one doesn't teach others, they can monopolize it. But if they do, they have to share the profits. If it were him, he wouldn't share it either. However, he had used that method quite a bit. As long as you keep upgrading to higher-level machinery, your mech can continue to evolve without the need to mess with those mysterious gadgets. There is indeed a very strong beast tamer in the wasteland. If you have the chance in the future, you can pay him a visit. Liang Hong stood up, stretched lazily, and glanced at Lin Mo, saying, that's enough for today. I'm not a philanthropist, so I won't give you all this for free. Draw me a sketch of that tool you call a wrench, one just like yours. Lin Mo quickly showed a smiling expression as if he was trying to curry favor. Uncle Liang, I have something better. Better? Liang Hong's eyes lit up, and he nodded slightly. Then draw a better one for me, and I'll make one when I have time. Well, I'm going to sleep. Why did Liang Hong suddenly say so much to me? Lin Mo opened the cave and put away the titan, pondering slightly while looking at Liang Hong's door. Although Liang Hong finally asked him for the wrench sketch, he didn't believe Liang Hong was genuinely interested in his universal wrench. It was obvious that in terms of strength and skill, Liang Hong was far superior to him. The universal wrench was merely a tool for daily use, and Liang Hong could definitely deduce the sketch just by taking a look. So, there must be a reason for him to suddenly say so much to himself tonight. Could it be that after calling him Uncle Liang for a month, some friendship had actually developed? Forget it, no need to think about it. Old Jin's big belly wriggled slightly, and his thick tail occasionally swished back and forth as he looked up at the moon in the sky. Lin Mo's eyes turned, and he leaned closer. Old Jin, I've always had a question to ask you. Old Jin paused his tail, turned his big head, and the horn on his head gleamed brightly. I know you eat, but how do you digest? Don't you relieve yourself? Old Jin instantly showed a desire to eat Lin Mo, and his voice abruptly stopped. Chapter 51. Kill Uncle Liang. Here is the sketch. Please take a look. In Bailing Street, at the blacksmith shop, Lin Mo handed over the prepared drawings to Liang Hong with both hands. The drawing depicted the excellent master wrench that Lin Mo had just bet on yesterday, compared to the universal wrench in his hand. The excellent master wrench didn't have much enhancement in appearance or function, but the sketch looked far superior, as if it had risen to another level. If Lin Mo had to make an analogy, the universal wrench was like a free smartphone from a recharge promotion, while the excellent master wrench was akin to an iPhone 17. In reality, the functions were quite similar, but the prestige was definitely higher. Not bad. Liang Hong examined the drawing and was quite satisfied with the wrench. He flipped his palm and, without knowing where it came from, produced a jade talisman. Tossing it directly to Lin Mo, this is for you. Could it be that he is so pleased that he will agree to something for me and use the jade talisman as a token? Lin Mo's expression brightened, as if he had found a treasure, and he reached out to catch it. Then, his face gradually became stiff. He guessed wrong. This jade talisman was not any token of commitment, but was used for bestowing spiritual power. With sufficient soul power, He understood the function of the jade talisman just by touching it. In fact, this kind of jade talisman had similar scrolls sold in many places in the capital. But Lin Mo had never paid attention since he had no use for them, and he hadn't expected Liang Hong to suddenly throw one to him today. Lin Mo's expression gradually became unnatural. This thing is useless. Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Lin Mo's stiff expression, Liang Hong frowned and asked, Uncle Liang, I'm fine. I just have a small idea. Lin Mo rubbed his face and forced out a fawning smile. I might not be able to use this jade talisman. Could you exchange it for something else? What do you want? In gold? No. Lin Mo. In gold was something he had recently discovered after frantically studying various divine metals and exotic irons in Lingzhou. The books mentioned it as a material that had a high compatibility with energy reaction furnaces, claiming it was inexpensive, with 10 attribute spirit stones able to exchange for £1. At that time, Lin Mo almost smashed the bookshop. He initially thought that at Liang Hong's level, he could get some benefits, but he didn't expect him to refuse so straightforwardly. It seemed he had to find a way himself. Relying solely on the meager wages Liang Hong gave, it would take him ages to save up for 10 pounds of gold. At this moment, Liang Hong seemed to remember something and looked at Lin Mo. You've always wanted rare metals. Is it to awaken your golden spirit? Lin Mo nodded eagerly. Well, in that case, you can go to the city's martial workshop. Liang Hong stroked his beard, pondering. Your titan's strength is not weak. You might be able to win some spirit stones. Martial workshop? Yeah. How did I not think of that? Lin Mo's eyes brightened. The so-called martial workshop was actually a semi-official arena organized by the Dian dynasty and the Jianghu forces, supporting others to challenge and fight, allowing for gambling. The dynasty maintained order while the Jianghu forces opened the betting. It was a training ground for many martial artists and beast tamers, as well as a spending pit for many noble youths. Although Lin Mo had a rough estimate of the Titan's combat power, he had never properly sparred with the beast tamers and martial artists in the capital. Going to try it out would not only earn him some spirit stones, but also allow him to see what level the Titan was at. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then how about you? Lin Mo revealed a hesitant expression. He wanted to go, but he was also afraid of upsetting Liang Hong. After all, he was currently Liang Hong's assistant. If he left the shop to go to the martial workshop to spar, it might seem a bit unprofessional. Just go. Liang Hong waved his hand impatiently while pointing at his big furnace. It's no big deal if the forging of weapons is delayed by a day or 2. Lin Mo's face lit up with joy as he turned to head outside. However, after taking a few steps, his expression became serious. Based on Liang Hong's demeanor today, his lengthy conversation last night with him did not seem like a whim. This tough uncle had changed his attitude significantly towards him, but why? For a month, things had been lukewarm. Why did he suddenly show some concern after a few people were killed? Was he afraid that if he died, the promise would be unfulfilled, leaving some regret on his conscience? Forget it. No need to think too much. Winning some spirit stones at the martial workshop should be the priority. An old man. As Lin Mo left the blacksmith shop, he happened to see an old man walking towards him. The old man's hair was snow white, his complexion rosy, and he walked with his hands behind his back, looking like a satisfied old man out for a stroll. Out of habit, Lin Mo casually cast a glance at his past, but then he froze in place. Name, unknown. Race, human. Profession, Saint Master. Physical, strength. Agility, mental. Charm. Notes, you can't see it, you just can't see it. You will always not see it, huh? Lin Mo stood in awe and performed a standard welcoming gesture from Blue Star. Please, after you. The old man clearly did not expect this scene and looked at Lin Mo with a hint of surprise, nodding slightly as he walked inside. So there are indeed many big shots in the capital. What kind of profession is a Saint Master? Are there other cultivation systems? Lin Mo watched the old man's retreating figure, his eyes flickering. He didn't need to guess. He knew the old man was there to find Liang Hong. But he didn't know what the 2 big shots would discuss together. Should I eavesdrop? Damn, what am I thinking? This thought only crossed Lin Mo's mind for a moment before he broke out in a cold sweat. With his combat skills, he probably couldn't even withstand Liang Hong's leg hair. Eavesdropping on the conversation of 2 big shots would be like seeking death. After taking one last look at the old man's back, Lin Mo quickly turned and left. In the blacksmith shop, Liang Hong had just lit the furnace and was examining the sketch when he suddenly felt something and turned around abruptly. He saw the old man Lin Mo had encountered standing at the door, hands behind his back, smiling at him with a mysterious gaze. What brings you here? Liang Hong put down the sketch and looked serious. As people grow old, they tend to walk around more, and while wandering here, an old man suddenly remembers something. What is it? It's not a big deal. The old man walks into the blacksmith shop, meandering and observing in the small grass shed, until he stops beside Liang Hong. His eyes suddenly sharp. I'll kill you. Chapter 52. Liang Hong's intention. The afternoon street is bustling with activity. People are weaving in and out. Vendors are shouting their wares. and several adults are chasing after their rambunctious children, creating a scene of prosperity. Although Liang Hong's blacksmith shop seems somewhat out of place on the street, not many people pay attention to it. However, at this moment, within this drafty blacksmith shop, it feels like a stormy sea on a thunderous night, with turbulent undercurrents surging, and the rocks of murderous intent gradually revealing their fierce and jagged forms in the waves. Liang Hong is tall, towering over others, with bronze muscles bulging, resembling a small mountain. The old man is hunched over, standing with his hands behind his back. Although he is much shorter than Liang Hong, his presence is not at all diminished, even seemingly overpowering Liang Hong. Neither of them is using any yuan force or soul power. Yet there is an inexplicable force pressing against each other, making this small grass shed feel like a powder keg, ready to ignite a breathtaking battle with just a spark. However, this heavy atmosphere comes and goes quickly, dissipating into nothingness in an instant. Is it interesting? Liang Hong tilted his head to glance at the old man, walked over to the wooden table, casually wiped it, and poured a cup of tea for the old man, saying, "Aren't you here for something important, master? Other matters can wait." The old man sat down at the table, brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, and said casually, "When I came in just now, I saw an interesting little fellow. Is he your guest? You still have acquaintances in our great Yin capital? I only found out about it a month ago." Liang Hong shrugged, not wanting to dwell on the subject, and changed the topic. "However, this boy does have some talent." "Talent in martial arts?" The old man paused. Liang Hong's strength is considerable, and his cultivation method is unique, allowing for rapid advancement. The old man knows Liang Hong well. He hasn't taken disciples for many years, partly because he has been keeping things in order in Great Yin, and partly because he hasn't found a satisfactory candidate. The young lord of the Digimon Marquis has been rejected for 2 or 3 years. If this young man can be deemed to have some talent by Liang Hong, he is likely a prodigy with terrifying potential. Liang Hong's identity is sensitive. He has been living honestly in the capital for so many years. Could it be that he suddenly feels the urge to take on disciples because he sees talent in a young man? Of course, with his strength and vision, he wouldn't care too much about it. But Liang Hong's special status means that if he really took in a peerless genius and trained a second Liang Hong, it could cause some trouble for Great Yin, so the old man wanted to gauge Liang Hong's intentions. Liang Hong shook his head slightly. "It's talent in weapon forging." "I see." The old man relaxed a bit. If it is merely talent in weapon forging, it shouldn't stir up too much trouble. After all, becoming a master forger is much harder than becoming a first-grade martial artist. No matter how talented that young man is, with Liang Hong's guidance, it would take at least 20 or 30 years to accomplish anything notable. After a brief silence, the old man looked at Liang Hong again. "Are you planning to take on disciples? Are you going to accept a citizen of Great Yin?" Whether he is a citizen of Great Yin or not is not important. Liang Hong simply wants to pass on the weapon forging skills, and besides, he may not really take that boy as a disciple. Liang Hong straightened up, shedding his usual image of a slovenly man, exuding a confident aura. "Although I am down on my luck, I cannot be careless in finding a successor. Mind, character, strength, and talent are all essential. That child only has decent talent in weapon forging. His mind, character, and strength still need to be observed. Old man, can you help me evaluate this child?" That was in the past. Liang Hong shook his head. "Having stayed in Great Yin for so long, I have found that what you said is not without reason. Taking on disciples requires not only talent, but also character and mentality. Will you help?" In an instant, a sharp killing intent once again filled the small grass shed. The old man stared deeply at Liang Hong, lifted his tea cup, took a sip, and his ruddy complexion suddenly stiffened. His eyes widened. The tea got stuck in his throat. He couldn't swallow it down, and spitting it out would be embarrassing. For a moment, the old man's eyes turned red as he struggled greatly to swallow the tea, his face darkening as he looked at Liang Hong. "Can't you get some decent tea?" Liang Hong innocently turned his head. "This is good tea, the finest Jiangshan flour, a tribute from Jiangzhou. You think I haven't drunk Jiangshan flour before? What you drank might be fake. This is not Jiangshan flour. It is Jiangshan flour." "What year?" "Last year's." "Say that again." 10 years ago." Liang Hong remained unfazed and poured another cup for the old man. "Old tea has a strong aroma. Good for your health. You should drink more. I believe your ghost." The old man looked at the tea foam in the cup, his face looking as bad as it could get. This is the martial workshop, quite a significant establishment. On the other side, Linmo has also arrived at the martial workshop in the outer city. Although it is called a martial workshop, it resembles a large mansion behind the storefront. Upon entering the martial workshop, the most eye-catching features are the 3 massive scrolls hanging directly opposite the main entrance, which are treasures that list the rankings of powerful figures from various martial workshops across Great Yin, reportedly updated in real time. Lin Mo has no idea of the principle behind it, but after glancing at them, he walks inside. This is the overall ranking. Those whose names appear are super fierce individuals, not someone of his current level could contend with. He is mainly looking to find beast masters of the same rank to compare and see the difference between titans and other second-grade spirit beasts. The martial workshop is considered one of the pillar industries of the Great Yin dynasty, in which a considerable amount of manpower and resources have been invested. Upon entering the martial workshop, aside from the 3 massive rankings hanging in the center, there are many small rooms lined up on both sides, sectioned off like bank counters on Blue Star, with wooden signs overhead displaying ranks like 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and so on. On the left are martial artists, and on the right are beast masters. Lin Mo finds the small room for 2nd grade beast masters, moving closer. Inside the room sits a disciple of the beast master monitor. Dressed in white, Lin Mo puts on a smile and approaches. Brother, this is my first time at the martial workshop, and I have a few questions to ask. Lin Mo is very polite, but the other party is not courteous at all. After sizing Lin Mo up a few times, the white-clad disciple's eyes clearly show pride. Do you want to bet? Damn it. Are all the disciples of the beast master monitor like this? Lin Mo silently curses, but outwardly remains courteous. That's right. Wait a moment. The white-clad disciple leans down and rummages under the table, finally pulling out a registration booklet from beneath. Looking at Lin Mo with a pen in hand, flower name. Flower name? Lin Mo's head clearly has several question marks popping up. Unless it is a scheduled duel. Betting at the martial workshop does not require real names. The white-clad disciple points to the 3 small lists behind him with the pen. Did you see the names on the lists? You need to come up with a flower name to register before you can participate in betting at the martial workshop. Hearing this, Lin Mo's gaze sweeps over the first list. The names are all written in elegant brush calligraphy, and the first list reads, 2nd grade Beast Master List. Looking further down, the top names are Crimson Tooth, Spirit Insight, Black Rakshasa. Isn't this just a game nickname? I'm familiar with this. Lin Mo looks at the list, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 53, Flower Name. After glancing through it, Lin Mo understands what this so-called flower name is all about. The youth in the capital are mostly talented and self-important. Though wins and losses are common in battles, nobody wants to appear foolish, and flower names effectively avoid this issue. Regardless of the outcome, the ranking on the list, everyone only knows the flower names and not who is behind them. Winning allows one to enjoy the cheers under their flower name, while losing carries no psychological burden. Stepping out of the martial workshop, one can still be a hero. Even if someone asks, I can stubbornly say, so-and-so lost. What does that have to do with me? My name remains unchanged. And who is that person anyway? So I also need to come up with a nickname. I need to think carefully. Lin Mo stared at the leaderboard, pondering slightly. The white-clothed disciple clearly wasn't seeing this for the first time and quietly waited with a pen in hand. How about calling me young Master Mo Shang? Lin Mo suggested tentatively. A nice flower name. The white-clothed disciple nodded, but didn't write it down. Unfortunately, that flower name has already been taken. Lin Mo. I didn't expect that after crossing into another world, I would still encounter the awkwardness of your nickname has been taken. But then again, Lingzhou is vast and boundless. Both in area and population, far exceeding Blue Star, and the number of martial artists and beast masters is naturally not to be underestimated. It's not surprising that someone would snatch a nickname. No problem, it's just a small matter. I can come up with another one. Lin Gongzi? Already taken. Mo Gongzi? Already taken. Second in the world? Already taken. Already taken. Damn it. Why do they have to compete with me for a name when there are so many options? Lin Mo's expression gradually became ferocious. In his previous life, before the release of Mecha War, he was a star player, originally known as Young Master Mo Shang. He had internal testing rights due to being a star player and could register in many games early on, which accompanied him for a long time. However, during the internal test of Mecha War, he was delayed due to some matters, and when he re-entered the game, he found that his name had been snatched. At that time, he was puzzled. Did the player who snatched it not have a name? Why did they have to take his? Young Master Mo Shang was universally recognized in the gaming circle as Lin Mo's name, so naturally, he wouldn't pay for it, and ended up in a dispute with the snatcher. After years of effort, Lin Mo had built a golden reputation, and he certainly couldn't just give it away. The other party's attitude was firm, and in desperation, Lin Mo began to guard the corpse. As a star player, he naturally crushed the name snatcher effortlessly, chasing and killing them every day, even if he didn't complete tasks, until he finally made that person change their name after half a year of relentless killing. Now Lin Mo's mood was just like when he was robbed of his name in his previous life. I painstakingly came up with a name, and in the end, it was taken by one person after another. Lin Mo's veins throbbed uncontrollably. Why not just cut to the chase and let a good name be taken by some dog? Forget it. I need to control myself. If I really come up with this flower name, it might provoke a crowd beating to death in the martial arts workshop. Lin Mo's mind raced, and he slowly spoke. Iron Blacksmith? The white-clothed disciple flipped through the book, wrote it down for a test, and after a while, the ink quickly faded and eventually disappeared. The white-clothed disciple, for the first time, showed a slightly apologetic smile. Already taken. With over 20 flower names taken, he felt a bit sympathetic towards Lin Mo. Damn it. Lin Mo wanted to hit someone, but looking around, he couldn't beat anyone. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo started turning his brain again, names popping into his head one after another, each one getting rejected, until suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. Hidden dragon? Hidden dragon? The white-clothed disciple tried writing it down in the book, and after a moment, seeing that the ink showed no sign of fading, he looked up at Lin Mo, registration complete. Finally sorted out, Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief, thinking his old man still had some use. But before he could finish his breath, the white-clothed disciple bent down and pulled over a wooden board to his side. On the board were various masks. Some common spirit masks, and some monochrome ancient masks. Once the masks were pulled out, the white-clothed disciple's demeanor became more amiable. Brother Hidden Dragon, pick one. 5 spirit stones for each. Lin Mo's eyes widened. Brother, what does this mean? The purpose of a flower name is to avoid being recognized, so naturally, a mask is needed. The white-clothed disciple responded with an expression as if it were obvious. These masks are specially crafted, inscribed with runes that can block soul power probing. 5 spirit stones is a very low price. Low your grandpa. Lin Mo wanted to slap this white-clothed disciple, letting him experience the feeling of blood oozing from 7 orifices. 5 spirit stones. Aside from the 2 fire spirit stones he had less than 10 spirit stones left in total. A broken mask actually costs him half his fortune. Can I not buy it? After a long time, Lin Mo finally managed to squeeze out such a sentence. Not buying is fine. The white-clothed disciple smiled warmly. But if you don't buy, you'll only be able to engage in secret fights, and each time you gamble, you have to pay 4 spirit stones. I want to cry but can't. From what he learned earlier, Lin Mo knew that battles in the martial arts workshop were divided into 2 types, secret fights and open fights. A secret fight means 2 people find a secluded corner in the martial arts workshop to fight, where no one can see, and they can mess around however they like. But they have to pay a venue fee. Open fights are different. They are public, and anyone who wants to watch can do so. This way, the martial arts workshop can sell tickets, so they don't charge a venue fee. This is bundled sales. Lin Mo was speechless, not expecting to be so scammed after crossing into another world. Fine, I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Reluctantly taking out the spirit stones, Lin Mo pointed to a silver mask on the wooden board. Please wait a moment. The white-clothed disciple pushed the board aside and pulled out a jade talisman from under the table. Under the activation of soul power, a rune flew out from the jade talisman and landed on the center of the mask's forehead. Lin Mo estimated that this mask was equivalent to an ID card, and the jade talisman was the photo. Only by holding the mask could he prove his identity as Hidden Dragon. Brother, keep it safe. After inscribing the jade talisman, the white-clothed disciple smiled slightly, handed the mask to Lin Mo, and picked up the book again. Continue registration. What is your realm? 2nd rank. Beastmaster race. Gold Spirit. A question and answer session continued for a while until everything was sorted out. The white-clothed disciple finally put down the book. Brother, do you want to challenge the leaderboard or wait for a gambling fight? I'll challenge. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and replied. According to the memories of his original self, the challengers on the leaderboard were mostly beast masters and court officials, and their daily task was to defend the arena, so they could fight whenever they wanted. Winning would allow them to win spirit stones from the martial arts workshop. In contrast, gambling fights required waiting until a suitable opponent appeared to start the battle, and the winnings depended on how much the opponent bet. He didn't have that much time, so he chose the most direct option. Do you want to challenge a beastmaster or a martial artist? A beastmaster. Good. The white-clothed disciple nodded, stepped forward, and waved his hand over the beastmaster leaderboard. As soul power surged, many names on the leaderboard instantly vanished. The hidden names were all beast masters who were not present. The remaining ones were the ones defending the arena, with the challenge spirit stone prices marked behind them. Before challenging, one must pay the specified amount of spirit stones as a deposit, which would be doubled if they won, but lost everything if they lost. Chapter 54. Recognizing people by flower names. Each small room had 3 lists hanging on the walls, recording the strong individuals corresponding to the martial arts workshop's ranks. The left and right sides were the Beastmaster list and martial artist list, respectively, while the middle was the overall list, featuring the best from the left and right lists. In the great capital city of Daqing, noble families were numerous, and no family lacked resources to cultivate their descendants. Whether Beastmasters or martial artists, they could be said to be the elite among their ranks, not comparable to the likes of Lu Chongqing or Imo Zhong, who were merely pseudo-second or pseudo-third ranks. Lin Mo had no intention of being overconfident, and didn't he plan to challenge martial artists in the top 3 ranks. The two major cultivation systems in Lingzhou placed martial artists on a rapid advancement path from the start. With a sword in hand, they could conquer the world, killing gods if they stood in their way and Buddhas if they obstructed them. In comparison, the combat power of beast masters in the top 3 ranks was significantly weaker. First, many gifted and special spirit beasts, before they grow, are even weaker than wild beasts. Only with continuous breakthroughs in realm, the awakening of talents, and the training of beast tamers can the gap between them and martial artists be slowly bridged. Secondly, in battles of the first 3 ranks, beast tamers are really not much help. They might even become a breakthrough point, allowing martial artists to bypass the spirit beasts and steal crystals directly. Not all beast tamers are like Lin Mo, such a freak. If a martial artist truly gets close and rushes in, at least half their life would be at stake. Even strong beast spirits cannot match martial artists one-on-one before breaking through to the 4th rank. The Titan's power has even reached the 3rd rank level. When it encountered the middle-aged man, it was still suppressed and beaten, and not long after, the Titan was reduced to a lightly damaged state. If that middle-aged man really put in his full effort against the Titan, it would not be able to withstand it, even if it wasn't turned into scrap metal. The martial artist's enduring stamina would deplete its energy, and by then, it would be no different from scrap metal. Of course, this does not mean that beast tamers are weaker than martial artists. Furthermore, beast tamers can contract 3 spirit beasts in total, if resources are sufficient. They can even cultivate the spirit beasts in a targeted manner, allowing the 3 spirit beasts to complement each other's strengths and weaknesses, forming a combat system without weaknesses. In the later stages, 1 spirit beast can entangle a martial artist, and when 3 spirit beasts are released together, cooperating under the command of the beast tamer, even martial artists known as humanoid ferocious beasts would have to retreat. Let me see. First find a cheaper one. Lin Mo's gaze skimmed over the names at the top of the list and looked further down. The challenges ranked higher required a minimum of 50 spirit stones, and he had only 3 fire spirit stones left, which wasn't enough for all his assets, so he could only challenge further down. Chief Fuzi, if I didn't know better. I do think it was a literary name, and with a name like that, is it a woman? Wow, the old emperor has been hanging on for so long, and still has a sycophant? His gaze swept down, and all kinds of strange names appeared in Lin Mo's line of sight. His previous life in gaming had honed a peculiar skill in him, the ability to discern strength. This strength is not the intuitive strong or weak attributes shown on the game panel, but refers to comprehensive abilities like operation, mentality, and adaptability. After all, as long as you have money, good equipment and attributes can be stacked, but operational skill cannot be bought with money. Lin Mo developed this skill to see strength from countless experiences in the game, along with a summary of the preferences of many experts' mindsets. First, it is certain that real experts never have names that look flashy and cool at first glance, but are actually names that scream of a second-rate soul burning out. They can generally be divided into 3 styles. One is elegant and non-mainstream, similar to names like Wuyo, 7th Knight, and that person's tears, Lin Mo's previous name. Mo Shangongzi also belonged to this style. The second is the realistic style, which usually involves breaking down the characters and their names as if treating it like a game. The third is the humorous style, where the names are extremely amusing. Like Knight Raid on Widow Village, Sister, You Are Beautiful, and Grandpa of the Calabash Babies. They don't care about making people laugh and instead enjoy it. In contrast, the noobs are different. Based on Lin Mo's experience, the more they are equipment players, the more they are noobs, and the more they love to show off, fearing that they won't look flashy enough when they go out. Having seen enough, Lin Mo also developed a discerning eye. This skill might miss seeing strong players, but it can accurately identify weak ones at a glance. For example, if someone is called Wang Ho Jiang Xiang, they might be a great expert. However, if someone is called Jusher Di Jun, they are definitely a noob. Similarly, if someone is called Buan Fun De Xiaopian Dao, they might be a great expert, but if someone is called Yi Dao Zhan Tian, they are certainly a noob. In summary, the more bombastic the name, the more likely it is to be at a primary school level. Although he has crossed over to another world, Lin Mo estimates that people's mindsets are similar. After all, Dine has a feudal system with many taboos, so there probably won't be anyone with names like this emperor or that emperor. But the essence of being a second-rate is universal. Now that Lin Mo's assets are thin, his first thought is to pick a noob he can definitely win against, ensuring he can earn some spirit stones first. After scanning the leaderboard for a while, Lin Mo's gaze finally landed on a name. Immortal Wolf King, ranked 347. 20 spirit stones, that's it. Brother Hidden Dragon, please wait. I need to confirm your realm first. As he spoke, the white-clothed disciple took out a jade talisman from somewhere, asking Lin Mo to input a trace of soul power into it, and Lin Mo complied. After the jade talisman absorbed that trace of soul power, it shone brightly, gradually revealing 2 characters. Please wait a moment, brother. The white-clothed disciple smiled. put away the Jade Talisman, and took out another Jade Talisman, saying this one was to notify the Wolf King to prepare for battle. Lin Mo discovered that the Jade Talismans in Lingzhou really are versatile. Everything can be done with them. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard within the martial arts hall, many masked beast tamers and martial artists are gathered, some discussing among themselves in small groups, while others are meditating with their eyes closed. Not far away, a tall young man wearing a wolf mask stood in the center of the courtyard, one hand holding a Jade Talisman and the other glowing, pressing it against a red demon wolf that was as tall as a person. Spirit level bloodline, second rank spirit beast, red wolf. Don't resist, just feel it. The young man said softly, as the light in his hand sparkled like starlight, forming a seal, which was finally imprinted on the demon wolf's forehead, flashing a few times like a glimmer before disappearing. The red wolf opened its eyes, revealing a hint of anthropomorphic joy, lifting its paw. With a swish, a flame burst forth from its paw. Very good, we've grown stronger again, the young man said, hands behind his back, his eyes under the mask revealing a trace of confidence. He is the immortal wolf god, and his true identity is the youngest son of the Duke of Pingyang, named Li Ku. 10 days ago, he had to persuade his father to use his connections to arrange for him to guard the martial arts hall. Although his task was to guard, he could also challenge higher-ranked beast tamers on the leaderboard. In 3 days, he had continuously challenged 7 or 8 times, soaring from over 1,000 in rank to over 300. The higher the rank, the less likely he is to be challenged. Therefore, in these past 7 or 8 days after his rise, he hadn't been challenged at all. He was just thinking about how to become stronger to challenge the top 102nd ranked beast tamers. Now, he felt his strength should be sufficient. His innate talent was already formidable, and now with the new talent and abilities of the Red Wolf, he should have few rivals even among second-ranked beast tamers in the capital. Now, he just needed to see which opponent would be suitable. Buzz. Just as Li Ku was thinking about how to step into the top 100, the Jade Talisman at his waist suddenly flickered, drawing the attention of several figures around him. They were all guards of the martial arts hall. A flickering Jade Talisman indicated someone had challenged the arena. Someone is challenging me. Good, just the chance to test the new abilities of the Red Wolf. Li Ku paused for a moment, then strode outward, his eyes filled with confidence. His strength was already enough to look down upon the capital, and now he had taken another step forward. Moreover, only newcomers and those ranked lower than him could challenge him, with his strength sufficient to enter the top 100. Defeating some inexperienced newcomers would be a piece of cake. Winning some spirit stones would be just practice for him. Li Ku walked proudly. His strength was not something those ordinary second-rank beast tamers could touch. Chapter 55, Red Wolf Titan. Someone is challenging the wolf god. This kid has only been in the martial arts hall for 10 days and has already climbed into the top 500 of the beast tamer ranking. He has quite something. Does anyone know his background? We all have 2 spirit beasts, and no one would use commonly known spirit beasts to fight. How do I know who he is? However, with such strength, he must be a noble descendant for sure. Let's go take a look. A hoarse voice rang out, and everyone instinctively closed their mouths, turning to the corner from where the voice came. There, a person wearing a black mask stood up, glanced around the courtyard, and was the first to walk outside. Only after he left did the people around continue their discussions. Moe went to watch the battle. Why? He is at the end of the top 100 on the Beastmaster ranking, and the Wolf God should challenge the top 100 soon. He will most likely be one of those challenged, perhaps wanting to see the strength of the Red Wolf. Then let us go take a look too. There was a flurry of discussion in the courtyard, and over 10 people followed him out. Those who could stay at the martial arts venue were all from well-off families, lacking only combat experience. Watching others fight could also help them validate themselves, and anyway, it only costs 1 spirit stone to watch, which is nothing to them. A group of more than 10 people, all wearing masks, followed Li Ku in a grand procession to a separate courtyard. The plaque at the entrance displayed the words Grade 2, Armor 3. A servant dressed in the martial arts venue uniform stood at the door. Li Ku waved a jade talisman at the servant and walked in, while those behind him each tossed a spirit stone to the servant to gain entry. Surrounding the courtyard were stone tables and stone benches, with a Tinjong square beast fighting arena enclosed by runes in the middle. On both sides of the arena were 2 high platforms, allowing the 2 beastmasters to observe the situation in the arena from a height. In martial arts venues, beastmasters do not personally enter the arena. Rough hand-to-hand combat is the domain of warriors. Beastmasters emphasize elegance. The bloody affairs are left to the spirit beasts. They only need to coordinate and command. At this moment, both high platforms had already been occupied, one of them by the currently popular wolf god. On the other side stood a figure wearing a silver mask, who appeared to be a young man, roughly the same age as most people present. I am Zhao Feng, the referee of Grade 3, Armor, a tall man in black clothing announced as he entered the center of the arena, looking around. Your battle will be overseen by me. And the final decision of victory or defeat will also be mine. There is only one rule. Do not harm each other's spirit beasts. If there are no other issues, let the spirit beasts enter the arena. I have no problem. The red wolf stood in the arena, glaring fiercely. Liku glanced at the figure on the opposite platform. His tone dismissive. Just by looking at the figure, he could roughly tell that the opponent was about the same age as him. Aside from those in the top 100 of the Grade 2 Beastmaster ranking, there was no one else he deemed worthy of attention. Those capable of entering the top 100 had long since made their names. It was impossible for them to be nameless. Therefore, the person before him was just a kid who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. No wonder they call him the Wolf God. This tone is full of youthful bravado. Lin Mo crossed his arms and nodded. I have no problem either. After saying that, he opened his cave and a titan made of bronze and iron stepped out. In the sunlight, its silvery gray body shimmered with a cold sheen. A gold spirit? Whether it was the Grade 4 referee or the many Grade 2 Beastmasters watching, they all frowned slightly, their gazes towards Lin Mo carrying a hint of peculiarity. Gold spirits and stone spirits, as acquired spirit beasts, were acknowledged for their physical strength, but only in the impoverished outskirts outside the capital. Noble families in the capital were all wealthy. Even if the spirit beasts themselves lacked physical strength, they would be bolstered by various resources. The so-called advantage of a gold spirit's physical strength in other places simply did not exist in the capital, a place teeming with hidden talents. This kid must have come from Yinmen City or another town to the capital, thinking that the Beastmasters here were just like other Beastmasters, lacking experience and bound to lose. Zhao Feng shook his head slightly, as if he had already seen the outcome of this battle. What a waste of time. Beside him, Moe also shook his head slightly. However, if the opponent was just a Grade 2 gold spirit, it was impossible for him to force the wolf god to reveal his true strength. He turned slightly to the servant standing nearby. Shall we place bets? I'll wager 10 spirit stones on the wolf god. As he spoke, he casually took 10 spirit stones from his storage pouch and tossed them to the servant. The servant quickly received them and wrote down MOES 10 spirit stones on a piece of paper. Sigh, I shouldn't have come. What is the point of a battle where the outcome is clear before it even starts? I'll wager 10 stones on the wolf god. I'll bet 5 stones on the wolf god. Why are you betting so little? I got into some trouble a while ago. My father deducted my allowance for this month. I'll bet on the hidden dragon. Just as everyone was chattering and placing bets on the wolf god, an unharmonious voice rang out, causing everyone present to pause. Following the sound, they saw a fat man who had somehow entered the courtyard. Not only was he not wearing a mask, but he also swaggered over to the crowd, generously tossing a storage pouch to the servant. Record this, Zhao Han. 100 spirit stones. So it was this fat guy? Lin Mo's eyes shimmered beneath his mask. He had parted ways with Zhao Han over a month ago, but he didn't expect to run into him in the capital's martial arts venue. It seemed that his initial speculation was indeed correct. This fat guy's identity was definitely not ordinary, otherwise, he wouldn't be so brazen in the martial arts venue. Zhao Feng was clearly taken aback by Zhao Han's move. But after Zhao Han glanced at him, the referee finally remembered to attend to business. Looking around, the Red Wolf and Titan had already entered the arena, and he raised his hand to channel a surge of energy into the enormous rune beneath his feet. An invisible barrier rose around the entire fighting arena. After taking 2 steps back, Zhao Feng signaled that the two could begin fighting. What a flashy display, Lin Mo muttered to himself, tilting his head. He had the leisure to lament, but Li Ku did not. He coldly shot a glance at Titan and silently commanded, attack. This was one of the abilities gained by Beastmasters after breaking through to Grade 2, called Heart Communication, which allowed them to command their spirit beasts through mental orders via a contract. The Red Wolf was clearly eager to fight and had long been displeased with Titan. Upon receiving the command, it transformed into a red shadow and charged fiercely at Titan. It felt that it was unnecessary to use its innate abilities against a gold spirit. Is this the heart communication of a Grade 2 Beastmaster? Lin Mo pondered slightly. As a fake Beastmaster, he naturally could not use heart communication. However, he had the 3rd level skill of Mecha Control after fully mastering it, called Brainwave Control. Brainwave Control. You are now a mature Mecha Master and can directly issue commands to the Mecha with your brain. So, it seems that what metaphysics can achieve, science can also accomplish. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly. Titan, face it head-on and test this wolf's strength. Upon receiving the command, Titan reacted swiftly, its red eyes flashing as its steam engine activated, and it threw a punch at the Red Wolf. The Red Wolf looked at the iron fist coming toward it, its eyes flashing with a hint of anthropomorphized disdain. Although it was not a spirit beast with extremely strong physical prowess, it did not believe that a gold spirit could outmatch it in strength, having consumed heavenly materials and earthly treasures daily. It rotated its claws to meet the attack. In the next moment, the iron fist and the sharp claws collided fiercely. Crack! The sound of dislocated bones echoed, and a trace of fear clearly appeared in the red wolf's eyes as its body, over 10 feet tall, froze in place. A piercing pain surged from its claws. The iron fist struck hard. Titan was not a spirit beast, lacking intelligence, emotion, and hesitation. The moment it received the command, all the energy in its body converged in its right fist, and seizing the moment while the red wolf was still stunned, it suddenly hammered its fist toward the red wolf's waist and abdomen. Red wolf, dodge. Li Ku's eyes widened, and he almost screamed the order in his mind. However, the red wolf was still shocked by Titan's strength and had not reacted at all. The Titan's iron fist suddenly struck the red wolf amidst the astonished gazes of everyone. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Under the terrifying force, the red wolf was directly sent flying 7 or 8 zhang away, finally crashing against an invisible wall with a bang, before slowly sliding down and lying motionless on the ground. With one strike, the outcome was determined. Chapter 56. Golden Cloud Merchants Association. Li Ku felt dizzy, his chest heavy, and his vision darkening. Due to the contract, he could clearly sense that the red wolf had completely fainted. Lost. Just like that? Lost to a second-grade gold spirit? Bang! The observer in black, originally sitting calmly, suddenly stood up upon witnessing this scene, the immense force even flipping the stone bench. The wolf god, whom he considered a formidable rival, was actually defeated by a single punch from a gold spirit. How could this be? When did the capital have such a powerful gold spirit beastmaster? How come he had no news about it at all? The sound of Zhao Han's voice suddenly broke the silence, drawing the attention of everyone watching as they looked at the plump man collecting all the spirit stones into his storage bag. Hidden Dragon wins. As the strongest person present, still standing in the beast fighting arena, he could sense the power of Titan's punch through a certain spiritual awareness of the martial artists. According to everyone's common sense, in a low-grade situation, a single beast master would not be a match for a martial artist. But he distinctly felt that Titan's punch had exceeded the boundaries of the second grade in sheer power. It didn't seem that difficult. Lin Mo looked at the unconscious red wolf, his eyes flickering. To truly experience the difference between Titan and a second-grade beastmaster, Lin Mo hadn't even checked the red wolf's attributes before the fight. Now that he had won, he casually tossed out a basic insight. Red wolf, race, beast spirit, physical strength, 79, power, 80, agility, 91, mentality, 42, charm, 21. Note: if you can't defeat this thing, just swallow shit and die. For the first time, Lin Mo felt the note made sense. It seemed he had overestimated these beast masters. Scanning the area, Lin Mo looked at Zhao Feng, who had a complicated expression. Where can I collect those spirit stones? Lin Mo, you truly are a dragon among men, advancing rapidly. In just a month, Titan has become much stronger. Indeed, it was I, the fat man, who recognized your talent at a glance among so many people back then. Praising me while also bringing up his own martial workshop's independent courtyard, Lin Mo looked at Zhao Han, who was eagerly pouring tea for him, with a blank expression. After winning the spirit stones, Zhao Han brought him into this exclusive courtyard. Along the way, Lin Mo noticed many of the workshop's attendants, martial artists, and beastmasters showing respect to this plump man. This further solidified his original thoughts. With a solid foundation and no need for a mask in the capital's martial workshops, so many people still showed him deference. This fat man's identity must not be simple. Oh, no, Zhao brother is the real hidden talent. Thinking this, Lin Mo revealed a standard fake smile to Zhao Han. Call me Zhao brother, Lin Mo, just call me Fatty. I know you're curious about my identity. Zhao Han showed a standard flattering smile and poured Lin Mo another cup of tea. I don't mind telling you. Do you know about the Golden Cloud Merchants Association? Upon hearing Golden Cloud Merchants Association, Lin Mo's heart stirred, and he nodded. My father has a faction in the Golden Cloud Merchants Association, so I can be considered half a young master of it. Zhao Han casually mentioned it, as if it were a trivial matter. However, it made Lin Mo pay more attention to him. Not for any other reason, but he had long heard of the name of the Golden Cloud Merchants Association. Although Lingzhou belongs to a fantastical world, it is still a human society, and since it is a human society, it naturally has various merchants and associations. This so-called association is not like the merchant associations of ancient times on Blue Star. In Lingzhou, the term association refers to a massive commercial group. Only those who hold terrifying wealth and have businesses that at least span a city can qualify as an association. In the entire Great Yunnan provinces, only about 20 to 30 merchants industries can be called associations. The Golden Cloud Merchants Association is one of the giants among these 20 to 30 associations, a powerhouse capable of competing with the national treasury. If I remember correctly, the current head of the Golden Cloud Merchants Association seems to be called Zhao Wanjin. Lin Mo subconsciously glanced at Zhao Han. Zhao Wanjin also has the surname Zhao, and so does Zhao Han. Could they be related? Even if they are, it shouldn't be a close relationship, Lin Imo quickly dismissed his thoughts. He had met Zhao Han in the Beastmaster prison, if Zhao Wanjin were Zhao Han's father. Even if he had no strength, he could use his family background to elevate Zhao Han. So how could he possibly let his son suffer in prison? After all, in any world, it's a universal truth that money can make the world go round. This isn't a redemption. My father just threw me into the capital's martial workshop to hone my skills. Hone your skills? Lin Imo looked Zhao Han up and down. It's not that he looked down on Zhao Han. Any random Beastmaster here could easily defeat a Gold Spirit Monkey multiple times. After all, the Gold Spirit Monkey is too weak at low levels. Not the kind of honing you think. Zhao Han, seeing the look in Lin Mo's eyes, knew he was misunderstanding, and helplessly waved his hand. I meant business. My father sent me to the martial workshop, both to hone my skills and to keep an eye on the business there. The Golden Cloud Merchants Association has a faction in the martial workshop? Lin Imo was slightly startled. This news was new to him. Yes, there is. Zhao Han nodded slightly, showing no intention to hide it. Outsiders think the martial workshop is managed by the court, the Beastmaster Monitor, and various sects. But not many know that the sects are part of our association. Lin Imo, you are one of the few who knows. You're so honest? Lin Imo looked at Zhao Han suspiciously. You shout about loyalty and righteousness, but then turn around and sell me out. You seem generous, but are actually extremely shrewd. If it weren't for the need to cling to his leg back, then for the redemption from the Beastmaster Monitor, this guy wouldn't have spent so many spirit stones for task expenses. Now suddenly telling him this, Lin Imo couldn't believe the fat man had no ulterior motives. Originally just an old friend catching up, Zhao Han's kind face suddenly revealed a thick-skinned smile as he leaned closer to Lin Imo. However, since my brother has said so, I really do have something I want to ask for your help. Chapter 57. A losing business must be done. The Golden Cloud Merchants Association is huge. What could they possibly need my help with? Lin Imo calmly took a sip of tea, waiting for Zhao Han's next words. With great wealth comes great worries. Zhao Han sat opposite Lin Mo, helplessly saying, You might not believe it, but we are losing money in managing the martial workshop at the Golden Cloud Merchants Association. Huh. Lin Imo immediately shot a skeptical glance. The Great Yin Martial Workshop is undoubtedly a pillar industry of Great Yin, with martial workshops practically opening in every city across the Great Yin 9 provinces. In a previous life, it was comparable to the 5 major leagues in Europe or the United States, a place that would make crazy money. Every year, the martial workshop brings a significant amount of spirit stones to the national treasury. You think I'm so easy to fool? Lin Imo wanted to tell Zhao Han to drop dead. But considering that this kid could be considered a workshop boss and he would still need to make money there in the future, he held back. I wonder how you will spin this. Lin Imo, you don't believe me? Let me tell you how we cooperate with the court, and then you'll believe it. Zhao Han was not surprised by Lin Mo's attitude. After taking a sip of tea, he continued. First of all, you already know that the martial workshop is jointly run by the Beast Monitoring Bureau, the court, and the Golden Cloud Chamber of Commerce. However, what you don't know is that while our Chamber of Commerce contributed the most money, we received the least in return. After sighing, Zhao Han began to vent his frustrations. The more Lin Imo listened, the more his expression changed, and he started to believe Zhao Han's claim that the Golden Cloud Chamber of Commerce had been losing money. First of all, it's true that the martial workshop was established through the collaboration of the Great Yin Court, the Beast Monitoring Bureau, and the Golden Cloud Chamber of Commerce. However, to be honest, if we get serious about it, the Beast Monitoring Bureau was founded by the Emperor's decree back in the day. From its early days as something similar to a royal academy to its current large-scale operation, the rise of the Beast Monitoring Bureau cannot be separated from the intrigues of other departments in the court. But in the end, it is still managed by the court and is closely tied to the royal family. When the Great Yin had just unified, they couldn't spare much money to establish the martial workshop, so they turned to the Golden Cloud Chamber of Commerce for cooperation. No matter how wealthy the Golden Cloud Chamber of Commerce was, it was still just a business association. Even if there were some powerful patrons within the chamber, it could not compete with the court or confront them directly. At that time, the court's attitude was very favorable, and the leader of the Golden Cloud Chamber of Commerce had no choice but to trust the court and invest money. With such a big financier, the framework for all the martial workshops across the 9 provinces of Great Yin was quickly established. Seeing this, the Great Yin court was pleased and waved their hand to take over the established framework. Once they took over, the court's position became stronger, and they were very assertive at the negotiation table. The situation roughly went like this. Chamber of Commerce. My lord, how should the profits be divided? Court divide. The martial workshop is on the royal land of Great Yin, whether it's the challengers or defenders in the workshop. They are all from our court and the Beast Monitoring Bureau. Do you still want a share of the profits? Chamber of Commerce. My lord, didn't we agree on this? Court agreed. Do you have a written contract? Without it, what are you negotiating about? Chamber of Commerce. My lord, at least give us something to eat. This is all our money. Court. Fine. Since that's the case, We'll give you 10% of the profits, but you handle the maintenance, publicity, and all the other tedious tasks. Chamber of Commerce. I earn the least and have to do the hardest work? Court. If you don't want to do it. There are plenty of people willing. Chamber of Commerce. I'll do it. Gritting his teeth. There was no way around it. They had already invested so much money. And it was impossible to truly fall out with the court, as that would mean losing everything. The leader of the Golden Cloud Chamber of Commerce, gritting his teeth, continued to operate the martial workshop, pouring in a lot of manpower and resources. However, he gradually realized that sustaining such a large industry with only 10% profit was simply not viable. The suffering chamber then went back to negotiate with the court. But the court, having just unified, was unwilling to make concessions. Now that they had stabilized their rule, there was no reason for them to compromise. They only told the chamber that if they wanted to do it, they could. If not, they should leave. The chamber was in tears, clearly. It was a losing business that should have been abandoned. But if they handed it over to another chamber, that chamber could gain 10% of the profits without investing a single spirit stone. After investing so much money, would they let others take the easy pickings? Unable to go against the court's powerful influence and unwilling to see their peers profit from their loss, they could only grit their teeth and continue. Fortunately, although the martial workshop didn't earn much, it didn't lose money either, and occasionally brought some profit to the Golden Cloud Chamber of Commerce, which, albeit small, provided some psychological comfort to the chamber. This situation continued until the old emperor led the campaign against the Wumon. In warfare, there are two main resources, money and manpower. Great Yin was not short on people, even if a large portion of their forces had to be stationed to guard the 10,000 Great Mountains. The troops that Great Yin could mobilize were several times more than those of the Wumon tribe, holding an absolute numerical advantage. However, Great Yin was lacking in money. Thus, from the moment the old emperor prepared to lead the campaign against the Wumon, the tax burden on Great Yin increased significantly. Not only was the meager tax exemption that the Golden Cloud Chamber of Commerce had originally granted eliminated, but it was also significantly increased. And the income from the martial workshop was squeezed by the court from all sides. The martial workshop, which had no profit to begin with, turned into a negative number. Yet the years of investment made it hard for them to let go. In this way, what was once a pillar industry of Great Yin became a burden for the Golden Cloud Chamber of Commerce, a tale that couldn't be shed. It was tasteless to eat, yet they couldn't bear to discard it. This continued until the last 2 years when Prince Jing took charge of the Ministry of Revenue and reduced taxes, resulting in some improvement in the situation. However, the improvement was limited, and the Golden Cloud Chamber of Commerce still wanted to fundamentally solve the problem. Are you asking me for help with this? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Han with a strange expression. Lin Mo was quite aware of his own capabilities, which was why he had been closely relying on Liang Hong. For such a big issue, even the immensely wealthy Golden Cloud Chamber of Commerce could only suffer in silence. What could a fake Beast Tamer like him do? I'm just explaining the situation to you. Of course, I'm not asking you to confront the court. I'm not that foolish. Zhao Han said, resting his chin on his plump face. I've been thinking carefully lately. And the reason the court has a grip on our chamber is that the challengers in the martial workshop are all from the court. To solve this problem, the chamber must have its own people on the leaderboard. With the financial backing of the Golden Cloud Chamber of Commerce, you can't recruit anyone? Lin Mo looked at Zhao Han. He remembered that even 6th-rank Beast Tamers had to take public transport in the town. So it seemed that as long as the Golden Cloud Chamber of Commerce was willing to spend money, there should be no reason for them to lack manpower. We can recruit, but we can't recruit any experts. Zhao Han shook his head helplessly. Why? It's actually very simple. Lin Mo, let me ask you. Where do really talented and powerful individuals come from? If you're saying that, I understand. Lin Mo nodded lightly, realizing the crux of the issue. Otherwise, the martial workshop would have long ceased to be a pillar industry of Great Yin and would have become a cash cow for wandering martial artists and beast tamers. When it comes to heritage, the Great Yin Army and the Royal Academy's Beast Monitoring Bureau are undoubtedly preeminent. With powerful beasts everywhere and strong enemies lurking, life in the Great Yin Army is not easy. It can be said that they have to endure the baptism of war every few years. And martial artists who emerge from the army are certainly not comparable to ordinary martial artists. The same goes for the Beast Monitoring Bureau, not to mention that everyone who enters the Bureau is from affluent noble families. The countless experiences summarized by Beast Tamers within the Bureau ensure that its disciples stand on the shoulders of giants. If it weren't for Lin Tang's battlefield mishap, Lin Mo estimated that he would also be attending large classes in the Beast Monitoring Bureau right now. Therefore, those on the leaderboard of the martial workshop are basically the elites from various beast monitoring bureaus and the military. These individuals have been nurtured by Great Yin for a long time and have developed a sense of belonging, making them not so easily swayed by the Golden Cloud Chamber of Commerce. It seems that Great Yin and the Old Emperor are both in a dire situation. Lin Mo had not seriously studied the history of Lingzhou, but he had experienced the vast historical river of Blue Star. Throughout history, the downfall of any dynasty begins with class solidification and the oppression of the common people. Leaving the military aside, the Beast Monitoring Bureau has already blocked ordinary beast tamers, only allowing wealthy noble descendants to afford the tuition. This leads to an inherent gap between ordinary beast tamers and their peers, and over time, the strong become stronger while the poor remain stagnant. Various discontentment accumulates, and when the day of eruption arrives, people across Great Yin will inevitably rise up to overthrow the rulers and declare themselves emperors. Currently, the symptoms in Great Yin are not apparent largely due to the looming threats from strong enemies and the southern beast tide. The common people, in order to maintain a stable life, have to endure the suffering, but once stability is achieved, ordinary people will naturally not be willing to be oppressed for a lifetime. So, Lin Mo, my brother, I need your help. Zhao Han gave Lin Mo a knowing look. Don't even start. Lin Mo shuddered. I don't think I can help you with such a big issue. No, you can. Zhao Han looked at Lin Mo with a determined expression and said, I know where the problem lies and I have some ideas for a solution, but I need to try it out. After all, in business, you can't invest all your spirit stones at once. I need to see if we can really bring out a powerful figure from a merchant association that can give us greater influence in the martial workshop. You want to support me? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Why not just find a strong enough expert directly? Surely you can afford it? Finding a strong expert to join us would be too high profile and would attract the attention of the court. Plus, gradually rising from the martial workshop gives us more credibility. Zhao Han said, his small eyes sparkling with shrewdness. When it came to business, this little fat guy seemed like a different person with a very clear thought process. What can I gain from this? You can gain my support, for example, spirit stones, Zhao Han said, patting his belly proudly. You just defeated the wolf god and are now ranked 347th. From today onwards, as long as you're willing to work for the merchant association and keep winning matches, I'll give you 5 spirit stones for every rank you rise. This is just for the second rank. If you reach the third rank, there will be even more. If you really become the top champion of the martial workshop in the capital, I could even share a portion of the profits from the association with you. Lin Mo took a deep look at Zhao Han and took out all the spirit stones he had on him. If you can help me exchange these for ghost gold, I might consider it. Li Ke looked at the red wolf in front of him with a cold expression after losing to the Count of Pingyang. He had 2 spirit beasts. His first-rank spirit beast was a newly awakened blade, and the second rank was the red wolf in front of him. The blade was well known among the Beast Tamer Bureau, which is why he used the red wolf, which he had contracted after breaking through to the second rank. In the competition, the red wolf had been captured and raised in the Pingyang Count's estate, so it had already surpassed most second-rank spirit beasts before the contract. Li Ke was confident that even if he couldn't compare to those geniuses in the capital, he should be among the strongest. However, he lost. He lost to a second-rank golden spirit and was defeated with a single punch. Can a golden spirit be that strong, or are you just too weak? Li Ke's eyes were icy as he looked at the red wolf. After healing, the red wolf appeared somewhat dispirited, trembling as it lowered its head to its master. There are 2 types of contracts between spirit beasts and their tamers. One is an equal contract, where both the tamer and spirit beast share the same fate. If the spirit beast is injured or dies, the tamer's soul power is also depleted. If the contract is terminated, both parties will suffer a backlash. But the tamer's enhancements to the spirit beast will increase significantly, and their bond will become closer. The other is a domineering contract that fully prioritizes the tamer, meaning the spirit beast acknowledges the tamer as its master. With this type of contract, the bond between tamer and spirit beast weakens. And regardless of contract termination or injury death of the spirit beast, it won't affect the tamer. Most noble heirs who are beast tamers signed the second type of contract. And so does Li Ke. This defeat had him contemplating whether he should replace the red wolf. If the contract with the red wolf were to be terminated, it would bear the full backlash alone, inevitably suffering severe injuries and losing all its value. At that moment, a tall middle-aged man walked into the courtyard and stood in front of Li Ke. Father. The pressure from their bloodline made Li Ke stand up straight and salute. Father, I embarrassed you. Li Ke lowered his head, clenching his fists. I lost today in the martial workshop. Lost. The Count of Pingyang glanced at the red wolf, which immediately lay flat on the ground in fear, before asking, who did you lose to? To a beast tamer called Yin Long, a golden spirit. Li Ke's head hung low, filled with shame and anger. He had countless resources, a powerful beast tamer as a teacher, and spirit beasts specially captured and trained by the Pingyang estate, giving him every advantage. Yet, he lost to a golden spirit. This was an absolute humiliation. Bang! Just as Li Ke was still consumed by shame and anger, the Count of Pingyang struck out, unleashing a terrifying force that condensed into a massive fist imprint. which crashed down on the red wolf. The overwhelming power left the red wolf unable to even cry out before it became a corpse. Father. Liku's face changed drastically. Although he had just considered whether to replace the spirit beast, he had never thought about killing the red wolf. The Count of Pingyang stood in front of Liku. His voice cold, forcing Liku's shocked expression to calm down. I'll give you a stronger spirit beast. Will you still lose? The Count's voice was filled with pressure. Father. But the red wolf. Liku's eyes became fierce. No, I won't. That's my son. Chapter 59. Basic Universal Energy Reactor. Titan severely damaged. Current status. Moderately damaged. This is quite awkward. In the capital, in Lianghong's small courtyard inn by Ding Alley, Lin Imo looked at Titan, who was stuck in place after a series of clumsy operations, and the calm Lianghong beside him, feeling speechless. Lin Imo thought it was somewhat unfair to have Titan face Lianghong alone, so he chose to let Titan bear the risk by himself. After all, if Titan broke down, it could be repaired, and even if it were scrapped, he could still make another one. But if he were gone, he would lose everything. Fortunately, Bai Ding Alley was remote, and the residents there were all refugees who had fled to the capital due to beast tides or other disasters. So they were not a quiet bunch. Moreover, everyone nearby knew Lianghong was a blacksmith, so even though there was a lot of noise in the courtyard, no one came to inquire, allowing Titan and Lianghong to fight fiercely. This battle was the strongest opponent Lin Imo and Titan had faced since their debut. It was the first time Lin Imo allowed Titan to unleash its full power without holding back, and it was the most thorough defeat they had ever suffered. Despite going all out, Titan, a 2-meter-tall Iron Man, was still treated like a toy by Lianghong. From beginning to end, Lianghong used only one hand and never attacked actively. His defense alone nearly drained Titan's energy and left it in a state of moderate damage. Shouldn't your spirit beast be emitting white smoke? Why is it emitting black smoke? Lianghong looked at Titan with surprise. As a blacksmith, he had seen many golden spirits, but this peculiar Titan was the first he had encountered. Of course, the last sentence was something Lin Imo muttered in his heart. Your golden spirit is quite good. It should have reached the threshold of the 3rd rank. I don't understand the ways of beast tamers, so you'll need to figure it out yourself. My father taught me. Lin Imo forced a dog-like smile and replied perfunctorily. Although Lianghong nearly dismantled Titan, Lin Imo could tell that Lianghong was conducting a guidance battle, intending to teach and test him. Although he still couldn't grasp what kind of person this guy was, it was always right to cling tightly to a strong leg and be obedient. What are your plans moving forward? Lianghong walked over to Lao Jin, who unwillingly glanced at Lianghong and opened his mouth to spit out a pile of weapon blanks. As Lianghong counted the number of blanks, he said to Lin Imo, your father is a powerful beast tamer, and you surely don't want to be stuck at the 3rd rank for life. What about your 2nd spirit beast? Are you planning to catch one yourself or buy one? Buying is definitely out of the question, Lin Imo said, touching his storage bag with a hint of helplessness. As the most revered individuals in Lingzhou, the various industries related to beast tamers were exceptionally developed. Selling spirit beasts was one of them. After all, spirit beasts are as essential to beast tamers as weapons are to warriors. In the capital, there are several markets specializing in selling spirit beasts, with the largest being the Wanling Street set up by the Beast Tamer Bureau for the sale of spirit beasts. The spiritual artifacts are terrifyingly expensive. Even a 1st-grade spiritual artifact starts at 3-digit spirit stones, which is far beyond Lin Mo's financial capacity. The only thing that might resonate with Lin Mo in his cave abode is the corpse of his deceased father. That means he has to go out of the city to catch one. Lianghong glanced at Lin Mo. Have you decided when to go? My reaction furnace hasn't been made yet, and the parts for the extreme warrior are still incomplete. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. It might take a few more days. Lianghong, having finished sorting the raw materials, stood up and nodded. Let me know before you go. I have something for you. What good thing? You'll find out when the time comes. However, on the ground, there were still some dark, uniquely shaped metal pieces. Lin Mo rolled his eyes and picked up the dark gold parts, even reaching out to touch the single horn on Old Jin's forehead. Thanks, Old Jin. It's coming. The reaction furnace he's been thinking about day and night is about to be completed. After such a long time, it's finally happening. I don't know if it's because he's been eating well with a strong figure like Lianghong, but Old Jin, among the golden devouring beasts, is also outstanding. And the parts he spits out are highly precise, requiring no secondary processing by Lin Mo. Once inside his room, Lin Mo immediately began assembling. After obtaining the dark gold, he allocated all of his remaining 40-plus skill points to the skill tree. Now, his main professional skill tree is sufficient for him to create rare quality machinery, and this time, failure is not an option. The plan can also be adjusted. Watching the energy reaction furnace gradually take shape, Lin Mo began to plan for the future. But now things are different. He has the blueprints for the individual mech, Extreme Warrior, allowing him to directly create wearable mechs. Thus, Titan can continue to use steam engines. and then changed Titan's development path, transforming it into a massive war mech. With 2 of the 3 main battle mechs already settled, what type should the third one be? Ding. While Lin Mo was lost and thought about the future, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. You have successfully created a primary universal energy reaction furnace, Spirit 15. Free skill points 50. Primary universal energy reaction furnace. Type: mechanical engine. Quality: advanced. Weight: 125. Energy limit: 5,000. Equipment requirement: mech. Attribute bonus: no attribute bonus. Additional skill: energy universal. Passive: energy universal. Any energy-containing substance can become its energy source. Note: a great river can accommodate all streams, hence it is vast. It's done. Chapter 60. The remaining money is yours, Lord Li. Do you have anything to say? In a familiar courtyard, with a familiar figure and a familiar man in a brocade robe. The familiar aura made Li Changfeng sweat profusely. 4 4th-grade martial artists, for vice commanders of the patrol camp, vanished without a trace in a single day. It was beyond what he, as a lieutenant, could handle. He just didn't expect this lord to find him so quickly. Lieutenant Li, why are you so nervous? The brocade-robed man took a sip of tea and placed it on the stone table, his tone suddenly changing. Could it be that the disappearance of those 4 vice commanders is really related to you? I am not nervous. Li Changfeng forced a smile. The 4 vice commanders suddenly disappeared. I have dereliction of duty, but I truly do not know why they went missing. This matter has nothing to do with me. Whether it's the patrol camp or the Forbidden Army, the hierarchy is extremely strict. 2nd grade 10-man captains, 3rd grade 100-man captains, 4th grade vice commanders. Being promoted to 4th grade already qualifies one as a high-ranking officer in the army, whether a 4th grade beastmaster or a 4th grade martial artist. They are not to be underestimated. If a 100-man captain goes missing, Li Changfeng could still grit his teeth and admit it was his fault. But if 4 vice commanders go missing, admitting it would mean certain death, and even though he knew this lord could guess everything, he could only stubbornly deny it. It's all right. But why is Lieutenant Li sweating so much? Lord Xie, your realm is profound, and your pressure is overwhelming. I am trembling. Oh, is that so? Lord Xie stood up and gently turned around. It was a slightly feminine face with a touch of gray at the temples, and his eyes, like an abyss, flickered with authority and wisdom. Just from his appearance, he was enough to make countless girls scream for joy. Moreover, he had no beard and wasn't greasy. Li Changfeng immediately felt an immense pressure, but had to grit his teeth and hold on. It really has nothing to do with me. I cannot admit it. Admitting it would mean complete doom. Lieutenant Li, making a mistake is nothing, but if you make a mistake and don't admit it, then you really need some discipline. Lord Xie took a couple of steps forward, smiling as he stared at Li Changfeng. Although there was no aura stirring, Li Changfeng still felt an inexplicable pressure, like a knife hanging over his neck. In a flash of thought, Li Changfeng knelt down. Even if you kill me, this matter has nothing to do with me. I also do not know where the 4 vice commanders are. Saying this, he knocked his head on the ground. Lord Xie coldly looked at Li Changfeng, remaining silent. The courtyard suddenly fell silent, scaring Li Changfeng, who knelt on the ground, trembling like a leaf. He still had some cunning. But don't think that just because you don't admit it, I don't know. Lord Xie's smile faded. I will help you suppress this matter. But you definitely can't stay as the lieutenant of the patrol camp. Come to the Dragon Guard. Li Changfeng's body shook, and after a moment, he said, I will follow Lord Xie's arrangements. I do not like to clean up after others, nor do I like subordinates who need me to clean up after them. Lord Xie's gaze was piercing. This is the first time, and it will be the last time. Do you understand? I understand. 2 days later, he reported to the Dragon Guard. Yes. The courtyard fell silent. Li Changfeng knelt on the ground, obedient and still, not daring to move. He maintained this position for half an hour before he cautiously raised his head. Seeing that Lord Xie had already left the courtyard, he finally let out a breath and stood up, picking up the tea on the stone table and drinking it heartily. Damn it. Putting down the tea, Li Changfeng wiped his mouth, and his gaze turned resentful. The Dragon Guard is the Royal Guard, although it is also listed as a military unit. It is directly under the Emperor and composed of the elite of the military, each one capable of facing 10. Besides being responsible for the protection of the royal family, it is also the most famous intelligence organization in Dian, known as the Emperor's Sharp Blade, hanging like a steel knife over the heads of civil and military officials at all times. And that Lord Xie is the head of the Dragon Guard. Li Changfeng was willing to work for Lord Xie precisely to enter the Dragon Guard. However, according to the original plan, he should have killed Lin Mo, obtained the things Lin Tang left for Lin Mo, and presented them to Xie, then proudly entered the Dragon Guard, at least securing a small captain position, elevating his status. But now, although he has also entered the Dragon Guard, Li Changfeng knows with a push of his toes that his days in the Dragon Guard will definitely not be easy, and his status won't be much higher. It might even be worse than being a lieutenant in the patrol camp. Lin Mo? Li Changfeng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. He didn't have the guts to blame Xiechio. He could only attribute everything to Lin Mo. If it weren't for this inexplicable brat, how could he have ended up in this situation? This brat better not fall into his hands. Otherwise, he would be in for it. Bailing Street, number 16. Liang Hong's blacksmith shop. Liang Hong and Lin Mo squatted in a grass shed eating noodles. Both of them had dark skin, wore loose short shirts that exposed their muscles, and squatted in the same posture. The only difference was that Liang Hong held a basin, while Lin Mo held a bowl. After being together for over a month, Lin Mo and Liang Hong's mannerisms were becoming increasingly similar. If you don't know the relationship, one might mistake these two for father and son. Not bad. Lin Mo didn't suspect anything and nodded. It's already over 330. Because the ranking list only allows those with lower ranks to challenge higher ones. In order to maximize profits, Lin Mo challenged them one by one, so in 3 or 4 days, he only climbed up about 10 ranks. However, with the betting fights and the support from Fatty Zhao, he also won quite a bit. In these days, he crafted a second reaction furnace and stocked enough parts for Titan upgrades and assembling extreme warriors. When are you planning to catch the spirit beast? In the next couple of days. Then take this. Liang Hong flipped his palm and handed a jade talisman to Lin Mo. This is a life-saving talisman I crafted. Crush it with soul power in a critical moment, and it can save your life. Is it that good? Lin Mo reached out to take it. But Liang Hong's thumb and index finger were like pincers. He tugged a couple of times, but couldn't pull it away, and couldn't help but look up at Liang Hong. We're not related, so I can't just give you the jade talisman for free. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. How much? These past few days. Carving the jade talismans has consumed quite a bit of my energy and essence, and they are extremely difficult to make. Altogether, it took me several hours. You can give me 50 spirit stones. I'm taking a loss here. 50 spirit stones made Lin Mo feel heartbroken, but looking at the jade talisman, he thought a life was worth more than 50 spirit stones. So he took out 5 fire spirit stones and handed them to Liang Hong, taking the jade talisman. Just as he was about to examine it closely, he heard a crack, and a fine crack appeared on the jade talisman. Counterfeit? Lin Mo's mouth twitched as he looked at Liang Hong. Uncle Liang, this jade talisman broke. Broke? Liang Hong glanced at it, and thought to himself that he had used too much strength. He looked around and casually picked up a wooden board, channeling essence power through his fingertips, and drew a rune in midair. Then Liang Hong pointed, and the rune landed on the wooden board. Take it. The effect is the same. Lin Mo? A large amount of energy and essence, combined, took over 10 hours? Don't want it. Liang Hong's face remained unchanged, and he spoke righteously. Lin Mo silently accepted the wooden board and placed it in his storage bag. Who said that looking like a rough man can't deceive people? 50 spirit stones made Lin Mo feel utterly disheartened. Well, I'm going to the martial workshop. Oh, Lin Mo took the spirit stones and nodded. But looking at Liang Hong's eyes, he felt something was off. Chapter 61. Yin Xiaoyu, why do you seem so disappointed? I lost money. How much did you lose? 50 spirit stones. In the martial workshop, Zhao Han looked at Lin Mo, whose aura was clearly off, and pointed at his own chubby face. Lin Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes. This fat guy is rich, and 50 spirit stones probably don't even measure up to his leg hair. Empathy? I can't believe you say you empathize with me. Let's go. Even though Lin Mo was wearing a mask, Zhao Han could see the disdain in Lin Mo's eyes. He silently turned around and pulled Lin Mo inside. Lin Mo quietly followed behind. Actually, Lin Mo hadn't planned to come to the martial workshop today, but unfortunately, the jade talisman lit up. The jade talisman lighting up means that someone in the martial workshop is challenging him. Of course, Lin Mo could choose not to fight. After all, he wasn't the one guarding the arena. However, considering that assembling could be done anytime, it wouldn't make sense to leave spirit stones on the table. So he came over eagerly. By the way, there's something I want to tell you. As they walked, Zhao Han suddenly slowed his pace. Do you remember the wolf god you defeated? I remember, the spirit beast Red Wolf. What's up? How do you know he is the son of the Earl of Pingyang? Lin Mo discovered a flaw. He remembered that the martial workshop didn't even register real names. The Merchant Association has its own intelligence network. So do you know who is challenging me this time? I really don't know. Zhao Han's big head tilted. This beast master goes by the name Jin Li, and he just registered at the martial workshop a couple of days ago. Going through the quartz channels. I know nothing about him now. The two chatted all the way and soon arrived at the place. It was still the second grade armor's third courtyard, where Lin Mo defeated Li Ku. Hidden Dragon, I bet on you. This newcomer seems not simple, but I still bet on you. I really don't know how Jin Ling became so strong. If there's time for a spar, I could rank. But my spirit beast twisted its foot yesterday. Just as they entered the courtyard, many people nearby stood up to greet Lin Mo, each wearing a mask. Lin Mo had been fighting in the martial workshop for many days and had not lost a single match, during which he had made a few superficial friends. Lin Mo quite liked this way of making friends. After all, wearing a mask means no need for fake expressions, just disguising the tone is enough. After some casual pleasantries, Lin Mo arrived at the high platform, and Zhao Feng also came to the center of the arena. You are Hidden Dragon? As Lin Mo stood still, Jean Li, who had been standing on the opposite high platform, spoke. She wore a fish head mask and a golden long robe. Although she was dressed in men's clothing, her budding chest still betrayed her gender. Yes, miss, do you have any advice? Lin Mo still didn't expose this girl. I don't dare to give advice, but I want to bet something extra with you. Bet on what? Zhao Han and the many second-grade participants beside them exchanged glances. Although most were wearing masks, they could still see the confusion in each other's eyes. They were curious why a newcomer suddenly called out to challenge Hidden Dragon. It seems that the name Hidden Dragon upset this young lady. Did Hidden Dragon offend you? Do you know how much effort I put into naming it? Or does this girl know something? Lin Mo's mind raced, and the expressions on his face changed one after another beneath the mask. What if you lose? Then I'll give you an extra 50 spirit stones. Deal. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Yin Xiaoyu was very angry. As the youngest daughter of the martial prince and the youngest granddaughter of the current emperor, she was favored by the old emperor for her quirky and cute personality. As long as it didn't involve principles, she could get whatever she wanted in the capital. A few days ago, after breaking through to the second grade, she whimsically wanted to come to the martial workshop to see her strength. Naturally, the martial prince had no reason to stop such a trivial matter and directly instructed his subordinates to arrange it. Yin Xiaoyu was very excited to come to the martial workshop, originally wanted to see if there were any interesting spirit beasts. However, when viewing the ranking list, she saw a name that displeased her greatly, Hidden Dragon. Dragons are one of the 4 ancestral spirits of beast spirits, the most powerful among them. Nowadays, any beast master with even a hint of dragon blood would drive many beast masters crazy. The protective spirit beast of the Dian royal family is a dragon swallow with a trace of true dragon blood. Moreover, dragons are a symbol of royalty, and even her royal grandfather considers himself the true dragon emperor. Suddenly, a hidden dragon appears. What identity does he have to compare himself to her dear royal grandfather? Yin Xiaoyu was very unhappy, so she specifically challenged this hidden dragon. Today, she is going to reveal the true form of this hidden dragon and turn him into a bug. With this thought, Yin Xiaoyu opened her cave sky. Soon, a spirit beast covered in golden scales, resembling a large fish but with 4 limbs, crawled out from her cave sky. Chapter 62. What kind of technique is this again? Dragon fish, race, beast spirit, physical ability, 90, strength, 70, agility, 95, mental power, 100, charm, 40, note, crash, crash, crash. Rename, rename, rename. Is this even a serious system? Lin Mo was speechless. In his previous life, he was a seasoned otaku who had read countless novels, and this was the first time he saw a system supporting the opponent. However, the term flip the car is quite fitting for the system. Just looking at the panel, this so-called dragon fish is not much different from the red wolf that was taken down a few days ago. If it doesn't have some special talent, it shouldn't be able to handle the Titan. The only weakness of the Titan right now is its lack of agility, but its formidable defense due to its steel body compensates for its relatively clumsy shortcomings. Lin Mo opened the cave, and the Titan emerged, steaming, with a silver-gray body that also had some discordant copper yellow. That was from the parts Lin Mo replaced after sparring with Liang Hong a few days ago. Do you see that some parts of the Titan have turned into dark copper? It seems the hidden dragon has really found a way to awaken. It may not be the case. Breaking through to the 6th rank is what truly counts as awakening. The hidden dragon should only have explored a bit of the path. Just exploring the path is already worth investing in. Listening to the discussions of other beast tamers, Zhao Han's small eyes were fixed on the Titan, shining with brilliance. In fact, his support for Lin Mo was mainly because he wanted to find a strong individual who wasn't from the military or the Beast Taming Bureau and had the capability to make it onto the rankings, which was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Wanting to pull out this needle and see it transformed into a divine needle was even more fanciful. So although Zhao Han had this idea in mind, he didn't actually hold out much hope. His support for Lin Mo was more about the picture Lin Mo showed that day, thinking about building a good relationship with him to find the artist behind it. He could foresee how popular that kind of image would be among the noble families in the capital and how much profit it could generate. However, he didn't expect that the Titan's strength would actually reach such a level, and it seemed to be continuously awakening. At this rate, if the Titan really awakened to the 5th rank with its golden spirit body, it might actually dominate the rankings, earning more voice for the business association in the capital's martial arts arena. According to those beast tamers who broke through to the 7th rank, every beast tamer and their spirit's awakening path is different. The golden spirit, with its inherently lower upper limit, faces greater difficulty in awakening. After all, in the entire Lingzhou, there was only that fierce person from the wild region who truly made a name for the golden spirit. Whoosh! While Zhao Han was pondering his thoughts, the runic wall suddenly rose, and the dragon fish immediately launched an attack. However, with a body only 2 feet long, it left a residual shadow at the spot and instantly arrived in front of the Titan. After breaking through the second rank, beast tamers can communicate with their beasts through heart connection, making the era of first-rank beast tamers shouting commands to each other clearly a thing of the past. The Titan did not lower its head. Its steel hand pressed down on the dragonfish's head. The dragonfish had extremely high agility and, under Yan Xiaoyu's command, dodged the steel hand, using its snake-like body to wrap around the Titan's steel arm. The Titan's iron fist missed and struck the ground of the beast fighting arena with a bang. Even with the barrier of runic power, the people in the yard could still feel the terrifying tremor, their expressions hidden behind masks, unable to remain calm. Even if it wasn't the first time they had seen it, the Titan's terrifying power still left them uneasy. The dragonfish tightly wrapped around the Titan's steel arm, seemingly trying to bind it with its own strength. Lin Imo knew that the Titan's strongest attribute was strength and directly ordered it to try to break free. The Titan's steam engine operated, and its mechanical arm exerted force but failed to break free immediately. Lin Imo simply changed tactics, ordering the Titan to swing its arm and smash it against the nearby runic wall. The tremendous impact produced a loud roar, causing the runic wall to shake as if it couldn't withstand the terrifying force and was about to collapse. The dragonfish opened its mouth in pain, but made no sound. This golden spirit is so strong. Yan Xiaoyu, behind her mask, paled. As a beast tamer, she could clearly feel the pain and fear transmitted from the dragonfish. This dragonfish had been cultivated with precious materials given by her father since childhood. And even if it didn't grow stronger in terms of strength, it had never suffered losses in this regard. Now it was completely crushed by this golden spirit. Get away from this iron fellow. She decided to change tactics and not engage in close combat with this beast spirit that possessed immense strength. Yan Xiaoyu could see that the Titan's movements were not very agile. Crack! The dragonfish retreated as desired, but the Titan's steel hand immediately followed. Grasping claw. What is this, a talent battle skill? Yan Xiaoyu's eyes widened. She watched helplessly as the Titan's steel mechanical arm shot out, grabbing her dragonfish. Who? Yan Xiaoyu patted her developing chest and let out a sigh, her expression quickly becoming serious. Close combat would only lead to losses. She had to rely on talent battle skills. Yan Xiaoyu's mind raced, and the dragonfish, having survived the ordeal, quickly distanced itself from the Titan. Clinging to the runic wall, looking down at the Titan and opening its mouth. In an instant, a hazy glow emanated from the dragonfish, and a ball of icy air rapidly expanded in its mouth. What new talent is this, many-tailed beast jade? Lin Imo, standing on the opposite high platform, was full of curiosity beneath his mask. He had fought 8 or 9 matches in recent days and had defeated quite a few spirit beasts, but most of them were strength-based. After all, in the first 3 ranks, the power of the talent abilities of ordinary spirit beasts was still not enough to harm the physically strong spirit beasts. This was the first time he had seen a spirit beast release a talent ability since arriving at the martial arts arena. Therefore, even though he could have had the Titan interrupt, he chose not to, just to see the unique talent of Yan Xiaoyu. Why isn't the hidden dragon making a move? It would be dangerous to withstand this blow, said a beast tamer wearing a black mask, his voice deep. Zhao Han's ears perked up, and he quickly moved closer. What do you mean, brother? He understood business, but he didn't know much about spirit beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a golden spirit monkey stuck at the first rank without breaking through despite having so much money. This girl must have a remarkable background. The masked man glanced at Zhao Han and then looked toward the center of the fighting arena, saying, when the spirit's realm is low, the power of talent abilities is not great, but this dragon fish should have been cultivated with a lot of precious materials. So the power of its talent abilities cannot be measured by common sense. I can sense the intense, icy aura from the dragon fish. This move is very dangerous. Very dangerous? Zhao Han blinked, feeling both impressed and confused. Chapter 63 Mini versus Wave. You actually didn't interrupt Xiaojio's talent? Huh. On the other side, sensing that the dragonfish's big move had been charged, Yan Xiaoyu's mouth also revealed a slight smile. Although she didn't know why her opponent didn't make a move, that was no longer important. She was sure of her victory. Xiaojio had cost her a lot of effort, and this icy breath was incredibly powerful. You wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yan Xiaoyu felt confident, hands behind her back. Forcing this young lady to use this move shows you have some strength. But if the icy breath is released, your spirit will likely freeze under the extreme cold and eventually turn into fragments. Since I'm in a good mood today, how about this? As long as you admit defeat and obediently change the name of the hidden dragon, I will let go of the past. Yan Xiaoyu's voice suddenly stopped. In the center of the fighting arena, the Titan, which had been motionless, suddenly reacted. The iron at its shoulders rotated, making a clicking sound. Immediately after, two dark iron tubes emerged, aimed at the poised dragonfish. Instantly, everyone present seemed to have question marks popping up over their heads. What is this? What is it for? However, before they could react, a fierce flame burst forth from the dark iron tubes, wildly spraying toward the dragonfish. The dragonfish's already large eyes widened even more, and before Yin Xiaoyu could give the order, the ice breath was launched directly. The chilling aura surged forward to meet the raging flames. The moment they made contact, a piercing hissing sound erupted, and the collision of extreme cold and extreme heat instantly created a thick plume of white smoke. For a moment, the ice breath and the flames seemed evenly matched. However, the onlookers were stunned. The eyes revealed by the mask were filled with disbelief. Is this another innate ability of the Titan? Did you see that? The Titan didn't charge up at all. How can such a powerful ability be used without any buildup? Usually, the more powerful the innate ability, the more it requires preparation before release. Just now, the dragonfish had clearly charged for a long time. Everyone thought that this move would cause considerable trouble for the Titan. But unexpectedly, the Titan caught it. Not only did it catch it, but it did so effortlessly, without any prior motion. We, who play with machines, only have slow charging. We've never seen slow discharges. Lin Mo listened to the discussions around him and quietly murmured. Although the small focused flamethrower was the only high-level weapon on the Titan, with decent damage, the Titan's energy consumption was already 40 per minute in combat. Plus the 25 from the small focused flamethrower, the consumption was too intense. So this was his first attempt to use this weapon against an enemy. So far, the performance was good. Where did these two monsters come from? In the arena, Zhao Feng, acting as the referee, looked pale and had no words to express his frustration. According to reason, breaking through to a 4th grade warrior meant he had initially mastered extraordinary power. Ordinary poisons could not harm him, and the effects of heat and cold were pitifully small for him. But whether it was the dragonfish's ice breath or the Titan's flames, both were ferociously excessive. Clearly just a 2nd grade spirit beast, yet it was making even a 4th grade warrior like him feel overwhelmed. Especially since the auras released by these two spirit beasts were completely different. One was intensely fierce, while the other was cold and piercing, creating a stark contrast of ice and fire within the already sealed arena. A step to the left was bone-chilling cold, while a step to the right was scalding hot. Being stuck in the middle was incredibly uncomfortable for him. Several times he even thought about calling off the match. It had already been a quarter of an hour, and the essence energy of these two 2nd grade spirit beasts was extraordinarily thick. Titan energy consumption is severe. Current energy remaining is less than 50. As expected, the energy consumption is high. Lin Mo curled his lip and looked at the golden carp across from him. If this is all you've got, I'll go all out, okay? In an instant, all eyes, including Yin Xiaoyu's, turned towards Lin Mo. Such a fierce exchange, and the Titan still has energy left? What kind of monster is your golden spirit? With that, the Titan received the command to operate at full power, and the steam engine let out a whistle, while the small focused flamethrower fired at the same time. The terrifying, howling flames instantly pushed the ice breath back. Yin Xiaoyu's face changed dramatically. I concede. Lin Mo immediately controlled the Titan to turn off the flamethrower, and Zhao Feng lifted the rune wall. The many 2nd grade beast tamers present were left dumbfounded. The dragonfish released a wave, and you managed to counter it. Yet you didn't even need to charge up. Not only did you not need to charge up, but you could also launch 2 waves simultaneously? Are you leaving me any way out? Is this the capability expected of a 2nd grade spirit beast? At this moment, many beast tamers who originally had the intention of sparring with Lin Mo began to retreat. The strength that the Titan displayed was too formidable. Probably only a few of the top 10 beast tamers could match him. Crack, crack, crack. Young master, do you remember the spirit stones we talked about earlier? Lin Mo walked over to Yin Xiaoyu's side, awkwardly rubbing his hands. Take them. Yin Xiaoyu casually tossed 5 thunder spirit stones over, watching Lin Mo's silver mask. With the mouth beneath it curling up, she suspected that this guy before her was some royal brother of hers. Otherwise, how could an ordinary family's resources possibly cultivate such an abnormality as a golden spirit? Lin Mo was unaware of Yin Xiaoyu's thoughts, picked up the spirit stones, thanked her, and turned to leave. The courtyard was left with many beast tamers and Zhao Han. Watching Lin Mo's departing figure, Zhao Han's eyes flickered. This time, it seemed that he had indeed met a potential stock. Brother Zhao, which family's little prince is Hidden Dragon? Someone asked, and all eyes turned to Zhao Han. Although they did not know Zhao Han's exact identity, they knew he was not simple and had a lot of information. Zhao Han looked around. Sorry. I don't know either. After saying that, he forced a smile on his chubby face and quickly chased after the departing Lin Mo, leaving behind a group of confused 2nd grade beast tamers. Where did this freak come from, able to train a golden spirit like this? Isn't this just demoralizing? Chapter 64. Co-traveling, it is said that time travelers have a halo. Many web novel authors do not deceive me. Lin Imo walked on the streets of the outer city, feeling that his steps had become much lighter. It seemed that his luck had improved. Tomorrow, when he left the city to assemble the mech, it would definitely be a success, Lin Imo thought, and his steps became even lighter, soon arriving at a tea house. Chinya building. According to Zhao Fatty, this Chinya building has what he wants, so he took a detour. Young master, would you like some tea? Please come in. Just as he entered the tea house, a servant came up to him, leading Lin Imo upstairs, but Lin Imo waved his hand to stop him. I heard you sell Jiangshang flowers here? Jiangshang flowers? The servant was taken aback for a moment, then became even more enthusiastic. Yes. Of course. Young master, let me tell you. There are not many tea houses in the entire imperial city that sell Jiangshang flowers. Those are the tea leaves offered as tribute from Jiangzhou, without special channels. You can't get them. You've come to the right place. Please come in. The service attitude is quite good. Watching the smile on the servant's face, Lin Imo couldn't tea help but nod slightly. Shopkeeper, this guest wants to buy Jiangshang flowers. Soon, the servant brought Lin Imo to the counter. The shopkeeper, a plump man dressed in satin, was originally calculating something when he heard the servant's words. His eyes lit up as he approached Lin Imo, making Lin Imo feel a bit uncomfortable. The people in this tea house are too enthusiastic. With such enthusiasm, is it inappropriate for me to buy just 3 or 2 tea leaves? Or should I buy more? Lin Imo was still pondering when the shopkeeper had already come over, laying out 2 sheets of dried beast skin on the counter, looking at Lin Imo with great enthusiasm. Guest, how much do you want? Half a pound, I suppose. Looking at the enthusiastic shopkeeper, Lin Imo decided to be a bit generous. After all, he was in a good mood today, and the tea house's servant and shopkeeper were quite nice. Tea leaves are just ordinary items. How much could they cost? Liang Hong had given him 2 spirit stones before leaving and said that the remaining money could be kept for himself. He thought a few taels of gold would be enough. Guest, you're half a pound of Jiangshang flowers. The shopkeeper was incredibly quick, soon packaging the tea leaves and pushing them in front of Lin Imo. Not bad. Your tea house is great. Guest, you flatter us. If you think it's good, come often. How much is this half a pound of tea? Since you bought so much, I'll give you a discount. Take it for 50 spirit stones. Crack. Lin Mo's hand, which was reaching into his pocket, suddenly stopped, and he was completely petrified. Why does it feel like you're still quite disappointed? The next day, looking at Lin Mo's frowning face, Xiao Han was completely baffled. Clearly, when Lin Mo left after winning the spirit stones yesterday, he was in a good mood. Because I lost money again? Lost money again? Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. How much did you lose this time? 50 spirit stones. Xiao Han looked at Lin Mo with suspicion but didn't delve deeper into the issue. At the same time, Lin Mo had no intention of explaining. Yes, that man, Liang Hong, with his brutish demeanor, had cunningly schemed against him. But what can he do? He can't fight back, and he doesn't dare to speak out. He has to hold on to the thigh he has embraced, even if he's crying. He definitely can't provoke them, but I can't keep working for Liang Hong anymore. Lin Mo is currently with Liang Hong, aiming to secure a developmental period to create his mecha. Now that everything is ready for the mecha, he should be planning his next step. First, he needs to understand why so many people want him dead and what they fear about the things in his hands. To achieve this, he must first infiltrate the officialdom and plan carefully. Lin Mo wasn't up to standard before, but the victories at the martial workshop these past few days have accumulated quite a few attribute points for him. When the time comes, he can boost his attributes to break through the 3rd grade limit, which shouldn't be difficult. Moreover, once the Extreme Warrior individual mecha is successfully made and can be worn, he can also disguise himself as a beast master who has comprehended the unity of human and spirit. It should be no problem to get a position in some official department. The only issue is which department to go to. Lin Mo, be careful on the road. While Lin Mo was still lost in thought, Xiao Han's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Lin Mo looked up and realized he had unknowingly arrived outside the imperial city. At the base of the city wall, a row of fierce spirit beasts stood in line like buses, with signs indicating their routes. This time, Lin Mo went out under the pretext of capturing spirit beasts to find a secluded place to assemble the Extreme Warrior, and he needed to take one of these bus birds. Lin Mo patted Xiao Han's shoulder, turned, and walked directly towards a row of bus birds, randomly choosing one that was going to the wilderness and paid to board. Xiao Han watched Lin Mo's figure disappear, opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. 3rd grade. How long has it been? Does he have half a year? Breaking through to the 2nd grade in half a year isn't enough. And he still wants to break through to the 3rd grade? Does he think breaking through is like climbing stairs, just one step up? Shaking his head in speechlessness, Xiao Han turned to leave, but saw 3 people walking towards him. At the front was a girl barely in her teens, with 2 casual braids, delicate features. Dressed in a red short robe, and holding her little hands behind her back, casually looking around as if shopping. Behind her were 2 tall men, closely following her with expressions that seemed to intimidate anyone who looked at them. The princess of Xinyu? Zhao Han was taken aback, quickly straightened his clothes, and stepped forward to bow. Commoner Zhao Han pays respects to Her Highness the Princess. As a businessman, Zhao Han had done his homework. He was well aware that Yin Xiaoyu was the emperor's most favored granddaughter. Building a good relationship with this princess could only benefit the business association, not harm it. So after some consideration, he stepped forward first, hoping to familiarize himself with Yin Xiaoyu. But no need for formalities. Zhao Han was speechless as he stood up. He saw Yin Xiaoyu looking around and actually boarded the same bird as Lin Mo Princess. If you want a spirit beast, just tell the prince. There are countless types available. Why go through the trouble of catching one yourself? In my humble opinion, there are dangers everywhere outside the imperial city. As a precious daughter of the royal family, it's better not to take unnecessary risks. If something happens to you, we won't be able to explain it to the prince. Yes, princess, it's a joyous occasion for you to break through to the 3rd grade. Just tell the prince what spirit beast you want, and it will be at your fingertips. Even if the prince doesn't have it, you can ask the emperor. The emperor adores you the most. Are you too the princess, or am I the princess? On the back of the bird, Yin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, cutting off her guard's chatter with a single sentence. Father is busy with military affairs every day and doesn't have time to accompany me. He sent you two to protect me, not to teach me how to do things. Sitting on the bird's back, Yin Xiaoyu hugged her knees, pouting her lips high. I've grown up in the capital since I was a child, and I've been here for almost 20 years. I'm already bored. Can't I go out and have some fun, while also catching a spirit beast? Every day there's danger here and there. If there were no dangers, you two would be useless. The two guards exchanged glances, and, understanding the situation, chose not to speak further. This princess was charming and likable, treating her subordinates well, rarely putting on airs. Her only flaw was being a bit willful. Once she threw a tantrum, even the prince would have a headache. This dejected tone indicated that the princess was not in a good mood, and they had no need to provoke her. In fact, Yin Xiaoyu was indeed not in a good mood, but it wasn't too terrible. Losing the spirit beast that her father had carefully prepared for her since childhood made her feel bad. However, after yesterday's battle, she accidentally broke through to the 3rd grade, which eased her bad mood. She had heard that someone encountered a god-level bloodline spirit beast in the wilderness. She wondered if she could find one. Yin Xiaoyu rested her chin on her knees, her little face filled with complex emotions. After breaking through to the 3rd grade, she successfully opened her 3rd cave. By rights, with her status, she could have anything in the capital with just a word, choosing from all kinds of spirit beasts. However, after losing to Lin Mo, this young lady was quite unhappy and wanted to go out for a stroll, hoping to stumble upon a spirit beast with a good bloodline. For this, she even went to her grandfather, the emperor, to plead for a long time. Although she knew that the imperial city had been swept clean by top experts, leaving no powerful spirit beasts behind, making it unlikely to encounter a god-level or heaven-level bloodline beast, one still had a dream, right? What if she got lucky? Just as Yin Xiaoyu was lost in thought, she suddenly felt something and turned around, meeting Lin Mo's gaze. Their eyes locked, but no sparks flew. They merely sized each other up normally. Lin Mo found the girl in front of him quite nice-looking, while Yin Xiaoyu thought this young man was handsome and eye-catching. Both were impressed by each other's appearance and were about to take another good look when they were blocked by two towering figures. Kid, what are you looking at? Don't look around for no reason. If you see someone you shouldn't, be careful of trouble. The two warrior guards blocked Lin Mo's line of sight completely. What are you two doing? Looking once won't cost you anything. What's wrong with what I can see? Yin Xiaoyu's expression fell as she pushed the two guards from behind. Annoyed. However, the two guards, being strong warriors, didn't budge at all from the push, and Yin Xiaoyu nearly fell over, causing them to quickly turn around and help her up. You two are so annoying. Looks very similar, but I can't confirm if it's the same person. He wasn't a pig, so he wasn't looking at the girl for her beauty. He just thought her back looked familiar while he was sightseeing, as if it resembled the golden carp from yesterday, which made him look twice. However, back views are tricky. Everyone understands that. It looks similar, but he still couldn't confirm that this girl was the golden carp from yesterday. He could only remember her appearance in his mind and pay more attention in the future. After all, based on what the golden carp said yesterday, it seemed she knew something about the name Hidden Dragon. As Lin Mo was lost in thought, the bus bird successfully took off, flapping its wings and quickly disappearing into the sky. In the capital, deep within the imperial city, in a garden, Yin Baiyu stood behind an old man, not daring to breathe. The old man was sitting leisurely in the pavilion, sipping tea and occasionally tossing fish food into the pond below, watching a group of dragon fish rush forward to compete for it, letting out a couple of light laughs. Ancestor. It wasn't until the old man put down the fish food that Yin Baiyu stepped forward to ask, "You called for Baiyu. Is there something you need?" The old man looked Yin Baiyu up and down, revealing a kind smile. "Little Baiyu, You've become more beautiful again lately. How is your father? Thank you for the compliment. Ancestor. That's good. The old man nodded and picked up the fish food again to continue feeding the fish. Yin Baiyu stood there obediently, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. After all, the person in front of her was the emperor's uncle, one of the pillars of the Great Yin, and the only holy-level powerhouse officially stationed in the capital of Great Yin. Not to mention her, even the emperor of Great Yin had to respectfully address him as uncle. And whether or not to agree depended on the old man's mood. I wonder why Ancestor suddenly called for me, Yin Baiyu thought to herself while waiting. The old man had unparalleled strength but lived a life free from disputes, only guarding the capital of Great Yin. As long as there were no other formidable enemies invading, he would not interfere with any administrative matters in the capital, usually spending his time enjoying flowers and feeding fish deep within the palace. Today, he suddenly summoned her. She had no idea what his intentions were. Finally, after a long silence, the old man put down the fish food and spoke again. I heard you're going to change your personal guard? Yes, the old man nodded. In a few days, you will go to the Dragon Guard to choose someone. Remember to select this person. As he spoke, the old man extended his hand and handed Yin Baiyu a note. Chapter 66, Extreme Warrior, Meteor Buzz. In a cave hundreds of miles outside the capital, Lin Mo's mech officially powered up, its eyes bursting with icy blue light. Since it was custom-made for him, the height of the mech was similar to Lin Mo's. The body crafted from dark gold exhibited a mysterious black hue, with mechanical bones, and some outer armor and the mask made of bright gold, giving the entire armor a streamlined shape. The abdomen was layered with multiple pieces of armor, stacked like a man's muscular abs, enhancing protection while not appearing bulky. There were 2 retractable thrusters within the steel on the back. On the blueprints, there were 2 options. One was bionic mechanical wings, and the second was energy boosters. Each option had its pros and cons. The wings consumed less energy, but were slower and placed a high load on the nerves, while the boosters were more intuitive to control without additional nerve load, and offered greater speed, though at a higher energy cost. Considering practical combat, the bulky mechanical wings could cause many inconveniences, so Lin Mo chose the boosters. There was also a weapon storage slot on the outer side of the mech's legs. The system prompted Lin Mo to name the mech, and he decided to inherit one of the names from his previous life's main battle mechs, naming it Meteor. You have successfully created the Extreme Warrior, Rare. You gain 100 free skill points, 30 physical strength, Extreme Warrior, Meteor. Type, Infantry Mech, Quality, Rare. Attributes, Defense 165, Strength 200, Agility 215. Energy 5,000. Height, 192 centimeters. Weight, 127 kilograms. Power system, Primary Universal Energy Reactor. Standby energy consumption, 5 energy per minute. Combat energy consumption, 50 energy per minute. Flight consumption, 75 energy per minute. Skills, low-speed navigation. Palm cannon, energy aggregation cannon, thunder. Status, normal. Passive, armed sharing. The Extreme Warrior is a high-quality infantry mech that can arm soldiers. And mech attributes can stack with character attributes. Character skills can be shared with the mech. Passive, lone hero, when there are no other friendly mechs nearby. The Extreme Warrior's overall attributes increase by 5. Exclusive passive, extreme combat, immune to negative effects imposed by external environments. Ensuring combat effectiveness in extremely harsh conditions. Control method, neural connection, wearing requirements. Physical strength over 90. Mental strength over 150. Note, to challenge the limits is to surpass the limits. This phrase means, courting death is often a shortcut to becoming strong. Self-castration is also a shortcut to mastering supreme martial arts. Lin Mo rolled his eyes at the note and automatically skipped it, looking at the Extreme Warrior in front of him, filled with a sense of accomplishment. As a typical infantry mech, the Extreme Warrior's firepower and strength were slightly lacking, but Lin Mo did not make any modifications to enhance it. After all, infantry mechs are not known for their firepower. At least under the current circumstances of lacking powerful energy, he didn't need to lose sight of the basics and turn Meteor into a humanoid artillery platform. The allure of steel mechs lies not only in their overwhelming firepower, but also in the sparks created from punches that evoke a sense of romance in many. In other words, hitting you in the face feels more thrilling. The Extreme Warrior is among the top models in combat capability among infantry mechs. So Lin Mo made no modifications to the mech and instead crafted all the equipment it came with according to the blueprints. The energy used was a Thunder Attribute Spirit Crystal, a purer type of, or exchange from Zhaohan using 10 Attribute Spirit Stones. This is also why the energy aggregation cannon has the word thunder in it. Lin Mo estimated that with his current attributes, once he wore Meteor, he should be able to confront a 5th-tier martial artist head-on. He gently touched Meteor but did not rush to wear it. Instead, he looked at the Titan, which had successfully upgraded beside him. Advanced Guard, Titan. Type, Basic Mech. Quality, Advanced. Attributes, Defense 160, Strength 275, Agility 80. Energy 446, 4500, Height, 324 centimeters. Weight, 1,500 kilograms. Power System, Primary Universal Energy Reactor. Standby Energy Consumption, 8 energy per minute. Combat Energy Consumption, 100 energy per minute. Weapon Configuration, Exquisite Retractable Mechanical Arms, Advanced. Small Focused Flamethrower, Advanced. Powerful Mechanical Lower Limbs, Normal. Powerful Mechanical Iron Fists, Normal. Skills, Claw, Flame Jet, Iron Fist Heavy Strike, Powerful Throw, Charge. Energy Aggregation Cannon, Fire. Status, Normal. Passive, Stand behind me, when there are friendly mech behind. The Advanced Guard's defense attributes increase by 10. Note, it is just one cockpit away from becoming a war mech. These are all the attributes of Titan after its upgrade. Since he already had the Extreme Warrior, Lin Mo abandoned the plan to modify Titan into an infantry mech and instead chose to change its route towards becoming a giant war mech. The appearance remained largely unchanged. But since the steam engine was eliminated, the silly-looking hole on Titan's head was also gone. As long as he could get a few rare parts and create a cockpit, Titan could be promoted to rare quality, becoming a proper war mech. As for the neural connection device, Lin Mo did not plan to install it on Titan. Although Titan was still small now, with continuous modifications, it would eventually grow into a giant mech comparable to a mountain. And such a large mech would place too much load on the nerves. Using joysticks would be more reliable. Finally, feeling more assured, Lin Mo let out a sigh and looked at his attribute panel. In these days at the martial arts workshop, he had accumulated over 100 attribute points. And just now crafting the Extreme Warrior added quite a bit of physical strength. As long as he added more attribute points and lit up the 4th layer of the skill tree to learn the next layer of brainwave control, he could use the neural connection. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together and opened the attribute panel. Before he could start adding points, a scream pierced his eardrum. Help! Chapter 67. Hero Saves Beauty. Yin Xiaoyu was panicking. As a county princess who had been pampered since childhood, she had never felt such fear. Behind her, a group of wolf spirits over a meter tall were crazily chasing her. In the jungle, beneath her, a white 3-tailed spirit fox was desperately jumping and dodging. But it was of little use. A 4th-grade wolf king was leading over 10 2nd-grade wolf spirits, encircling her from different directions, closing the distance continuously. A woo! The huge wolf king howled at the sky, and the speed of the wolf spirits increased again. White spirit, hurry up! Yin Xiaoyu tightly grasped the neck of the spirit fox. The spirit fox knew how dire the situation was and was running for its life, with its master on its back. However, it was not a physical spirit, and carrying a master made it impossible to escape from over 10 wolf spirits. In no time, they were surrounded by the wolf spirits. The wolf spirits bared their teeth, glaring at Yin Xiaoyu in the middle. It's over, it's all my fault for recklessly running out. Seeing all escape routes blocked, Yin Xiaoyu's big eyes shimmered with tears as she jumped down from the white spirit's back. The cave entrance opened, and a small dragon fish came out. Just as it stepped out of the cave, it instinctively walked to the side of the white spirit, confronting the group of wolf spirits. Protecting the master was the mission of the spirit. But Xiaojiu, white spirit, you guys run if you can. Yin Xiaoyu stepped forward and patted the heads of the 2 spirits. It's all my fault for recklessly running out this time. Don't let me drag you down. If you can run, then run. A heartfelt scene between master and servant seemed about to unfold. However, before it could reach its climax, a loud wolf howl interrupted this touching moment. The pack of wolves parted to make way, and the wolf king walked out from behind. The wolf king was the largest. Standing upright, and probably over 2 meters tall, its fur shining as it walked to the front. Looking down at Yin Xiaoyu and the 2 2nd-grade spirit beasts with a gaze of a predator eyeing its prey. It hadn't fought in a long time and wanted to deal with this prey itself. Yin Xiaoyu clenched her small fists, feeling powerless after a long while. She let go. She could sense the pressure emanating from the wolf king, far beyond what she could handle now. The wolf king had no intention of toying with its prey, only raising its head and howling, then charging swiftly at Yin Xiaoyu. The white spirit and the golden-scaled fish immediately showed resolute expressions, standing side by side in front of Yin Xiaoyu. Although Yin Xiaoyu had told them to escape, they would not abandon their master. The wolf king was huge but moved quickly, stirring up a whirlwind as it ran, directly swinging its massive claws at the white tiger and dragon fish. It's over. Watching the enormous claws, a deep sense of helplessness rose in Yin Xiaoyu's heart. With the golden scales and white spirit, they couldn't even withstand this attack. In that moment, she felt as if death was beckoning to her. However, just as the wolf king's claws were about to come down, a figure appeared in the distance. A black and gold figure. Like thunder, like lightning. Before the wolf king could react, it flew in like a cannonball, crashing directly into the Wolf King's body. Boom. The black and gold armored warrior was full of power, crashing hard into the Wolf King. The sound of bones breaking echoed. The Wolf King let out a miserable howl, its massive body being knocked sideways, its limbs clawing the ground and carving deep grooves. The Wolf King looked in disbelief at the suddenly flying figure. The mech was indeed different. Lin Mo landed, feeling the immense power coursing through him, excitement glinting in his eyes beneath the mask. With the combination of mission attributes and mech attributes, the Extreme Warrior's power had almost reached 400 points, and agility had greatly increased. This allowed him to save the girl just in time. Wow, so cool. Watching the steel figure appear in front of her, Yin Xiaoyu's eyes seemed to sparkle with countless little stars. She had thought she was doomed, but unexpectedly, a savior appeared at the critical moment. At this moment, she felt that the figure before her was incredibly tall. Is he handsome? He remembered the girl's back, which resembled that of the golden carp, and seemed to know some things about the hidden dragon. This was also one of the reasons he saved the girl, to build a good connection. He's getting up. Lin Mo was still posing, but Yin Xiaoyu looked at him with some fear, glancing behind him. Following her gaze, Lin Mo saw that the knocked-back Wolf King had already stood up, half-crouched on the ground, shaking its head vigorously, seemingly not lightly injured. Lin Mo just stood there, beckoning to the Wolf King with his finger. A woo. The Wolf King's dignity was provoked, letting out a long howl, its body radiating a hazy light. And it dashed towards Lin Mo, leaving a residual shadow. Could he block it? Yin Xiaoyu watched Lin Mo's back, biting her lip tightly. There were many strange spirit beasts in the world, and she had heard of many. So she could guess that the one in front of her was a beast master fused with a golden spirit. Being able to achieve human spirit unity meant he had reached the 4th grade. But facing such a group of 4th grade wolves wasn't very safe. Even though this person had just knocked the Wolf King aside, it carried some suspicion of a sneak attack. In this direct confrontation, could he? Yin Xiaoyu's pupils trembled, all her thoughts dissipating. In her vision, that figure charging like a small mountain was stopped by a single hand of the steel body. Then, the steel body suddenly exerted force, the immense power driving the Wolf King's head hard into the ground. Boom. Fragments of stone flew, blood and flesh splattering. Centered around Lin Mo's palm, the ground was smashed into a pit about 7 to 8 meters wide, fissures spreading out like a spider web. Rest in peace. Lin Mo pressed down on the Wolf King's head with one hand, and a strong light suddenly appeared in his palm. It was as eye-catching as the sun in the night. Energy gathered. Palm cannon. Boom. The energy of the spirit crystal poured out, the palm cannon fired, instantly erupting with a dazzling light like the sun, causing Yin Xiaoyu to uncontrollably close her eyes. After a long while, everything returned to silence. Yin Xiaoyu finally opened her eyes and saw the person who saved her still standing there, under the sunlight, the black and gold steel body shimmering with a cold luster, completely unharmed. And beneath its feet, the Wolf King's head had been reduced to nothing but a massive, headless body emitting black smoke. On the battlefield, with wolf smoke, fallen strong enemies, and the towering figure protecting her, Yin Xiaoyu couldn't help but swallow hard. In that moment, it felt as if some string in her heart had been plucked by an unseen force. Chapter 68. Reasonable use of resources. You pilot the individual mech, Meteor, and killed a 4th grade wolf spirit, rewarding 20 free attribute points and 20 agility points. Ding. You successfully unlocked the achievement Hero Saves Beauty, rewarding 40 charm points. Ding. Charm has reached its peak, rewarding a random reset. Ding. You have obtained a random mechanical blueprint, advanced. It's over. Standing there at a 45-degree angle, looking at the sky, Lin Mo's heart sank in an instant, and his aura seemed to diminish a bit. Since his crossing until now, what he feared most were the words random. Just from his character alone, random was basically synonymous with the worst drawing. Who are you? Yin Xiaoyu had now stood up, looking timidly at the steel figure in front of her. I am a descendant of dragons. Lin Mo's heart displayed a surge of patriotic fervor as he turned to Yin Xiaoyu. I just passed by and saw you in danger, so I acted. Your golden spirit is very strong. Are you 4th grade or 5th grade? 4th grade or 5th grade? Lin Mo tilted his head and said, probably around the 4th or 5th rank. Yin Xiaoyu replied, whether it was the assassination attempts by Li Changfeng and others, or Yin Baiyu's visit, they all revealed something unusual about Lin Mo's father. Naturally, Lin Mo wouldn't foolishly ask directly. While conversing, he even contemplated whether to reveal his identity. However, soon, his hesitation disappeared. He realized that the girl's bodyguards had appeared at some point, blocking his escape route from both the front and back. Looking at the two people surrounding him, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows, once again feeling the allure of metaphysics. In his armed state, he believed his combat ability was not inferior to a 5th-rank warrior, especially with the existence of a booster. If he couldn't win, he could simply fly away. 5th-rank warriors couldn't fly. Relying on his exceptionally high mental attributes, he had sensed danger before more than once. Yet this time, before the appearance of these two warriors, he had no premonition at all. The two of them approached him silently, like leopards hidden in the grass stalking their prey. It seemed that if they hadn't perceived him as an assassin, they might have directly attacked him. Regardless, he still thanked them for saving him. Seeing his two bodyguards appear, Yin Xiaoyu felt reassured and straightened her back. I am Yin Xiaoyu, the princess of Heian County. You saved me. So tell me what reward you want. Princess of Heian County. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback. Unlike the taciturn Yin Baiyu, Yin Xiaoyu was the jewel of the martial prince, reportedly favored by the old emperor, often summoned to the palace to accompany her grandfather. He hadn't expected that by stepping out, he would inadvertently save a royal relative. Is this what they call the halo of a transmigrator? Your subordinate is late. Please punish me, Your Highness. At this moment, the two bodyguards also realized that Lin Mo didn't harbor ill intentions toward the princess, but had saved her. They no longer attempted to block Lin Mo's escape route, but approached Yin Xiaoyu, kneeling down respectfully with one knee. It was I who sent you all away. So you shouldn't blame yourselves. Yin Xiaoyu maintained a princess's haughty demeanor, but had no intention of punishing her subordinates. After they stood up, she continued, What about that bird? Did you catch it? The two bodyguards exchanged glances and then knelt down again with a thud. We are incompetent. No wonder the two were absent. It turned out they had gone to catch the royal spirit. Lin Mo rolled his eyes under his mask, thinking this princess was quite bold, daring to send her guards away in such a desolate place. If he hadn't encountered her, those two bodyguards would probably have had to avenge her. You two can stop. Yin Xiaoyu frowned upon hearing they hadn't caught the royal spirit. Although she didn't get angry, Lin Mo could tell from her expression that she was quite dissatisfied. After processing her frustration for a moment, she turned her gaze to Lin Mo, seeing the two bodyguards standing behind Yin Xiaoyu, watching him closely. Lin Mo knew he couldn't keep his identity a secret any longer. The golden mask lifted, revealing his face. Commoner Lin Mo, paying respects to Your Highness. It's you? Yin Xiaoyu and the two bodyguards were taken aback. They had seen Lin Mo just a few days ago, and naturally remembered him, especially the two bodyguards. Their gaze swept over Lin Mo, as if trying to see through the mech to his body. If they remembered correctly, when they saw this kid 2 days ago, his strength had just barely touched the threshold of the 3rd rank, just a few days apart. He had not only directly broken through to the 4th rank, but had also comprehended the unity of man and spirit. Yes, I'm a commoner. The sight made Yin Xiaoyu and the others widen their eyes. Given their status, they had naturally encountered the unity of man and spirit before. But this was the first time they had seen such a scene. However, looking at Lin Mo's rosy complexion, he seemed utterly unexhausted. Lin Mo didn't mind them witnessing this moment. As Liang Hong said, there were too many strange royal spirits in this world, and no one would always pay attention to him. And indeed, Yin Xiaoyu and the others only glanced at Meteor a few more times before turning their attention back to Lin Mo, inquiring about his specific identity. Lin Mo directly recounted everything that had happened to him from the beginning to now, including the fact that he had fallen from the 2nd generation of the royal spirit to a commoner due to his father's negligence on the battlefield, without any concealment. After all, this princess was the jewel of the martial prince, and it would be too easy for her to investigate his identity. With the martial prince's status, it was likely that just a casual inquiry could reveal even the minutiae about him. As for the reward, Yin Xiaoyu mentioned, Lin Mo tactfully stated that protecting the princess was his duty and he didn't dare accept a reward, subtly revealing his intention to seek a position in the government. He wouldn't emulate some protagonists from web novels who pretend to be lofty, stubbornly holding on to their pride over matters that could be resolved with a single sentence. It would be a real waste not to utilize the excellent resources of a princess. To seek a position in the government? Yin Xiaoyu pondered for a moment with her hands behind her back, looking at her two bodyguards. Is the Dragon Guard recruiting recently? Chapter 69. A pearl. The two bodyguards glanced at Lin Mo and continued. However, the Dragon Guard only selects elites from various government offices, and they must also go through a series of assessments. You should know how strict Lord Xia's rules are, Brother Lin. It might be difficult for you to pass. What if I recommend him? Yin Xiaoyu pointed to herself. With the princess personally recommending someone, it would naturally not be difficult for Lord Xia to open a back door. However, the two bodyguards initially wanted to say that this wasn't in accordance with the rules. After all, the Dragon Guard had always directly obeyed the Emperor's orders, known as the Emperor's sharp blade. Even now, amidst the turbulent struggle for succession, no prince dared to lay hands on the Dragon Guard. If Yin Xiaoyu really recommended an unknown person into the Dragon Guard, even though it was done in her name, it would be hard not to draw attention to the martial prince, and there might be misunderstandings that the martial prince was breaking the rules. However, Yin Xiaoyu didn't give them a chance to finish their sentence. Upon hearing it was possible, she didn't wait for the two to complete their thoughts and handed Lin Mo a koi jade pendant from her waist. Once you join the Dragon Guard, I will come to find you, and you will be my personal guard captain from now on. When the two bodyguards heard the first half of Yin Xiaoyu's words, they let out a sigh of relief. If Yin Xiaoyu only wanted Lin Mo to join the Dragon Guard and then keep him by her side, others would likely understand that arranging someone into the Dragon Guard was merely the princess's whim, and it wouldn't be linked to the prince. But upon hearing the latter part, the two's eyes widened in shock. They exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they saw the word dumbfounded. Personal guard captain? Aren't we the princess's personal guard captain and vice captain? How could there be someone competing for their job? Your Highness, the two of them looked at Yin Xiaoyu's back, opening their mouths, but hesitating. The expressions of the two bodyguards suddenly turned as ugly as if they had eaten a fly. Although they were fulfilling their wishes, they couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable inside. Lin Mo, go ahead. Seeing the two fall silent, Yin Xiaoyu turned back to Lin Mo, pushing the jade pendant forward. What's wrong? You unwilling? Of course I'm willing. Lin Mo's original idea was to get closer to Yin Xiaoyu. How could he possibly refuse? He eagerly accepted the jade pendant. The Dragon Guard office. Among the various government offices, its status was extraordinary, with the weakest being a fourth-rank powerhouse. With this status, not only could he investigate his father's matters more conveniently, but he also gained a protective talisman. He figured that even a deputy of the military like Li Changfeng wouldn't dare to act against the Dragon Guard, right? Well, feeling a bit nervous. At night, in Biting Alley, in front of Liang Hong's courtyard, Lin Mo nervously licked his lips. The courtyard gate wasn't grand. The walls were only 6 feet high, and the door was made of rough wood that creaked in the wind, looking somewhat shabby. However, just looking at the door, Lin Mo felt a sense of oppression. After all, Liang Hong, who was behind that door, was a formidable person full of mysteries. Although Lin Mo didn't fully understand this world yet, the fact that he had directly broken through from the 2nd rank to the 4th rank in just a few days and had comprehended the unity of man and spirit seemed utterly absurd. Are there any young 4th rank beast masters like him? Yes, and quite a few. But he had never heard of anyone breaking through so quickly. Would Liang Hong think there was something wrong with him for breaking through so fast? If he suspected something was off, would he capture him and study his secret? Even after breaking through to the 4th rank, Lin Mo still didn't feel he had the capital to act arrogantly in front of Liang Hong. After all, not long ago, Liang Hong had killed a 4th rank warrior with just a flying shoe. Another thing that worried Lin Mo was the meteor. While the peculiarities of Titan hadn't caught Liang Hong's attention, the presence of 2 golden spirits, both lacking any sign of intelligence, made Lin Mo wonder if Liang Hong might become curious. If he did become curious, how would Lin Mo handle it? Standing in front of the door, Lin Mo felt a headache coming on. After all, a fraud is still a fraud. He felt genuinely anxious. Whether he could get through this depended on him. Lin Mo flipped his palm, and the jade talisman left by his cheap old man reappeared. Along with the talisman came a fist-sized, smooth, and dull gray bead. The bead was deep gray, lacking any shine or vitality, resembling an ordinary glass ball. This was something Lin Mo had obtained after allocating his attribute points. The once unremarkable jade talisman reacted when Lin Mo pushed his attribute points over the threshold of the 4th rank. Inside, he discovered a storage space. In that entire storage space, there was only this one dull gray bead. Originally, he had only planned to break through to the 3rd rank. But after the talisman reacted and the bead appeared, a tremendous energy surged into his body, forcibly pushing him to the 4th rank. After all, it was something left by his biological father. It shouldn't be unreasonable for it to help his son, right? If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. May the dead old man bless him. Looking at the bead and the jade talisman, Lin Mo took a deep breath and pushed open Liang Hong's courtyard door. Chapter 70. I'm just licking. I'm not eating if that's the case. Maybe your father planted some kind of bloodline seal, and the condition for breaking the seal is that you reach a certain realm. This bead seems like some kind of inner Dan essence for spirit taming, but it looks completely lifeless. In Biting Alley, in Liang Hong's courtyard, Titan and Meteor stood side by side, while Lin Mo stood in front of the 2 mechs, facing Liang Hong, who was observing the bead. Old Jean was lying nearby, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Meteor, his restless tongue constantly licking his lips. Liang Hong glanced at Lin Mo's bead and casually tossed it back to him like it was garbage. That's it. Lin Mo took the bead, looking at Liang Hong, feeling like something was missing. Before I entered, my heart was about to jump out of my throat, fearing you would notice something wrong. Come up with all sorts of assumptions, and I would have to fabricate a bunch of nonsense. But you just glanced at it? Isn't there something missing in this process? Shouldn't you cast at least a tiny bit of doubt on my sudden breakthrough? You're making me look foolish. Ding. Meteor has taken damage. Current status, lightly damaged. Old Jean had climbed behind Meteor at some point, extending his long tongue and licking Meteor vigorously. Old Jean, you can't lick there. Lin Mo's expression changed dramatically. and he immediately controlled Meteor to jerk sideways a few feet. But Meteor was fast. Old Gene was even faster. His thick tongue, like a missile with a guidance system, wrapped around Meteor's waist, pulling him in to swallow him whole, the glutton's eyes shining with excitement. So much ghost gold, a feast. Bang! Just as Meteor was about to be devoured, Liang Hong's tall figure appeared beside Old Gene, and with a powerful slap, he struck Old Gene on the head. Lin Emo didn't know if there was some technique involved, but even the fourth-rank warrior couldn't hurt Old Gene. Under this blow, he became dazed, and his tongue uncontrollably released Meteor. This colleague may not have a smoking habit, but it seemed he had a serious addiction, and it was already terminal. Ouch! A large bump quickly rose on Old Jin's horn. Looking like a second horn was about to grow, shaking his head, he glared at Liang Hong with indignation. Fear flickered in Old Jin's eyes, but he seemed to think he shouldn't back down so easily. Thus, after a stalemate for about 10 breaths, he showed a very fierce expression, then turned around, presenting his backside to Liang Hong. I give up. What can you do to me? Don't let your spirit appear in front of Old Gene in the future. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit, Liang Hong coldly remarked. This golden-swallowing beast 1T stoop to your level. Yes. Lin Mo's lips twitched as he decided to heed Liang Hong's advice. Liang Hong nodded and walked over to a nearby stone table to sit down. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Neither Lin Mo nor Liang Hong spoke for a while. Although Old Gene appeared to be facing away from them, his entire body was tensed, waiting for Liang Hong to let his guard down so he could sneak a few licks to satisfy his cravings. I have something to tell you. I have something to tell you. The two spoke simultaneously, then were both taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Hong spoke first. You go ahead. Uncle Liang. Didn't I just tell you I saved Princess Heong? Lin Mo rubbed his hands awkwardly. The princess probably thought there wasn't much to reward me with, so she arranged a job for me in the government office. Government office? Which one? The Dragon Guard. The Dragon Guard? Liang Hong raised an eyebrow. Taking advantage of Liang Hong's momentary distraction, Old Gene stealthily took 2 steps toward Meteor, his massive belly surprisingly light on his feet. Do you want to go? It would be a lie to say I didn't want to go. Lin Mo revealed a very shy smile. Uncle Liang, isn't there a saying that people aspire to rise? To be honest, even though he knew Liang Hong's temper wouldn't be too picky, he still felt a bit anxious. After all, according to the laws of web novels from his past life, strong people's tempers were often peculiar, and you never know what trivial matter might trigger them. So after speaking, Lin Mo cautiously observed Liang Hong's reaction. Taking advantage of Lin Mo's distraction, Old Gene quietly took 2 steps closer to Meteor, saliva already dripping onto the ground. Go if you want to go. I'll bring you something as a tribute later. Lin Mo didn't wait for Liang Hong to finish and cleverly added the next line. Seeing Lin Mo so agreeable, Liang Hong nodded in satisfaction. Lin Mo displayed a standard sycophant smile, moved behind Liang Hong, and reached out to massage his shoulders. After a couple of attempts, he found them as hard as stone, causing his fingers to ache. There were indeed some things I wanted to discuss with you earlier, but since you're preparing to go to the Dragon Guard office, it's no longer an issue. Liang Hong tilted his head to look at Meteor and suddenly said, since you have already mastered the unity of man and spirit, let me see you combine. Yes. Lin Mo dared not disobey Liang Hong's words. Under the control of his mental waves, he directed Meteor's armor layers to unfold. He had not yet mastered electromagnetic skills and couldn't disassemble the mech like Iron Man. With pieces flying onto himself, he could only get inside. Clank, clank. The armor of Meteor assembled, the golden visor descended, and Lin Mo completed the mech's donning. Liang Hong watched from the side, nodding with some curiosity. Throughout his life, he had dealt with many spirit beasts, all of which were capable of unifying with their human counterparts. But it was the first time he had seen someone like Lin Mo who could achieve such a complete integration. Indeed, it was impressive, but he must not become arrogant. Liang Hong gently turned around, leaving a tall silhouette as he said, I still stand by what I said. Never think of yourself as the special one. Achieving the 4th rank at your age is not that extraordinary. The further you go in cultivation, the harder it becomes. At that time, if you can still maintain your current speed of cultivation, then you would truly deserve the title of genius. Back in the day, there was a warrior from the northern Yuman tribe who took 35 years to go from the 1st to the 6th rank, but only 3 months to reach the 7th to 9th ranks. Lingzhou is far more vast than you imagine. Remember, at any time, do not think you have it all figured out. Only with a sense of reverence can you go further. Do you understand? Liang Hong slightly furrowed his brow and called out, Lin Mo. He suddenly turned around, only to be taken aback. The courtyard was now left with only Titan. He had no idea where Meteor had gone, and only Old Gene stood under the moonlight, looking up at the sky and wagging his big tail. Where did everyone go? Liang Hong was momentarily at a loss. Just then, a loud thumping sound came from Old Jin's belly, and Lin Mo's muffled voice came from inside. Uncle Liang, Uncle Liang. Old Jean swallowed me. Liang Hong's face turned as black as iron. Spit him out. Chapter 71. Where do you work, my brother? The next morning, Lin Mo left Biting Alley, holding the jade pendant left by Yin Xiaoyu, ready to report to the Dragon Guard. The Dragon Guard's office was not in the outer city, but in the inner city, not far from the Imperial City. Logically speaking, having fought his way to the Dragon Guard despite his past, Lin Mo should have felt a bit excited. However, he couldn't bring himself to be happy for two reasons. The first reason was that he felt unclean. As a strong and handsome young man, Lin Mo had envisioned himself battling various spirit beasts, getting injured and bloodied. He had imagined himself engaging in intense combat with warriors, ending up bruised and battered. He had even occasionally fantasized about achieving great success, with countless powerful figures fawning over him. But he never imagined he would actually be licked. Old Jean, that fat lizard, had even swallowed him for a while, enjoying it. It was ultimately Liang Hong who pried open Old Jin's mouth and forcibly pulled him out. Lin Mo felt that if there were gossip newspapers in this world, and he were the unscrupulous writer, the headline might read, "That night, that spirit beast licked every inch of my body." Just thinking about it made Lin Mo's hair stand on end. If Meteor hadn't been in combat mode at the time, he suspected he could have been depressed for several days. Fortunately, Old Jean hadn't really intended to eat Meteor. It was more like a child wanting to lick a lollipop to satisfy his cravings. However, the liquid inside Old Jin's belly had a strong corrosive effect on metals. Even though Old Jean had been quite restrained, it still caused some damage to Meteor. If he hadn't had a batch of spare parts, he might have had to go to today's interview with a damaged Meteor. As for the second reason that left him feeling down, Great Triple Cannon. Type, Heavy Artillery. Quality, Advanced. Length, 125 meters. Equipment requirement, Strength greater than 270. Stamina greater than 100. Durability, 100-100. Attribute bonus, 40 agility when used. Skill, Triple Cannon. Only fires 3 shots. Skill consumption, Energy Bomb. Giant Shell. Note, I heard that the Triple Cannon pairs well with the Mountain Cannon. This was the attribute he saw after unfolding the blueprint. Since it hadn't been crafted yet, the weight was unknown. As for the note, Lin Mo was too exhausted to even comment. What troubled him was that this piece of equipment he had just unpacked was yet another piece of mech artillery gear, specifically a siege-type heavy weapon. The frustrating part about this artillery was that, as a well-known series of weapons, the Great Triple Cannon inherited the advantages of high lethality and strong explosive power of siege heavy artillery, but had a rather irritating characteristic. It could only fire 3 shots a day. No matter whether you had spare ammunition or energy reserves, a maximum of 3 shots a day. 3 shots could kill gods, but after 3 shots, it was no better than an iron rod. Moreover, this equipment was only of advanced quality, yet it required a strength of 270, which was somewhat ridiculous even for the muscle-bound artillery masters. This led to the weapon being extremely impractical. In the rankings of the top 10 most impractical weapons in his previous life, the Triple Cannon ranked second. Lin Mo didn't even know if he should craft this thing. His current attributes couldn't allow him to fire it. To use it, he had to wear Meteor and stack attributes to meet the firing requirements. But without the aiming expertise of an artillery master, even if he fired, he might not hit hard. After finally getting an advanced blueprint, it turned out to be this. Just this. Lin Mo was feeling down, with his head lowered, sulking as he walked until he reached the Dragon Guard's office. As the sharp blade in the hands of the current emperor, the sharp sword hanging over the heads of the officials, the Dragon Guard's office was naturally different from ordinary offices. The inside was filled with towering lofts, and just outside the door stood 2 4th-rank spirit beasts. The 2 spirit beasts resembled lions, but had an extra vertical eye on their foreheads. The other 2 eyes were closed, with only the vertical eye wide open, standing like a Rakshasa, exuding an intimidating presence as they stared at everyone entering and exiting the Dragon Guard's office, as if to see through their hearts. Among the 2 spirit beasts, there was also a Dragon Guard dressed in white, sitting at a desk, waiting for something. Lin Mo saw several cultivators dressed in official uniforms and armor hand a piece of paper to the white-clad Dragon Guard, after which they were allowed inside. It seemed this person was in charge of the reporting process. After all, it was a big office. The prestige was undeniable. Lin Mo rubbed his face, forcing himself to change his mood. This was his first interview since his transmigration, and even though he had taken a shortcut, he still didn't want to leave a bad impression on others. "This esteemed sir, I am here to participate in the Dragon Guard assessment. Is there a letter of recommendation from the office?" Lin Mo was taken aback. "No? Do you have a letter of recommendation from the patrol camp?" "No." The white-clad Dragon Guard frowned slightly. "Do you have a letter of recommendation from an official in the court?" "No." "What do you have?" "I have this." Lin Mo handed over the jade pendant that Yin Xiaoyu had given him. Upon seeing the jade pendant, The expression of the white-clad dragon guard suddenly became strange. You are Lin Mo? Indeed. Lord Xie and Princess Heong have both instructed me. The white-clad dragon guard reached out to take the jade pendant. You may enter. I will have someone return the pendant to the princess. I know Princess Heong. What is the situation with Lord Xie? Lin Mo frowned slightly, but still bowed respectfully. Thank you, sir. Lin Mo walked into the office, and, as he crossed the threshold, he clearly felt the two spirit beasts glance at him. Just a glance, as if they could see through him from head to toe, with no thought left hidden. If one's mental attribute were lower, being looked at like this could render a person numb. Lin Mo maintained his composure and stepped across the threshold. Inside, someone led the way, taking Lin Mo all the way to the inner courtyard, finally stopping at the end of a long line formed by numerous cultivators. The queue extended from the courtyard all the way to the entrance, and after thanking the guide, Lin Mo very consciously took his place at the back. Peering in, he felt as if he couldn't see the end. So many people were eager to enter the Dragon Guard's office, which showed how special this office was. In front of Lin Mo stood a relatively short man who seemed to have been waiting in line for quite some time. Bored, he approached Lin Mo to strike up a conversation. This little brother, I am Li Renjia, a fourth-tier martial artist. I used to work at the Ministry of Justice. May I ask where you are currently employed? Me? Lin Mo pondered for a moment and replied, I can't say I'm highly employed. I am Lin Mo, a fourth-tier beast master, and I previously worked at the Liang's Iron Workshop at number 16 Bailing Street. Chapter 72, Protecting the Dragon, 13 Pavilions. Huh. I didn't expect you to have a sense of humor. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Li Renjia twitched his face slightly, alleviating the awkwardness, and continued. Is this your first time participating in the Protecting Dragon Guard's assessment? Actually, I don't need the assessment. I'm just going through the motions. Lin Mo looked into Li Renjia's eyes and nodded. It's my first time. How about you? This is my second time. I was eliminated during the combat assessment last year. Li Renjia appeared a bit dejected but quickly regained his confidence. But this year will be different. I've been training like crazy for the whole year to join the Protecting Dragon Guard. There's no way I'll be eliminated this time. What gives you such confidence? I gave gifts to the Qingyi Dragon Guards who are in charge of the assessment. Lin Mo replied. No wonder you're so confident. You gave gifts to the Qingyi Dragon Guards. By the way, what kind of job is the Qingyi Dragon Guard? Don't you know the hierarchy of the Protecting Dragon Guard? Li Renjia looked at Lin Mo with a puzzled expression, as if he were looking at a fool, and scrutinized him up and down. Please enlighten me. Lin Mo smiled awkwardly. As a seasoned homebody, he did have some understanding of the Protecting Dragon Guard, but it was limited to knowing that they were impressive. However, he really didn't know the specifics of how they were impressive or the inner workings of their organization, whether as the previous homebody second generation or the current commoner Beastmaster. They were not on the same level as the Protecting Dragon Guard. TSK, young people. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Li Renjia's attitude subtly shifted. He regarded Lin Mo with the tone of a seasoned veteran, standing with his hands behind his back. Initially, he thought that Lin Mo, being so young, must have either been a noble son or an elite disciple from a beast monitoring school. However, if he were one of those, he wouldn't be unaware of the Protecting Dragon Guard's rules and regulations before joining. In other words, this kid in front of him was likely just a naive rookie who might have shown some promise in the patrol camp and was promoted. If that were the case, there was no need for him to hold back regarding seniority or status. Forget it. Since you asked, I'm not one to neglect the younger generation. Today, I'll give you a detailed explanation about the Protecting Dragon Guard. Seeing that Lin Mo was half a head taller than him, Li Renjia straightened his back and said, First, let us talk about the hierarchy of the Protecting Dragon Guard. From lowest to highest, they are the Bai Dragon Guard, Lanyi Dragon Guard, Qingyi Dragon Guard, and Zi Dragon Guard. You can understand it as the darker the color of the uniform, the higher the rank. Of course, above the Zi Dragon Guard, there is the Grand Commander of the Protecting Dragon Guard, Lord Xie. The 13 Zi Dragon Guards must all obey Lord Xie's orders. The 13 Zi Dragon Guards each lead a team of Protecting Dragon Guards, collectively known as the 13 Pavilions of Protecting Dragon. Each Zi Guard commands several Qingyi Guards, and each Qingyi Guard commands several Lanyi Guards, and so on. Whether Li Renjia was showing off or genuinely trying to help Lin Mo, he explained everything in great detail. He covered the hierarchy of the Protecting Dragon Guard, their operational guidelines, and various internal rules, giving Lin Mo a certain understanding of the organization. Little brother, seeing you so young and already here for the Protecting Dragon Guard's assessment, you must have some talent. I have something you should listen to carefully. Li Renjia stood with his hands behind his back, adopting a tone of an elder advising a child. The Protecting Dragon Guard is not like the military or other offices. In other offices, people work together for profit, and many things can be overlooked. However, the Protecting Dragon Guard is known for its strictness. Lord Xie does not tolerate any nonsense, and the 13 Z Guards are constantly vying with each other. The relationships among the protecting dragon guards and the 13 pavilions are also very delicate. If you want to establish a foothold in the protecting dragon guard, you need to find an elder to support you. So it's a serious internal competition. Lin Mo nodded, unconcerned. He was just going through the motions at the protecting dragon guard. Before long, he would be taken away by the young princess to become a personal guard. No matter how much these people competed, it had nothing to do with him. He had already found his support before coming to the protecting dragon guard. However, since Li Renjia had shared so much with him, Lin Mo felt it would be rude to disregard his advice. After thinking for a moment, he said, Li brother, you truly are a person from the Ministry of Justice. You really have a way with the intricacies of the officialdom. From your words, it seems you've already found a support? Of course. Li Renjia seemed to have been waiting for Lin Mo to ask, clearly eager to show off. He perked up considerably. One of my cousins is an old Lanyi guard in the Tianshui pavilion among the 13 pavilions. I came here this time because he invited me to help. So he's just a Lanyi guard. Lin Mo showed a look of approval. Li brother, you indeed have a wide network. Of course, Li Renjia tilted his head, feeling a bit taller. Suddenly remembering something. He looked at Lin Mo. Do you have any acquaintances in the protecting dragon guard? No, Lin Mo answered honestly. Li Renjia immediately became animated. Because the 13Z guards each excelled in different training methods and had different personalities, the styles of the 13 pavilions also varied. Therefore, after passing the assessment, superiors and subordinates could mutually select each other. Lin Mo looked to be only around 20 years old, yet he already had 4th-tier strength, clearly demonstrating strong talent. Even if he couldn't pass the practical assessment, he should still be accepted into the protecting dragon guard as an exception. If he could convince this person to join his cousin's side, it would certainly count as an achievement. Thinking of this, Li Renjia looked around and lowered his voice to Lin Mo. Since little brother you have no support, why not join me under my cousin? With my connections and your talent, you'll surely rise quickly in the protecting dragon guard. Thank you for your kindness, Li brother, but no need. Lin Mo shook his head. He could choose anyone he wanted. After all, the princess would come to take him away. However, his rejection made Li Renjia quite displeased, feeling that Lin Mo, being young, was looking down on him as a senior. Little brother, I advise you to think carefully. The protecting dragon guard is not to be taken lightly. Without support or connections, don't even think about making a name for yourself. It could be a problem just to last in the office. Following me, at the very least, will help you establish a foothold in the office. Thank you. But still no need. Lin Mo refused again, which made Li Renjia feel that Lin Mo was ungrateful. He coldly flicked his sleeve. At such a young age, you don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. If you're bullied later and come to regret it, I want to help you. As he spoke, Li Renjia turned away, ignoring Lin Mo completely. Chapter 73. The Joy of Development. Li Renjia no longer paid attention to Lin Mo. He wanted to teach this naive young man a lesson. Lin Mo actually wanted to ask if there was a green channel for going through the back door, since he was arranged by the princess. Wouldn't it be reasonable to receive some preferential treatment? However, looking around at everyone else in line and seeing that no one had told him directly who to approach when entering, he decided to honestly wait in line himself. And he found an excellent way to pass the time. Leveling up. In a development-type game, the process of leveling up is always a mix of pain and pleasure. Pretending to be distracted, Lin Mo opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo, human. Occupation, mechanic. Secondary profession, junior designer. Stamina, 97. Strength, 144. Agility, 127. Spirit, 161. Charm. Free attribute points, 24. Free skill points, 184. Skills, basic insight 9. Combat frenzy 5. Occupation skill tree. Click for details. Items, Titan, advanced. Meteor, rare. Giant 3 cannon blueprint, advanced. Worn telescopic mechanical arm blueprint, damaged. Primitive mechanical claw blueprint, damaged. Small focused flamethrower blueprint, advanced. Precise balance, life. Remarks, strength and spirit are almost equally high. What kind of idiot mechanic allocates points like this? Only a genius would allocate points like this. You know nothing. After a symbolic protest against the remarks, Lin Mo carefully pondered over his attribute panel. In order to meet the armed requirements of Meteor, Lin Mo had basically squandered most of his accumulated attribute points yesterday, and with the remaining 20-something points, he planned to save them for emergencies. This was also a habit he developed from playing games in his previous life. Leaving a certain number of skill points to allocate in different environments could enhance combat readiness and adaptability. As for Combat Frenzy, it was an upgraded version of Combat Enthusiasm, increasing the sustained bonus during close combat from 1 point of strength per second to 2 points, with a cap of 50 points. It was time to splurge a bit. Rubbing his hands, Lin Mo opened the occupation skill tree. The attribute points needed to be kept as a trump card, but the skill points were less critical, after all. He currently had pitifully few skills and nothing worthy of leveling up. Meteor had already reached rare quality, and in the future, the requirements for crafting would only increase. So it was better to invest everything into occupational skills. Basic parts was a universal skill tree for mechanics, and as long as the direction was determined, it generally wouldn't change. Upgrading intermediate parts control to material analysis and secondary processing to precision processing had already completed the closure of the foundational skill tree, and he could continue to level up along that path. It primarily concerned mecha-related skills. Mecha control had already reached the 4th level, upgraded to neural connection. As for the extended attributes of mecha control, Lin Mo chose armed basics, which had also reached the highest level of advanced armed. Advanced armed significantly reduces stamina and spirit consumption while in armed state, i.e., wearing state of the mecha. This branch of the skill tree had closed the loop, completing the robust roots of the skill tree. Further leveling up would no longer be about branching out, but rather a choice between two options. After all, the higher the level of the skill tree, the more skill points required for each upgrade. And continuously expanding in a 2-2 manner would eventually drain even the most skilled mechanic of their skill points. On the other hand, after determining to pursue the basic mecha engineering route, Lin Mo also chose basic mecha weapons. After a long period of accumulation, he had upgraded both skills to advanced, completing the closure of the 4-layer skill tree roots, and he confidently moved towards the trunk. The 5th layer had 4 shiny icons, once again transforming into flirty little temptresses, passionately waving handkerchiefs at Lin Mo. However, unlike the previous 4 choices, this time they all transformed into a binary choice, reducing the mental journey for those with choice anxiety, and also giving this author less opportunity to pad the word count. My conscience really hurts. First, he pointed to the engineering branch. Lin Mo licked his lips and looked at the 2 continuously flickering icons above, advanced mecha engineering. Second form 0, solid engineering knowledge allows you to have profound expertise in mecha, enabling you to modify a second form based on the original basic form. Weapon compatibility 0, high proficiency with mecha weapons allows you to make different models of weapons compatible with mecha. It can be said that the skill tree up to this point had completely lived up to Lin Mo's initial expectations, with both extended skills being practical. First, regarding the second form, it could be used to create mechanical beasts based on biomimicry or integrate other compatible mecha blueprints, allowing the same mecha to have 2 completely different combat styles, catching enemies off guard. Weapon compatibility was equally practical, allowing various weapons and mecha to achieve compatibility, greatly enhancing firepower output. Take the Meteor S Extreme Warrior model, for instance, a standard single-soldier mecha, which lacks firepower. Without upgrading to learn weapon compatibility, many mecha firepower weapons cannot be compatible. Learning this skill would greatly improve that situation. The weapon compatibility specialty, brought by weapon compatibility, could even allow Meteor to transform into a humanoid artillery. However, Lin Mo still decisively learned second form. A mecha that cannot transform has no soul. Moreover, with the bonus of the second form, he could completely choose a single soldier mecha with sufficient firepower that could be compatible with the Extreme Warrior as Meteor's second form. Rather than sacrificing the powerful single-soldier combat capability of the Extreme Warrior for a bunch of heavy weapons. Spending 50 skill points, Lin Mo upgraded second form to 10, and immediately the knowledge about how to integrate the second form of the mecha flooded into his mind, with the strong boost from his spirit attribute. Lin Mo quickly digested this knowledge and looked towards another branch. The 5th layer of the control skill tree also had 2 shiny icons. Mecha Master 0, your control over mecha has reached the marrow, almost instinctively, allowing you to operate mecha in ways that are difficult for others to understand. In armed state, mecha agility increases by 5%. Resilient nerves 0. Your control over mecha has reached perfection, including many equipment on the mecha. When the durability of the equipment drops below 50, you can consume your spirit to enhance the mecha's durability. Not an easy choice. Lin Mo's finger hovered, hesitating for a long time without clicking. These 2 skills, the former is preventative, using superb mecha control skills to minimize damage. The latter is a precaution, forcibly repairing when mecha equipment is damaged. Both are durability maintenance skills, each with its pros and cons. As long as I move fast enough, damage 1T catch up to me. After hesitating for a while, Lin Mo decisively upgraded to Mecha Master. After this deep contemplation, the number of team members had also decreased significantly, and soon it was Lin Mo and Li Renjia's turn. Chapter 74. Handsome, really can do whatever you want. You 4, step forward. This is a 4-story building, with a plaque hanging high above the entrance, inscribed with the 3 large characters, Chasing Cloud Pavilion. Guarding the entrance is a blue-clad guard, clearly more imposing and stately than the white-clad guards outside the Dragon Guardian's Yamen. pointing at Lin Mo and the three people in front of him. The four of them walked neatly to stand before the blue-clad guard. Name, documents. I am Zhao Shan. I am Li Mingyi. The first two slightly bowed and saluted, then took out their documents from their pockets, which were stamped with official seals. After the blue-clad guard glanced at them, he allowed the two to enter the pavilion and then looked at Lin Mo and Li Renjie. Name, documents. I am Li Renjie. I salute you, sir. Facing the blue-clad guard, Li Renjie changed from his previous arrogant demeanor, nodding and bowing as he produced the documents from the Ministry of Punishment. And after the blue-clad guard nodded, he did not directly enter the pavilion but paused beside it, glancing at Lin Mo out of the corner of his eye. He had always been curious about which Yamen had recommended Lin Mo, and this was a perfect opportunity to see the official seal on the documents. However, the next scene left him dumbfounded. Lin Mo straightened his collar, stepped forward, and cupped his fists. I am Lin Mo. The blue-clad guard nodded. Go in. Li Renjie. That's it. Isn't something missing? Why was he allowed in without taking anything out? Staring blankly at Lin Mo as he walked into the chasing cloud pavilion, Li Renjie even forgot to step forward. Only hurriedly following after the blue-clothed guard lightly cleared his throat. He looked at Lin Mo's back, feeling uncertain for a moment. As for Lin Mo, he was gazing up at the two lines of poetry written on the bamboo in the hall. It was clearly written by a high official. He pondered for a moment and muttered to himself. These two lines of poetry were akin to my past life's view of fame and fortune as mere dirt. A low-ranking official would only become a laughingstock by saying such things, making people think he was sour grapes because he couldn't reach them. The fact that these two lines could be hung in the central hall of one of the Dragon Guard's 13 pavilions, treated like laws and regulations, proved that the person who wrote them must be extraordinary. This was written by Lord Xie. Li Renjie and Lin Mo were accompanied by a white-clothed guard responsible for leading the way, who took a few steps forward and said, the Dragon Guards are the sharp blade in the Emperor's hand, a steel knife hanging over the heads of the officials in the court. To intimidate the 100 officials, we must first be self-purified, avoiding the protection of one another, and not lose our original intention amidst the ups and downs of the court. This is why Lord Xie wrote these two lines of poetry, hanging them in the hall of every pavilion of the Dragon Guards, to remind us not to collude with certain treacherous individuals. Please, you two. Perhaps because the two in front of him might be colleagues, the white-clothed guard spoke very politely and made a gesture of invitation, then led the way ahead. He felt that the sentiment of these two lines of poetry was still lacking. It presented a loyal and patriotic image, willing to give everything for the Emperor, which clearly indicated a lack of ideological liberation. If it were him writing, he would have directly come out with a line like facing 1,000 accusations with a cold brow, bowing my head willingly to be a humble servant, instantly elevating the thought, and who knows, years later, the private school teacher might even ask a group of children, what mentality does the author exhibit in these two lines of poetry? Behind the blue-clothed guard were two closed rooms, but Lin Mo could still sense the oppressive feeling emanating from behind the doors. This time, Li Renjie did not rush forward but looked at Lin Mo. Just now, this kid was only asked for a name and was let in. I am Lin Mo past. Wait aside. Li Renjie's mind instantly froze, watching Lin Mo move aside to stand still, his eyes widening. He was still contemplating how Lin Mo could enter the examination hall, and now he passed? Just by giving a name? Was the Dragon Guard's assessment this perfunctory? You name. Documents. Lin Mo stood aside, waiting idly. He had to wait for Li Renjie to come out and confirm whether he passed the assessment before he could proceed to the next stage. Fortunately, Li Renjie did not keep him waiting too long. After about 30 or 40 breaths, the pale blue figure walked out from inside. Passed. At the same time, the blue-clothed guard, who had been resting with his eyes closed since Li Renjie entered the room, opened his eyes, without even asking what had happened inside. Directly pointed to the staircase not far away. Go down from here to the Chasing Cloud Pavilion's martial arts arena for the practical assessment. During the walk from the entrance to the staircase, neither of them spoke, but when they were about to go downstairs, Li Renjie finally couldn't hold back. This assessment tests whether one's will is steadfast, using a 5th-rank Imperial Spirit's illusion for the evaluation. I passed this assessment last year. It should have been easy to pass this year in the second attempt, but I was distracted by curiosity about your identity and almost had an accident. If I don't clarify this, I might really mess up the practical assessment later. Little brother, perhaps due to his earlier attitude. Li Renjie's tone was slightly cautious as he rubbed his hands and said, please forgive me for being blunt. Which great man are you the son of? Or do you have some significant backing in the Dragon Guard? None. Don't lie to me. How could you pass the assessment without any backing? Not even going through the motions? Li brother, you think too much. I really have no backing in the Dragon Guard. Lin Mo spoke truthfully, but in Li Renjie's eyes, it turned into deliberate concealment. Feeling slightly displeased, he coldly snorted and said, in that case, what difference is there between us? Why do you not need to undergo the assessment? What difference? Lin Mo stopped, glanced up and down at Lirengia, and suddenly revealed a sincere smile. Maybe I'm just better looking than you. Chapter 75. A smile that stopped abruptly passed. Go out from there. Someone will take you to register and receive some injury medicine. The blue-clothed guard responsible for the assessment on the martial arts arena of the Dragon Guard's office remained expressionless. Opposite him was Lirengia, who looked battered and bruised, possibly unrecognizable even to his own mother. So brutal, it looks painful. Lin Mo stood beneath the arena, chewing on his thoughts. The content of the practical assessment was quite simple: to withstand the blue-clothed guard's attacks for half a stick of incense. As someone who had taken a shortcut, Lin Mo also skipped the examination process by using his connections. However, Lirengia did not have this privilege. He stepped onto the arena, facing a fifth-rank blue-clothed guard, and then welcomed a storm of attacks. Lin Mo could see the power gap between the blue-clothed guard and Lirengia. If the blue-clothed guard went all out, Lirengia would probably be finished in a few breaths. However, it was unclear whether it was because Lirengia had given a gift or the assessment was inherently lenient. But the blue-clothed guard held back, and since Lirengia was indeed quite resilient, he managed to get through the assessment. Thank you, my lord. Lirengia was overjoyed. He wanted to smile, but as soon as he did, pain shot through him. He could only stiffly bow and limp down from the arena, feeling an indescribable sense of pride. Last year, he had fallen during the practical assessment when trying to join the Dragon Guards. This year, he had worked hard to improve his resilience, and even though every movement now hurt, he felt it was worth it. From today on, he was no longer an ordinary officer of the criminal department, but a Dragon Guard. Although his official rank hadn't changed, his status was different. When he next saw his former colleagues, he would surely show off how hard he had worked and how rigorous the Dragon Guard's assessment was. Imagining the envious gazes of his friends in the future, Lirengia even momentarily forgot the pain, a smile appearing on his lips. Until he saw Lin Mo standing in front of him again, the smile that had just bloomed abruptly stopped. Li brother, you managed to endure for so long under the blue-clothed guard. Do you need a little brother's help? Looking at Lin Mo, who was neatly dressed and calm, with not a speck of dust on him, and then at his own battered state, Lirengia felt a lump of old blood stuck in his throat. No need. It's just a small injury. Coldly shaking off Lin Mo's hand that came to help, Lirengia straightened his back and took the lead to walk out. Lin Mo rolled his eyes at Lirengia and followed behind. The two left the martial arts arena of the Chasing Cloud Pavilion and were led to a courtyard. In the courtyard, a green-clothed guard sat in a grandmaster chair, resting with closed eyes, while a white-clothed guard held a book beside him. And there were 7 or 8 people on either side, all of whom had just passed the Dragon Guard's assessment, registered, and were waiting here. These people, whether beast tamers or martial artists, all shared a common trait. They were battered and bruised. Each one had been beaten up by the blue-clothed guards during the practical assessment, their bodies covered in injuries, and at this moment, they were all applying medicine to each other. The moment Lin Mo appeared, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. Not for any other reason, but because he was far too unharmed. Is this kid also taking the Dragon Guard's assessment? He should be. I saw him while I was in line. He passed the assessment? Of course. Can't you see he is here to register? How did he pass? How come he is not injured at all? Did he beat the blue-clothed guard? Shoo, how can you say such things? Many would-be Dragon Guards whispered among themselves, watching as Lin Mo and Lirengia approached the green-clothed guard. Out of habit, Lin Mo used his basic insight skill on the target. You have activated the skill Basic Insight 9 on the target. Based on your attributes, you have obtained the following information: name, race, human, occupation, beastmaster, physique, strength, agility, spirit, charm. Note: if you spend 1 more skill point, you can successfully upgrade the skill and obtain all of the target's attributes. No need for 998 or 98. Just 1 skill point. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and raise your finger to upgrade. This note is getting more and more absurd. Lin Mo stood respectfully in front of the Chingy guard and bowed with Lirengia. The Chingy guard remained in meditation, ignoring them, while a Bai guard spoke up first, inquiring about their names and cultivation systems. Upon learning that Lin Mo was a beastmaster, he also asked about his contracted spirit races and names. Sir, do I need to register all 3 spirits? Lin Mo hesitated slightly. As a 3rd-tier beastmaster, he could contract 3 spirits, but all 3 must be present to break through to the 4th tier. Therefore, a 4th-tier beastmaster usually has 3 spirits. However, it is rare for all 3 spirits to battle at the same time. Most beastmasters keep 1 spirit hidden as a trump card. Even if not used as a trump card, wouldn't one need to hide their identity in the martial arts arena? After all, Titan still had to appear in the martial arts arena. If he registered with the Hulong Guard and allowed everyone present to see it, his identity as Hidden Dragon in the martial arts arena would definitely be exposed. How many do you want to register? The bodyguard seemed to understand Lin Mo's thoughts and showed a half smile. Lin Mo tilted his head and thought for a moment. Testing. 1? No way. The bodyguard immediately displayed an expression of disbelief. The Hulong Guard allows its members to have their own secrets and trump cards. But that doesn't mean you can hide most of your strength. After all, we directly take orders from the Emperor. You must register at least 2 spirits, open your cave, and let me see your spirits. Lin Mo glanced at the Qingyi guard, who was still meditating. Seeing that the Qingyi guard did not speak, he understood that the other party also meant this and immediately opened his cave. The first cave revealed a black and gold meteor striding out. The second cave revealed a small robot with steam coming out of its head. Fortunately, he had prepared for this. Looking at the silly little robot, Lin Mo praised his own cleverness. This was a small robot he made after dismantling Titan's steam engine, using discarded parts. It was just right to pretend to be his third spirit. With the appearance of 2 spirits, they attracted the attention of everyone present. Even the meditating Qingyi guard glanced over. This high one is called Meteor, a 4th-tier golden spirit, and this small one is called Little Iron, a 1st-tier golden spirit. Lin Mo casually made up a name for the little robot. After all, this robot was just a filler and would be replaced in a few days. Good. The bodyguard observed Meteor and the little robot for a moment, wrote a few lines in a book, then flipped his hand, and 2 sets of white clothing and 2 tokens appeared on the table. Li Renjie and Lin Mo took the clothes and tokens, put them in their respective storage bags, and stood aside waiting. This wait lasted for an hour. After an hour, a bodyguard came in to report that the assessment had ended. This made Lin Mo clearly realize the cruelty of the Hulong Guard selection, not to mention how many people were behind him. Just the number of people in front of him in line was no less than 300, and in the end, only a mere 10 remained. This elimination rate was comparable to that of graduate school entrance exams. Ended? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the Qingyi guard stood up and stretched, looked at Lin Mo and the others, and said, "This year is not bad. The number actually went over double. Go and call a few of the blue guards who are short on staff, let them choose people themselves." Yes. The bodyguard complied and turned to leave. Finally, it was almost over. Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. He was just nominally part of the Hulong Guard. It didn't matter which hall he was assigned to or under which blue guard he served. In any case, it wouldn't be long before Yin Xiaoyu would come to take him away. With the identity of a bodyguard, he had gained a protective amulet, and for now, he shouldn't have to worry about his safety. Thinking this, a smile involuntarily appeared on Lin Mo's face. As Lin Mo's gaze swept over, when he saw one of the blue guards, his smile abruptly stopped. Chapter 76. The meaning of Lord Xia name. Li Changfeng. Race, human. Occupation, martial artist. Physique, 275. Strength, 407. Agility, 309. Spirit, 81. Charm, 24. Note. Dangerous. 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 Long time no see. What the hell? Lin Mo felt a jolt in his heart. Isn't this guy a deputy in the Bingma division? How did he become a blue Hulong Guard? I spent so much time and effort just to get the title of Hulong Guard to save my life in front of Li Changfeng. Now you tell me this guy is in the same office as me and has a higher rank? Don't panic. I have a powerful backer. Lin Mo took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. But whether it was a feeling or something else, he always felt that Li Changfeng was staring at him with malicious intent. Everyone is here, you choose. The Hulong Guard never allows coercion. Seeing a few blue guards come forward to pay their respects, the Qingyi guard waved his hand directly, sending them aside. In fact, before the assessment each year, the Hulong Guard had already received the list of personnel. These individuals were either recommended by various offices or introduced by members within the Hulong Guard. Therefore, they already had a general idea of who would qualify to join the Hulong Guard before the assessment. The reason for still holding the assessment was just to confirm whether there were any mistakes in the intelligence and whether there would be any cases of false representation. With a general idea of who would pass the exam, those who were short on staff or newly promoted blue guards would contact the candidates before the assessment. So the selection would be just a formality. This time was no exception. Before the 2 blue guards could even reach their designated spot, the people beside Lin Mo had already greeted them. After the 2 parties, who had already made arrangements, exchanged greetings, they went directly to the Qingyi guard to pay their respects and left the courtyard. In an instant, only Lin Mo and Li Renjie remained among those who passed the assessment. Let's go. Another blue guard stepped forward and exchanged glances with Li Renjie. Yes, cousin. You can call me boss or Lord Lu, but you must not call me cousin. Lu Jin glanced coldly at Li Renjie, scaring him into a shiver. He quickly nodded and forced himself to follow along. After saying a word of farewell to the Qingyi guard, he followed his cousin out of the courtyard. However, thinking of Lin Mo, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, his cousin was also an old hand in the Hulong Guard. Having been a blue guard for 3 years, he had inquired before the assessment that the Hulong Guard's assessments were strict and Lord Xie only served the emperor, never tolerating any sand in his eyes. He had never heard of anyone directly passing the assessment through a recommendation from a minister. This kid is truly something else. As Li Renjie walked out and let his thoughts wander, just as he was about to exit the courtyard, a loud voice rang out, causing him to stop in his tracks. Lord Qingyi, I do not wish to work with Lord Li. Smack. Lin Mo stood in front of the Qingyi guard with cupped fists, exuding an air of defiance. Li Changfeng stood beside him, wearing a cold smile. TSK. This is interesting. Lu Jin turned around, revealing a look of keen interest. He was unaware that Lin Mo had entered the Hulong Guard through the back door, assuming he was a dark horse emerging from this year's assessment. There had been dark horses in previous years, but they were rare. Such dark horses were not contacted in advance by the Lanyi Guard, so when it came to selecting candidates, it was purely by chance. However, even by chance, newcomers generally knew how to behave. If a Lanyi Guard took a liking to them, they would obediently follow along. This was the first time Lu Jin had seen someone openly defy a Lanyi Guard's authority. Unwilling, the Qingyi Guard, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them. He hadn't been intentionally putting on airs, but was rather in a state of contemplation, cultivating his soul power. Now that Lin Mo spoke up, he could no longer continue his practice. He glanced lightly at Lin Mo and Li Changfeng, frowned, and shook his head. No, why not? Lin Mo frowned. Isn't it against the rules of the Hulong Guard to force someone? The rules are indeed like that, but since you are following Li Changfeng, who was personally appointed by Lord Xie, I have no authority to interfere. In the Hulong Guard, Lord Xie's word is the rule. Damn the rules. What is going on with that Xie? Lin Mo gritted his teeth. He could sense the coldness in Li Changfeng's gaze. That guy was definitely up to no good. And that Xie, the commander of the Hulong Guard who stood above thousands, how did he focus his attention on him and send him under Li Changfeng? Wasn't that sending a sheep into a tiger's den? Lin Mo, you have no choice, follow me. He gritted his teeth, placing heavy emphasis on the word follow. Lin Mo looked at Li Changfeng, his mind in turmoil. Should he follow the Li? From the look in that guy's eyes, it was clear he was relishing Lin Mo's predicament, and without needing to think, Lin Mo knew that following Li Changfeng would not end well. But if he didn't follow him, would that be openly defying orders? Since entering the Hulong Guard, everyone had spoken of Lord Xie with admiration. If he openly disobeyed Lord Xie's command, would he be arrested on the spot? Although he considered himself to be under the protection of the Princess of Heong, Lin Mo felt that in the court's eyes, Lord Xie's status far exceeded that of a carefree princess. If he encountered trouble in the Hulong Guard, even if the princess went to plead with the emperor, it would be difficult for the emperor to care about him. Thus, thank you, Lord Li. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and decided to follow Li Changfeng for now. Following along wouldn't count as defying orders, and at least in the Hulong Guard. That guy wouldn't dare take his life. If he dared to go against Lord Xie's wishes, then he would truly be in danger. This was the inner city, and with Liang's father not around, no one could protect him. That's right, follow me, and you'll be fine. Li Changfeng coldly laughed as he patted Lin Mo's shoulder. It looked like he didn't exert much force, but Lin Mo could feel the spot where he was tapped swelling up. After taking his leave from the Qingyi Guard, he reluctantly followed behind Li Changfeng. Chapter 77. Speak. Finish what you have to say, Cousin Lu. Li Renjie and another person followed behind Li Changfeng and Lin Mo. Li Renjie initially wanted to ask Lu Jin something, but realized after catching Lu Jin's glance that he had spoken out of turn, quickly correcting himself. Lord Lu, do you know the identity of that kid? I assessed with him today, and he passed directly without any evaluation. Passed directly? Lu Jin was taken aback. Looking at the figures of the two ahead, his eyes flickering. If what you say is true, this kid's identity must be extraordinary. How do you know? Lord Xie is not one to tolerate any nonsense. Without his explicit permission, even the Z Guard wouldn't dare exempt someone from the assessment. As Lu Jin spoke, he saw Li Changfeng turn a corner with Lin Mo, causing him to pause his steps momentarily. After furrowing his brow, he continued to follow Li Renjie. After turning a few corners, they finally arrived at a courtyard. Compared to the other grand buildings of the Hulong Guard, this courtyard was quite unremarkable, even somewhat dark. Lu Jin and Li Renjie entered the courtyard, watching as Li Changfeng led Lin Mo into a room. This doesn't feel right. Lu Jin glanced around and sat down at a nearby stone table. Li Renjie quickly leaned in. Lord Lu, what's wrong? You just said that the one called Lin Mo didn't participate in the assessment, but passed everything? Exactly. That's the issue. I mentioned earlier that only those personally approved by Lord Xie would receive such treatment. But how could someone specially cared for by Lord Xie be brought here? Here? Li Renjie looked around. Where is this? Lu Jin glanced inside, his expression complex. This is the Hulong Guard's torture chamber. Lord Li, are you going to torture me? In the torture chamber, Lin Mo looked at Li Changfeng and then at his surroundings. Various torture devices were present, some resembling those from dramas in his previous life, while others he had never seen before. However, whether familiar or unfamiliar, all the devices had one thing in common. Just seeing them made one's hair stand on end and spine chill. It seems you're not too foolish after all. Li Changfeng looked at Lin Mo as if he were a lamb to be slaughtered. Take a look. The torture devices of the Hulong Guard are basically all here. Which one do you want to try first? Lord Li, I am also part of the Hulong Guard. Torturing me should be against the rules, right? Rules? Did you not hear what the Qingyi Guard said? In the Hulong Guard, Lord Xie's word is the rule. Li Changfeng said, casually picking up a chain and testing it in his hand, seemingly checking its sturdiness, his eyes filled with delight at revenge, along with a hint of glee. Just yesterday, Xiechio had personally summoned him. During their conversation, Xiechio had explicitly told him that Lin Mo was to become a member of the Hulong Guard, arranged under his command, and even specifically instructed Li Changfeng to take good care of Lin Mo care? Huh. Lord Xia once instructed him to send someone to kill Lin Mo. What does care even mean in this context? Lord Xia wanting him to care for Lin Mo was clearly because he was still fixated on whatever Lin Mo had in his hands, though unaware of what it was. If he could help Lord Xia obtain it, wouldn't his status in the Hulong Guard soar? Li Changfeng's eyes sparkled as he looked at Lin Mo, as if he could see his bright future ahead. So it's Lord Xia who wants you to torture me. It's Xiechio who sent someone to kill me. Lin Mo's eyes flickered as he suddenly grasped the critical point. He had always suspected that a powerful figure was behind Li Changfeng, and hearing this clarified that figure was indeed Xiechio. But why does Xiechio want to kill him? At that time, Yan Baiyu had come to see him, representing the Prince of Jing, who was the son of the current emperor. Xiechio, being in charge of the Hulong Guard and the emperor's most loyal minister. Shouldn't these two be on the same side? Why did it seem like they were competing for something? Knowing that the mastermind was Xiechio, didn't he help Lin Mo clarify everything? Instead, the clues in his mind became even more tangled, and for a moment, he could find no direction. You really know something. The people I sent out missing is related to you. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the cold smile on Li Changfeng's face grew wider, the chains in his hand clanging loudly. Lord Li, you can't hit me. I am a person of the Princess of Heian. It was the princess who sent me to the Hulong Guard for the assessment. Seeing Li Changfeng about to make a move, Lin Mo quickly brought up his backing. In his mind, no matter how bold Li Changfeng was, upon hearing the name of the royal family, he shouldn't dare to act recklessly. However, the princess? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Li Changfeng's anger turned to mockery as he swung the iron chain in his hand. The formidable physique of a fifth-tier warrior made the speed of the iron chain astonishing. Without the arm meteor, Lin Mo couldn't dodge at all and could only instinctively raise his hand to block. Immediately afterward, he felt a powerful force hit his arm, sending him flying uncontrollably against the wall. Lin, if you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Didn't your deadbeat father teach you anything? Li Changfeng looked at Lin Mo with disdain. Even when your father was a general, you couldn't reach the princess's heights. Now you say you're with the princess? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I'm telling the truth. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and stood up, glancing at his arm. His clothes were already torn, revealing a shocking blood mark that even covered his bronze skin. Lin Mo looked at Li Changfeng, clenched his teeth, but still didn't activate the cave to release the meteor. Merging with the meteor would allow him to fight Li Changfeng, but this was the territory of the Dragon Guardian. Regardless of the outcome, he couldn't avoid the crime of disrespecting a superior. Li Renjia had mentioned earlier that in the Dragon Guardian, disrespecting a superior was a serious crime, punishable by at least 200 heavy strikes. It was the kind of punishment that even a warrior's physique couldn't withstand. Though Lin Mo was strong, his physical strength was still inferior to that of a warrior, and he estimated that he probably couldn't endure even 50 strikes. Endure. Just endure. Li, don't let me get my hands on you, or I'll shove my palm cannon right into your mouth. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm so scared. Li Changfeng, holding the iron chain, grinned maliciously at Lin Mo. Let me tell you, this is the Dragon Guardian's office, governed by Lord Xia. Don't think just because you spout nonsense that it means anything. Even if you are truly the princess's person, even if the princess herself came today, it wouldn't matter at all. What did you say? I said that even if the princess herself came. He paused for about a breath, then suddenly turned his head. He saw a dignified young girl and a tall bodyguard who had appeared in the interrogation room at some point, coldly staring at him. Speak. Finish your words. Yan Baiyu's frosty face looked at Li Changfeng. Even if the princess herself came, so what? Chapter 78. The princess arrives. How much sorrow can one have? Just like bragging in front of the main character. Seeing Yan Baiyu suddenly appear, Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why Yan Baiyu had suddenly shown up, given Li Changfeng's earlier boastful words, it was enough for this scoundrel to drink a cup of trouble. Glancing at the bloody mark on his arm, Lin Mo instinctively reached out to touch it. Ouch, that really hurts. Your Highness the Princess. Li Changfeng pays his respects to you. Li Changfeng stuttered as he knelt on one knee, his face pale. How could the princess be here? How unlucky to show up while he was boasting. He had just spoken, and now she had heard everything. Wasn't he finished? Speak up. Yin Baiyu scanned the room, feeling very uncomfortable with the various torture devices, and first walked toward the courtyard. Li Changfeng and Lin Mo quickly followed. In the courtyard, Lu Jin and Li Renjia had already stood up from the stone table, waiting respectfully to the side. Yin Baiyu remained silent, and they didn't dare to move. Li Renjia secretly glanced at Lin Mo and, seeing the shocking scar on Lin Mo's arm, felt a bit of balance restored within himself. Your Highness, it is my fault for not recognizing good and bad, and for speaking out of turn. Please forgive me. Watching Yin Baiyu sit at the stone table, Li Changfeng hurriedly approached and knelt down with a thud. Now he wasn't thinking about preserving his future, but rather about saving his life. Lordly, there's no need to rush. Yin Baiyu glanced at Li Changfeng, then looked at Lu Jin beside him. Is Lord Xie in the Dragon Guardian's office? Yes. Lu Jin retreated from the courtyard, and as Yin Baiyu didn't speak, the entire courtyard suddenly fell silent, the atmosphere becoming quite oppressive. Li Changfeng knelt on the ground, shivering. Li Renjia, without the support of his cousin, stood very stiffly, wanting to show himself in front of the princess but not daring to speak, wanting to leave but feeling reluctant, standing there feeling extremely uncomfortable and inwardly cursing himself for being useless. However, when his gaze landed on Lin Mo, he felt a lot more balanced. He saw Lin Mo stand behind Li Changfeng, slightly lowering his head, his eyes hollow, looking as if he had lost the ability to think. After all, he was young. Seeing the princess had scared him silly. If he saw the emperor, oh dear. It seemed his resolve was still firmer. Li Renjia secretly nodded in his heart, feeling he was much stronger than Lin Mo. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, would you like to spend 1 skill point to learn basic mechanical theory? Would you like to spend 1 skill point to learn basic mechanical engineering? Congratulations, you have obtained the blueprint. Delicious rice cooker, life. Delicious rice cooker, life. No matter what ingredients you use, it will cook the most fragrant delicacies. Note, you can only feel good if you eat well. Lin Mo blinked and threw in 2 more skill points. Congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint. Professor Yang's electric therapy chair, common. Professor Yang's electric therapy chair, common, a blueprint excavated from a certain sanatorium ruin, said to have been used to treat a certain disease, but now, it is the best tool for interrogating enemies. Note, that day, countless youths remembered the fear of being controlled by Professor Yang. Quitting internet addiction? No way. Lin Mo's mouth twitched as he directly closed the panel. Although it was just to pass the time, his character remained as steadfast as ever, which still frustrated him. Lordly. At this moment, the long-silent Yin Baiyu spoke up. The princess sat upright, clearly smiling at Li Changfeng, but her smile was filled with authority. You spoke disrespectfully. I can overlook it. However, there is one thing you must explain to me. What does the princess wish to ask? Li Changfeng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, secretly wiping the sweat from his brow. For him, as long as the major disrespect wasn't he counted, everything else could be discussed. Lin Mo is my person. You have harmed my person. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? With one sentence, all 3 people present were stunned. Li Changfeng's expression changed drastically as he recalled Lin Mo saying he was the princess's person. Li Renjia had an epiphany, instantly understanding the reason Lin Mo could pass the assessment directly. As for Lin Mo himself, he fell into deep self-doubt. When did I become her person? Didn't I save the princess of Heian yesterday? Did I remember wrong? In an instant, Lin Mo's mind seemed to be filled with question marks. However, soon his confusion was resolved. He saw Yin Xiaoyu and a middle-aged man in a brocade robe walking in from outside. Upon seeing Yin Baiyu, Yin Xiaoyu happily approached to greet her, chatting like close sisters for a moment. The middle-aged man in the brocade robe waited for their conversation to end before approaching to pay his respects. I am Xie, paying respects to your highness the princess. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. A basic insight revealed a row of question marks. Lord Xie, no need for formalities. Yin Baiyu's smile gradually receded, her demeanor controlled. Do you know why this princess summoned you? This. Xie hesitated slightly, then revealed a hint of a smile. Your highnesses. Why don't you ask each other about your intentions before addressing the matter at hand? Yes, cousin, how come you are here? Yin Baiyu, with her rich experience and deep schemes, could naturally see that Xie was intentionally changing the subject. However, Yin Xiaoyu was not as cautious. Upon hearing Xie's reminder, she directly asked about the past. The old fox, Yin Baiyu, glanced at Xie and helplessly pointed at Lin Mo. I came to take him away. Recently, a few of my personal guards have been reassigned, and I'm short on manpower. You came to take him away? Yin Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback and said, I also came to take him away. I've already told my father that I want him to be my personal guard captain. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. The smiles on the faces of the 2 equally youthful and beautiful princesses gradually faded, and their beautiful eyes locked onto each other. Their gazes intertwined, seemingly sparking a bit of fire. Chapter 79, Jealousy? In the small courtyard, two princesses with distinctly different styles stood tall. To the left, one was dignified and serene, like a plum blossom blooming alone against the wind and snow. To the right, the other was playful and lively, youthful and vibrant, resembling a curious little deer brimming with life in the woods. This should have been a visually pleasing scene, but the strange atmosphere between the two women skewed the mood. Xiechio watched the two princesses with a smirk, like a cunning fox who had succeeded in a scheme. Li Changfeng even forgot about his own unresolved issues and raised his head. Li Renjie was deeply moved, staring blankly at Lin Mo, feeling a mix of emotions. No wonder this guy kept saying he had no backing in the Dragon Guard. It turned out his support was not from the Dragon Guard. Remembering how he had boasted about Lin Mo earlier, Li Renjie felt a sharper pain in his already swollen face, mixed with envy and jealousy towards Lin Mo. After working hard for 2 years, giving gifts and training, he ended up just following a blue-clad nobody. And now Lin Mo had even two princesses vying for him. Why? Why did it feel like his heart hurt more than his body at this moment? Hey Yang, just let this little white-clad guard go to your sister. After a long while, it was Yin Baiyu who spoke first, pulling Yin Xiaoyu's hand with a flickering gaze. Cousin, you said it yourself. This is just a little white-clad guard, nothing significant. Yin Xiaoyu wore a fake smile that was easy to see through and firmly held Yin Baiyu's hand in return. If you're short on people, I can ask my father to send you 2 6th-grade experts. You don't need to fight me for this. The two guards behind Yin Xiaoyu exchanged glances, their lips twitching uncontrollably, although they knew Yin Baiyu would never agree to this request. Yin Xiaoyu's straightforwardness in offering 2 6th-grade experts for Lin Mo still made them feel a pang of jealousy. After all, they had been with the princess for so many years. How come they had never seen her value them like this? Hey Yang, don't be willful. This person is of great use to me. Yin Baiyu squinted her narrow eyes. From what you say, if he is of great use, what can a white-clad guard do? You should look for someone stronger instead. As she spoke, Yin Xiaoyu pointed at the kneeling Li Changfeng. I think this blue-clad guard is quite good. Why don't you take him? With that pointed gesture, Li Changfeng, who had been secretly watching, suddenly remembered his predicament and quickly knelt properly again. Hey Yang, just give this person to your sister. I heard you recently broke through to the 3rd grade. How about I send someone to find you a heavenly grade bloodline beastmaster? Cousin, my father has already prepared a beastmaster for me. Hey Yang, listen to your sister. Seeing the two princesses seemingly speaking softly to each other, but actually at odds, Tang Xiu couldn't help but frown. He had followed Yin Baiyu for a few years and admired her wisdom and calmness, as well as her broader mind than many men. Usually, in the face of the many conflicts among princes and princesses, regardless of gain or loss, the princess remained composed and unruffled. However, today, even though Yin Baiyu was still speaking softly, Tang Xiu, who had been with her for many years, could see that she was indeed getting a bit angry. Was a white-clad guard really more important than court matters? Unexpectedly, I also have such a day. Lin Mo on the side was watching the two princesses bicker with great interest, feeling a sense of accomplishment. In his previous life as an experienced player and a seasoned otaku, although he had learned a lot of scoundrel theories, he had never had the opportunity to practice them. He didn't expect the first time women would argue over him would be in such a situation. Although he knew the two were fighting over him out of pride, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Hey Yang, do you really want to fight with your sister over this person? The veins on Yin Baiyu's forehead were already hard to control. She wanted to directly bring up the ancestor's decree. But the ancestor had specifically instructed that accepting Lin Mo was enough, and she must not reveal that he had the old ancestor's backing. She could guess that the ancestor probably just wanted Lin Mo to have a layer of protection from the Dragon Guard, and who he followed didn't matter. Even if she gave him to He Yang, the ancestor wouldn't say anything. It was clearly her cousin who was fighting with her over him. Yin Xiaoyu refused to yield an inch. Lin Mo was her first choice for a personal guard. Why should she give him to Baiyu? If it came to it, she could just make a scene in front of their grandfather and see who he would support in the end. The two princesses, with their beautiful big eyes, stared intently at each other, their pupils seemingly flickering with flames. After all, they were still young girls. The princesses were no exception. Xiechio watched the two at odds with a smile. As someone well-versed in court matters, he had the most experience in the room. Others might not understand why the usually wise Yin Baiyu suddenly got angry, but he did. Ultimately, it was still the defiant spirit of youth. Yin Baiyu's intelligence allowed her to strategize behind the scenes without being overly concerned about gains and losses in many aspects. But once it was in front of the public, especially in front of another princess, she absolutely did not want to be easily taken advantage of. Only between young girls could there be such naked rivalry. It was like children could ignore everything else, but if someone tried to take their beloved toy, they would definitely cry their hearts out. As long as they were still in their teens, they couldn't escape the prideful disputes. However, he still couldn't let the two princesses have a conflict at the Dragon Guard's gate. sensing that the atmosphere had reached a tipping point. Yin Baiyu also ignored Li Changfeng's situation. Xiechio stepped forward with a smile, trying to mediate. Your Highnesses need not argue endlessly. Lin Mo is right here. Why not ask him his own wishes? Lin Mo's previously smiling expression instantly froze, and he stared wide-eyed at Xiechio. This old fox was indeed vicious. Not only did he send people to kill him before, but now he had thrown such a big bomb into his lap. On the other side, the two princesses, hearing Xiechio's reminder, seemed to wake up from a dream and turned to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you should remember this, princess. Do you wish to be my personal guard in the future? Lin Mo, you promised yesterday to follow me. The two princesses, both with imposing momentum, looked at Lin Mo, making his scalp tingle. Choose one. What a joke. Given the current situation, choosing either would definitely offend the other. The best option was to watch the two women fight it out, and then obediently follow the winner. But then, that old bastard Xiechio directly brought him out. Glancing at Xiechio, Lin Mo's mind was in turmoil. Choosing Yin Xiaoyu would offend Yin Baiyu, while choosing Yin Baiyu would offend Yin Xiaoyu. No matter how he chose, he wouldn't come out unscathed. Damn it, Xiechio. Wait a minute, Xiechio. In the midst of his mental struggle, Lin Mo suddenly had a flash of inspiration and grasped the key to the problem. Why did Xiechio provoke the conflict between the two princesses? It was to divert attention and let Li Changfeng stay out of it. After hitting me, he still wants to remain uninvolved. How could that be so convenient? Realizing this, Lin Mo's thoughts became clear. He looked up at the two princesses and bowed deeply. Your Highness, I was attacked for no reason. Please, Your Highness, uphold justice for me. Chapter 80. Revenge doesn't wait for nightfall. In an instant, the atmosphere changed again. Xiechio's originally cheerful smile froze, then slowly retracted. His deep-set eyes stared at Lin Mo, resembling a dark abyss with no bottom in sight. It was clear he was trying to poison himself against Lin Mo. Was he really not afraid of offending me? Come on, Your Highness, your lovely subordinate has been bullied. Can you swallow this indignation? Lin Mo, of course, was unaware of Xiechio's thoughts, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. Everyone knew it was you, old thief, trying to kill me at all costs. Why should I care about offending you? Would I really be safe if I didn't offend you? Even if you wanted to bury the hatchet, did you ask for my consent? Did you ask if Father Liang agreed? With his head bowed, Lin Mo's expression was excited, just waiting for the two princesses to stand up for him and deal with that bastard Li Changfeng to vent his anger. Li Changfeng, trembling all over, knelt on the ground, sweat pouring down like a waterfall, his peripheral vision fixed on Lin Mo, as if he wanted to glare Lin Mo to death. At the same time, he resolved that as long as he didn't die today, and as long as Lin Mo remained associated with the Dragon Guardian, he would eventually find a way to kill this kid. Yin Baiyu squinted his eyes, suddenly calming down. The dispute with the royal offspring of Heong was merely a matter of pride, with nothing to do with higher authorities. However, whether to deal with Li Changfeng was a political issue. Logically, as a member of the Dragon Guardian in white, based on her identity as a princess, it wouldn't be a big deal to hit or scold him. However, one must consider the master when hitting a dog. Xiechio clearly wanted to settle the matter peacefully. If he insisted on using his status as a princess to punish Li Changfeng, although Xiechio would not say anything, it would be tantamount to undermining Xiechio's authority. With the emperor's health fluctuating and at a critical moment for the succession, offending a powerful minister like Xiechio would be unwise, especially for Lin Mo. When it came to sensitive issues, Yin Baiyu reverted to being the wise and calm princess. However, Yin Xiaoyu was still the same Yin Xiaoyu. Is he the one who hit me? The quirky princess stepped forward, looking down at Li Changfeng with a frosty expression. Li Changfeng, lying on the ground, replied obediently, I am terrified. I didn't know that Lin Mo was your highness's person. If I had known, your highness, he knew I was your person. Before he acted, I had warned him, but Lord Li was unafraid. Lin Mo timely stepped in to deliver the finishing blow, determined to drag Li Changfeng down with him, saying, Lord Li said, this is the Dragon Guardian's office. Don't say I'm just a princess's person. Even if the princess herself came, it wouldn't matter. Baiyu princess can testify to this. In that moment, Li Changfeng was filled with hatred for Lin Mo. If it weren't for the prominent figures around, he would have wanted to pounce on Lin Mo and kill him right then and there. This damn kid was solidifying the crime of disrespecting royal authority. Yes, he had indeed said that. Yin Baiyu nodded, which made Li Changfeng feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, sensing a chill throughout his body. The two guards behind Yin Xiaoyu frowned, having already drawn their blades halfway. Disrespecting royal authority would warrant the death penalty by law. Yin Xiaoyu, rarely displaying royal authority, coldly stared at Li Changfeng below, causing him to tense up entirely. However, considering Lord Xie's face, I can spare your life, but while you may escape death, you'll still face punishment. Lin Mo respectfully stepped forward a couple of paces. Your Highness, how shall we deal with him? As long as he doesn't die, we can beat him as hard as we want. Li Changfeng's heart sank as he turned to look at Xiechio, only to see Xiechio's smile darkening, yet remaining silent. Just then, he felt a force lift him up, allowing him to stand straight, just in time to see Lin Mo's considerate smile. Lordly, the princess has ordered you not to dodge. If you resist, I might not be able to handle you. If you dare to fight back, it'll be direct execution. The reminded Yin Xiaoyu quickly added. Li Changfeng's eyes were bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Lin Mo, full of concern, gently patted Li Changfeng's shoulder. Behind him, the celestial realm opened up, a black and gold meteor shot out, and layers of armor flipped and wrapped around Lin Mo's body. Finally, the helmet clicked down, obscuring Lin Mo's smirk. Everyone turned to look at Lin Mo's unique fusion of human and spirit, finding it somewhat novel. Yin Xiaoyu, standing aside, was the most excited, her eyes sparkling with stars. For some reason, she felt that Lin Mo's moment of fusion was particularly impressive. As Li Changfeng squinted his eyes slightly, he realized that Lin Mo used the fusion of human and spirit to hit him, clearly intending to hold nothing back. This wasn't execution, this was revenge. Fortunately, this kid was only of the 4th rank and had no idea about the chasm between the 4th and 5th ranks. Even if he stood still and let him go all out. Suddenly, Li Changfeng felt a tightness in his chest. Looking down, he saw a steel hand firmly pressing against his chest. Buzz. The energy reactor started up, and a strong light suddenly appeared in the meteor's palm, with spiritual power surging. Everyone's expression changed. This fluctuation, is it 4th rank? What kind of spirit did this one grow up with, to have such a strong, intimidating presence in one move? Boom. Before they could think too much, Lin Mo unleashed his attack. Maximum power palm cannon. As the energy poured out, everyone heard a loud explosion ringing in their ears, followed by seeing Li Changfeng fly backward like a kite with a severed string. The immense force slammed Li Changfeng into the wall, leaving his chest a bloody mess. Li Changfeng was completely embedded in the wall, and the immense pain made his vision darken. Ultimately, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Before he completely lost consciousness, one thought filled his mind. This is the 4th rank? This lethality. The onlookers watched in disbelief as Li Changfeng's head slumped and he fainted, all staring incredulously at Lin Mo, especially Li Renjia, whose jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Even if you used the fusion of human and spirit, you should still be a 4th rank, right? I was just pressed to the ground by a 5th rank warrior during the assessment. Yet you only used one move to knock out a 5th rank warrior? Is there any law? Is there any justice? Aside from Xiechio, everyone present looked at the steel figure in the courtyard, their pupils slightly trembling. Just then, the originally proud Lin Mo suddenly lowered his head, the golden spirit in his eyes losing its luster. The layers of steel before the golden spirit opened up, revealing a pale-faced Lin Mo. Before anyone could react, with a thud, Lin Mo fell from the meteor and crashed to the ground, fainting. In an instant, the atmosphere turned strange again. The people in the courtyard looked at each other, all somewhat bewildered. Chapter 81. Who is the serious author driving? In the small courtyard, there was a dead silence. Looking at the two who had fainted, everyone present was a bit taken aback. After a moment, it was still the old fox Xia who reacted the fastest. Pointing his chin at the unconscious Lin Mo, Li Changfeng didn't need to check. As a 5th rank warrior, he was robust and in no danger. Instead, Lin Mo's fainting was quite suspicious. Yes, as a subordinate, Lu Jin responded fastest to Xiechio's orders, stepping forward a few paces, crouching down, and grasping Lin Mo's wrist. Just as he was about to use his spiritual power to examine Lin Mo's body, he happened to see Lin Mo sneakily opening one eye. With a 3-way gaze, Lu Jin had to admit that he was dazed for a moment. Immediately afterward, he felt 2 spirit stones stuffed into his hand. Lin Mo blinked and secretly opened one eye. Big brother, help me out. Lu Jin glanced down at the spirit stones and then blinked at Lin Mo. I need more money. So, Lin Mo added 2 more stones. Lu Jin blinked again. Lin Mo added more. Lu Jin blinked again. It wasn't until Lin Mo had added up to 20 spirit stones that Lu Jin finally showed a satisfied expression, and with a flip of his palm, all the spirit stones in his hand vanished. At that moment, Xiechio's somewhat impatient voice sounded from the side. What's going on? Lu Jin stood up and cupped his fists towards Xiechio and the 2 county princesses, saying, upon my inspection, Lin Mo merely fainted from excessive soul power consumption and physical exhaustion. With some rest and recuperation, he will recover. Is he that desperate? Besides Tang Xiao and Xiechio, the others present all looked at Lin Mo. Just to settle a grudge, he pushed himself to the limit? What a fierce person. You. Xiechio pointed at Li Renjia. Carry him to find the physician. Yes. Li Renjia, who had long felt uncomfortable, felt as if he had received a reprieve and stepped forward to carry Lin Mo out of the courtyard. At that moment, Lu Xing also seemed to revive from his fainting state, slowly raising his head, his eyes regaining their light. and he followed Li Renjie closely. Sly 1. Xie Qiu muttered softly, watching Li Renjie and Lin Mo's retreating figures. As the man with the highest cultivation in this courtyard, he had seen all the little actions between Lin Mo and Lu Jin just now. The reason he didn't expose them was that he didn't want this farce to continue. The Dragon Guard office had already lost face today. He didn't want to lose more, especially since Lin Mo was now considered part of the Dragon Guard. If he exposed Lin Mo and made him stand up, today's matter would never end. How did he get injured? Yin Xiaoyu pouted, her face showing some dissatisfaction. After pondering for a moment, she walked over to Xie Qiu and said, Lord Xie, Lin Mo is now mine. When he feels better tomorrow, let him report to the Martial King's mansion. As you command, County Princess. Xie Qiu bowed. Although Yin Xiaoyu somewhat slapped his face today, he also felt that Lin Mo should be handed over to her. After all, compared to Yin Baiyu, Yin Xiaoyu had offended him herself. Even from Lin Mo's perspective, he should follow Yin Xiaoyu. Now, he just wanted today's farce to end quickly. However, whether it was bad luck or misfortune, things didn't go as planned. After receiving a definite answer, Yin Xiaoyu immediately turned around like a victor, deliberately walking to Yin Baiyu's side. Cousin, Lin Mo is mine now. You should find another white-clothed guard. While speaking, she raised her proud little chin. Yin Baiyu's forehead twitched with veins. For some reason, even though she had just been calm, seeing her cousin flaunting in front of her made her unable to contain her anger. How is Lin Mo yours? Did he say he would follow you? He is clearly unconscious. Yin Xiaoyu was taken aback and pointed to herself. I stood up for him, so of course, he should follow me. What good is that? Just because you stood up for him, does that mean he will follow you? This princess is already prepared to offer a heavy reward. Who knows, after he hears it, he might follow me. What do you mean, cousin? Nothing. Just that I think Lin Mo would be more willing to follow this princess. So you must be stealing him from me? Yin Xiaoyu's features began to lose control. Unlike Yin Baiyu, who was deep and inscrutable, she couldn't maintain a blank expression in the face of any emotion. So what if I am? All right, let us have a fight today, whoever wins. Lin Mo belongs to whoever. Fine, let us fight. Just write for my sister to see whether you have made progress lately. The two county princesses went back and forth, neither willing to back down, and finally decided to spar, only saying, borrow Lord Xie's training ground, without waiting for Xie Qiu's agreement, and turned to leave. Hurrying out, this left several big men in the courtyard staring at each other in bewilderment. Even Xie Qiu couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth. Finally, he waved his hand and hurriedly led people to follow. The two county princesses rushed like a whirlwind, and in a fit of pique, walked toward the training ground, instantly attracting the attention of many dragon guards. Before long, news that the two county princesses were about to fight spread throughout the dragon guard. Many dragon guards in the office rushed to the training ground where the two princesses were. Of course, their cultivation levels were far higher than those of the two princesses. In their eyes, the two fighting was comparable to children squabbling. However, the topic was very high. Hearing that the two county princesses were fighting over a rookie white-clothed guard was enough to ignite a fiery gossip within them. Both county princesses were daughters of powerful princes. Fighting over a white-clothed guard was even more exciting than watching the purple-clothed guard spar. Little brother, you're taking the wrong path. On a small road of the Dragon Guard office, Li Renjie carried Lin Mo, feeling a sense of lamentation. As a man, he admired Lin Mo's choice today. Avenging a grudge should not be delayed. Even at the risk of displeasing Lord Xie, he still wanted to deal with Li Changfeng. However, as a seasoned veteran in the officialdom, he strongly disapproved of Lin Mo's actions. After all, no matter the circumstances, offending one's superior was absolutely unacceptable. Even if Lin Mo were to follow the two county princesses in the future, as long as he still held the title of a dragon guard, he would still be under Lord Xie. In his view, with Lord Xie's identity and methods, it would be too easy to deal with a white-clothed guard. Moreover, although Lin Mo knocked Li Lanyi away with one move, expressing a moment of bravado, it also exhausted him. A person like this was clearly young and impulsive. If he didn't change, he wouldn't achieve great things. After all, he is young. Looking at it this way, I still have a bright future. Li Renjie muttered as he carried Lin Mo forward. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, who was on his back, whether to invest one skill point to learn, whether, congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint. Retractable mechanical staff, ordinary. Retractable mechanical staff, ordinary, a cost-effective mechanical weapon, which can extend and retract freely after being electrified, with extremely high strength and hardness. Note, electrified, retractable, hardness. What is so fast? Was silently throwing this blueprint into the corner to collect dust. At that moment, two white-clothed guards walked toward them. Chapter 82. Opening the door to a new world. Lin Mo pretended to faint for two main reasons. First, to hide his strength. Having witnessed the entire process of Li Renjie being rubbed against by the blue-clothed guards, Lin Mo understood the gap between the 4th and 5th grades. Generally, it was difficult for a 4th grade to injure a 5th grade. If he really knocked Li Changfeng out and remained unharmed, it would be a big problem for him as a white-clothed guard. However, if Li Changfeng didn't feel any pain, what use would there be for him to take revenge? So after much thought, Lin Mo came up with this compromise. As a 4th grade warrior, exhausting myself to injure a 5th grade warrior sounds much more reasonable, right? Tang Xiao and Xie Qiu should be able to see that I'm pretending to faint, but that isn't a big deal. Lin Mo also knew that he probably couldn't hide it from Xie Qiu. But one person he could deceive was this fool carrying him, who believed it. Moreover, if it came down to serious matters, Lin Mo still had hidden strength. After all, the energy aggregation cannon was his most lethal weapon. The energy aggregation cannon had 2 firing methods. One was continuous release of spiritual power waves, and the other was directly drawing all energy from the reactor for a single shot. The reason he didn't use this strongest move was that, first, he wanted to hide his strength, and second, he feared Li Changfeng would be too fragile. If he really blasted Li Changfeng dead with one shot, it would be hard to wrap things up. Layer upon layer, I am truly like a 1,000-layer cake. From now on, it would be better to give a thumbs up to Lin Qianxing and Lin Mo for their cleverness. The second reason is to avoid making a choice. As mentioned earlier, whichever of the 2 princesses is chosen will offend the other. Even if Yin Xiaoyu has already stood up for herself, she cannot make this choice herself. The best way is to let one side back down. So Lin Mo fainted, quite dramatically, but not completely. It stands to reason that since Yin Xiaoyu has offended Xie Qiu for her own sake, Yin Baiyu should give way to Yin Xiaoyu. Lin Mo nodded, thinking her plan was perfect and shouldn't have any problems. However, soon, the 2 princesses started fighting over a white-robed guard. Is it true? Is a white-robed guard worth the 2 princesses going to the ring? Haha, I heard that the newcomer is just a young man, not bad-looking. Oh, the 2 princesses are fighting over a man. One of the white-robed guards paused and looked at his colleague beside him, then gave a thumbs up, promising. The 2 approached each other, then walked further away. Li Renjie stopped in his tracks, looking back at Lin Mo with a strange expression. The princesses are fighting? Because of this guy he is carrying? What virtue or ability does he have to make 2 princesses fight for him? Thinking that Lin Mo is also a white-robed guard like himself, Li Renjie suddenly felt like he had bitten into a lemon. At the same time, he felt a bit of annoyance. He wanted to watch the princesses fight, but he needed to take Lin Mo to the medical officer. At the Dragon Guard office, he couldn't take a shortcut by jumping over walls. Even if he jogged over, he probably wouldn't make it in time to watch the battle. To be honest, this is all your fault. Li Renjie shook Lin Mo behind him, originally wanting to say this is all your fault. Now he can't see the princesses fight. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt lighter on his back, as if the person he was carrying was gone. Li brother, let us go? Looking at Li Renjie, Lin Mo was not at all embarrassed, but instead looked excited. The princesses are fighting, don't you want to see? In the Zhaoyan Pavilion's martial arts arena, Xie Qiu sat below the ring, with many dragon guards behind him. Everyone was watching the 2 princesses fighting fiercely on the ring, clearly full of gossip to share. But when their eyes met Xie Qiu at the front, they didn't dare to speak, only murmuring quietly. In the Zhaoyan Pavilion above, 2 figures watched from a high vantage point, a man and a woman, both dressed in purple robes. They were the strongest combat power of the dragon guards besides Xie Qiu, the purple-robed guards. They didn't go down to greet Xie Qiu or the 2 princesses because they sensed that Xie Qiu's mood was off. Going down now might bring bad luck. So they decided to watch quietly from above. Did the 2 princesses really fight over a white-robed guard? The female purple-robed guard spoke, her voice melodious. Yes. The male purple-robed guard stood with his hands behind his back, watching with interest. Very interesting. Xiaohu informed me a few days ago that Princess Baiyu sent word that a young man named Lin Mo would be joining the Dragon Guards, and to let him pass during the assessment. As a result, that kid came this morning with the Heyang Princess's jade pendant. Besides being the commander of the Dragon Guards, Xie Qiu also held the title of first-class loyal and brave marquis. Usually, these purple-robed guards preferred to call him Xiaohu or Hou Yi. Oh, that is quite interesting. What does Lin Mo look like? You can see for yourself, the male purple-robed guard said, pointing towards the back door of the Zhaoyan Pavilion. The female purple-robed guard followed the direction he pointed and saw 2 heads poking out from outside the door. Dragon Horn, Race, Beast Spirit, Physical Ability, 94, Strength, 121, Agility, 60, Spirit, 65, Charm, 70. Note, it is said that beast spirits with the character dragon in their name are very impressive. So it's a dragon horn. After seeing the information revealed, Lin Mo nodded secretly. Before he crossed over, his original self aspired to become a beast master and learned various knowledge about beast taming. He could name any beast spirit with a bit of fame, and the dragon horn was among them. It is said that this spirit has a trace of dragon blood, born with a mid-grade heavenly bloodline, resembling a rhinoceros but completely snow white, like jade. The beast spirit that Yin Baiyu summoned in the ring was just like this. But that dragon horn was clearly not yet mature, looking to be less than a meter tall, resembling a small round ball battling a white fox on the ring, showing no ferocity of a dragon, but rather a bit cute. The two princesses stood on opposite sides, their expressions serious. Lu Jin acted as the temporary referee in the ring, always paying attention to the situation and ready to intervene immediately if something seemed off. This is boring. Li Renjia was still jumping around to watch, but Lin Mo had already lost interest, whether it was due to Xiechio's orders or Lu Jin's own skill. This referee was clearly biased. No matter which beast spirit seemed about to defeat the other, he always appeared in time to let the fight continue, keeping both princesses at a stalemate. Unless something unexpected happened, the fight would likely end in a draw with both princesses exhausted and both beast spirits out of energy. After all, the two princesses had the faces of two princes behind them. If one lost, the other would look bad, and even if a winner was to be declared. It couldn't happen in front of so many people at the Dragon Guards. Feeling bored, Lin Mo started to gamble on blueprints again. After just allocating a wave of skill points, he was left with only a few points. It wasn't that he didn't want to save them, but he suddenly felt compelled to spend them, feeling uncomfortable if he didn't. So today, he took the time to gamble on blueprints. Since he didn't have many points left, he only gambled 2 points at a time. Unfortunately, after several tries, his luck remained stable as always. Whether it was a meteor or a titan, equipment of lower quality than advanced was basically useless now. The mechanism for gambling blueprints was quite unscrupulous. The more skill points you invested, the greater the chance of obtaining high-quality blueprints. Note, it's just a chance. So, if you invest heavily in gambling, if you get a blueprint, you 1T profit, and if you don't get one, you'll lose big. Plus, Lin Mo's skill points were indeed not abundant. So he simply gambled 2 points at a time for luck. After failing 4 or 5 times, he thought maybe there was something wrong with his approach. Looking at the system panel, Lin Mo recalled that night when he exchanged 10 years of his lifespan for the Extreme Warrior. However, he was a bit reluctant to keep using his own lifespan. So, how about this? I'm willing to exchange 10 years of Xiechio's lifespan for a rare blueprint. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint. Rough lighter, damaged. Rough lighter, damaged. It might be somewhat useful if you are outdoors. Note, be careful when using it. It might explode. Could it be that Xiechio's realm is too high, shielding me from my curse? Lin Mo rested his chin on his hand. Pondering slightly, I'm willing to exchange all of Li Chongfeng's remaining lifespan for a rare blueprint. Learning skill fusion. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint. Justice Breaker, rare. Justice Breaker, rare, the hammer of justice that shatters darkness, a powerful tool for war machines. Note, guess whether this is a hammer or a cannon. Lin Mo's eyes brightened, feeling as if he had opened the door to a new world. Chapter 83. Only Children Make Choices, Justice Series. Lin Mo licked his lips, his eyes filled with joy. In his past life, whether in games or with machines, having a prefix meant being among the best of the same quality. Extreme Warrior was just like that. Unexpectedly, he opened 2 rare blueprints in a row, both of which were series weapons. However, recalling that both times he had gambled using his lifespan, Lin Mo felt relieved. No more words needed. Thanks to Li Chongfeng for his generous sponsorship, Lin Mo quietly stored away the Justice Breaker. This belonged to the external weapons of war machines, and the first equipment requirement was that it must be a war machine. The Titan is currently just a basic mech. Even if it is built, it won't be usable. Instead of spending time manufacturing this weapon, he might as well think about how to enhance the overall configuration of the Titan. In other words, before the Titan is upgraded. This rare blueprint has no practical use. He had to leave. Glancing at the arena, he saw that the 2 competitors, Yin Baiyu and Yin Xiaoyu, were both pale-faced under the referee's enforcement, and their spirit beasts were moving sluggishly. Lin Mo knew that this battle was nearing its end, and he could not stay any longer. If the 2 princesses finished their fight and found him enjoying the spectacle, all the performances he had put on would be completely exposed. Stealing a glance at Li Renjia, who was watching intently, Lin Mo quietly left the chasing cloud pavilion. By the time the assessment ended, it was close to curfew, and after dealing with various trivial matters for a while, when Lin Mo left the Dragon Guard Yamen, the streets were already empty, with only a few patrol teams responsible for night patrols occasionally passing by from distant streets. If it were before, Lin Mo would definitely be cautious to avoid those people. This wasn't because Lin Mo had any guilty conscience. It was just that running into the patrol would be very troublesome. First, there would be questioning, even a search. And if there was even a slight hint of anything amiss during the whole process, one could be directly taken away and locked up for a couple of days. There was no need for a reason. Simply being out during curfew and suspected of being a dangerous person was enough. But now it was different. He was a Dragon Guard, and he had a badge. With the Dragon Guard badge, he could move freely in the inner and outer cities, unrestricted by time. Except for the Imperial City. Pushing open the courtyard door, he saw old Jean crouched in the corner, looking constipated. If he didn't know that old Jean didn't need to excrete, Lin Mo would have thought old Jean was trying to relieve himself in the corner. Lin Mo didn't need to guess to know that old Jean must have encountered something delicious and wanted to stash it away, but was forcefully extracted by Liang Hong. Every time Liang Hong finished extracting something from old Jin's belly, old Jean would have this constipated expression, similar to when it licked him. But no matter how many times it was emptied, it would still try to hoard some strange metals, never learning its lesson. Not bothering with old Jean, Lin Mo saw that the candlelight in Liang Hong's room was flickering, so he went straight to push open Liang Hong's door. Dad Liang. He called out casually. But Lin Mo quickly cleared his throat without changing his expression. Uncle Liang, is there something? There's something. What is it? I want to use something and ask you to help me kill someone. Kill someone? Liang Hong put down what he was holding and looked at Lin Mo. His expression becoming more serious. Who to kill? Xiechio. Lin Mo looked at Liang Hong, his voice firm and with a hint of excitement. When he first met Liang Hong did exactly that. But this time, Liang Hong sat there staring at him for a long time, shaking his head. No. Why not? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Aren't you Xiechio's match? He's not my match. Then why not? Because if I kill him, there will be someone I can't beat who will come to kill me. Liang Hong's expression was calm, and after thinking for a moment, he added, definitely someone I can't win against. But when we first met, you said it wouldn't be long before you could kill Li Changfeng. Lin Mo was somewhat confused. That's right. Liang Hong picked up the long knife he had put down, drawing runes in the air as he said, if you want me to kill Li Changfeng now. He wouldn't survive the night either, but Xiechio can't. Lin Mo got it. Killing Li Changfeng was easy because he was just an insignificant character. If he died, no big shot would care. But Xiechio was different. As the leader of the Dragon Guard and a high-ranking official, his death would trigger a series of reactions, potentially attracting the hidden big shots in the capital, like the Holy Master he had seen that day. Then I have one more thing. What is it? Today, the two princesses fought in the Dragon Guard Yamen. Since Xiechio couldn't resolve it for now, Lin Mo could only fall back and told Liang Hong everything about how he was challenged by Li Changfeng during the Dragon Guard assessment, and how the two princesses had appeared together to fight over him going up on the stage. Actually, as a Dragon Guard, Lin Mo should have sought advice from Xiechio in such matters, but he knew very well that he had just embarrassed this marquis today, and he couldn't expect him to help his nominal subordinate. If he really want to ask him, Xiechio might just pull out his steel knife and tell him, this is easy. I'll cut you in half. One half follows Princess Baiyu, and the other half follows Princess Heian. I can help you with this. Who do you want to follow? While speaking, he was drawing runes, his fingertips moving smoothly. Who do I want to follow? Lin Mo tilted his head, as if two clouds had sprouted above it. One cloud was Yin Baiyu, and the other was Yin Xiaoyu. Looking left, there was a refined, stunning, wise, and domineering female CEO. Looking right, there was a spoiled, naive, quirky, and lively little princess. Both women had their own merits. Only children make choices. I want them both, was of course impossible. It should be Princess Heian. After some thought, Lin Mo finally gave his answer. Chapter 84. Eyes in the Night. Lin Mo's choice of Yin Xiaoyu was also based on various considerations. First, Yin Xiaoyu really stood up for him, letting him take a shot at Li Changfeng in front of Xiechio, which counted as a personal favor. Second, from their few encounters, it was clear that Yin Baiyu was the type of strong woman with a lot of cunning, and being around such a superior would be too exhausting, requiring caution in everything. In contrast, the naive and pure Yin Xiaoyu was obviously easier to deceive and get along with. Alright, Liang Hong paused his fingertips, imprinting a complete rune on the long knife. Watching the long knife flicker with light and slightly tremble before returning to silence, Liang Hong continued, I'll help you with this. Tomorrow you just need to report to the Dragon Guard. That's already the fourth matter. You still have one last thing. One last thing? Lin Mo thought for a moment, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. For the last thing, can I ask for 5 more matters? Slap. Liang Hong put down the long knife and coldly looked at Lin Mo based on Lin Mo's experience. This look could be interpreted in 2 different ways in Blue Star and Lingzhou. In Lingzhou, do you think I'm an idiot? In Blue Star, do you think I'm a card? It seemed impossible. You should get some rest. Lin Mo chuckled awkwardly a couple of times and obediently exited Liang Hong's room. As he turned around, he happened to make eye contact with old Jean. Old Jean still had a constipated expression, with the words can't coax written all over his face. Of course, Liang Hong had never coaxed him. He could throw a tantrum, and Liang Hong wouldn't care, but if he dared to disobey, just wait and see. Old Jean, I've suddenly thought of something recently. Lin Mo's eyes turned. And he leaned next to old Jean. Your talent is to swallow gold. After digesting a certain amount of strange metals, your body can metallize, becoming the same material as the strange metals you devoured, right? Old Jean impatiently wagged its tail, but eventually nodded. Then why not just metallize directly whenever you crave some metal? You could just lick yourself. Slap. Old Jean's wagging tail stopped, and an inexplicable light burst forth from its eyes. Although it sounded wrong somehow, why did it seem to make so much sense? Take your time to think. He seemed to have experienced a lot today, but it didn't consume much energy. On the contrary, after fighting Li Changfeng, Lin Mo felt refreshed all over. Seizing the good mood, he decided to draw a couple of blueprints for fun. After all, gambling on blueprints was too random. It wasn't guaranteed to yield anything useful. It was more direct to design what he needed himself, and this time he could also check what level his side profession was currently at. What to design? Sitting at the desk, Lin Mo gnawed on the pen tip. He currently had no clues about the third main battle mech, so he focused his attention on Titan and Meteor. The question was, what did Lin Mo need right now? What am I missing? Lin Mo tilted his head and thought for a long time. Suddenly a light bulb went off in his head, recalling the bus bird and Yin Baiyu's spirit crane. It seemed like he was lacking a mount, a means of transportation. Although Meteor could travel and fly at low altitudes in its armed state, the energy consumption would increase, and it would put a certain load on the body. Moreover, the rare quality mech technology wasn't that advanced yet. The neural connections relied on a few steel needles directly inserted into the spine, which, while not very painful, was indeed uncomfortable. Perhaps he could make Meteor's second form into a lightweight transportation tool. Lin Mo remembered that in the Extreme series, there seemed to be a single soldier cruiser, but he couldn't recall the name. However, he remembered the functions and appearance roughly, and since they were in the same series, compatibility might be better. Let's do it. Lin Mo had always been an activist. He acted on whatever came to mind. Betting on blueprints was like this, and drawing blueprints was the same. Once he confirmed the direction, he picked up the pen and got to work. Let me think about what configurations that cruiser had. Lin Mo's eyes flickered as he wrote swiftly. If designing everything from scratch, it might take a long time to draw the blueprints. But since he already had a specific direction, Lin Mo could design based on the functions of the cruiser he remembered, combined with the knowledge he learned from his secondary profession, which would speed up the process significantly. An hour later, a blueprint resembling a motorcycle ship appeared in Lin Mo's hand. Ding! Blueprint detected. Matching in progress. After putting in so much effort, this time it must work. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled. Match successful. You have successfully designed the blueprint. Heavy-duty bicycle, common. Heavy-duty bicycle, common added thick defensive armor to the bicycle, providing a sense of security for the rider, but also making it more laborious. Note: the speed of the bicycle is not related to its quality, but mainly depends on your physical fitness. The light in Lin Mo's eyes faded, and with a blank expression, he ignited the paper with a candle. As long as it was burned, no one would know that I had drawn such a thing. It seems that my secondary profession level is still too low. The skill points are completely insufficient. After burning the blueprint, Lin Mo lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. So far, his secondary profession had only leveled up once, and that was when he only had 2 skills. Most of the skill points were poured into the main profession skill tree, with a portion bet on the blueprints, causing his secondary profession knowledge to lag behind. According to the blueprint he just drew, to design a rare quality blueprint, he would need to level up his secondary profession at least 2 more times. Skill points, oh skill points, Lin Mo muttered, looking at the ceiling, tossing and turning, not knowing how long it took before he fell asleep. After he fell asleep, Liang Hong left Biting Alley. Without his thunderous snoring, the small courtyard fell into silence. The moonlight poured down, and old Jean lay in the courtyard, staring blankly at his golden iron claws, seemingly hesitating whether to lick them or not. Completely unaware of a mysterious shadow that suddenly appeared in the courtyard. The shadow seemed to merge with the night, and only a vague outline of a person could be discerned. After appearing in the courtyard, the shadow observed left and right, then bizarrely disappeared, reappearing in front of Lin Mo's bed. In the dim room, the shadow stood tall, and one could faintly see its burning eyes, reflecting Lin Mo's sleeping figure. Not knowing what it was thinking. Chapter 85. The fate of Li Changfeng, who told you to torture Lin Mo? In the highest room of the Long Guard's Yamen, Xiechio sat at the table, expressionless. Below him, Li Changfeng knelt properly on the ground, not daring to lift his head. As a martial artist with a strong physique, Li Changfeng had only fainted, but his injuries were not severe, and he had already regained consciousness. Lord Xie, he stammered, sweating profusely despite Xiechio revealing no aura. Forcing himself to say, I was just following your orders. Didn't you imply that I should take action against Lin Mo? I implied that. Xiechio's brow furrowed, revealing a slight frown. When did I ever imply that to you? Yesterday, you personally summoned me. saying Lin Mo should be registered with the Long Guard and that I should take good care of him. I remembered every word you said, and I dared not forget. While speaking, Li Changfeng knocked his head on the ground, his eyes darting as his mind raced. Since Lord Xie seemed to have the intention of sparing him, it indicated he acknowledged his actions. But if he acknowledged it, why ask again? Was there some deeper meaning? Li Changfeng licked his lips, mustering the courage to lift his head, only to see Xie Qiu sitting above him, adorned in a brocade robe, staring intently at him. Their eyes met, and Li Changfeng quickly lowered his head again. Xie Qiu said nothing, and Li Changfeng dared not speak. The room fell into a silence that made Li Changfeng feel suffocated. Li Changfeng, let me ask you a question. Finally, Xie Qiu broke the silence. The Lord relaxed his posture, leaned back in his chair, and looked with interest at his newly recruited subordinate. You say that within the Long Guard, the lowest rank is at least 4th grade. And it would be easy to kill Lin Mo from half a year ago. Why didn't I command them to kill Lin Mo, but instead sought you out? I dare not speculate on your intentions. I command you to guess. Xie Qiu's suddenly stern voice startled Li Changfeng, causing him to shudder as his eyes darted around. I dare to guess that Lord Xie, for certain reasons, does not want anyone in the Long Guard to know that you intended to kill Lin Mo, which is why you bypassed all the Long Guard and found me. At that moment, Li Changfeng felt as if a knife was hanging over his head, and every word he spoke took great effort. You're not wrong. Xie Qiu returned to his calm tone, crossing his arms, smiling at Li Changfeng. Then tell me, if I clearly don't want anyone in the Long Guard to know about my dealings with Lin Mo, why would I hint at you to torture Lin Mo at the Long Guard's yamen? I don't know. Don't know? Then think carefully. I have plenty of time. Xie Qiu poured himself a cup of tea, not speaking further. The room was terrifyingly quiet, and Li Changfeng felt as though a large hand was tightening around his neck, squeezing tighter and tighter. If he couldn't figure out what was going on, this hand would literally choke him to death. Why? Why? How the hell would I know why? Damn Long Guard. No, I can't think of anything, or I'll die. I can do this. I must be able to. Lin Mo, Long Guard, Lord Xie. The county princess summoned me yesterday and told me to take care of Lin Mo, etc. As his thoughts raced, a sudden spark of inspiration hit Li Changfeng, and everything clicked into place, sending a shiver down his spine. Lord Xie didn't want the Long Guard involved in Lin Mo's matters because he didn't want the Long Guard to know, and among the Long Guard, there were certainly others recommended from various offices, even many who were placed there by numerous princes. These people might not be much in front of the core Long Guard, but there was still a risk of leaks. In other words, Lord Xie did not want others in the officialdom to know that he had targeted Lin Mo. After the previous assassination attempts and Lin Mo's performance today, it was clear that he already knew who was behind the assassination against him. Princess Baiyu specifically requested Lin Mo today. This means that Lord Xie didn't want Lin Mo to say anything to Princess Baiyu, which could lead her to suspect him. Yesterday, when he personally summoned me to take care of Lin Mo, he was actually trying to reconcile me with Lin Mo, ensuring that Lin Mo would remain silent in front of Princess Baiyu. Li Changfeng felt as if his mind exploded. Everything became clear. But at the same time, cold sweat kept pouring out. Goodness, I actually executed Lord Xie's orders in reverse? How have I survived until now? In that instant, Li Changfeng felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he couldn't even kneel properly, collapsing directly onto the ground. Have you figured it out? Xie Qiu gently sipped his tea and looked at Li Changfeng. Your subordinate has figured it out, Li Changfeng stammered as he got back on his knees, bowing his head to the ground. Your subordinate is guilty. Please punish me, Lord Xie. That's good enough. Xie Qiu put down his teacup and said, don't wear this blue uniform anymore. Change into a white one tomorrow and be registered under Lu Jing. Learn how to be a blue guard properly. When you learn it, you'll be reinstated. Thank you for not killing me, Lord Xie. Get lost. Li Changfeng bowed his head one last time and left with unsteady steps. All the way home, Li Changfeng felt dazed and didn't even know how he got there. I really wasted so many years in the officialdom. Sitting on his bed, he was filled with a mix of fear and an indescribable shame. After serving in the military department for so many years, he considered himself an old hand in the official world, yet he had completely misinterpreted the orders from above. Slap. Just as Li Changfeng was still regretting, a pale hand suddenly slapped down on his shoulder. Li Changfeng's eyes widened in terror, unable to move, and could only force out a single word from his throat. Who am I is not important. A shadow appeared behind Li Changfeng, the pale hand pressing down on his shoulder, with eyes swirling with energy. Did you strike a youth named Lin Mo today? Li Changfeng struggled to speak, but was firmly suppressed by a powerful aura, unable to utter a single word, only able to emit weak gasps. It seems there's no mistake. The shadow hidden in the darkness nodded slightly, shifting its hand to Li Changfeng's throat. Crack. With a crisp sound, Li Changfeng's body went limp. The shadow silently stepped back 2 paces, disappearing once again into the darkness. Chapter 86. The key. Are you sick? In the early morning, Lin Mo, who was preparing to report for duty, opened his door and saw Liang Hong's tall figure standing in the courtyard, looking sternly at Old Jean. Old Jean lay on the ground, 3 paws on the ground, with a deep blood mark on his left front paw, raised in the air, his face full of grievance. He usually licked without any problem. It didn't hurt when he licked while metallized. So why did he get hurt after licking and returning to normal? Old Jin's big head was filled with big doubts. Just then, he saw Lin Mo walking out of the room, and their eyes met. Uncle Liang, good morning. I'm going to report for duty. Go ahead. I've already handled things for you. Also, Liang Hong temporarily spared Old Jean, but was about to remind Lin Mo of something else when he noticed Lin Mo's figure had already vanished from the courtyard, leaving only the courtyard gate swaying gently in the wind. It seems the intelligence of a 6th grade spirit guardian isn't as high as expected. Maybe Old Jean isn't that smart? Walking down the street, Lin Mo casually found a stall to eat breakfast, feeling inexplicably confused. He had only gotten a sudden idea yesterday to tease Old Jean, but unexpectedly, that fool took it seriously and ended up licking off half a pound of his own flesh. Is the only one who can defeat me myself? Noticing the time was almost up, Lin Mo stopped his random thoughts, tossed a few copper coins, and prepared to report to the Dragon Guardian office. He had run away quickly yesterday and didn't know what had happened afterward. Most importantly, he was unsure whether that old fox, Xiechio, would cause him trouble. With anxiety and unease, Lin Mo arrived at the Dragon Guardian office. Then he awkwardly realized that his worries were unnecessary. Xiechio had no intention of summoning him. After reporting in, he was taken by a white guard to Tianshui Pavilion, where he saw a very familiar figure. Lin Mo, you are now my subordinate. Lu Jin sat in a room on the 2nd floor of Tianshui Pavilion, looking calmly at Lin Mo. Behind him stood 3 white guards, including Li Renjia. Why does that sound strange? Can't we change the wording? Lin Mo respectfully cupped his fists and saluted. Your subordinate pays respects to Lord Lu. Lu Jin nodded slightly and continued. Although you won't be on duty in the office in the future, you should still get to know these 3, as they are also my subordinates. You already know Li Renjia. This one with the scar on his eye is named Zhou Ting. Then, without Lu Jin introducing him, another white guard stepped forward. This white guard was lighter in skin color compared to the others, and most notably, he had a bald head like a light bulb. He stepped forward and nodded at Lin Mo. He Dao. Nice to meet you. Lin Mo cupped his fists. Since he was a newcomer, it was always better to be polite to the older ones. Then, Lin Mo looked at Li Renjia, who also glanced at him, but neither of them spoke. Li Renjia even turned his head away arrogantly. You all may leave. Lu Jin ordered softly. The 3 white guards each glanced at Lin Mo and turned to leave. Is that it? Lin Mo blinked, a few question marks appearing on his forehead. You said to get to know each other, and that's it? Just introducing names? According to the plot of martial arts novels, after getting to know each other, shouldn't we discuss the rules of the Dragon Guardians? And then Lu Jin, the head, treats us to a meal? After watching the 3 leave the room, Lin Mo still couldn't figure out what Lu Jin was up to. However, Lu Jin quickly gave him a shocking revelation. I think there's something I should tell you. Lu Jin straightened up, looking at Lin Mo with a commanding presence. Li Changfeng is dead. Did father summon you for something? In the Imperial City, at the Jingwang Mansion, in the study of the Jingwang, Yan Baiyu slightly bowed to the Jingwang, who was standing by the window. Though over 50 years old, the Jingwang looked like a man in his 30s. Standing with his hands behind his back by the window, his eyes shining with wisdom and depth, he spoke softly. Today, I went to the palace and met our ancestor. Our ancestor has a decree for Baiyu. Yan Baiyu frowned, already vaguely guessing something. That's right. The Jingwang nodded slightly. The ancestor said that since Lin Mo has become a dragon guardian, it doesn't matter who he follows. You should stop competing with that little fish. Yan Baiyu's brows furrowed. Father, the key is likely in Lin Mo's possession. If he goes to the Martial King's mansion, won't the key fall into the hands of Uncle 11? You underestimate your 11th uncle too much. He has a very proud nature. Even if someone were to put the key in front of him, he wouldn't take it. The Jingwang looked out at the scenery, then changed the subject. Moreover, if the key is indeed with that young man named Lin Mo, Xiechio has his ways to obtain it, and then return it to your grandfather. We are just competing for the throne. We are not rebelling. So there is no need to fixate on that key. But father, enough. Yan Baiyu was unwilling and was about to say something more when the Jingwang cut her off. Watching her father's back, Yan Baiyu bit her lip and exited the study. While she knew her father was right, she couldn't help but feel a surge of inexplicable anger at having lost to Yin Xiaoyu this time. Why did she have to lose to her of all people? How did our ancestors give Lin Mo to Yin Xiaoyu? What do I lack compared to her? It's frustrating, but I have to endure it. After all, I'm still a girl. Watching my daughter's figure disappear around the corner of the corridor, Jingwang finally revealed a hint of a smile. Boom. In a mountain range hundreds of miles away from the capital, a gigantic beast spirit crashed to the ground, its body stirring up clouds of dust like a small mountain. A tall figure stood in midair, coldly watching the fallen beast spirit. Hundreds of armored soldiers stood at a distance, all looking at the person in the sky with admiration. Prince Wu. If one were to say which of the many sons of the current emperor has the most hope of becoming the next emperor, it would be hard to say. However, if asked which prince is the strongest, it is undoubtedly Prince Wu. The realm of a ninth-grade martial artist gives him nearly unrivaled strength in the entire capital. My lord. After a while, Prince Wu descended from the air, sheathed his long sword, and a person resembling a guard quickly approached. This is a letter from the princess, sent by this subordinate. A letter? Prince Wu, tall and imposing, with a face that bore the unique majesty of royalty, glanced at the envelope held by the guard and reached out to take it. After confirming that the seal on the envelope hadn't been tampered with, he casually crushed it, took out the letter, and began to read. Women are troublesome. They even need to write a letter about such a small matter. Prince Wu frowned, and with a surge of his vital energy, he burned the letter to ashes before looking at the messenger again. Did the princess say anything else? The princess asked this subordinate to inquire if the lord would like to comfort Xiechio. After all, there's no need. Prince Wu waved his hand and strode away. If Xiechio lacks even this bit of magnanimity, the commander of the Dragon Guard would have been replaced long ago. Chapter 87. True Rabbit Dies. Fox grieves Li Changfeng is dead? Upon hearing this news, Lin Mo was somewhat surprised at first. After all, this grandson had once tried to kill him, making him somewhat of an enemy. Just like a certain crosstalk master in his past life said. What do you call it when an enemy dies? You call it oh yeah. This is worth celebrating. However, Lin Mo's expression quickly turned from sunny to cloudy. He was sure that when he bet on the blueprint yesterday, he was just joking and never thought it would come true. But Li Changfeng actually died. Doesn't this mean that the lifespan for blueprint method works? If pushed further back, doesn't that mean he really lost 10 years of his life? Lin Mo cautiously looked at Lu Jin. Lord Lu, how did Li Changfeng die? Not treated and passed away. My lord, please don't joke. Lin Mo immediately put on a confused face. Although he knocked Li Changfeng down yesterday, he clearly understood the difference between himself and Li Changfeng. If he were to compare the battle between him and Li Changfeng yesterday, Li Changfeng was like a heavyweight champion, while he was a middleweight fighter. The heavyweight champion stood still and took a heavy punch from the middleweight fighter. You say the champion lost consciousness, I believe you. But you say the champion was killed by a punch. What a joke. Lin Mo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't an unexpected death, but rather a murder, indicating that the system panel was still just an ordinary one, and the golden finger hadn't reached an extraordinary level. His 10 years of life should still be intact. You seem relieved? Lu Jin looked at Lin Mo with interest. Lin Mo quickly realized that his expression seemed off and hurriedly put on a sorrowful facade. Lordly he. Lin Mo originally wanted to follow the plot of a drama, recounting Li Changfeng's achievements, and then lamenting how good a person he was. And how could he have died? But as soon as he opened his mouth, he found himself stuck at the first step. He didn't know anything about Li Changfeng's life or achievements. Standing before Lu Jin, looking at Lu Jin's please begin your performance expression. Lin Mo hesitated for a few seconds before lowering his head in feigned grief, hiding the smile at the corner of his mouth. What a pity, such a good person. True rabbit dies, fox grieves. Stop pretending, it doesn't suit you at all. Lu Jin's sudden question was due to his long-time investigative instincts, which made him feel that Li Changfeng's death seemed to be related to Lin Mo. However, from his observations just now, Lin Mo genuinely seemed unaware of Li Changfeng's death. My lord, how exactly did Li Changfeng die? Seeing Lu Jin relax a bit, Lin Mo leaned in closer. I don't know the specifics either. Lu Jin glanced at Lin Mo and said seriously, this case has been handed over to the Chasing Cloud Pavilion. According to the rules of the Dragon Guard, any tasks not assigned to you must not be inquired about. I advise you not to pry. Lu Jin's gaze was piercing as he continued. Although you are not on duty in the Dragon Guard, you are still nominally under my command. Wearing the white uniform of the Dragon Guard means you must adhere to its rules. Don't ask what you shouldn't, and don't take what you shouldn't. Especially the latter. The Dragon Guard oversees all officials, and it's our duty. Lord Xie is the strictest in this regard. Accepting even a single spirit stone is a crime. Even a single spirit stone is a crime? Lin Mo looked at Lu Jin. Then my lord can confirm that I was absent from the Dragon Guard yesterday for personal reasons and was not present. Before Lin Mo could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lu Jin. Lin Mo looked up to see Lu Jin sitting upright, as if the words impartial and selfless were written all over his face. Hee, you have a higher rank, you've won. The white-clothed guards receive a monthly salary of 30 spirit stones, while the blue-clothed guards will know once they are truly promoted. Seeing Lin Mo wisely refrain from further questioning, Lu Jin nodded and continued. However, you are different from us. The Dragon Guard does not allow the acceptance of any official's money, but rewards from the royal family can be accepted. Even Lord Xie cannot say anything about this. This is teaching me how to make money. Lin Mo glanced at Lu Jin, instantly feeling more favorable toward this superior. The white-clothed guards and the deputy commander of the patrol camp are both 4th grade. Yet the white-clothed guards receive 10 more spirit stones, which is indeed a better treatment. However, for someone like him, who is a spending expert, it is obviously not enough. 30 spirit stones can be exchanged for 3 attribute spirit stones. 10 attribute spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 spirit crystal. 1 spirit crystal roughly supports an extreme warrior's combat consumption for 1 hour, yet his savings now only have 1 spirit crystal left. After Lu Jin confiscated 20 spirit stones yesterday, he only had a few left. Sigh, why do I suddenly miss Xiao Han? It's been almost half a month since I last saw him. This little fat guy, although not particularly good-looking, is a brother I, Lin Mo, am loyal to. And not seeing him for a long time really makes me think of him. Lin Mo resolved to visit Xiao Han to catch up during his time off. He continued to listen respectfully to Lu Jin's teachings. The subsequent content was relatively simple, mainly outlining the various rules of the Dragon Guard, what should be done, what should not be done, and that as a member of the Dragon Guard stationed at the Martial King's mansion, one should just perform their duties and avoid prying into matters. After about 15 minutes, Lu Jin finally finished, handed Lin Mo the documents at hand, and ordered him to report to the Martial King's mansion. After thanking him, Lin Mo obediently left and headed towards the Martial King's mansion. Upon exiting, many members of the Dragon Guard looked at him with strange expressions. Although the original purpose of the Dragon Guard was to protect the royal family, with the emergence of the patrol camp and the Imperial Forest Army, the responsibilities of the Dragon Guard gradually changed from mere protection to being the Emperor's eyes and ears, overseeing the princes and officials, holding a steel knife in their hands. Since then, many royal family members no longer actively chose personal guards from the Dragon Guard, as no one wanted to have a mole in their residence. Typically, if a member of the Dragon Guard went to serve as a personal guard in a prince or princess's residence, it was personally assigned by the Emperor, clearly indicating that he intended to plant spies in their household. Those princes and princesses not only could not refuse, but also had to express their gratitude for the Emperor's grace. Thus, the Dragon Guard is not only isolated by the officials, but also disliked by many members of the royal family. They all forgot when the last time a royal family member took the initiative to pick someone in the Dragon Guard was. Lin Mo directly ignored the gazes around her. You may not be favored by the royals, but I am the one specifically chosen by the little princess. We are different. Liang's father cannot touch Xieqiu, and my strength is currently insufficient. It's best to see if I can take this opportunity to cling to the thigh of the Prince of War. As Lin Mo walked out of the Dragon Guard's yamen, she began to plan again. Although clinging to a powerful figure might undermine the dignity of a time traveler, Lin Mo still believed that her life was more important. Moreover, among the many princes, the one who was least afraid of the Dragon Guard was probably the Prince of War. Not only was he politically unafraid, but he was also not afraid in terms of military might. The Emperor has strict requirements for the soldiers in each princess residence, and the number of soldiers cannot exceed a certain amount, and each must report to the Military Affairs Department. Only the Prince of War is an exception. Because this prince often leads troops, he occasionally has to leave the capital to hunt down evil spirits or to fight, so he has his own personal guard. The members of the personal guard are all battle-hardened experts, not necessarily inferior to the elite of the Dragon Guard. It's still a headache. I need to upgrade my mecha as soon as possible. Being strong really gives one confidence. While planning, Lin Mo hurried on her way and soon arrived outside the Prince of War's residence. Chapter 88. Just tone it down a bit. The Prince of War was originally a prince on horseback. If we were to talk about actual merits, the Emperor's other sons combined might not even match him. Therefore, the Prince of War's residence is the most magnificent among the many princess residences, with standards that rival the Eastern Palace. Although it is nominally the private residence of the Prince of War, its area is not much less than that of the Dragon Guard's yamen. Standing at the entrance and looking up, Lin Mo silently swallowed. And suddenly a thought appeared in her mind, one that every man would have when seeing something good. I must buy one just like this in my lifetime. The little princess had obviously given instructions beforehand. After the guards looked at the documents, someone led Lin Mo into the Prince of War's residence. Once again, Lin Mo felt the grandeur of the Prince of War's residence from the inside. After passing through several courtyards, she finally met the main character in the courtyard where the little princess lived. In the courtyard, the 2 guards from that day stood on either side, protecting Yin Xiaoyu in the center. Nearby, 7 or 8 armored soldiers stood, each holding a golden reins tied to different spirit beasts. Yin Xiaoyu was tightly closing her eyes, with a vast space behind her, and strands of inexplicable power overflowed from within, intertwining with a confused rabbit in front of her. A mysterious pattern slowly appeared between Yin Xiaoyu and the white rabbit. That was the contract being formed between the two. Is this the royal family's prestige? How can I admit that I'm not envious? Lin Mo instinctively bit her lip. The original body had entered Tianxiong Mountain alone, relying solely on chance to find spirit beasts, and all of them were low-level spirit beasts. Not even one reached the upper tier of the spirit level. Looking at Yin Xiaoyu now, 7 or 8 spirit beasts were lined up for selection. But why did this princess choose this one? Lin Mo glanced at the rabbit and activated her basic insight. Gui rabbit, race, beast spirit, physical strength, 19, strength, 21, agility, 47, mentality, 7, charm, 78. Note, rabbits are so cute. What girl can resist a rabbit? A first tier? Lin Mo rubbed her eyes, doubting whether she had seen it wrong. She looked again at the 7 or 8 spirit beasts nearby, although she only took a rough glance. She could tell that the strength aura of these spirit beasts was above that of the Gui rabbit. With so many strong ones available, why choose a first-tier rabbit? Look at the vastness of her space. It is most taboo for a beast master to be disturbed by external factors when signing a contract. And with Yin Xiaoyu's noble status, everyone in the courtyard kept their mouths shut, not daring to breathe. Feeling bored, Lin Mo turned her attention back to Yin Xiaoyu's space. She saw Yin Xiaoyu's space expand, with light bursting forth and rich spiritual energy waves radiating out. Lin Mo didn't know what grade this space was, but she could tell it was definitely of a higher grade than her own. Lin Mo felt a bit uncomfortable. In terms of the realm division in this world, her deceased father should be considered a quasi-first-tier beast master. From a genetic perspective, her talent shouldn't be this poor, at the very least. All 3 of her spaces shouldn't be this lacking, right? This deadbeat father seemed to have left her nothing but trouble. Such a father didn't fulfill his role, and didn't provide the love a father should give to the original body. He should be dug out to let him exert his last bit of energy after death, and let me experience what it feels like to have a spirit beast. Lin Mo had always been troubled by not being able to contract a spirit beast, and thoughts of her father resurfaced in her mind. Of course, they were just thoughts. Lin Mo didn't have the audacity to take action. After a moment, the contract between Yin Xiaoyu and the Gui rabbit was completed, and the princess's big eyes squinted into crescent shapes as she hugged the rabbit close. The guard waved his hand, and the soldiers led away the other spirit beasts. Since the match was successful here, the remaining backups were no longer needed. Lin Mo, you're here. After having a good pet of the Gui rabbit, Yin Xiaoyu finally noticed Lin Mo's presence. Lin Mo bowed and saluted. Your subordinate pays respects to the princess. Forget it, forget it. Yin Xiaoyu directly turned around while holding the rabbit, in a good mood after successfully contracting. She said briskly, come with me. My mother wants to see you. Meeting the parents already? Isn't this progressing too fast? Lin Mo silently complained and hurriedly followed. Regarding meeting Yin Xiaoyu's elders, Lin Mo had actually been mentally prepared long ago. The twists and turns of the imperial family, after all, had to be dealt with. Looking at Yin Xiaoyu holding the rabbit, Lin Mo suddenly said, Your Highness, I have something I don't understand and would like to ask you. What is it? Compared to other spirit beasts, this Gui rabbit isn't strong, and its bloodline level isn't the highest. Why did you choose it? Just as expected of you. Lin Mo closed her mouth and quietly followed behind the princess. Under Yin Xiaoyu's lead, Lin Mo passed through a long corridor and entered the main hall. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Lin Mo noticed a middle-aged beautiful woman seated in the main hall. The woman had her hair elegantly styled, with a straight brow and eyes, resembling Yin Xiaoyu to some extent. However, compared to Yin Xiaoyu, the woman had less liveliness and more uprightness. Wearing a black and gold embroidered robe, she added a touch of authority, seemingly making anyone standing next to her instinctively feel shorter. Name: unknown. Race: human. Occupation: warrior. Physical strength: agility, mentality, charm, 91. Note: Prime Minister, I have gained enlightenment. You are just a panel. What does enlightenment matter? Lin Mo's mouth twitched as she formally approached and bowed to the princess consort. Your subordinate, by Iwei Lin Mo, pays respects to the princess consort. Mother. In front of this dignified princess consort, Yin Xiaoyu appeared much more obedient. You are Lin Mo? I heard from Xiaoyu that your strength is not bad. You can serve as Xiaoyu's personal guard. The princess consort looked at Yin Xiaoyu and then turned to Lin Mo, saying, There are some matters that I shouldn't be the one to discuss, but since the prince is not here, I have to handle many things myself. Since you wish to enter my princess residence, I must instruct you on a few matters. Here it comes. Lin Mo's heart tightened, knowing that from now on, every word would have underlying meanings, and she had to respond carefully, her expression becoming more serious. The princess consort said, I have heard of you. From being in a state of disgrace to where you are now, you have shown extraordinary qualities. You little brat, I have investigated you thoroughly. Don't harbor any illusions. Lin Mo, thank you, Princess Wang, for your praise. I am unworthy of it, and will certainly do my duty well. I understand. I will be very honest. Princess Wu, you must have seen the scenery of the Wu Wang mansion when you came in. What do you think of the mansion? You should know the strength of the Wu Wang mansion. If you have even a tiny bit of ill intention, I will have you killed. Lin Mo, the mansion is extremely magnificent, and I am overwhelmed. I wouldn't dare. You can rest assured. Princess Wu, although you are a personal guard of the little fish, you are also nominally a member of the Dragon Guard. From now on, follow the schedule of the Dragon Guard. Also, it's inconvenient for you to live in the mansion. Just come here on your duty days. Feng Qing and Yang Zhao are the captains of the personal guard. You can talk to them if you have any matters. Letting you enter the mansion is just to please my daughter. Don't really think of yourself as part of the mansion. And don't even think about being a personal guard captain. Lin Mo, I will follow the princess's arrangements. You have the final say. I will listen to you. After a stick of incense, Lin Mo followed Yin Xiaoyu out of the main hall and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Talking to big shots is really exhausting. The little princess is much easier to deal with, and there is no need to be on guard while speaking with her. Lin Mo, I entered the palace yesterday, and it seems Grandpa is not very happy. It's simple. You just need to pretend to be a silly and sweet person. So, Lin Mo briefly explained the meaning of silly and sweet to Yin Xiaoyu, and her little face immediately wrinkled. According to what you said, silly and sweet means having no schemes, right? Yin Xiaoyu hugged a rabbit, her brows tightly knitted. I'm so smart. Pretending to be silly and sweet definitely won't work. What do you think I can do to resemble it a bit? It's simple, Your Highness. Just be a little more restrained. Slap. Yin Xiaoyu stopped in her tracks. Lin Mo suddenly realized he had misspoken. Chapter 89. A sad story. Lin Mo met Zhao Han in the Wu Fang. At the time of their meeting, both of their expressions were exceptionally grim. You look quite down. I've had my wages docked. How much do you earn a month? 30 spirit stones. That's not a lot. Zhao Han shrugged indifferently. Lin Mo silently turned his head. They docked half a year's worth. Zhao Han immediately cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Mo. What a sad story. Sadness flows like a river. Lin Mo wanted to cry, but had no tears. Just half an hour ago, after he said that to Yin Xiaoyu, she found it very reasonable and accordingly docked his half-year salary, saying she didn't want to see him today. Then, Lin Mo was very politely escorted out of the mansion by those two guards. He didn't know when the little princess would cool down. He hadn't even seen the Wu Wang's face, nor had he embraced his thigh hair. Lin Mo shook his head speechlessly and turned to Zhao Han. Enough about me. Why do you look like you're in a bad mood too? The day after you left the capital, I broke through to the second rank. Zhao Han's face was gloomy, and the fat on his chubby face seemed to sag. You broke through to the second rank. Isn't that a good thing? Lin Mo was astonished, not understanding why this fat guy had such a constipated expression. You know, I'm not short on money, so the next day I went to the market to buy a spirit beast. Zhao Han led Lin Mo toward his small courtyard in Wu Fang, continuing. After some selection, I found a Linglong pig, and then Lin Mo took out his mask and put it on, waiting for Zhao Han's continuation. He had heard of the Linglong pig. It was said that this spirit beast looked like a small pig that wouldn't grow up, but had a heavenly bloodline. Guaranteed to reach the 6th rank as an adult, possessing extremely strong illusion abilities. The shopkeeper told me that his Linglong pig has a pure bloodline, and it will only be the size of a piglet for its entire life. And now, Lin Mo vaguely guessed what had happened. It has already surpassed my weight. Zhao Han suddenly stopped and sighed towards the sky. Lin Mo silently patted his shoulder. What a sad story. Enough about that. You've lost a lot of money. You came here to compete for rankings today, right? No. Then what are you here for? Zhao Han slightly turned his head. I'm here to tell you an even sadder story. Lin Mo looked directly into Zhao Han's eyes, paused for a moment, and then said, I've broken through to the 4th rank. Zhao Han was instantly stunned. Even when Lin Mo pinched his face, he didn't react. So you really are at the 4th rank? In the small courtyard, looking at the towering iron body in front of him, Zhao Han was dumbfounded. Above its head, the golden spirit monkey perfectly replicated its master's expression. Both man and beast had their mouths agape. Only a plump white pig in the corner was still fast asleep. You still don't believe that we have merged? The meteor's eyes sparkled as it took a few steps forward. And Lin Mo's voice came from inside. Or should I give you a punch to try? Forget it. Zhao Han quickly waved his hand. But his face was still full of disbelief. If he remembered correctly, Lin Mo had only been at the 2nd rank half a month ago, and he still had to go deep into the mountains to catch spirit beasts. You just broke through like that? Is there something wrong with the system between us? Why did it take me half a year to go from the 1st to the 2nd rank? You didn't really find a way to awaken your bloodline, did you? After a long time, Zhao Han's shock slowly diminished, and he cautiously looked at Lin Mo. Since the advent of Beast Tamers, the methods for awakening bloodlines have been something countless Beast Tamers dream of. With this method, one has the capital to break through the shackles of the spirit beast's bloodline. Unfortunately, Each spirit beast has a different method, and those beast tamers who successfully awaken their spirit beast's bloodline keep their method secret, leaving countless beast tamers anxious to the point of wanting to break windows at midnight. In Zhao Han's view, Lin Mo's rapid breakthroughs could only be reasonably explained by having found an awakening method. Not exactly found. It's about 80 to 90 accurate. Lin Mo didn't say it fully, but it could be seen as a tacit admission. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of Zhao Han having any ulterior motives against him. After all, he was secretly the hidden dragon and publicly still a member of the Dragon Guard. You really are an unexpected guy? Zhao Han had forced himself to calm down by now, looking at Lin Mo with shining eyes. I have something even more surprising for you. The meteor's armor opened, and Lin Mo walked out, handing Zhao Han a slip of paper. What is this? A promissory note. Lin Mo unabashedly shoved the promissory note into Zhao Han's hands. To save time, I wrote it on the way here. You can just give me the money. We are good friends with deep loyalty. Lin Mo confidently sat down at the stone table and poured himself a cup of water. To be honest, before taking out the promissory note, he was a bit anxious. After all, asking for money is indeed difficult. But for some reason, after taking out the promissory note, he felt much more at ease. Are you that sure I will lend it to you? Zhao Han sat down next to Lin Mo. At this moment, the sleeping pig woke up, happily nudging Zhao Han when it saw him. Zhao Han, speechless, opened the cave sky, and the pig immediately let out a joyful squeal and ran inside, then lay down to continue sleeping. What breed is this? Lin Mo glanced at it speechlessly, then looked at Zhao Han and smiled slightly. Don't play dumb. At most, I'll agree to give you a painting from that day. You've always been willing to give me extra support. Isn't it because of that painting? So you knew? Zhao Han was surprised. He always thought Lin Mo was kept in the dark. Was it hard to guess? Lin Mo shrugged, opening his cave sky to let the meteor in, and then continued. Everything you said that day was very reasonable. The only unreasonable part was proposing to support me and offering a price I couldn't refuse. I'm just a second-rank beast tamer. Even if you want to support me, you should at least look for an outstanding person among the 4th or 5th ranks, right? Although these strong ones are concentrated in the court and the Beast Taming Bureau, I don't believe that with the power of the Golden Cloud Merchant Association, you couldn't find such a free-spirited strong person. Combining your previous reaction when you saw that sketch, it's really quite easy to guess. Lin Mo said, pushing the IOU forward and revealing a sincere smile. For now, he has already established himself and no longer needs to be as cautious as before. Moreover, he has shown his dual value in front of Zhao Han, proving that he is a worthy investment, and he believes Zhao Han will keep his secrets. It was indeed for the sketch before, but now I genuinely want to support you. Perhaps you can really help me, but your appetite is quite large. Zhao Han reached out to take the IOU, and the amount of 100 spirit crystals was a bit glaring. Converting it, that's 10,000 spirit stones. For him, it's a drop in the bucket, but for many in Lingzhou, it's a sum that would be hard to reach in a lifetime. 100 spirit crystals isn't enough? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat unsure, but soon he would understand what true extravagance was. 10,000 spirit stones are certainly not enough. Zhao Han casually tore the IOU into pieces and looked at Lin Mo. I'll give you 50,000. Am I encountering a fool? Lin Mo blinked. After preparing mentally for so long, I dared to borrow this 10,000 from you. Yet you are eager to lend me 50,000? Is the money too easy for fools? But Zhao Han changed his tone and raised 3 fingers. I have 3 requirements, and you must fulfill all 3 for me to give you 50,000 spirit stones. 3 requirements? Lin Mo's expression became quite serious. Let us hear them. You need to complete the first requirement first. Come with me. Zhao Han stood up and walked outside with his hands behind his back. Lin Mo watched the plump figure and, after putting on his mask, followed him. He was finding it increasingly difficult to see through this fat guy. Sometimes he was quite foolish, sometimes overly cautious, but when it came to certain matters, the confidence and wisdom in his small eyes were hard to describe. Following Zhao Han, the two passed through several small paths and eventually arrived at a huge courtyard. Pushing open the courtyard door, he saw 7 or 8 people, all 4th and 5th rank powerhouses, some wearing masks and some not. Among them, an old man in black had the most profound aura. Lin Mo used his insight and, as expected, was met with a pile of question marks. Upon seeing Zhao Han enter, these people all stood up and slightly bowed to Zhao Han. Young Master Zhao. Everyone need not be so courteous. Su Hu, you practice with my friend here. All right. A man even sturdier than Liang Hong nodded, walking a few steps into the arena in the courtyard and giving Lin Mo a slight fist salute. Please. So the first requirement is to defeat this guy. Lin Mo glanced at Zhao Han and also walked towards the arena. This time, he did not stand on the elevated platforms at both ends, but directly stepped into the arena. He could guess that these people in the courtyard were indeed the strong ones supported by Zhao Fatty and were all outstanding among their ranks. Since the meteor had been assembled successfully, Lin Mo also wanted to take the opportunity to test his strength. Both are fourth-rank powerhouses and friends of mine, just sparring. I hope both will go easy. Yes, young master. The elder called Mo nodded slightly and walked to the side of the arena, channeling a strand of elemental energy into the runes. Instantly, the rune wall, which had been absent for half a month, reappeared before Lin Mo. The only difference was that this time the rune wall was more solid. Lin Mo felt that even with the energy aggregation cannon, it would be difficult to blast a hole through it. Huh. Lin Mo let out a long breath, and a cave appeared behind him, from which meteor emerged, enveloping his body. The black and gold steel body stood tall and firm. Suhu seemed to sense that the person before him was not easy to deal with. He flipped his palm, and 2 iron hammers appeared in his hands from his storage bag. Do you want me to lend you a weapon? Meteor spread his arms, and the 2 ghostly golden iron rods in the recesses of his legs were drawn out by magnetic force, flying into each of his hands. Zzz. Lin Mo aligned the 2 ghostly golden rods and raised them. The spirit power of the Thunder Spirit Crystal surged, forming a blue arc of electricity between the 2 rods. Type: weapon, exclusive to Extreme Warriors. Quality: rare. Length: 95 centimeters. Weight: 10 kilograms. Equipment requirement: Extreme Warrior. Attribute bonus: skill exclusive. Exclusive additional skill: limitless combo passive after 10 consecutive strikes. Agility increases by 1, max 10. Exclusive additional skill: Dragon's Roar. Consumes 100 energy. Strikes release a dragon head-shaped energy bomb. Exclusive additional skill: Fist of Fury passive. Breakthrough self. Breakthrough constraints. Energy consumption of the mech is reduced by 5 while in use. Remarks: the Extreme Warrior was born to commemorate a great martial artist. And this weapon is no different. Clang. Come on. Chapter 90. Battle. Young master, is this the Lin Mo you mentioned? Elder Mo stood beside Zhao Han. Glancing sideways, Suhu's physical training and refinement make his strength comparable to some 5th ranks. Is it a bit too much to pit him against Lin Mo? Otherwise, is my money so easy to take? Zhao Han rubbed his big belly and rolled his eyes. To him, all that talk about loyalty and friendship is nonsense. Only profit is real. If Lin Mo wants to get money from him, he must confirm Lin Mo's value. He is rich, but not a spendthrift. He can't just lend out 10,000 spirit stones after knowing someone for only a few meetings. Putting that aside, how has my father been lately? Is he comfortable in the dungeon? Zhao Han suddenly seemed to remember something and asked quietly. I heard the food is not good, but I see the old man has gained weight again. He's not that petty. Zhao Han stretched lazily and suddenly changed the subject. Besides, how does Elder Mo know he will definitely lose? Boom. Just as Zhao Han and Elder Mo were still talking, the 2 on the arena moved. Suhu's warrior aura erupted, his blood surging, like a humanoid beast, charging straight at Meteor. Meteor did not dodge. Although his stature was 3 points lower than Suhu's, his momentum was not in the least bit weak. Sparks flew from the collision of metal, and the 2 quickly separated, each retreating a few steps. What are you looking at? Never seen someone who has spent money? Lin Mo silently scoffed. Ghost gold, as a divine metal, is indeed not something that mysterious steel can compare to. I've spent money. You can't expect me to fight you without equipment, right? Suhu was free to go all out. Any damage to the weapons would be on my head. Zhao Han's voice timely rang out, causing Suhu's furrowed brow to relax. Long-term hard clashes, mysterious steel is naturally not as good as ghost gold. But if it's just about lasting until the end of this battle, that shouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, Suhu picked up his pair of hammers and charged again. After the earlier hard clash, he felt that Lin Mo's strength was not as good as his. But he was fast, and Lin Mo was even faster. Arm sharing, a universal passive for individual mechs, allows the mech and the mech master's attributes to stack. On this dual stacking basis, Lin Mo's agility had already broken through the 300 mark. Although he did not have the intelligence of someone like Jarvis to help him scan and analyze Suhu's tactical movements, his super high agility also granted him exceptional insight, just like when facing the black cat in front of the Oriole. In Lin Mo's eyes, Suhu's movements were hardly fast. The steel body's footsteps echoed, but his movements were surprisingly swift, instantly circling to Suhu's side. Clang, 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 clang. Lin Mo had never had a serious spar with a 4th-rank warrior, so besides not planning to use the energy aggregation cannon, he also had no intention of holding back. To secure the advantage, he planned to fill his fighting frenzy and limitless combo as quickly as possible. Suhu's movements were very slow, and his strength was not much stronger than his armed state. As long as both passives were fully stacked, he was already in an invincible position in hand-to-hand combat. Thus, the onlookers witnessed an unbelievable scene. The tall Suhu, clearly wielding 2 heavy hammers, was being continuously pressured and struck by Lin Mo. Moreover, Lin Mo seemed to be getting more and more into it. his strange weapon made of two segmented rods almost creating afterimages as he relentlessly hammered down on the dark steel hammers. Soon, the rounded hammerheads were battered into a golf ball shape, full of dents. Open. Under the pressure of left and right strikes, Suhu sensed that something was amiss. Feeling Linmo's speed and strength increasing, he knew that the opponent must have some method to enhance his physical body during battle. With his Yuan force infused, the runes on his left-hand hammer lit up, and a hammer shadow fiercely struck out towards Lin Mo, forced to pause. Lin Mo retreated 2 steps. Ultimately, the hammer shadow brushed past Lin Mo's chest armor, creating a shower of sparks before crashing violently into the corner of the arena. Lin Mo could feel that the force made the arena tremble slightly beneath his feet. There's really a lot of flashy stuff. Lin Mo tilted his head, carefully observing the runes on the hammer. He had seen Liang Hong inscribe runes on weapons many times, but it was his first time witnessing the effects after activation. Be careful. The terrifying force, combined with the hammer's own inertia, made Lin Mo retreat 2 steps after sending the hammer flying. At this moment, Suhu caught up. After holding back for so long, he finally got the chance to counterattack, swinging the hammer down hard towards Lin Mo from midair. The power of human strength, hammer force, and the inertia of the downward motion created a terrifying sound that even resonated against the rune walls. The onlookers were all focused. It seemed this strike was impossible to dodge. In terms of both physique and vitality, Lin Mo in the arena was slightly inferior to Suhu. Watching the high-raised steel hammer, they seemed to have already seen the outcome of the battle. Boom. However, just as the iron hammer was about to smash into Lin Mo, he raised his palm. The steel hammer collided with his hand. The tremendous force even caused cracks to appear on the arena beneath the meteor's feet. But the meteor remained tall and steady, not even swaying. Crack. The meteor raised his head and looked at the golden mask. Suhu seemed to see the excited gaze beneath the mask. Brother Suhu, you should be the one to be careful. Lin Mo raised his right hand, and as the reaction furnace operated, he suddenly exerted force with his palm. Crack. The steel palm pierced through the hammer's body as if it were tofu, causing Suhu's eyes to widen in shock, instinctively retreating several steps. Bang. The steel hammer, now completely reduced to scrap metal, dropped to the ground, rolling a few meters before finally stopping with a clang against the rune wall. Lin Mo stood upright and looked at Suhu. Brother Suhu, don't hold back. If you have any more tricks, feel free to bring them out. Chapter 91. Concept of war mechs. What are your other 2 requests? In the small courtyard, Lin Mo looked at Zhao Han with excitement. Zhao Han, however, looked at Lin Mo with a strange expression. Just a quarter of an hour ago, the battle between Lin Mo and Suhu had ended. Zhao Han witnessed the entire fight. After all of Lin Mo's weapons were shattered, Suhu realized that he would not be Lin Mo's match in close combat, so he chose to use a combat technique. Zhao Han did not know the name of Suhu's combat technique. He only saw Suhu infusing all his Yuan force between his palms and then pushing towards Lin Mo logically before breaking through to the 5th rank. A warrior's Yuan force could not leave their body. However, the special combat technique allowed Suhu to achieve this. Facing Suhu's surging Yuan force, Lin Mo extended his right hand, and spiritual energy erupted from his palm as the 2 forces clashed violently, each pushing against the other. Gradually, it seemed that Suhu gained a slight advantage. Thus, Suhu, who had been pressured the entire time, raised his eyebrows and laughed, asking Lin Mo if his techniques had reached their limit. After hearing this, Lin Mo pondered for a moment and silently raised his left hand. Then, Suhu admitted defeat, without any warning or hesitation, and surrendered decisively. My second request is for the portrait you mentioned. Zhao Han looked at Lin Mo, taking a long time to calm down before speaking. You promised me a portrait like that. I hope the person in the portrait is the Prince of Marriage, and I need it within a month. Of course, if you can have that painter make it as picturesque as possible, that would be even better. The Crown Prince and the Prince of Marriage? Exactly. All right, that request is no problem. Lin Mo thought for a moment and nodded. Painting a portrait wasn't difficult, and doing it within a month was also manageable. The biggest issue was specifying the model as the Prince of Marriage. However, since the Prince of Marriage was currently in the capital, Lin Mo could hang around the entrance of the royal residence when he had the time. While close contact might be unlikely, he should be able to catch a glimpse from a distance. With Lin Mo's current level of spiritual power, he could easily imprint an image in his mind with just a glance, like a photograph. My third request is that I want you to break through to the 5th rank within a year, and all 3 of your spirit beasts must also break through to the 5th rank. Zhao Han put his hands behind his back and stated his third request. Paying me to break through? Lin Mo didn't speak, but shot Zhao Han a confused glance. Even if you needed me to help you rank in the martial arts guild, you don't need to be so generous, right? Is it because the merchant guild lacks a direct descendant strongman, and this fat guy wants to pull me in? That would be quite inappropriate. Lin Mo felt a chill in his heart. I am the princess's person. How could I abandon the sweet and naive princess and turn to you, a shrewd fatso? I have a plan that can get the Ministry of Revenue to release the profits from the Martial Arts Guild in the capital. But this plan requires you to break through to the 5th rank to be feasible. Zhao Han rubbed the fat on his face and continued. This might be difficult for others, but since you have already found the method to awaken the golden spirit, it shouldn't be too hard, right? So that's how it is. Lin Imo nodded lightly. This is also no problem. I can guarantee that all 3 of my spirit beasts will reach the 5th rank, and 2 of them can battle in the Martial Arts Guild. In the Dragon Guardian, Lin Imo only revealed the meteor. Xiao Tai was still disguised, so Titan and the yet-to-be-released 3rd main battle mech were still unknown to anyone. That's good, right an IOU. Zhao Han's chubby face immediately broke into a silly smile. Just because I saw you take out money in the crowd, I can never forget your face, you wealthy dog. On the street, Lin Imo played with a golden yellow jade talisman shaped like a cloud, humming a little tune from his past life. This talisman was given to him by Zhao Han. Although that little fatso was very wealthy, he couldn't possibly carry tens of thousands of spirit stones with him. So after writing the IOU, Zhao Han gave Lin Imo this jade talisman. It was said that with this talisman, he could directly go to the Jin Yun Merchant Association's bank to withdraw money. If he needed anything, he could also ask the bank staff for help. According to Lin Mo's understanding, this roughly equated to a golden card. With this talisman in hand, the world is mine. Now that he had money, the priority was still to upgrade Titan, but that seemed to pose another challenge. Lin Imo walked briskly, considering his current priorities. First and foremost, upgrading Titan was definitely the primary task. When he had no money, Lin Imo needed to find ways to raise funds. Now that Zhao Fatty was generously offering, he had the funds, but he had to face another challenge. The cave heavens. Truly top-tier war mechs were incredibly large, their steel bodies blocking out the sky, able to clash directly with strategic-level main ships in battle, and could engage in a deadlock with a military fortress at the slightest disagreement. In his previous life, Lin Mo once undertook a main quest to repair a war mech, and at that time, there were more than 4,000 players working together to complete this task. Over 4,000 players, in front of the war mech, were like 4,000 microorganisms, and it took them more than half a month to fully repair the mech. Lin Mo currently cannot create such mechs, but even if the war mech is only in its embryonic form, its size is not comparable to that of a single soldier mech. The Titan, even without a cockpit installed, is already significantly larger than the Meteor. The Beastmaster's cave space is limited. Although Lin Mo still has some leeway now, he estimates that once the cockpit is installed, the Titan will just about fill the cave. This raises a serious question. What if the cave can't accommodate it as the modifications continue? In Lingzhou, there are also many giants that block out the sky when they fight, resembling mountains, but when they are not in combat. They can freely control their body size and shrink to a suitable size to enter the cave. However, this trick cannot be learned by mechs. In his previous life, there was no technology in the game that could allow a massive war mech to shrink down to fit inside the cave. Since Lingzhou is a fantasy world, perhaps I can find another way, like drawing runes? As Lin Mo walked, he pondered, and suddenly the figure of Liang Hong flashed through his mind. In this world, there is a system unique to it, and weapons can be inscribed with runes. Size-changing runes are one of them. So could I inscribe size-changing runes onto the mech? And when not needed, let it shrink, and when needed, let it grow big and strong. I can't draw runes directly on the Titan. Maybe I should first create a piece of equipment and then find Liang Dad to give it a try. Lin Mo made up his mind, and seeing that it was still early, he headed towards the blacksmith shop. However, as he was getting close, he slowed his steps. He saw the dark-circled Mei Tianchong again. Besides Mei Tianchong, there was also a man standing in front of Liang Hong, seemingly arguing about something. Duke Dingyuan? Lin Mo thought for a moment, but decided not to approach. He casually found a tea stall outside, planning to wait until the two with dark circles left before going to find Liang Dad. Chapter 92. On how to make a fat man feel balanced. Young Master Zhao. It's best to let Hidden Dragon handle this matter himself. In the weapon workshop, in a certain room, 3 figures sat drinking tea, wearing professional fake smiles. Apart from Zhao Han, the other 2 were middle-aged men. One wore a Beastmaster monitoring uniform, his body slightly hunched, but his complexion was very rosy. The other was in plain clothes, sporting 2 mustaches under his nose, his fingers habitually tapping on his knees, his eyes filled with an indescribable shrewdness. He has some matters to attend to. Zhao Han looked at the 2 men without being humble or arrogant and said, I have personally confirmed that Hidden Dragon has already broken through to the 4th rank. I trouble the 2 of you to remove him from the 2nd rank list. If any issues arise, I can take responsibility. Lord Chao, Elder Wu, you wouldn't doubt me, would you? As he spoke, Zhao Han humbly glanced at the 2 men. The 2 in front of him had impressive identities. The one in the Beastmaster monitoring uniform was a 6th-rank Beastmaster named Wu Miao, and the other in plain clothes was the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Chao Ming. They were the decision-makers of the court in the capital's weapon workshop, and Zhao Han wanted the Merchant Association to have a say in the capital's weapon workshop. These two were his direct opponents. Of course not. Young Master Zhao guarantees that there will definitely be no problems. Chao and Wu exchanged glances, and Wu Miao looked at Zhao Han and smiled lightly, saying, I will immediately have someone update Hidden Dragon's rank to the 4th rank and remove him from the 2nd rank list. Thank you very much. The two lords are busy with daily affairs. I won't disturb you any longer. Zhao Han stood up, bowed to the two, and then turned to leave the room. Looking at the closed door, Chao and Wu furrowed their brows tightly. How many is this? After a long time, Chao Ming was the first to speak. The 9th. Wu Miao's expression darkened. In the past 2 months, that little fat man has been continuously recruiting people. This hidden dragon is already the 9th 4th rank. I really don't know what he's up to. Wu Miao had the most resentment toward Zhao Han. Those capable and qualified to manage the weapon workshop as Beastmasters were usually training experts, most of whom were immersed in training and nurturing processes and did not wish to be entangled in trivial matters. Therefore, to ensure that the weapon workshop always had someone to manage it, the Beastmaster Monitoring Office had several 6th-rank stewards take turns to oversee it, each for 5 years. And then they would rotate. However, Zhao Han's appearance disrupted everything right under their noses. The problem was that he didn't know that the little fat man's schemes were for what purpose, which made him extremely uneasy. Can we investigate? Chao Ming rubbed his chin and pondered. This hidden dragon is a Beastmaster, right? Beastmasters should be much easier to investigate than martial artists. We should be able to find out his true identity, right? Easy for you to say, Wu Miao retorted. Do you know how many Beastmasters are in the capital? Do you know how many Beastmasters have broken through to the 4th rank recently? That makes it complicated. That little fat man will definitely protect Hidden Dragon's identity afterwards, and it will be even harder for us to investigate. Chao Ming's expression also became much more serious. For so many years, the Jinyan Merchant Association had been doing odd jobs for the court in the weapon workshop. Logically speaking, this situation couldn't be reversed in just a year or two, or by 7 or 8 4th or 5th ranks. But for some reason, Zhao Han's actions still made him feel very uneasy. Young Master, is it done? It's done. Then why does it seem like Young Master isn't very happy? Is it? Zhao Han paused, turned to look at Old Imo. Old Imo stared at Zhao Han's chubby face and nodded seriously. It seems that my temper is still not well cultivated, allowing Old Imo to see through it. Zhao Han touched the fat on his face and sighed. You said that my and Lin Mo's time becoming Beastmasters is not far apart. And we both contracted our spirit beasts at the same time. He is already at the 4th rank, while I just broke through to the 2nd rank. Is my talent really that poor? This young master's talent is not in cultivation. Old Imo looked at Zhao Han with a somewhat stiff expression and continued. You don't need to compare your talent and strength with them. You are far richer than they are. Even if they have great talent, aren't they still working for you? What he said was indeed correct, but Zhao Han still felt uncomfortable. He tilted his head, thinking about Lin Mo's meteor, then thought about the pig whose weight had already surpassed his own, and his expression became even worse. He was really curious about what method Lin Mo found to awaken his bloodline, but such methods are rare, and many Beastmasters who awaken their bloodlines keep it to themselves. He estimated that even if he asked Lin Mo wouldn't tell him. He could only guess through bits and pieces. The only thing he knew clearly was that Lin Mo occasionally asked him where there was rare metal, and shortly after asking, Jin Ling would reappear, completely transformed with that kind of golden iron, changing its image significantly, leaving only a few traces of its previous appearance. This means that Lin Mo's Jin Ling evolution requires a large amount of rare metal. But so what? He knew Lin Mo needed golden iron, but he didn't know how Lin Mo used it. Surely, he wouldn't dismantle the original parts and replace them with the new ones, right? How did he break through so quickly? Why was he left so far behind? Frustrated but helpless, Zhao Han shook his head to avoid thinking about it. But his mood inevitably remained a bit low until a figure blocked his path, wearing a wolf head mask and having a slim build. The eyes exposed by the mask were filled with arrogance. Li Ku. Zhao Han couldn't help but stop in his tracks. What was this guy suddenly stopping him for? Young Master Zhao, you are friends with that hidden dragon, right? Li Ku looked at Zhao Han, clasping his hands behind his back, seemingly with an air of unexplainable pride. That's right. Zhao Han nodded. That's good. Li Ku nodded slightly during his inspection. All right, when you see Yin Long, please convey this for me. Although he defeated me for a moment, it doesn't mean anything. I have now broken through to the 3rd rank and have contracted a new heavenly bloodline spirit, greatly increasing my strength. He is no longer my opponent. As he spoke, Li Ku unconsciously raised his chin. The failure and the death of the Red Wolf were thorns in his heart. To remove this thorn, he devoted himself to training after contracting the new spirit, and finally broke through to the 3rd rank yesterday, less than 6 months after breaking through to the 2nd rank. He achieved the 3rd rank, which is among the top tier of disciples in the Beast Control Institute. Having suppressed his feelings for so long, he couldn't see Yin Long immediately and could only find Zhao Han. He remembered that Zhao Han left with Yin Long after the gambling fight, and he wanted to tell Yin Long through Zhao Han that he had surpassed him. Zhao Han looked Li Ku up and down, suddenly smiled, and stepped forward to say, "Since that's the case, I have good news to tell the Wolf God. Speak." Yin Long has broken through to the 4th rank. Crack. In that instant, Zhao Han seemed to hear something shatter. Although Li Ku was wearing a mask, he could still see his exposed eyes. They were filled with despair. A sense of worldview and confidence slowly collapsing into ruins. Zhao Han patted Li Ku's shoulder, turned, and left, his steps feeling much lighter. "Okay, I'm feeling much better now." Chapter 93. Lin Mo's driving skills. Lin Mo had been sipping on his tea for a long time. He originally thought that the black-eyed man would leave soon. But he was wrong. The black-eyed man and a man suspected to be the Duke of Dingyuan lingered in Liang Hong's blacksmith shop until it was almost curfew, which made his plan to use Liang Hong's furnace to forge some parts fall through. As he pushed open the door, Lin Mo saw old Jean, who looked furious. He didn't know what Liang Hong had given old Jean, but when he left in the morning, the wound on old Jin's paw was already gone. And now he was lying on the ground, looking at him aggressively. Old Jean, let me explain." Old Jean showed no signs of understanding. Instead, he crawled forward a couple of steps, his large belly contracting and expanding twice, showing that he was very angry. "Old Jean, I know I owe you. So I talked to Uncle Liang on the way and agreed to increase your monthly gold and iron." Old Jean immediately stopped moving, tilting his big head, waiting for Lin Mo to continue. At the same time, Liang Hong also turned to look at Lin Mo. They had hardly spoken 2 words during the journey, and the idea of increasing old Jin's meal seemed absurd. The Golden Beast clan was known for being gluttonous. He appeared to be unwilling to feed old Jean. But in reality, he was afraid that if old Jean ate too much, he wouldn't be able to break through to the 7th rank. So, while he seemed harsh, the amount of gold and iron he gave old Jean each month was set: 30 pounds of mysterious copper in the first half of the month and 40 pounds of ghostly gold in the second half. Giving more or less would not be good for old Jean. Increasing the quantity was impossible, and he wanted to see how Lin Mo would end up without his cooperation. On the other side, Lin Mo was squatting in front of old Jean, counting on his fingers. "You see, old Jean, Uncle Liang is currently giving you 30 pounds of mysterious copper in the first half of the month and 40 pounds of ghostly gold in the second half, right?" Old Jean nodded up and down. "That's too harsh for you. I couldn't stand it." Lin Mo patted his thigh, indignantly. "Just now on the way, I argued with Uncle Liang and finally got him to agree that from now on, each month, you will get 40 pounds of ghostly gold in the first half and 30 pounds of mysterious copper in the second half." Old Jin's eyes immediately brightened, as if years of constipation had been relieved. Although it sounded a bit off, it seemed like he really got more. Gulu gulu. Old Jin's big belly rose and fell, tilting his head to look at Lin Mo a couple of times, finally giving him a forgiving look and turning to walk away. Liang Hong watched old Jin's retreating figure, his face reflecting old Jin's similar constipation. "Uncle Liang, that was the Duke of Dingyuan in the shop today, right?" After sending old Jin away, Lin Mo walked over and sat down next to Liang Hong. "Yes." Liang Hong nodded irritably. "Mei Taishu, like your father, was one of the generals who fought against the Wumon in the north back in the day. I saw that the Duke of Dingyuan was vigorous and in his prime. So why is Mei Tianchong so weak? Also, why does Mei Taishu only have one son, Mei Tianchong?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo still asked this question that had troubled him for a long time. Lingzhou was not Blue Star. There was no monogamy. He had heard that after the Duke of Dingyuan's wife passed away, he took 2 concubines, but all these years, Mei Tianchong remained an only child. This didn't make sense. "Do you know which faction's martial artists are the strongest in the world?" "The Wumon in the north." Lin Mo answered without thinking. "Correct. The Wumon tribe has developed stronger physiques due to their harsh environment, but the Duke of Dingyuan could fight 6 at once back then. Don't you find that strange?" It seemed like Lin Mo had guessed something. Liang Hong took a sip of tea and continued. "Mei Taishu is eager for success and fame. That day when the imperial court was attacked, the old emperor had actually prepared a backup plan long ago. However, Mei Taishu, in order to gain military merit and bring glory to his family, used a special secret method to obtain extremely powerful combat strength, capable of fighting against 6 Wumon warriors. But it also brought side effects. You can understand that, right?" "What's hard to understand?" Lin Mo nodded as if he suddenly realized. From a scientific perspective, it meant that the Duke of Dingyuan had taken drugs to become extremely powerful during the Wumon's surprise attack on the emperor's stronghold, directly making a name for himself. But at the same time, this had overdrawn his body, severely reducing the quality of his sperm, which is why the Duke of Dingyuan, despite being vigorous, ended up with a sickly son like the black-eyed man. Can you really save Mei Tianxiong? Yes. Then why don't you save him? Is it because Mei Taishu is unkind and oppresses the common people? Liang Hong shook his head. Although Mei Taishu values fame, his character is not bad. Is it because Mei Tianxiong is a born wastrel who bullies men and women? Liang Hong turned to Lin Mo. Do you think Mei Tianxiong has the ability to bully men and women? That's quite unlikely. Lin Mo thought for a moment. With Mei Tianxiong's physique, he probably couldn't even overpower a woman. The next day, Lin Mo arrived at the Martial King's mansion on time. Moreover, he didn't plan to give up on the idea of relying on Yin Xiaoyu to get close to the martial prince. This had nothing to do with his own strength. It was always better to have more backing and more paths to choose from. The princess seemed to be less angry, perhaps because he had saved her. You really have good luck, saving the princess at that moment. Inside the royal mansion, Yang Zhao led the way, with Lin Mo following behind him. Hearing Yang Zhao's words, Lin Mo thought for a moment, then smiled mysteriously and stepped forward. Brother Yang, you don't know. But that day I was able to save the princess because I met a peculiar person in my early years. That person understood the principles of yin and yang and fate, and he specially taught me this technique. That day, I predicted that a noble person would encounter misfortune, which is why I happened to appear and save the princess. Really? Yang Zhao was suspicious, but after thinking about it, Lin Mo's appearance that day was indeed strange. And he couldn't help but believe it a little. If that's the case, why don't you calculate one for me as well? 5 pieces of spirit stones. Yang Zhao took out 5 spirit stones and handed them to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took the spirit stones and placed them in his storage bag. Pretending to look at Yang Zhao's face, and with a mysterious smile said, I already see it. Brother Yang is very likely to have a romantic encounter today. A romantic encounter? Where? Yang Zhao's eyes lit up. He came from a military background and was the least adept at dealing with women. As someone in his 30s who was still single, hearing Lin Mo say he had a romantic encounter made him instantly excited. It's simple. Lin Mo looked around and whispered, Brother Yang, after you leave the Wangfu, turn left at the first intersection. If the first thing you see is a woman, then Brother Yang will have good luck today. But if the first thing you see is a man, then it's bad luck. Lin Mo said with a serious expression. Chapter 94. Visualization. When Lin Mo was brought before Yin Xiaoyu, the princess was sitting cross-legged, and in front of her was an unfolded scroll, floating in the air, with strands of spiritual power connecting her to it. Lin Mo instinctively glanced at the painting in midair. On the scroll, there was a giant bird that was entirely red with its wings spread wide. Although the image on the scroll was not large, Lin Mo could still feel that this was a massive bird. The bird in the painting held its head high, and every feather was incredibly clear, as if it were dancing in the wind. What was most shocking was the aura emanating from the painting. Even though it was just a picture, Lin Mo could still feel an overwhelming presence of superiority, as if it were the ruler of the world. Lin Mo continued to observe, his gaze shifting to the giant bird's eyes. In that moment, whether it was an illusion or not, he felt as if the bird had suddenly come to life. Its sharp and proud eyes staring directly at him from the scroll. The majestic authority felt like a hammer hitting his chest, causing him to fly backward. Are you okay? Yang Zhao watched Lin Mo fall and nodded in satisfaction, stepping forward to help him up. This is the visualization of the Great Yan's protective spirit, the Dragon Yan. If you are not a beast master of the Great Yan, it will backfire. You knew all along. Lin Mo rubbed his chest and struggled to stand up. Yang Zhao nodded. I knew long ago. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? I only thought of it when I saw you get blown away. No. You just wanted to take revenge on me. Lin Mo rubbed his chest, stood up, and moved aside to wait obediently. Just like martial artists who cultivate their combat abilities through breathing and refining their physical bodies, beast masters also focus on both internal and external cultivation. Externally, they nurture their spirit beasts and use various methods, like divine power infusion, to enhance the level and combat effectiveness of their spirit beasts. Internally, they practice visualization to enhance their soul power and the level of their spiritual realm. True high-level beast masters can often imprint the visualization in their minds and only need to close their eyes and visualize when they want to practice. Those with lower levels of soul power, like Yin Xiaoyu, can only visualize by looking at the scroll. After joining the Dragon Guard, martial artists were given sabers and general techniques. Lin Mo received a visualization scroll exclusive to the Dragon Guard, which depicted a leisurely and eerie giant python. Not nearly as impressive as the Dragon Yan. Lin Mo had tried to visualize it according to the methods on the scroll, but perhaps his spiritual realm couldn't support it. No matter how he visualized, he felt nothing. As Lin Mo thought, his mind wandered, and the giant python in his mind gradually transformed into a non-mainstream actress. Humph. A servant is still a servant. You dared to look directly at the royal Dragon Yin painting, and if it weren't for this princess, you would have been severely injured by now. Because you were here, I got blown away, Lin Mo thought silently. In his previous life, He aspired to be a beast master and knew a lot about them. Lin Mo was well aware that visualization was usually more effective at night before sleep. And as a member of the royal family, Yin Xiaoyu couldn't possibly be unaware of this. She deliberately visualized in the morning and in the courtyard, clearly holding a grudge and wanting to see him make a fool of himself. Of course, these thoughts could only be murmured in Lin Mo's heart. He would never say them out loud, or else he would lose a year's worth of salary. Thank you, princess. The princess is intelligent and cares for her subordinates. I am deeply grateful. TCH, stop it. This princess wouldn't care for you. Yin Xiaoyu turned around arrogantly, but then remembered that she had deducted half a year's salary from Lin Mo the day before. She felt she might have gone too far, and, after 2 or 3 breaths of hesitation, turned back to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you're also a beast master. What do you usually visualize? What do I visualize? Lin Mo rolled his eyes and thought of the non-mainstream actresses who had kept him company through many lonely nights. I visualized the unified Python image of the Dragon Guard. Well, it's just okay. As my personal guard, the visualization cannot be too poor. I'll give you this one. She rummaged through her storage bag and casually threw a scroll to Lin Mo. Although Lin Mo had used this kind of thing a lot, he still accepted it and expressed his gratitude, then quickly showed a questioning expression. Princess, I am lacking in knowledge and do not know how to differentiate between strong and weak visualization images. Which visualization is the strongest? Lin Mo understood that since he had just said the princess lacked intelligence, directly flattering her would not work. It was best to make her feel clever through some behavior to win her favor. It turned out his idea was completely correct. Thank you for your guidance, princess. Lin Mo's flattery came right on time. When I entered the palace, I once asked my grandfather. The strength of a visualization depends on the strength of the spirit depicted in the painting. For example, our great Yan's dragon Yan is a super great spirit, so it can be considered one of the strongest visualization images. Yin Xiaoyu stood with her hands behind her back, taking on the demeanor of a teacher lecturing a student. Additionally, my grandfather also mentioned that the visualization images of the 4 ancestral spirits are also extremely powerful, but the bloodlines of the 4 ancestral spirits have already gone extinct, and the visualization images have been lost for a long time. I think there are 4 or 5 fierce beasts. Yin Xiaoyu tilted her head, somewhat unsure, but saying she forgot felt a bit embarrassing. She cleared her throat and pretended to be calm. Your realm is too low. Knowing too much is useless. You all can go. I will call you when I need something. I believe it, Lin Mo thought as he watched the princess's proud figure leave, secretly mocking her. He turned and followed Yang Zhao and Feng Qing out. Although they were personal guards, the princess was a woman, and they didn't need to follow her around all the time. Lin Mo and his so-called personal guards only needed to accompany her when she went out. However, today the princess was going to class, and it was said that a teacher from the Beast Master Bureau would come to give a lesson. The royal treatment was indeed different. Lin Mo silently followed behind Feng Qing and Yang Zhao, who eventually brought him to a training ground. Looking around, it was almost all soldiers in armor. Not far away, there were several arenas where a few high-ranking martial artists were sparring, fighting joyfully. After Feng Qing took his position, he immediately jumped onto the arena, leaving Yang Zhao and Lin Mo behind. So you guys do this every day? Lin Mo looked around and licked his lips. Working while training, and also having opponents to spar with for free. What else? Yang Zhao glanced at Feng Qing fighting happily in the arena and couldn't help but curl his lip. Patrolling doesn't need us. The princess and other female relatives rarely go out, so we don't need to follow them. Besides training, we can only spar, otherwise our bodies would rust. Lin Mo blinked. Then why don't you go up? My saber is broken. You're paying for it yourself? Lin Mo looked at Yang Zhao with confusion. If he remembered correctly, the expenses for weapons and blades for royal personal guards were all covered by the royal family, either funded by the Ministry of Revenue or paid by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It made no sense to require them to pay for their own weapons. Chapter 95. Advanced Short Sword. Not exactly. It's just that we have some special circumstances. Yang Zhao looked at Lin Mo, pondering for a moment, seemingly weighing his words. Eventually, he decided that Lin Mo was somewhat of an insider and lowered his guard, telling Lin Mo why he had to pay for his weapon himself. As he recounted the story, Lin Mo understood the complexities involved. His thoughts were not wrong, as long as it was the official combat strength of the Great Yin. Whether it was the army or the officials, there was a standard set of equipment. The personal guard of the prince was no exception. Typically, these weapons are funded by the Ministry of Revenue and cast by the Ministry of Works, produced in batches. In the words of the Blue Star, they are mass-produced items. However, mass-produced items have a flaw. While the quality is acceptable, they absolutely cannot reach the top tier. Feng Qing, Yang Zhao, and others were originally part of the personal guard of the martial prince. As the prince's personal guards, they were all battle-hardened elites in the army, usually remaining inactive. But once deployed, they faced tough battles. In the face of such tough battles, the standard weapons issued were inadequate. Therefore, They needed stronger weapons to arm themselves. However, the court had clear regulations regarding the allocation of weapons in the military. The type of weapons assigned to martial artists of different ranks was fixed, especially since the martial prince had a special identity as the emperor's own son. The old emperor, who also fought on horseback, did not want other military leaders to feel that he favored his son. So, the martial prince never submitted a special request, and the old emperor also kept quiet. The two, both father and son and sovereign and minister, had a tacit understanding. With the emperor not speaking up, the Ministry of Revenue naturally did not allocate funds. And without funds from the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Works would not work. However, it was also a fact that the personal guard's weapons were unsatisfactory, and they needed to be replaced. What to do? The martial prince chose the most direct method. He paid out of his own pocket. Whether this prince was genuinely magnanimous or just putting on a show, the money he pulled out was real. This incident led to officials in the Ministry of Works having quite a few complaints about the martial prince. Later, the martial prince specifically invited craftsmen to create suitable weapons for each member of his personal guard, and he also upgraded their treatment, so regardless of rank, martial artists or beast tamers received more pay than their counterparts of the same level outside. This extra portion was not funded by the Ministry of Revenue, but came from the martial prince's own pocket. The prince treated us with such great kindness. If a weapon was damaged, it was only right for us to replace it ourselves. How could we shamelessly ask the prince to spend more? Yang Zhao concluded his thoughts. The way he spoke made it seem like he earned 2,000, but worried about the idol's fans who made 20 million a month. Lin Mo, confused, asked, "What does that have to do with me? Why were you hesitating just now? After all, you are one of the dragon guards." Yang Zhao looked Lin Mo up and down, noticing his dragon guard's white attire. And a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. The prince said that while you dragon guards superficially supervise the officials, in reality, from Xiechio down, they are all petty thieves. With a little dirt on someone, they will make a big deal out of it. And if I tell you, I can't guarantee you won't go to Xiechio, and then the prince will put a label on you for forming cliques and currying favor. Then why are you telling me? You, a dragon guard, have offended Xiechio before. I assume he won't take your words seriously. Lin Mo replied. So I'm stuck with a dragon guard title, but the martial prince's manor doesn't treat me as one of their own. And the dragon guards don't regard me as one of their own either. Am I not a person on either side? Which side am I really on? The simple-minded Lin Mo muttered in silence. He could tell with his toes that the fact that the martial prince paid out of his own pocket to improve the treatment of his personal guards was surely known throughout the court. Yet this group of rough soldiers who only knew how to fight treated it as a secret. However, even if they were rough, there must be something commendable about them. Lin Mo stepped forward and unclipped Yang Zhao's sword. Whether you repair this sword or forge a new one outside, it should cost quite a bit, right? A month's pay? Perhaps. I can help you forge a new one. You provide the materials, and I only need 10 spirit stones. How about that? Lin Mo winked at Yang Zhao like a sly merchant. Yang Zhao blinked back. You can forge weapons? I can't engrave, but I'm quite skilled at blacksmithing. Lin Mo replied. I can't afford the engraving fees. Yang Zhao muttered, then looked at Lin Mo. How can you prove you can forge weapons? Lin Mo immediately rolled up his sleeves, revealing his dark skin similar to Liang Hong's. Yang Zhao believed him right away. Even he, a warrior who had fought for years, could not be as dark as Lin Mo. This was a skin tone that could only be achieved through years of exposure to smoke and fire. The prince has a blacksmithing workshop. You can come with me to try it out. Yang Zhao turned and led the way. Lin Mo hurried to follow from behind. What about the mysterious copper and mysterious steel? Where will we get the materials? The prince left a lot of leftovers when forging weapons for us. They are all piled up in the blacksmithing workshop. Lin Mo silently complained about how he had just said he didn't want to take advantage of the prince, yet he was eagerly following along. The two traversed the royal manor for a long time before arriving at a secluded spot. From a distance, Lin Mo could see the familiar furnace and various tools, as well as a stack of mysterious copper and mysterious steel piled up like a small mountain in the corner. According to Yang Zhao, this was specially set up by the prince for them when forging weapons, and it hadn't been used for a long time since then. After all, it was the royal manor. The prestige was indeed different. Looking at the scale of the blacksmithing workshop, Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh, then took out several molds and animal hide paper from his storage bag. Do you want one like this, or a new one? Here are the blueprints. You can choose one. Lin Mo naturally had no intention of drawing cold weapon sketches. These blueprints and molds were all Liang Hong's. As someone who loved learning, Lin Mo had copied all of Liang Hong's materials during his time in the blacksmith shop. I still think this sword is pretty good. He didn't understand forging, but he was an expert in using weapons. His intuition told him that the weapons on Lin Mo's blueprints seemed to be much stronger than the one he had damaged. Is this sword okay? Flipping through the papers, Yang Zhao took out a piece of animal hide. Yes, Lin Mo nodded. He had forged this sword when he was testing with Liang Hong, so he was quite familiar with it. The next steps were much simpler. Ignite the furnace. Wait for the temperature to be sufficient, then melt, cast, and hammer. Lin Mo took off his dragon guard's white clothing and tossed it aside, busily working in his inner lining. Watching Lin Mo operate methodically, Yang Zhao was convinced that Lin Mo was indeed a weaponsmith. You said 10 spirit stones. Counting the 5 you tricked me into this morning, won't 5 be enough? Business is business, and friendship is friendship. They cannot be mixed together. What do you mean? It means that giving me 5 spirit stones is friendship, and forging weapons is business, not a single one less. How cheap. Yang Zhao stopped speaking. Lin Mo became more focused. Previously, Lin Mo had been able to forge successfully. Now that the skill tree level of basic components was higher, he naturally had no reason to fail. In less than an hour, a brand new mysterious copper sword was completed. You successfully crafted. Fine mysterious copper sword, advanced. Gained 20 free skill points. Time's up. Lin Mo didn't even look, directly tossing the sword to Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao caught the sword and frowned slightly. You haven't sharpened it for me. 10 spirit stones, and you want a full service? Lin Mo casually threw a sharpening stone to Yang Zhao. Do it yourself. Warriors have strong physiques and can control their strength more precisely. Sharpening a blade is a task they can fully handle. Lin Mo then sat down to the side, continuing to visualize, allowing the giant python in his mind to transform into Mandarin, unedited, and a wife. Clang. Suddenly, there was a sound of metal clashing, startling Lin Mo to jump up. He saw Yang Zhao standing aside, having finished sharpening the blade, now holding it with both hands, his eyes sparkling, looking as if he had found a treasure. How is it? The sword I forged is not bad, right? Hey, where are you running off to? Watching Yang Zhao turn and leave in a hurry, Lin Mo quickly picked up his dragon guard's white clothing, putting it on while chasing after him. Chapter 96. This is the brand effect. Lin Mo always believed he was not weak. However, he had to admit that without the armed meteor, he could not catch up to a 5th-rank martial artist. Yang Zhao seemed to stride forward boldly, but in reality, he moved quickly and disappeared from Lin Mo's sight in just a few steps. Clang. On the stage, Feng Qing sheathed his short knife and turned around gracefully. Behind him stood a man with a shallow wound on his chest. You lost. Feng Qing had his back to the man, exuding the demeanor of a master. The man touched the bloodstain on his chest and glanced at his battle knife, which had a chipped edge, and said somewhat indignantly, if we were both armed with the same weapon, I might not lose. But you don't have it, which means that to excel in your craft, you must first sharpen your tools. Feng Qing turned around and flashed a smug smile at the man. The burly man twitched his mouth twice, but still stepped down from the stage. Feng Qing looked at the burly man's back, enjoying the moment as he fondled his scabbard, as if he found more pleasure in it than in touching a courtesan. The nearby spectators, a few martial artists, immediately showed disdain. Most of the people present were from the personal guard, with similar strength levels. Feng Qing was not the best among the 5th-tier warriors, yet he could still win against most. The main reason was the battle knife in his hand. Although the prince had equipped the personal guard with new weapons, they were not of top-tier quality. Feng Qing had somehow found a weapon forger and personally crafted a battle knife, which was the one he was now lewdly stroking. With this formidable blade, he had won 9 out of 10 sparring matches among the guards of the palace, unless someone was genuinely stronger than him. Otherwise, he usually had the upper hand due to his weapon. Moreover, he was quite irritating. After each victory, he would deliberately flaunt his battle knife, treating it like a treasure that no one else could touch. Everyone had been displeased with him for a long time. However, since their weapons were not as formidable as his, they could only watch as Feng Qing showed off his prowess. Who else? Seeing the numerous eyes below the stage that wanted to beat him, Feng Qing not only felt no fear, but instead straightened his back. The surrounding martial artists were quite displeased with his smug demeanor, but since their weapons were indeed inferior to Feng Qing's, they could only lower their heads in resentment. Feng Qing's smile widened. Just then, a shadow dashed in from outside the training ground, moving incredibly fast. After a few flashes, it landed directly on the stage. Yang Zhao stood tall with a bronze knife in hand. I'm here. If he remembered correctly, Yang Zhao's original battle knife had been damaged during a spar with Feng Qing. You? Feng Qing glanced at Yang Zhao. Isn't your knife broken? I have a new one now. Yang Zhao raised the dark bronze short knife in his hand. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the short knife. The brand new dark bronze short knife gleamed coldly in the sunlight, its dark yellow hue showing signs of having undergone numerous hammerings, revealing hints of a golden yellow. Several grooves were evenly distributed, and a long blood channel ran through the blade. Even though the handle clearly hadn't been carved or decorated, a sharp aura emanated from it. Good knife. Indeed, it's a good knife. The onlookers were seasoned warriors, and they could tell that the knife in Yang Zhao's hand was no ordinary item. Are you advertising for me? Lin Mo, who had finally caught up to the training ground, slowed his pace upon hearing the surrounding affirmations and looked at Yang Zhao with a hint of satisfaction. He had been pondering how to get Yang Zhao to promote him, but he didn't expect that as soon as the weapon was forged, Yang Zhao would come looking for a spar. Very savvy, too savvy. Lin Mo quietly walked to the edge of the stage and blended into the crowd watching the spectacle. Where did you get that knife? Feng Qing looked at the dark bronze short knife in Yang Zhao's hand, slightly furrowing his brow. As someone who had been dealing with knives and swords for years, he sensed that Yang Zhao's short knife was extraordinary and felt inexplicably reluctant to spar with him. His own knife had been crafted for him through a favor and had been with him for more than a year. If it were damaged, he would genuinely feel pained. I'll tell you after we finish. Yang Zhao mimicked Feng Qing's earlier expression. What's wrong, scared? What do you mean scared? Feng Qing snapped. Although he felt reluctant inside, he couldn't show weakness on the surface. He stepped back, unsheathing his battle knife with a clang. The dark steel battle knife made the onlookers squint slightly. In an instant, Yang Zhao and Feng Qing each took a corner of the stage. The energy of the fifth-tier warriors surged. Yes, that's it. Let the fight begin. Lin Mo sat in the corner, eager for chaos. He realized that Yang Zhao's two sentences had provoked Feng Qing, and this spar had already changed its nature. What was supposed to be a friendly exchange had turned into a clash between two weapons. These two were now aiming for a decisive victory. Boom. Just as Lin Mo was contemplating, the two on the stage moved. The two seasoned fifth-tier warriors unleashed a powerful strike that had been building up for a long time, causing the stage to sink a few inches. In that moment, their figures blurred. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by the clang of metal, the two appeared again. Having swapped positions. Who won? Let's see which knife got damaged. The onlooking warriors were restless, jumping up to get a clear look at the condition of Yang Zhao and Feng Qing's weapons. Heh. At that moment, Yang Zhao turned around leisurely and clasped his fists at Feng Qing with a smug face. Thank you for the lesson. The dark bronze knife was held in his hand upside down, as shiny as new, showing no signs of chipping at all. The crowd fell silent. They then turned to Feng Qing, who had turned around with a look of distress, slowly raising his right hand. The steel knife in his hand looked like a piece of glass on the verge of shattering, covered from top to bottom in fine cracks. Feng Qing's mouth twitched as he reached out to gently touch it. Then crash. The steel knife shattered into pieces. Feng Qing suddenly clutched his chest. Pain. Pain that made it hard to breathe. One? Annihilated? How could it be so much stronger? In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the copper knife in Yang Zhao's hand. It seemed to sense the attention, and as a spark of light flickered from the tip of the blade, it displayed its sharpness to everyone. The martial artists present could no longer remain calm. Brother Yang, who forged this knife for you? Can you introduce the weapon forger to me? I'll treat you to a drink. Me too, Brother Yang. Just tell me who the forger is, and which girl from the craft guild you like, and I'll treat you. Step aside. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and the people surrounding Yang Zhao instinctively made way. Feng Qing stood at the end of the path with a dark expression. After a moment of silence, he walked step by step to Yang Zhao's side, his gaze grim, raising his right fist high, then suddenly wrapping his arm around Yang Zhao's shoulder. Brother, don't listen to them. I'll treat you to the craft guild. Just tell me who made this knife for you. Consequently, Feng Qing was pinned to the ground and beaten by the other warriors. Hey, you don't need to go this far. It's nothing if I tell you. Yang Zhao, watching his brawling colleagues, forced a smile, clearly unaccustomed to it. He calmly pointed. He helped me forge it. Just go find him. Instantly, the brawling warriors fell silent. Following the direction of Yang Zhao's finger, Lin Mo's upright figure stood there. Chapter 97. Because I think you and it are a perfect match. You? A martial artist looked Lin Mo up and down, revealing a suspicious expression. So young, is this for real? Lin Mo stood there, watching the owner of the large hand approach him with a smile. Little brother, don't mind him. I didn't expect you to be so young and already have such high forging skills. Besides making knives, how about swords? Yes, besides swords and blades. Can you also handle long spears? Don't worry, little brother, if you have any issues in the future, just give us a shout. We absolutely won't say anything. At this moment, Lin Mo was dealing with the swarm of warriors and looked at Yang Zhao with eyes full of appreciation. He didn't expect this guy to be so simple-minded, but he has successfully launched his brand. From the performances of the many warriors, he realized that he had underestimated their pursuit of weapons. Forget about 10 spirit stones. Even if he asked for 30 spirit stones, they would probably agree without hesitation. Not only has he secured his skill points this time, but it seems he has also found a way to make a fortune. Don't scare Brother Lin. Yang Zhao, quite loyal, squeezed through the crowd and put an arm around Lin Mo's shoulder. Let me tell you, Brother Lin not only has superb weapon forging skills, but is also righteous. He only charged me 10 spirit stones for this copper knife. Lin Mo? I haven't treated you poorly. Why did you backstab me? You successfully crafted premium Xian copper knife, advanced. Gained 20 free skill points. Ding. You have accumulated skill points exceeding 2,000. Unlocked achievement. Basic Master, reward a random blueprint gift box, rare, 50 free skill points. Ugh, crude warriors, muscular fools. In the weapon forging workshop, hearing the prompt in his mind, Linmo couldn't feel happy at all. He casually tossed the short knife he had just forged aside and sat in the corner, resting while contemplating life. This was the 5th day since Yang Zhao exposed him. In these 5 days, basically all the top warriors in the Wangfu had come to him, requesting him to forge weapons. This was originally a great opportunity to make a hefty profit, but because Yang Zhao revealed his forging price, he lost a significant amount of profit for nothing. Because he charged Yang Zhao 10 spirit stones, it meant he had to charge the other warriors in the Wangfu the same price. Otherwise, others would definitely have reservations in their hearts. Since he had to continue mingling in the Wangfu, he naturally had to treat everyone equally. Just thinking about it made him angry, and there was this thing. After resting for a moment, Lin Mo saw that no one was around and took out a black cannon barrel from his storage bag. The back of the cannon was supported by a triangular frame on his shoulder. And at the center where the tripod connected to the cannon barrel was a mini energy reactor with a fire spirit crystal quietly lying inside. Below the reactor was a huge trigger. Further up was the black cannon tube. Giant triple cannon, modified. Type, heavy cannon. Quality, advanced. Length, 125 meters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Equipment requirement, strength greater than 370. Stamina greater than 100. Durability, 100,100. Attribute bonus, 60 agility when used. Skill, triple cannon, fire 3 shots. Only fire 3 shots. Skill consumption, energy explosive giant shell. Remarks, I heard that the triple cannon pairs well with the mountain cannon. Yes, Lin Mo still made this thing, but to make the weapon look less technological, he made a few modifications to make it bulkier. After calculations, Lin Mo found that heavy firearms truly deserved their name. The energy from this spirit crystal was just enough to fire 3 shots. His monthly salary was 30 spirit stones, and it would take 3 months of bonus money to afford a spirit crystal. In other words, firing this thing once would cost him a month's salary. Just for this money-burning item, its power wouldn't be small either. However, Lin Mo had not yet truly tested the power of the triple cannon. It was indeed quite useless. If it weren't for the skill points, this blueprint might have gathered dust for a lifetime. Looking at the giant cannon in his hand, Lin Mo curled his lips. The higher the grade of the firearms or heavy weapons like the triple cannon, the less he could use them, because he lacked the aiming specialization of a gunsmith. Different weapons require different angles for aiming, calculations for air humidity and wind direction vary, and the higher the quality, the greater the power. The more stringent the requirements in this regard. This must be achieved by lighting up the main professional tree of a gunsmith. It cannot be reached just by practice. Of course, it doesn't mean this weapon is completely useless. If targeting a stationary target far away or in a siege to bombard large vessels, the power of the triple cannon remains substantial. But who would stand still for you to shoot? After all, this is a fantasy world. A 4th grade warrior's speed is already enough to dodge bullets, not to mention the heavy artillery shells that are visible to the naked eye. This is also the reason why Lin Mo had delayed making this thing until now. Lin Mo, are you here? Just as Lin Mo was staring at the triple cannon in silence, Yang Zhao ran in from outside. You're on standby at the Wangfu. I'm going out with old Feng. Lin Mo glanced sideways. The county lord is going out? Let me come along. I've been bored to death forging iron these days. Seeking help? Lin Mo frowned slightly. According to the rules, shouldn't we seek help from the Dragon Guard's Yamen? Lin Mo remembered that according to the laws of Dian, the Dragon Guards were the emergency agency, and other soldiers could not move freely without orders or military tokens. What kind of miscellaneous soldiers are the Dragon Guards? Yang Zhao said disdainfully. Naturally, we soldiers require soldiers. What is this? Yang Zhao took the triple cannon and blinked. Heavy firearms, something I've been researching recently. Lin Mo said, you can try its power for me this time. Remember, you can only fire 3 shots a day, and after 3 shots, you must wait until the next day to fire again. Why let me try? Lin Mo looked Yang Zhao up and down a few times and said indifferently, because I think your temperament matches it well. I wonder how powerful the triple cannon really is. Yang Zhao's brain won't forget that, right? After sending Yang Zhao away, Lin Mo continued to ponder life. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a mystery box that hadn't been opened. So he casually pulled it out and opened it without any sense of ceremony. Lin Mo had already lost hope in his luck. Ding! Gift box opened successfully. Congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint. Master Tactical Scope. Rare. Master Tactical Scope. Universal equipment for gunsmiths and mecha masters. Equipping it can greatly enhance aiming specialization for gunsmiths. And mecha masters can gain additional aiming specialization. Remarks. Although it can't make you as precise as a super gunsmith, it's enough for you, a novice. What the heck? Lin Mo was dumbfounded. I just sent out the weapon, and you give me something like this? Chapter 98, Is This What Fatherly Love Is? Just before curfew, Lin Mo successfully clocked out. The little county lord had been attending private lessons with the beast monitoring teacher these past 2 days, and he hadn't had a chance to develop any connections. Although these days had been tiring with a routine of 3 points and 1 line, he had at least earned enough skill points. Maybe I can come to work at the Wangfu tomorrow without wearing this white outfit. On the way, Lin Mo looked down at his hands. After a few days of exposure to smoke and fire, they were darker and more masculine. Originally, this bronze skin tone was quite nice, but wearing the Dragon Guard's white outfit made Lin Mo look very dark. From a distance, he resembled a coal ball that had come to life. The accumulated skill points should be enough. I wonder if I can draw the desired blueprint tonight. Pushing open the door, he saw Liang Hong's broad back, one hand propping up Lao Jin's jaw, one knee pushing against Lao Jin's chin, and the other hand probing something in Lao Jin's big belly. Lao Jin's eyes were wide open, frantically shaking his body in an attempt to resist. However, it was useless. Liang Hong didn't even exert much effort to hold Lao Jin's big mouth open, and finally took out a piece of dark brown metal. His arms were covered in corrosive slime, but Liang Hong didn't care at all. I've told you so many times, don't make me take action, it's really disgusting. Liang Hong casually picked up a piece of cloth of unknown material, wiping the gold and iron in his hands as he spoke. After closing the door, Lin Mo opened the panel. Do you want to spend 40 skill points to learn Advanced Aerodynamics 0? Do you want to spend 50 skill points to learn Cruiser Structure Theory 0? Do you want to spend 50 skill points? Ding. You have met the advancement conditions for the secondary profession designer. Would you like to advance? Lin Mo clicked confirm. Ding. Your secondary profession has successfully advanced. The current secondary profession is senior designer. Advancement condition. At least one secondary profession skill reaches master level. Damn, that's really harsh. After digesting the vast knowledge of advancement in his mind, Lin Mo couldn't help but twitch his mouth upon seeing the advancement requirements. Master level means raising a skill to the highest level, to the point where there's no more room for upgrade. Of course, that's the highest level known from the version before his transmigration. The skill points required to reach master level vary for different skills, but on average, it takes nearly 1,000 skill points. He only spent less than 300 to upgrade to senior designer, and the requirement for the next level skyrocketed threefold. The demands for skill points and attribute points have increased significantly as he continues to grow stronger. Not dwelling on the skill points he had already spent, Lin Mo took out paper and pen to start drafting blueprints. The reason he had been forging nonstop these days was to meet the standards for his secondary profession, allowing him to design blueprints tailored to his needs instead of relying on luck with longevity recharge. Having had an experience of reverse engineering before, Lin Mo wasn't slow this time. With a more abundant knowledge in his mind, he felt more confident with his strokes and also realized how ridiculous his previous mistakes had been. Ding, blueprint detected. Matching in progress. Even if this time it doesn't succeed, it shouldn't be as absurd as last time, right? Lin Mo rubbed his hands and his eyes sparkled. Match successful. You have successfully designed the blueprint. Extreme Shadow Steed, rare. Extreme Shadow Steed, rare. It inherits the greatest advantages of the Extreme series, maintaining superior performance in any harsh environment. If you need to operate alone and infiltrate enemy lines, it will be your second life, soldier. Note, up and down, left and right. Strange, why is it a second life and not the 30th? Did it succeed? Lin Mo's hands trembled with excitement, almost throwing the pen away. He quickly matched the blueprint with Extreme Warrior, and when the system panel displayed compatibility, he let out a sigh of relief and slumped into the chair. Next, he would base the modifications for the second form on the meteor. The compatibility of the two forms was a massive project, even much more difficult than creating Extreme Warrior and Extreme Shadow Steed separately. This was because he had to consider the different characteristics and performances of the two forms, making partial modifications based on the original foundation, and also ensuring that the materials used for the second form wouldn't affect the first form. To successfully modify it, he had to have a deep understanding of various materials. Speaking of materials, Lin Mo glanced at the pile of books on the table, which looked like a small mountain, and the light in his eyes gradually faded. These were the books he bought specifically to familiarize himself with the various gold and iron materials of Lingzhou, documenting casting experiences and characteristics of various materials. However, after reading through these books, Lin Mo found the gains to be pitifully small. Lingzhou was a highly competitive world where various systems and people were in fierce competition. A true mastercaster would never publish their experiences in a book. If they taught you through books, how would they make a living? Most of the books Lin Mo bought were written by half-baked mastercasters. Many materials they hadn't even encountered, relying on speculation in their writings that almost drove Lin Mo to curse several times. I really need a detailed annotation of gold and iron materials. Thud. Before Lin Mo could finish his lament, a thick book was thrown in through the door crack. Lin Mo stared at the thick book for about 3 seconds before walking over to pick it up. Opening it, he found detailed annotations of various gold and iron materials, even categorizing them and ranking them from 1st to 9th grade, covering every detail. It even clearly indicated which metals had similar properties and could be substituted for each other. Lin Mo looked through the door crack and just caught a glimpse of Liang Hong's broad back. Feeling so moved, he almost knelt down. This broad back, this silent support, this shared skin tone. Could it be the legendary fatherly love? How does the guard feel? Outside the capital, 500 miles away, at Iron Armor Pass, Yang Zhao and others disembarked from the giant bird that had brought them, and a group of people had already been waiting here. A man with a scar on his jaw was clearly familiar with Yang Zhao and approached directly. This man named Hu Yin was an old comrade. They had known each other since their military days and later joined the prince's guard together, sharing a bond of mutual support on the battlefield. What are you carrying? This. Yang Zhao took down the 3 cannons. This is a heavy weapon researched by a blacksmith from our prince's mansion. That blacksmith's skills are quite impressive. All the guards in the mansion have switched to weapons forged by him. Switched? Is it that good? Let me take a look. Yang Zhao handed over his sword. After Hu Yin took it, his eyebrows jumped. As someone who dealt with swords and blades regularly, he could clearly feel that this sword was superior to his own. You little brat, trying to borrow my stuff. Yang Zhao looked at his brother speechlessly. Between brothers, it's not borrowing, it's lending, it's taking, Hu Yin said confidently. Yet he still returned the sword to Yang Zhao. However, he soon set his sights on the 3 cannons. Examining them closely and leaning toward Yang Zhao, the guard is waiting for you on the southern city wall. You should be acting as a reserve army to prevent unexpected incidents and guard the city. Since we're going out to hunt those beasts, why don't you give me this weapon, and I'll help you test its power. Looking at what you said, it can't be disassembled and used like a firearm, right? Is there anything I should pay attention to? No, go away. The friendship between the 2 men was simple, without the need for excessive courtesy or deep affections. After some light banter, the 2 old comrades quickly parted ways. Yang Zhao and the others arrived at the southern city wall. Just as Hu Yin had said, they were acting as a reserve army in support. Standing on the city wall, they watched Hu Yin and the others gradually fade away, disappearing into the depths of the mountains. As he watched the soldiers disappear and the night slowly darken, Yang Zhao instinctively furrowed his brows. I seem to have forgotten something. What did I forget?